You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. Right. Son, you don't even know how rude Chloe was today. I went to Southside today for a checkup, and originally wanted her to help, but she completely ignored me. She was even flirting with that heir from the Green family, and told me that if I had anything personal to talk to her about, then I would have to wait until she gets off from work. Take a look at her arrogance. Who treats their mother-in-law like this? Mom, then you should honestly ask yourself, have you ever treated her like your daughter-in-law? Jack asked, enunciating each word. She still can't treat people older than her like that. I think that you should watch over her. Don't let her get too close to other men. It will destroy our family's reputation. Mom, I've known Chloe for many years, and I know exactly what she's like. If you're worried about you and Dad's marriage, then you should best think about why this happened. Don't lose more than you would gain in the end. And I've been very busy lately. Please stop calling. Jack hung up after he spoke. Mrs. Dawson was so angry that she tossed her landline meters away. Damn it. The old behaves like this, and the young behave the same way. The apple really doesn't fall far from the tree. I tried so hard to convince them, but they all despise me. I really can't live anymore. Madam, your white fungus lotus seed soup is ready, the maid carefully said. Get lost. Do you think I'm in the mood to eat? Mrs. Dawson exploded with intense fury at home. Meanwhile, the Northern Metropolitan Daily's report had quite an effect on Chloe once again. Everyone thought that Mrs. Dawson was insane. She talked smack about her daughter-in-law in one interview, and then called her nice in the next. However, Chloe remained low-key and never responded, making her seem magnanimous. Justin just got off work and was about to leave when he saw Gianna walk in. President Cooper, are you free? I want to buy you dinner. Dinner? Why? Because it's my birthday today. Gianna wore a graceful rosy pink skirt with a black leather jacket on top. She looked very punk. Gianna was currently the most popular celebrity at Imperial Star, and the most humble as well. She was pushed to popularity due to her intelligence, lack of words, and her self-awareness. Therefore, Justin didn't mind her. Justin originally wanted to refuse. However, once he heard that it was Gianna's birthday, he felt that it would be rude to refuse. It's your birthday? Why didn't you say so? The company would have thrown you a birthday party. Justin looked at Gianna as he placed his hands into his pockets. Gianna smiled as she shook her head. No, it's okay. I've always thought that birthdays were a fairly private matter, so I didn't want to be so high profile. I only wanted to celebrate with people I like. If you don't mind, let me treat you to dinner. Then, my friends are throwing me a party at 10 p.m. tonight. Since Gianna was this generous, Justin felt like he would seem melodramatic if he refused. So he nodded. Let's go. Gianna smiled and followed behind Justin, as the two of them walked out with lively conversation. Chloe was extremely furious when she saw them, so she boorishly walked forward and said, President Cooper, there's a script I don't quite understand. Are you free? Can you walk me through it? Script guidance is the director and screenwriter's problem. Don't you think it's ridiculous to ask me for help? Justin was beginning to dislike Chloe more and more now. Plastic surgery was fine, since everyone wanted to be beautiful. However, not only was she overconfident, but she had also fought with Gianna over Justin's praise and even frequently harassed him. She was incredibly annoying. Justin's sentence shut Chloe up right away, and Gianna smiled as she followed Justin into his glamorous black Lamborghini. Then they drove away. Inside the Ritz-Carlton Western restaurant, the two of them came to the restaurant here because Gianna especially liked salmon. However, they unexpectedly encountered Brenton and Victoria. Whoa, Mr. Cooper, what a coincidence. Brenton stood up and smiled. Young Master Blake, Gianna greeted him. Big star, you're becoming more and more beautiful. Brenton saw that Justin was eating with Gianna, and thought that there might be a chance for something to happen between those two. So, he was quite happy. However, Gianna maintained her arrogance and pride as she sat there eating calmly without standing up. Ever since you got engaged, it's been so hard getting you to come out even for a drink. What's going on? You forget your friends when you have a girl? Justin smiled and teased. Ahem. That's not it. I've been pretty busy lately. Brenton lightly coughed and then looked at Victoria. Oh, are you busy making little babies? Asked Justin, going full-out dirty mode. That's right. Isn't that perfectly normal? After all, not everyone is like Mr. Cooper who parades around as a single man to pick up girls. Victoria said this. She was a straightforward woman and didn't hold back to consider the other person's feelings. Gianna felt a bit awkward as she stood beside Justin. She smiled and didn't say anything. You guys eat. We'll talk later. Justin waved his hand, not planning on sharing a table with Victoria. Why were you being so aggressive? Mr. Cooper doesn't have anything against you, does he? Brenton asked with a smile. I just don't like how much of a player Justin is. He pretends to like Chloe, but then he turns around to flirt with other stars. What's that about? Seriously, lady, Chloe is already married, okay? What do you think he should do? Fight with Jack openly as the third man? Then his moral standards will be ruined. That's not what I mean. I only feel that I can't accept the way Justin does things. Victoria felt like Justin was more than friends with Gianna and thought that it was unfair for Chloe. This was a normal reaction. She didn't know that Justin was only celebrating Gianna's birthday, and they were only having dinner, so she truly did misunderstand Mr. Cooper. Was that young Master Blake's girlfriend? Gianna asked with great curiosity after they sat down. Fiancé. Justin smiled. Thinking back, that ridiculous engagement still felt like a dream. Fiancé? I didn't even know that he was engaged. They sure are low-key. Gianna was a bit surprised. It's a long story. Let's not talk about this. What do you want to eat? Let's order. Okay, Gianna nodded as she flipped through the menu. Then she waved her hand to call over the server. We'll have salmon, tuna, and white tuna, along with udon and conch. I don't want big conches, though. Oh, and also crab, Argentinian shrimp, and 2 Australian lobsters. Oh, right, and a bottle of champagne. Okay, please wait. Just as Gianna finished ordering, a notification suddenly popped up on her phone. On the display, it read, Your account ending in 6846 just received $1 million transfer. President Cooper, did you transfer funds into my account? Gianna saw that Justin across from her was on his phone. Yes. Why did you give me $1 million? Gianna was a bit surprised. Happy birthday. I didn't know it was your birthday, so I didn't prepare anything. Just take it and buy whatever you like. Thanks, President Cooper. The truth was, Gianna was disappointed by what he did. Now that she was famous, she didn't lack money anymore. So she didn't want money as a birthday gift. She would be happy even if Justin went to a ghetto night market to get her a hair accessory of some sort, because at least that meant he cared about her. Instead, he transferred her $1 million. Although it was a lot of money, it also meant that Justin didn't care at all. Since Justin had tons of money, it was difficult and rare for him to emotionally invest. However, Gianna would never ask for more, because she wasn't such a greedy person. Chloe was still working overtime at Southside since 2 patients suddenly arrived at the orthopedics department, and they were in dire need of treatment, so she didn't get off work on time, and after she dealt with things, she noticed that it was already 6 p.m. She saw that Jack called her, and just as she was about to respond, she saw that Gianna sent a message. I saw Justin eating with Gianna here. You were right not to date Justin. He's such a playboy, Gianna said angrily. What does that have to do with anything, haha? Chloe laughed helplessly. Then, she held up her phone and called Jack. Honey, did you call me? I was just in the emergency room and didn't hear my phone ringing. Honey, are you done with work? Not yet. I'm still working overtime. It might be another half an hour. Okay, then I'll pick you up in a bit. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. After she hung up the phone, Chloe suddenly thought of something and called Assistant Mark immediately. Yes, young madam? Assistant Mark immediately answered, Will all of the company employees be at the 30-year anniversary celebration? Yes, young madam. Oh, cancel the invitations for the employees at the branch company in other city. They still haven't dealt with the accident over there, and there is still a lot of negative press. I'm afraid that it might affect the celebration. I will personally tell President Dawson about this, so just let them know. I will, young madam. After his phone call with Chloe, Assistant Mark immediately followed her orders and called the branch company in other city. Hello, General Manager Jennifer. This is Mark. Go on, Mark. Jennifer was just trying on dresses at a luxurious brand-name store. She was preparing to shock the whole crowd with her beauty at the company's 30-year anniversary celebration. Here's the thing. I just received notice that the negative press surrounding the incident in other city hadn't been resolved yet. So the company decided not to invite anyone in your branch office to attend the 30-year anniversary celebration. What did you just say? Jennifer's heart immediately went cold. I'm terribly sorry. I should have told you sooner. But I only just received notice. I'm sorry. General Manager Jennifer, you and your employees will have to hold on for a bit longer. We'll have you all back for the year-end employee meeting. Why won't the president let us attend? Because the accident is still seen as negative press, and the company doesn't want to risk that. Whose idea was this? Was it President Dawson's? Jennifer felt incredibly miserable. Ever since she got here, she had been surrounded with tons of work pressure. Not only did she have to deal with a huge pile of mess every day, she still had to face all sorts of blame and obstruction. She was also very eager to excel and to attract President Dawson's attention. She had always wanted to come out with exceptional results. She originally wanted to relax during the 30-year anniversary celebration and come back to see President Dawson along the way. However, even this chance was denied. It was President Dawson's idea. Assistant Mark thought that the young madam's idea probably also represented President Dawson. I don't believe it. I'm going to ask President Dawson myself. Hello? General Manager Jennifer. Don't be too impulsive. However, before Assistant Mark could finish, Jennifer had already hung up the phone. Jack was driving toward Southside when the branch company called. After a moment's thought, he put on his earphones and picked up. Hello? President Dawson. I'm Jennifer. Go on. Why did you cancel our invitations for the 30-year anniversary celebration? Why won't you let me go? Jack froze for a bit, and then he calmly said, It was the company's decision. Even if you were worried that this accident would affect the company's reputation, then don't let the others come. I still want to be there personally. I'm a longtime company employee and don't want to miss the company's 30-year anniversary celebration. So are you trying to refute the company's decision? No, I just want to personally ask a favor from President Dawson. Jennifer's voice was slightly trembling, as she sounded like she was crying. Just follow the original orders regarding this issue. I'm driving right now, that's all. Jack hung up the phone after he spoke. Jennifer was no longer in any mood to try out dresses, as she sat inside the changing room, covered her face, and cried. She thought that Chloe was the only reason why she wasn't allowed to come. Her assumptions were true. It really was Chloe's idea. After Jack ended his call with Jennifer, he immediately called Assistant Mark. What's going on with Jennifer? I don't recall giving out orders. You've grown a pretty big pair of balls these days. Did you think you could give out orders using my name? Jack coldly asked. President Dawson, you can't blame me. This was the young madam's idea. Assistant Mark explained in a hurry. Chloe? When did she give this order? Jack was a bit surprised. The young madam just called. She said that she will tell you personally, and that's why I called Director Jennifer. Okay, I got it. President Dawson, what should we do about this? Should I listen to young madam, or to you? Assistant Mark asked indecisively. Follow my wife's orders. Aye, all right. Assistant Mark let out a sigh of relief upon hearing what he said. Choosing to believe the young madam certainly turned out to be the right choice. His boss deserved a Good Husband award. On the other side of town, at the Western restaurant, after Justin finished having the meal with Gianna, it was about time to leave. Gianna waved. "Server, the bill please." "President Cooper has already paid." "You shouldn't have done that. I said that it was my treat." Gianna was a bit displeased. "I don't have the habit of letting women pay for things." "It's fine. Just leave it like this." "President Cooper, thank you for dinner. I'm very happy." Gianna smiled, picked up her bag, and left. Justin turned around and saw that Brenton and Victoria were still eating, so he walked over and sat down on an empty seat. "You two sure are laid back. The night is too long. What else should we do?" laughed Brenton. "What is Chloe up to recently?" Justin asked Victoria as he looked at her. "I don't know." Victoria looked down and replied impolitely, "Ahem. My dear Victoria's period came today. She's not in a good mood." "Get lost. You've got your period. How dare you curse me, Brenton? Do you want me to make you sleep on the floor tonight?" Don't. I was only joking, ha ha ha." Justin placed both his hands on the table and looked at Victoria with bits of fascination. "Dr. Victoria, do you have any misunderstandings against me?" Victoria raised her head, wiped the corners of her mouth, and looked at him. "What do you think?" "I think you weren't like this before. What happened today?" Justin smiled helplessly. "I don't like how you pretend to be so in love when you see Chloe and worry about her so much, but then turn around to flirt with a female celebrity under your label. You've really misunderstood me. I do like Chloe, and the whole world knows that. I'm not hiding it, but I really haven't caused her any trouble. I don't even have the guts to go find her. As for Gianna, it's her birthday today. I just transferred her $1 million to her account as a birthday present. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's an employee benefit." "Yeah, Victoria. Justin isn't like that. He can be an ass, but you really wronged him this time. So, now can you tell me what Chloe's been up to lately?" Justin looked at Victoria with puppy dog eyes. Why else would he lower his voice and suppress his anger in front of a little girl, if not for finding out news about Chloe? "Oh, she is very busy lately, because she is about to be promoted to be a doctor." "Doctor?" Both Brenton and Justin were quite surprised. Victoria then told them about how the hospital's director and chief physicians all sent a joint request for Chloe to take the medical exam. Justin's eyes filled with admiration. That girl really is something. She always manages to achieve extraordinary things. Chloe truly is formidable. Through her own efforts, she climbed to the top, step by step. If she relied on Jack, there might not even be any trouble for her to immediately become the director of Southside. But she didn't. Yes, she could clearly get her way with her looks, but decided to rely on her talents instead. "I like Chloe because I admire her," Victoria said, generously. "This weekend is GK's 30-year anniversary party. Are you planning to go?" Brenton asked suddenly as he looked at Justin. "I have to remind you that the Dawson couple tends to show off their loving relationship, so you better think about it." Brenton felt quite bad for Justin. Last time on the cruise, Justin's heart was basically crushed into bits and pieces. He would never fully heal. If he went to their party this time, then who was to say how they would torture him? "Go!" "I definitely have to go," Justin laughed carelessly. "Haven't you had enough of the emotional abuse?" "So what? I have to go. Not only will I go, but I will also make everyone remember me." Are you going to confess your love to her on stage?" "Don't do that. Chloe would be forced into a difficult situation." "Of course not. I don't want to cause her any trouble, and I don't want to see her judged by others either." Justin stood up after he spoke. "Okay, I'll leave you lovebirds to yourselves. I'm going to get Max to come out and drink with me." Southside Recuperation Center. Jack arrived on time to pick up Chloe, and after she changed her clothes, she came out with her bag in hand. She immediately saw his Maybach parked outside. "You're On time. Chloe smiled. Where should we go for dinner? Or should we make food at home? Jack gently asked. Let's go back to the old house. Mom just phoned to tell me that Thomas came back, so she wants us to come back as well. She made quite a lot of food. Okay. Jack nodded, and then he drove towards the old house. Along the way, he asked with a smile on her face. Huh? What's that vinegary smell? Chloe didn't realize what he meant. She sniffed around and asked, with a confused expression on her face. I don't smell anything. Are you sure you're smelling it? I am. There's a strong sour scent. I think someone spilled an entire bucket of vinegar. Mr. Dawson, I think your tongue is in your cheek. Chloe originally thought that he was being serious, but when she heard this, she realized that he was playing with her. Mrs. Dawson, you're very formidable. You've killed your romantic rival before she could even appear. Mr. Dawson, you're talking about other city. Oh, I meant to discuss this with you. The accident only happened a short while ago. They would only attract reporters' random attacks and denunciations if they came. It would affect our company. Plus, they are still dealing with the aftermath. It would be better to be more low-key. You're right, Jack smiled. I'm being serious. I never said that you weren't. Jack couldn't help but laugh. Hey, fine. I'll just be more straightforward. I really don't like Jennifer. I just didn't want her to come. I understand. Everything will go according to your orders. Jack completely agreed with Chloe's decision. Then would you think that I'm being silly? It's a good thing that you're jealous. It means that you feel a sense of crisis, which means that you care about me. I'm relieved at your mindfulness. Chloe pulled over Jack's face and kissed him after she spoke. It was nearly 7:30 p.m. when the two of them arrived at the old house. Sandra prepared a table full of aromatic dishes. Thomas was busy with his mother in the kitchen, helping her here and there. However, they didn't see Amelia around. Sis, brother-in-law, Thomas welcomed them with smiles when he saw them come in. Huh. Where's your little girlfriend? Chloe asked with a smile. Oh, her classmates are getting together today, so she didn't come. You guys are back? Let's eat now. Okay. Jack and Chloe sat by the table after they washed their hands. The old house's lighting wasn't very bright, but the dim yellow light seemed especially cozy. Even though Sandra didn't say anything, she placed food into Jack's bowl twice. The pork hock is good, it's very fresh, have more of it. Thanks, Auntie. The pork hock my mom made is just as good as Dummy's pork feet we had the other day. Ha ha. Have some more. Chloe kept putting food in Jack's bowl. Auntie, I wanted to talk to you about something, Jack suddenly said to Sandra as he looked at her. What is it? Sandra stopped for a second. Both Thomas and Chloe looked at Jack at the same time as well. No one knew what he was about to say. Auntie, I've been eating with several government officials recently, and I found out that your place here is going to be demolished soon. This entire area is being knocked down so that they can further develop the city. Therefore, it doesn't matter if the government plans to build cheap housing or to sell to other real estate developers, this place is unsalvageable. This request has already been approved, and you should receive a notice around New Year's, so in no more than 2 months. That soon? Thomas was a bit surprised. Chloe was a bit surprised as well, as Jack never told her about this. Sandra seemed calmer than expected. I already know, so I've been prepared for it. I already predicted that this would come when the Green Corporation wanted to demolish this house. We will lose this piece of land sooner or later. Your Auntie William has relatives at the demolition office, and they've also said that a new community will be built here, so it's only a matter of time that these old houses of ours will be torn down. Mom! Chloe really wanted to comfort her mother, but she didn't know what to say. Just then, Jack added, So I found you and Thomas a new place to live. It's a building under GK on the Southside New Developments. It isn't very far from where Chloe works, and it's a good place for retirement, since I know you don't like living in downtown. The overall environment and air there is great, and the building is high-end, so it's very safe and you can enjoy it. You won't have to worry about Thomas, though. This is your retirement home, and when Thomas gets married later on, I'll buy him a new place to live. After Jack finished speaking, he placed a few sets of keys on the table. Auntie, I'm very sorry that I made this decision before getting your approval first. It's building number 2 at Sky Blessing Court, located in the new residential area on the south side of town. It has a loft-style layout and is 220 square meters in total. It has already been renovated, and I've prepared everything, so all you guys need to do is move in. And, considering that you like to plant vegetables, I've already reserved a small garden for you in advance. Considering your age, I think the loft-style townhouse suits you very well, and the two of us would be able to visit you guys often. Sky Blessing Court. I know that community. Aren't prices already as high as $25,000 per square meter? Brother-in-law, I can't believe you bought us a 220 square meter townhouse just like that. You sure are capricious. Honey, how come I didn't know about this? Chloe was extremely moved. Jack quietly did all of this without saying anything to her. This truly was a surprise. Chloe looked at her mother worriedly, and originally thought that, given her temper, she would refuse. To Chloe's surprise, however, her mother picked up the keys and said, "Sounds good. I can't stay here anymore. I have to move away sooner or later. If I'm closer to Chloe, then I can help you take care of your child in the future." "Mom, are you agreeing to this?" Thomas asked with bits of excitement. "Why are you still asking? Mom just agreed. We'll have a new place to live in the future." "Thanks, Auntie." Jack finally felt relieved, glad that Chloe's mother didn't refuse. "I should thank you instead. You're very considerate. This place must be very expensive." "It wasn't. It's built by our company anyways." Jack smiled and replied, "Mom, when are you moving? Save me a room, that way I can head over for food and stay overnight when I'm free in the future." Chloe hugged her mother's shoulders like a little child. The entire family was all very happy. Before they left, Jack took out an invitation. "Auntie, this is an invitation to our 30-year anniversary party. You and Thomas must come, and you can invite some of your friends along as well. There will be an opera performance." "That's wonderful, and a famous opera artist will be there as well. Your Auntie William and the others love her." Chloe's mother held the invitations with great excitement. At the same time, she truly approved of Jack. He, indeed, was too caring and considerate. He pleased them so all because he loved Chloe. It was indeed, "Love me, then love my family." On the way back, Jack suddenly said, "Honey, should we get my brother-in-law a new car? The Chevrolet looks a bit cheap." "You're crazy. He's still a child and shouldn't be so flashy." Ever since Liam beat Thomas up last time, she became more worried than ever that something might happen to Thomas. So, of course, she wasn't about to let Jack buy him a better car. But he is now my brother-in-law. Everyone knows that. "So what? You can't get him a new car. We'll discuss this again after he graduates." "Okay, you're the boss." Jack didn't say anything else when he saw how persistent Chloe was. The two of them went home together. The next morning, Chloe and Department Director Nina went to Cody's home to give him a comprehensive checkup. Ever since Livy magazine was released, Cody drew in fans by the millions. He became the hottest domestic idol with endless film and advertisement deals coming to his doorstep. However, Chloe refused to let him have such a heavy workload and arranged for the company to carefully select scripts for him. The company also selected advertisements with the best products for him to appear in. Therefore, even though Cody had plenty of work, he wasn't so heavily burdened. After Department Director Nina conducted all sorts of checkups on Cody, she nodded at Chloe. "He's been recovering well, much better than expected." "Have you been exercising lately?" "Yeah, I run every morning. Speaking of which, your husband really is generous. The scenery of that house he gave me to live in is beautiful. There are lakes all around, and barely any people live there, so I feel like my privacy is greatly protected." "Then keep it up. Exercise is good for you." Chloe smiled. Sister Chloe, you're coming to the 30-year anniversary celebration, right? Of course. I told President Dawson that I wanted to sing a duet with you, but he refused. He said that your voice was too beautiful, so he was afraid that people wouldn't be able to handle it. Chloe immediately dripped in sweat. He really said that? Yeah, so I'm very curious. How beautiful is your voice? Can you show me? I can't. Chloe knew that Mr. Dawson was just mocking her. Others asked for money to sing, but her singing was more like asking for one's life. So many people are performing during the party. Aren't you guys going to perform anything as a couple? I don't know yet. We'll have to see what happens. On the way back, Director Nina sat in the passenger seat of Chloe's car and said profoundly, I hear that you will give Director Richard your final answer today. Yeah. I really do hope that you could come to neurology. It's been so long since I've seen a child as brilliant as you are. Director Nina spoke earnestly. Director Richard will announce my choice later, but I'm not even sure that I can pass the exams. You'll definitely pass. Director Nina had full faith in Chloe. When they returned to South Side, they began to get busy with work. At lunchtime, Head nurse, let's go eat. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria. You guys go first, there are still some documents that I have to take care of. Chloe looked down and continued to work. She was so focused that she didn't even hear someone come in. Hello, Dr. Green? Someone suddenly knocked her desk. Chloe was instantly frightened upon hearing this voice. After she realized that it was Justin, she cursed. Did you want to scare me to death? Who told you to work so hard? I can't believe you didn't even hear me knock. Why are you here? Chloe felt speechless, seeing Justin at Southside at noon. Dr. Green, I need a checkup. For what? ED? Chloe was angry. It was Justin's fault for scaring her earlier, so she immediately took her revenge. Justin, I suggest you go to the Reproductive Health Center for this illness. We can't fix it here. You damned girl. Are you in pain if you don't insult me for one day? Justin felt speechless as well. Why would you scare me like that? You could have given me a heart attack. Okay, fine then. I apologize, okay? Chloe ignored him and continued organizing documents. Dr. Green, I really need to see a doctor. My right wrist has been hurting. Then you should go to a professional orthopedics clinic. We're a recuperation center that serves recovering patients. I know, but we know each other. Please? Upon seeing how sincere Justin was, Chloe finally had no choice but to put down the documents in her hands. Come with me. Justin smiled as he got up and followed Chloe. After all, Chloe wasn't a doctor, so she took Justin to the ortho department. All the other doctors went to lunch but one, who was still in the office. Doctor, could you please take a look at my friend? He said that his right wrist hurts. 10 minutes later, they walked out of the office together. Did you hear what the doctor said? He says that you're suffering from carpal tunnel. You use your computer mouse for long periods of time, injuring your wrist muscles. Yeah. Justin nodded and followed Chloe. Good. Then remember to get some pain-relieving patches. I'm going to lunch now. I'm starving. I haven't eaten yet either, Justin said, looking as if he had been wronged. I'm going to our hospital cafeteria. Are you sure you want to come with? Upon hearing this, Justin thought back at the time when he and Max ate with Chloe at the cafeteria. The black fungus and cabbage dish was disgusting beyond words. However, in order to spend more time with Chloe, he still nodded in determination, as if he was ready to risk everything. Chloe smiled and then took Justin to the cafeteria. Today's lunch was simple. 1 meat dish, braised pork ribs, 1 veggie dish, stir-fry broccoli, and 1 beef radish soup. The cafeteria also served yellow rice. It was soft, sticky, and smelled delicious. They came late, and there weren't a lot of people left. Not many recognized Justin, since he purposely lowered his head. Then, he sat down with Chloe in a corner. After taking the first bite, Justin was surprised. The rice tastes so much better. Did the kitchen get a new rice cooker? Chloe smiled, but didn't say anything. Justin then tried out the braised ribs, and his jaw almost fell off from shock. Why does this taste so good? Is something wrong with my taste buds? Justin looked at Chloe. Nope, our hospital got a new chef team. They should have done that a long time ago. This is a night and day difference compared to that old chef. Dogs won't even eat the food he made. The new chef's cooking skills are great, comparable to a hotel chef. Chloe smiled, but didn't say anything else. The truth was, Deputy Director Jat's relatives used to monopolize the hospital cafeteria, and no one had a choice. However, the hospital took control over the cafeteria back after he was fired, and the new deputy director was very good at his job. He put the hospital back in order, and ever since the cafeteria food tasted better, people became happier. Justin doesn't eat a lot and usually felt full after a bowl of rice. However, to stall time, he purposely mumbled to Chloe, "Get me some more rice. I'm not full yet." "How big is your stomach? Are you doing this on purpose? Because we're using my food card? Are you trying to rip me off?" Haha. Don't be so stingy. I can give you cash. No thanks. Seriously, add me on Snap. I'll send you a red packet. Not necessary. Chloe didn't fall into his trap and got up to get him some more rice. After they finished lunch, the two of them slowly walked out of the cafeteria. Chloe, what? I heard that you're taking the medical exam soon. If you pass it, you'll become a doctor. Your news is sure, up to date. Chloe smiled. She assumed that Victoria and Brenton must have told him. I hope everything goes your way. I hope so too. I'll try my best. Justin was in a good mood when he left Southside. He drove all the way back to his company. Chloe was busy all afternoon, and towards the end of the day, the clinic telephone suddenly began to ring. Hello? Chloe, have you made your decision yet? Director Richard's slightly aging voice sounded from the other end. I have. Which department have you chosen? The truth was, Director Richard had been looking forward to hearing Chloe's choice. Neurology. Haha, great job. I was right about you. Director Nina will be so happy that she won't even be able to fall asleep tonight. Elated, Director Richard laughed aloud. I made the choice on my own, but there's so much about neurology that I'm not familiar with, so I might not be able to pass the test. If I end up disappointing you, please don't yell at me. We've all seen your potential, and I know you can do it. I will arrange for you to take the test as soon as possible. Director Richard, what is it? Chloe suddenly said as he was about to hang up. How's Lisa doing in Seattle? Not bad. She's still adjusting, but don't worry. She's with her parents. What about her baby? Mila's a great girl. She's really healthy, Director Richard said affectionately. That's amazing. I fired Simon. Because of that, he came to cause a scene at the hospital and trashed hospital administration on online forums. I think he's acting a little extreme. You should stay away from him. Okay, I will. Good, that's it then. After her phone call with Director Richard, Chloe felt like her skies cleared up. In the end, Chloe decided to follow her heart. Jack was right. She was bound to pick neurology. If Lisa heard about this news, she would probably be even happier than she was. Neurology and psychology were similar in many ways. In the future, she could direct any questions at Dr. Victoria, couldn't she? Haha. As she thought about this happily, Chloe left Southside. Tomorrow was GK's 30-year anniversary party. Therefore, everyone at the headquarters was working overtime. Chloe ordered a bunch of food and drinks for GK's employees. She also bought some vegetable congee for Jack. Outside the president's office. Young madam, Mark greeted her. President Dawson's in there? Yeah, he is, but Annie is in there as well. Chloe nodded. Then, she pushed open the door and went in with the bento box. President Dawson, time to take a rest. Here's your snack. Chloe put the bento box on Jack's desk. Annie was sitting on the couch. Her hair waved down in curls. Her lips were ruby red, and she was wearing a short skirt that exposed her pearly legs. All in all, She was very ostentatious. "What's going on?" Chloe asked with a smile after glancing at Annie and then back at Jack. "Honey? Perfect timing? Can you talk to her? I'm busy and don't have time to deal with her." Then, Jack continued talking on the phone, reconfirming the location for tomorrow and tonight's rehearsal. There were also celebrities that came from out of town, and Jack needed to arrange hotel rooms for them. He was busy as a bee. "As you can see, President Dawson is busy. You can talk to me." "Young madam, can you make decisions on behalf of the president?" Annie looked at Chloe in disdain. "If you don't trust me, then you can leave. There's nothing much we can talk about." "Here's the thing. Why do I have to sing along with 3 other people at tomorrow's party? There's not much lyrics to a song to begin with. And now I have to share it with 3 other people? Are you kidding me? Tomorrow's viewership will be through the roof. And I want a solo performance to myself. Cody and Emery were both allotted solo times, so why not me? The president is treating me with bias. Annie was a troublesome woman. She always liked to pick on people and compete against others. Shouldn't she compare her popularity with other celebrities first? Oh, I see. You're unsatisfied with our arrangements. I'm extremely unsatisfied. Do GK's employees not know how to handle things? I am Annie, and I've won Best Actress awards. Why should I sing with second-rate celebrities? Not only is it degrading, but it's also super embarrassing. If that's the case, I'd rather not show my face," Annie said arrogantly. She started acting coyishly with Jack as soon as she came into the president's office. However, to her dismay, Jack picked up one phone call after the other and didn't even have the time to talk to her. Therefore, she sat down on the couch and refused to leave. "Miss Annie, what did you want?" Chloe smiled as she sat down across from her. "Why are you even asking me? I want time for a solo performance, preferably between 8 and 9:30. That's when viewer ratings are highest." Annie crossed her legs and demanded arrogantly. Chloe smiled upon hearing this, but she didn't say anything. "What are you smiling at?" Annie asked in an unfriendly tone. "On Weibo, Cody has 40 million followers. Emery has 55 million followers. And Miss Annie, I think you only have 7 million followers." Annie immediately looked at Chloe scornfully. "They bought zombie fans. My fans are real people. Calm down, let me finish. Within 24 hours, Cody's posts are shared 100,000 times, and he gets 180,000 likes and 90,000 comments. Emery posts are shared 170,000 times, and she gets 210,000 likes and 110,000 comments. Miss Annie, you, on the other hand, you say that your 7 million followers are real, but within 24 hours, your posts are only shared 5,000 times, and you only get 20,000 likes and 2,000 comments." Perhaps Chloe's exposition of Annie embarrassed her. She looked down to play with her nails. Then, she said in contempt, "That doesn't mean anything. Weibo's data is controlled by fake netizens. Anything, including the number of concert attendees, album sales, and movie box office grosses, can all be falsified. But company profits cannot be faked." I took a look at the finance department's report. During the 1 month since Emery signed with GK, she's accepted 3 movies, 7 advertisements, and a spy drama. The spy drama offered her $4 million per episode, with a total of 50 episodes. Cody has accepted 7 movies, 3 advertisements, 1 app advertisement, and 7 musical festivals. As for you, due to your scandal, since you signed with us, no one has offered you any contracts. You were offered 2 TV shows, but they only offered you $100,000 per episode, and because it wasn't suited to your high status, GK didn't accept it. That means, since the 3 of you signed with GK, you've made less than 0.2% of the amount Emery and Cody made. GK is a business that is driven by profit. We're not a charity. Therefore, the company values numbers and data. Ever since your scandal broke out, GK has been working hard to mend your reputation. You don't have to thank us for it, but is it really okay for you to ignore company arrangements and demand to show your face during GK's 30-year anniversary party, trouble President Dawson, and compete with other celebrities? Annie thought that although Chloe was President Dawson's wife, she was just a little nurse who worked at a hospital. Aside from utilizing the president's love for her to wreak havoc, she didn't know much else. Therefore, she looked down on her. To her surprise, however, Chloe began talking numbers with her. After what she said, Annie felt speechless and ashamed. According to your contract, your scandal has already affected GK, and we have all the right and reason to bury you. You may say that GK might lose money if we do so, since we did spend a lot of money bringing you on board. But let me tell you, GK does not lack capital, and we don't care about your signing bonus. President Dawson is a fair man who is willing to give everyone a shot at fame. He didn't want to end your career as a celebrity, so you should thank him rather than take advantage of his kindness. Nothing comes of threatening your boss, seriously. You should think about it. As for your request to appear during the golden hours of television, I can tell you right now, don't even think about it. The program's already set, so you only have 3 choices. You can sing with the others, or you can refuse, and we'll find someone else to replace you. Of course, your last option is to run back to Imperial Star, but I do hope that President Cooper is willing to pay the $180 million in penalty fees for you. After she finished, Chloe got up and walked to Jack, ignoring her presence. Annie's face turned pale white. Chloe's words were exactly what she was afraid of. Originally, she wanted to take this opportunity to scare her boss, threatening Jack that she'll go back to Imperial Star. However, she knew that President Cooper would never pay a penalty fee that high. After all, she wasn't worth that much. She had originally wanted to cozy up to President Dawson and ask him to give her a chance to perform alone during the golden hours of television. However, she was unlucky enough to bump into Mrs. Dawson, who made herself very clear. She had the choice between being buried or singing with the others. Annie thought about it. Then, she stood up and said, "President and Mrs. Dawson, I'm willing to listen to the company's arrangements. Thank you, Mrs. Dawson, for telling me all that. Go home. Remember to show up at the hotel on time tomorrow." Chloe smiled. After Annie left, Jack looked up and smiled at Chloe. "Honey, why did you say all that to her? We should have just banned and buried her. I forgive and forget. Am I right? Plus, when Imperial Star's celebrities all betrayed us and our company sank into crisis, Annie still stayed with us, right? That's because she's the only one who signed a contract and didn't have the guts to run away since she couldn't afford the penalty fees. She's no more than a chess piece that Justin threw away. Even so, I'm still happy that she didn't add salt when the situation wasn't looking good for us. Although she doesn't think before she speaks, that's a good thing. She's much better than people who act all nice, but are secretly calculating women. I'd be willing to help her rise to fame. Since when did my wife begin involving herself in company politics? Jack put down the documents in her hands and couldn't help but smile. You're working too hard, so I thought I'd help you out. If you don't want me to, I don't have to. That's not what I meant. My wife is so smart, I need your help. Jack had been busy for almost 15 days, preparing for GK's 30-year anniversary. Today was the last day. Everyone at the headquarters was working overtime for the party tomorrow. Honey, I need to have dinner with a couple of old generation performance artists who came from out of town. They didn't come for the money and agreed, because I sincerely invited them. These are all respectable performance artists, but aside from them, there's also going to be government officials. So it's technically a business dinner. Did you want to come with me? No, I don't like business dinners, you know that. Okay, if you're hungry, ask Mark to buy some food for you, or you can get some yourself. Okay. Just then, Mark knocked on the door and came in. Sir, it's time. Dinner's starting soon. Okay. Jack got up and kissed Chloe on the cheek. Then, he headed out to his business dinner. Chloe originally wanted to enjoy dinner with her husband, but it seems like she had to eat alone. Mrs. Dawson, what do you want to eat? I can order food for you or pick some up. No, it's fine. Let the finance department know and buy some midnight snacks for employees who are working into the night. I'll go out to eat. Okay, Mrs. Dawson. Chloe then went downstairs and sent Sarah a message. However, This chick told Chloe that she was getting her hair done. Come on, tomorrow was GK's 30-year anniversary. Why was she so excited about it? She then messages Thomas, but Amelia replied and told her that he was playing basketball at school. Chloe's last hope was Victoria. However, after she sent her a message, Brenton replied and told her that she wasn't awake yet. It's 6 p.m. and she's not up? How much sex were they having? Chloe was speechless. Finally, she drove around downtown but didn't see anything she wanted to eat. Seafood, Japanese, Thai, hot pot, barbecue. She wasn't interested in anything. In the end, she drove to the front entrance of Second High School. It was night prep time, and one by one, students strolled into the school. She saw that some of the girls in uniforms were carrying milk tea in their hands. There were also boys who carried basketballs or books. Chloe's childhood memories were triggered instantly. It wasn't until the students all went in did she drive to the back entrance of Second High. Ashin's Ramen. This small ramen shop's simple and delicious ramen always left Chloe and her belly satisfied. "Sir, can I get one large ramen? Extra beef, please. I'm starving." She wailed like a little girl as soon as she went into the shop. Right away, the owner knew Chloe really well and immediately began making ramen for her. She was rarely in such a good mood and took a selfie on her phone. It was only 6 p.m., and the sky hadn't yet darkened. The sun was setting, so the sunlight was really gentle. Chloe was wearing a coffee-colored coat, and her hair was tied up in a messy bun. She posted her photo to her friend circle, along with a sentence, "Familiar streets, familiar food." People immediately began commenting. Andrew and Justin were at a business dinner, and they sat next to each other. When Andrew looked down to play with his phone, Justin immediately moved closer to him, and as soon as he saw Chloe's photo, he couldn't help but snatch Andrew's phone away. "Hey, young Master Cooper, is that proper conduct?" Andrew helplessly smiled. That was how potent Justin was. He wouldn't give Andrew back her phone even after he saw Chloe's photo. Instead, he annoyingly commented, "I don't see smoky eyes, boo." Chloe was scrolling through the comments when she saw Andrew's comment. She jumped up in fury. "Do you want to die?" she answered aggressively. "Chloe, Justin stole my phone and commented on my behalf. That's obviously not me. It's not my style. Haha." He had a point. Only Justin was bold enough to make fun of Chloe's smoky eye makeup from last time. "You guys are together?" "Yeah, we bumped into each other at a business dinner," Andrew answered truthfully. "I see. Keep your phone safe next time. If you comment randomly again, I will block you." "Yes, princess?" After Andrew replied, he immediately placed his phone back into his pocket. "How did she react?" Justin asked annoyingly. "She almost blocked me." Andrew glanced at Justin. "Ha ha ha ha. She gets pissed off as soon as someone makes fun of her. But then she's allowed to make fun of others. You can't talk sense with Chloe, because she is the sense." "Fine. Why do you have such a sister complex?" "I don't have a sister complex. I have a woman complex, okay?" Andrew replied arrogantly. "Isn't that the same thing? Everyone in your family is weird." Justin commented, "Never in 100 years will a girl as smart as she be born into the Green family." Andrew smiled profoundly. In the end, Chloe thoroughly enjoyed a delicious bowl of ramen alone. She didn't forget to send a message to Jack. She didn't say anything and just sent him a photo. "You're at Ajin's Ramen?" Jack immediately figured it out. "Yeah. Lucky. Eat as much as you can." Jack sent her a smiley face. He took the little free time he had to secretly message Chloe. The government officials and the performance artists were like old friends, although it was the first time they met. He didn't have much to say to them, but because of his status, people came up to toast him once in a while. Usually, he wouldn't have to drink, but since they came all the way here for GK's 30-year anniversary, Jack had no choice. Therefore, he soon became somewhat tipsy. Chloe didn't go straight home after she had dinner. The people at the company were still working, so she decided to drive back to GK. She wanted to go home with Jack. Mark and the others were drowning in work. Chloe was pulled in to sign a bunch of documents in lieu of Jack. She looked at the time. It was almost 9 p.m. Sleepy, Chloe fell asleep on the couch. She hazily felt like someone was touching her lips. In the beginning, she thought she was dreaming. However, the dream felt too real. Terrified, she opened her eyes to see Jack's face, inches away from her own. His face was still drop-dead gorgeous like always, but today, he reeked of alcohol. "When did you get back? You scared me." "Just now. Are you drunk?" "No." "Don't try to trick me. Drunk people always say that they're not drunk." "How did you get back here? Did you drink and drive?" Chloe was a little surprised. "A driver from the company picked me up." "That's good." "Let's go. You're drunk. You won't be able to work anyways. Let's go home." Then, Chloe held his hand in hers and began dragging him out. However, they only took a few steps before Jack suddenly stopped in his tracks and pulled Chloe back. He pulled Chloe into his embrace, and under the watchful eyes of countless employees, he kissed her hard on the lips. Chloe was petrified to the spot. If she remembered right, there were probably dozens of people working overtime today. GK's busy employees were first shocked and then proceeded to applaud loudly. They all admired their president's courage. Cody had just finished with rehearsals and reported back to the company when he saw this sweet scene. He immediately covered his eyes. "This is unsuitable for children." "What's going on? Is President and Mrs. Dawson going to perform kissing tomorrow?" Cody's manager, Beth, was dumbfounded as well. Chloe almost went crazy when Jack kissed her in front GK's employees. However, Jack was incredibly persistent and didn't allow her to refuse. She could only pander to him. Finally, after a minute, Jack slowly let her go. "Is my wife pretty?" he seemed to be asking everyone. "Yes, she is," the employees answered. "Mrs. Dawson is exceedingly beautiful." Mark immediately kissed the president's ass. "My wife is the best woman in this world." "That's right, sir. You're always right." "My wife—" Jack wanted to say more, but Chloe covered his mouth. She smiled apologetically at the staff. "Thank you for the hard work, everyone. We're going to leave now. President Dawson's drunk. Mrs. Dawson, let me drive you home." "No, it's okay. There's still a lot to do here. You should stay. I can drive." Chloe dragged Jack all the way downstairs. "Sister Chloe, your husband seems to be a little out of control," Cody said. "I don't want to talk about it. I'll deal with him when we get home. Go home, don't be late tomorrow, or else I'm going to kill you." "I promise to be punctual." President Dawson and Mrs. Dawson can be really childish sometimes. Although they're both calm and controlled, they're still in their 20s. "They can be really funny sometimes," Beth exclaimed. "Yeah, but they look so great together. I always thought that they were perfect for each other. A perfect couple." Beth smiled. After they arrived downstairs, Chloe dragged Jack onto the passenger seat and got onto the driver's seat herself. "Honey, I'm thirsty. Here you go." Chloe passed him a bottle of Evian. "Honey, I'm hungry. I'll make you some noodles after we get home." "Honey, I want you." Chloe was speechless. "I really can't help you with that. It's not like we can have car sex," Chloe answered quietly. "Honey, I think you're thinking too much. I said that I wanted you to drive to South Hill Manor so we can stay at our castle." Jack, half drunk and half sober, opened his eyes to look at Chloe. She looked really cool, driving with such a serious expression. She even had the guts to drive his Maybach up to 80 kilometers an hour. "Fine, let's go back to South Hill Manor." Chloe decided not to get mad at Jack, who was drunk. He had an IQ of a child right now. She thought there wouldn't be any traffic police at this hour, but sadly, before she drove up onto the overpass, she was pulled over. A young cop heartlessly flagged her down and gestured for her to stop. "Damn it. I can't believe they would flag me. I was only a little over the speed limit." Chloe was a law-abiding citizen and never ran a red light without reason. She would never drive in the wrong direction, or even forcefully switch lanes like a hooligan. Today was an absolute exception. Mr. Dawson was drunk, and that was the only reason why she was speeding, just a tiny bit. DUI check. Okay. Chloe cooperated and blew into the breathalyzer. Then, the machine showed that there was an excessive amount of alcohol in her body. Come out. I'm giving you a DUI ticket. DUI? Are you kidding me? My husband is drunk and I'm driving. You drank as well, right? No, not even a drop. Chloe had ramen and a bottle of water for dinner. She had absolutely zero alcohol. But the breath analyzer shows that you're driving under influence. That's not possible. Your machine is broken. The cop was dumbfounded by how bold and righteous Chloe was being, so he turned around and waved his hand. A colleague walked up. Give me your breathalyzer. Then, she breathed into another breathalyzer. How's that possible? Chloe was flabbergasted. Just then, she suddenly remembered something important. Although she didn't drink, but before they left the company, Jack forcibly made out with Chloe. Was it because the alcohol in his mouth was still in her breath and so... Seriously? How did she forget something like that? She wanted to explain, but felt embarrassed. License and registration. Chloe obediently passed the cop her driver's license. Just then, the other cop glanced at the Maybach's license plate and carefully pulled the other cop off to the side. We can't pull over this car. It belongs to someone important, and we can't afford to piss them off. It's the only Maybach in the city with the top configuration. Even the bureau director can't stand to offend them. The cop was immediately dumbfounded. This is a Maybach? What did you think it was? I thought it was a brand under Volkswagen. I was just wondering why the logo was upside down. The little cop felt like crying. So, officers, can we go now? Chloe smiled as she asked them. Yes, I'm sorry. We made a mistake. Sorry for any inconvenience we may have caused. The other cop was more prudent. It's okay. Chloe smiled elegantly. Then, she took back her license and got onto her car. At this moment, Mr. Dawson was sleeping like a baby on the passenger seat. You keep saying that I lose control when I drink, but you're no better. Then, Chloe started the car and drove all the way back to their castle on South Hill. Young master, young madam. Uncle George immediately came out to greet them when he saw their car driving up. Uncle George, he's drunk. Can you make him some hangover soup? Will do, young madam. Chloe put Jack's arm around her shoulder and helped him up to their bedroom with great difficulty. Then, she helped him change, shower, and pulled him onto their bed. Get up, have some hangover soup. Jack woke up in a daze and sipped at the bowl of soup in Chloe's hand. Then, he lied down and went back to sleep. He had a little bit too much to drink tonight. Alcohol made people excited and always magnified everything. Even an aloof person like Jack would do something as excessive as sticking his tongue into Chloe's mouth in front of all those people. Thank God they were at the company. If they were on the streets, who knows what would happen if photos were leaked. Late at night, Chloe took a hot shower and climbed into bed. She had a long day. She went from Southside to GK, GK to Second High for ramen, and then back to GK. Her legs were sore. She picked up a bottle of lotion and began rubbing it onto herself. Suddenly, Jack began mumbling, but she didn't know what he was talking about. She lowered her body next to his mouth and listened intently. He said, "Please don't break up with me. Please. Let's go to the States and be with each other for the rest of our lives." Chloe felt heartbroken upon hearing what he said. 7 years ago, after Uncle James died, she went back on her promise to go abroad with Jack. At their graduation ceremony, she publicly denied her relationship with him and one-sidedly announced that they had broken up. Back then, she broke Jack's heart. However, he didn't say anything or complain and quietly left for the United States for 7 years. She thought that he lived a good life there, but now that she thought about it, he must have felt so insecure for those 7 years. He missed her. Constantly. However, he wanted to win the bet with his father, but at the same time, worried that she might marry someone else. He was by himself, but he had to endure double the misery. No matter how powerful he was, Jack was still a man whose heart could be broken, a man who cried. The only thing that ever made him sad was Chloe going back on her words 7 years ago and breaking up with him. Honey, I'm sorry. I promise to be a good wife in the future and make up for the 7 years we already lost. Then, Chloe gently kissed him on the forehead. That night was slightly cold. Neon lights flashed outside the South Hill Manor, and the colorful fountain flowed quietly. In this castle that belonged to the prince and the princess existed a story of a pair of young lovers who had been in love with each other for a long time and planned to spend the rest of their lives together. The next morning, Jack's head hurt when he woke up. Chloe passed him a glass. "Drink this. It's my own hangover elixir. I promise it's strong." "Honey, how drunk was I last night?" "You weren't too bad. All you did was stick your tongue in my mouth in front of a few dozen GK employees." "Jack?" He looked like he had been electrified. "What else did I do?" "Well, you also ran naked on the streets. I couldn't even stop you," Chloe said slowly. Jack's glass-holding hand trembled. His expression was as funny as could be. Chloe couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha. I can't believe one day I'd see you so scared. You're always so arrogant. I thought you weren't afraid of anything." "Did I really?" Jack didn't want to think about the fact that he might have run around naked. "Of course you didn't. You're my husband. I would never let others see your body. But I am officially telling you, you can't drink that much again. I'm not the only one who loses control when drunk." "Okay, deal." Jack smiled and gulped down Chloe's hangover drink. Then, the two of them went downstairs for breakfast. "Sir, young madam, someone from the company just dropped off your outfits for today. The stylists are waiting in the dressing room." "I got it." Chloe nodded. After breakfast, they changed and began applying makeup. Beginning at 9 a.m. was the company's red carpet event. The performances would start at 11 a.m. and last until 3 p.m. Then, there would be fireworks. All in all, GK used a day's time to show how important its 30-year anniversary was. At 8:55 a.m., Jack and Chloe arrived outside the hotel. The hotel they held the party at was swarmed with mountains of reporters. Jack was wearing a black suit, and Chloe was wearing a white, off-shoulder fishtail gown. She had a corsage on her wrist and looked incredibly elegant. People began shrieking in excitement upon seeing the two of them. The media outlets all fought to report what was happening. "Ladies and gentlemen in front of the television, I am currently outside the Ritz-Carlton, where GK's red carpet event is being held. The anniversary party is starting soon, and GK's president Jack and his wife Chloe had just arrived. Let us now take a look at the scene." Jack and Chloe locked hands as they slowly walked down the red carpet. They stopped in the center and allowed for media outlets to take photos and film them. They then took pens from an event hostess and elegantly signed on the signature board. Chloe's signature was graceful. She didn't use pretentious cursive, nor did she use clerical script to show off. She wrote Chloe on the board, but her script was neat, and her style was elegant. Then, Jack, Chloe, and a couple of city officials banged a gong, announcing the start of today's anniversary party. All the celebrities then proceeded to walk the red carpet. After Jack left the red carpet, he immediately went to the lounge to prepare for his ice-breaking speech later. Chloe stood below the stage. Just as she was about to go rest, a swarm of reporters surrounded her. "Young madam, could you please tell us how you feel right now? I'm excited to be able to attend GK's 30-year anniversary party. My husband and I have been looking forward to it. Thank you all for your support." "Young madam, according to our sources, your relationship with your mother-in-law has gotten a lot better. Is that true?" "I'm sorry, but this topic isn't fitting for today's occasion." Chloe cleverly avoided the subject. "Young madam, there have been news going around that you're pregnant. Is that true?" "I will let everyone know if there's good news. Thank you for asking." Chloe continued to smile. "Young madam, are there any large-scale promotions for Cody and Emery in the third and fourth quarter?" "They've currently each accepted a few movies, and filming is underway. Please refer to official announcements for most recent updates. Thank you. Young madam, there's rumors of a third person intervening in your relationship. Is it a he or a she? Our relationship is very stable. There's no third person. Young madam, has the incident in other city been well taken care of? I heard that the victims' families are not satisfied with the compensation and are preparing for a lawsuit. There's a professional legal team in other city dealing with this matter. I believe in our country's legal system and will do as the court rules. I believe that the results will be fair for everyone. Young madam, we've heard that there's a lot of sketchy things going on at Southside Recuperation Center. Apparently the hospital doesn't do surgery without a payment first and disregards the lives of patients. Do you have any comments to that? A couple of reporters were locked and loaded, constantly asking vicious Chloe questions that were really hard to answer. The truth was, Chloe didn't have to answer all the questions, but she didn't avoid them and truly welcomed all interrogation. This is a simple answer. This entire country is like this. In the past, we've encountered instances where patients received surgery before they paid for the fees. But in the end, the doctors and nurses involved were forced to pay for all surgical fees. I really think this depends on the point of view you're standing from. If a patient is really short in cash, Southside's Huo Foundation will help those in need. If a patient is just looking for loopholes to take advantage of, then I'm sorry. The medical professionals at Southside may be angels in white, but we're not a charity and don't have the ability to pay off all those unpaid fees. Each one of Chloe's answers was meticulous and foolproof. She faced all sorts of questions that the reporters threw at her alone. Some of the questions were really sensitive and unkind. However, she didn't get angry and patiently answered them, one by one. She left a good impression on all the media outlets. After the interview, Chloe asked the GK team to hand out some drinks and desserts to the media, further winning their applause. It's a shame that my sister didn't go into business, but instead wants to become a doctor, or else she has the potential to become the ultimate business queen. Not far from the hotel, Andrew sat in an RV as she watched the live stream and exclaimed with a smile on his face. After her interview, Chloe walked into the hotel and saw a bunch of guests arrive. "Hey girl," upon hearing someone call her, she tilted her head to see Sarah in a pink cocktail dress. Instead of her usual heavy makeup, her makeup was really cute and pretty. Noah stood beside her, in a navy blue suit. Their outfits matched perfectly. "Did you guys spend the night together? What's with the tacit agreement?" "Pfft, I can't believe you still have the time to make fun of us today. It doesn't match your status as the young madam, okay?" Sarah laughed lightly. "You guys should head in and sit down. Your seats are on the front balcony, so you'll be able to see everything." "Perfect. Thanks, girl, Mua." Sarah pinched Chloe's face. Then she put her arm around Noah's, and the two of them walked in. As they turned a corner, they saw someone they didn't want to. Julie. They were shocked to see her. Most importantly, she was wearing the same colored cocktail dress as Sarah, but the style was different. Holy F. How unlucky am I to clash outfits with her? Sarah cursed in her head. A young man stood beside Julie, seemingly a second-generation heir. Noah heard that she later seduced a rich man and was close to getting engaged. However, he never expected to bump into them at an event like this. What an unavoidable confrontation. "Hey, what a coincidence," Julie greeted them. "Julie, are they your friends?" that man asked Julie as he looked at her. "Oh, no, he's just a colleague from the bureau." Julie immediately denied having any former relationships with Noah. What a calculating and manipulative woman. Sarah, on the other hand, didn't care about all that and said, "Honey, what a coincidence that we ran into your ex-girlfriend here." Ex-girlfriend? That man was a little surprised. Julie's expression changed, and she immediately explained, "Our parents tried to set us up, but it didn't work out." Then, Julie glanced at Sarah and teased, "What a coincidence, our dresses are the same color. However, mine is the newest fall line from Europe. And yours was from early spring. You're 2 seasons behind. Yeah, with my salary, I can only afford an older design. I'm nothing compared to you, Miss Julie. You get new rich boyfriends faster than we change out of clothes. And since there are always rich men lining up for you, of course you have a lot of money. So I wouldn't be surprised even if you come here wearing a global limited edition dress. Julie was immediately infuriated by what Sarah said. Haha. I'm kidding. Don't take it so seriously. Enough with the small talk now. We're going in to watch the performances now. Then, Sarah intimately put her arm around Noah, and they walked in. Honey, don't listen to that woman spit out nonsense. She's jealous that our dresses clashed, and she doesn't look as good as I do. Upon seeing Noah and Sarah go in, Julie immediately explained to her boyfriend. Chloe was waiting for Thomas and her mother, but they didn't show up or answer their phones. Just then, she saw Victoria and Brenton coming up from afar. Brenton was wearing a black tailcoat, and Victoria was wearing a floor-sweeping blue gown. They both looked elegant. Behind them was Max, as well as Justin, in a white suit. Chloe. Victoria smiled as she waved her hands and walked up to Chloe. Hey guys. Chloe's greeting included everyone. You're really pretty today. Victoria grabbed Chloe's hand. So do you. Young Master Blake sure spent a lot. She's my woman. It's only natural for me to spend money on her. Brenton looked at Victoria lovingly. Although they haven't hung out in a while, just by looking at them, Chloe could tell that they've been getting along just fine. Victoria's family was of a scholarly background, and Victoria was a straight A student. The Blake family, on the other hand, was basically royalty, and Brenton was a second-generation heir. They all say that in this era, money isn't everything, but you can't do anything without it. Poor couples live in sorrow, and more often than not, married couples fight to the end of the world because they don't have enough money. However, she had never heard about married couples fighting because they had too much money, unless they got married in the first place with ulterior motives. Therefore, the notion, a happy marriage is based on money, proposed by foreign experts, had a point. I saw your exclusive interview. Your answers were awesome, very Chloe-like. Brenton gave her a thumbs up. I was just trying to get the media off my back. Don't make fun of me. Chloe, I heard that you picked neurology. Yup. That's awesome. Once this party's over, let's talk academics. Victoria was such a workaholic. No problem. I'll be waiting. You don't have to be so dedicated to your jobs. This isn't a place to talk about work. Brenton chuckled. Max pushed Justin. Come on, young Master Cooper. It's not like you see her every day. Say something. Hey! For some reason, Justin was acting really reserved. Chloe smiled and nodded at him. I think smoky eye makeup suits you better. Justin's one sentence completely ruined the overall atmosphere. Security, please ask him to leave, thanks. Everyone laughed out loud at Chloe and Justin's short exchange. Of course she wasn't actually asking for Justin to leave, but the way he talked made people crazy. Haha, Justin, you're the king of sarcasm. Max laughed until his stomach began to hurt. I was just telling the truth. I can't be fake and won't say anything toady. Telling the truth is different from not knowing how to talk. You always say stuff that invites a beating. They chit-chatted for a while before going into the ballroom. Chloe didn't see Thomas and her mother until the performances were about to start. Why were you guys so late? I don't want to talk about it. We went to pick Amelia up, but she said that she's busy and had something going on with her stomach or something. She didn't want us to take her to the hospital, so we wasted some time on the road. There was a traffic jam to here from Amelia's home. Mom, your dress is beautiful. Chloe had asked for someone to prepare a suit and gown for Thomas and her mother. Chloe, I can't believe you would pick out such a bright-colored dress for me, Sandra said, but she was still in a good mood. Chloe was originally worried that her mother would refuse to wear it, but she didn't. Sandra was wearing a classic Chinese-style, bright red velvet qipao. She looked beautiful, like royalty. No one would dare say that Sandra was just a normal citizen. Thomas, on the other hand, wore a sapphire vest, suit pants, and black leather shoes. He looked mature. "Hurry up and go in. You guys are in the second row." "Got it. Thanks, sis. Love you." Thomas and her mother went in as well. As Chloe was about to walk in, she bumped into Jack. The air conditioner in the ballroom was on high, and the first row was especially cold. Chloe couldn't help but shiver. Jack quietly took off his jacket and put it on Chloe. They held hands while watching the performance. "Honey." "Yeah? Are your parents here?" Chloe didn't see Jack's parents and couldn't help but ask. "I didn't ask them to come." "Is that okay? It's GK's 30-year anniversary. It must be important to them." Chloe was a little surprised. "My dad didn't want to come because he didn't want my mom to cause a scene, so neither of them came." "I'm sorry." Chloe felt bad and reached out to tightly grasp Jack's hand. "Why are you apologizing?" Jack looked at her tenderly. "If it weren't for me, you and your parents' relationship wouldn't be as tense, and they would have come to the 30-year anniversary party." "Don't apologize, dummy. I'm willing to endure blame from the entire world for you." Jack never thought what Chloe did was wrong. Plus, it wasn't that he treated his parents badly or was unfilial to them. Their relationship was a bit tense. That's all. His father had now understood and accepted Chloe, so he didn't want to bring upon negative news to the corporation. Peter took a plane to the United States today, and his wife wreaked havoc at home, crying and causing a disturbance. She even wanted to go to the anniversary party, but Jack arranged for his mother to be kept at home. 4 bodyguards stood outside the Dawson Manor. Mrs. Dawson yelled, bellowed, and cried like a crazy woman. But in the end, she still couldn't leave her house. This was the first anniversary party Jack oversaw since he became GK's president, and he didn't want anything to go wrong. He had seen how unreasonable his mother could be. That was why he resorted to such a subpar measure. Performances began at exactly 9:30 a.m. 2 renowned MCs walked up to the stage and began their opening dialogue. Then, dancers began dancing. The speakers in the ballroom were high-end, comparable to that of a concert. "Honey, how much did we have to pay the hotel for an event like this?" To Chloe, Ritz-Carlton had always been too expensive. The hotel environment was good. Everything was good. But even during off-seasons, standard rooms cost more than $100 per night. So many people came to GK's celebration, eating and staying here. Plus, a performance of this scale was being held in its biggest ballroom. It must have cost a fortune. "Nothing. Are they sponsoring us?" Chloe was shocked. "No, I bought this hotel." "Okay, Mr. Moneybags, you sure can do whatever you want." It was then that Chloe realized why so many company meetings were held at Ritz-Carlton. It turned out that Jack already bought the hotel, making it a subsidiary of GK. This was Chloe's first time listening to Cody sing live. He had a great voice. It wasn't a K-pop-style fast song, nor was it sung in a language that no one could understand. It was a simple folk song. Cody played a wooden guitar as he sang. The crowd went wild as soon as he came onto the stage. No wonder he was a popular idol. The song's name was Warmth. Chloe was entranced and touched by his singing. The song sounded sad. She knew that Cody had always yearned for motherly love. Emery was very talented. She danced to jazz and sang an English song, lighting up the entire ballroom. Then, a famous opera singer performed. Chloe didn't understand much, but she still listened attentively. It was a riveting rendition of Butterfly Lovers. The older city officials in the front row couldn't help but burst into applause. Chloe turned around to look at her mother, who was crying in the second row. It seems like older generations all cherished the memory of this story. During the interlude, Annie and 3 other celebrities under GK sang The Taste of Summer. Then, renowned domestic comedians performed skits. Everyone was watching attentively, and 10 national TV channels all broadcasted the event. The 16 broadcasters in the city all came to record the event live. It was unprecedented, and viewer ratings reached 29.8% halfway through the performances. This was a first in history. After all of the performances ended, the MC then proceeded to interact with the audience. Lucia knew Justin well, so she immediately passed the microphone to Justin, who was sitting in the first row. President Cooper, as the president of a competing company, would you like to give your blessing to GK? Can I sing a song? Justin slowly got up. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd went into uproar. Everyone was astonished because no one had ever heard the young Master Cooper sing. Of all the years Justin managed Imperial Star, he never sang, nor appeared in any performances. He didn't even sing at Imperial Star's anniversary celebrations. No one believed their ears when he said that he wanted to sing at an event like this. Not sure what to do, Lucia glanced over at Jack, who nodded in tacit consent. He wasn't a narrow-minded man. If Justin wanted to sing, then Jack will let him sing. What tricks could he have up his sleeve? Chloe was somewhat surprised as well. Justin wanted to sing? Why would he do that? Victoria whispered into Brenton's ear. I have a feeling that this song has something to do with Chloe. I hope not. If he's that explicit, then it'll be a hassle if the media spreads random rumors. He's crazy. The young master has gone mad. Max lost his cool as well. However, no one could stop him from acting crazy. The celebrities backstage lost their cool as well. As the king of the media sector, Justin was their money tree, their god. Annie had been at Imperial Star for years, but she had never heard Justin sing. Brenton and Max often partied with them, but still, he never sang. Brenton always thought that Justin was tone deaf. President Cooper wants to sing? I look forward to it. Backstage, Annie smiled as she took a sip of water. Justin knows how to sing. Weird. Cody was also curious as he rested in the lounge. Everyone was flabbergasted by Justin's uncanny behavior. Mrs. Cooper watched TV at home as she sipped her tea. Her son was indeed that silly. He had to do something like this, with so many eyes watching him. As his mother, it had been years since she last heard her son sing. However, she knew that Justin wanted to do so, because the girl he liked was sitting in the first row. Justin looked handsome in his white suit. After he got onto the stage, he walked up to the white tripod piano in the corner of the stage. Then, he slowly sat down. Holy F! Is young Master Cooper going to play the piano? Max cursed again. Brenton was speechless as well. I suspect that he's in a trance or something. Don't tell me that you've never seen him play the piano. Victoria was doubtful. Brenton opened his arms and shrugged. The truth is, we didn't even know that this piece of work knew how to play the piano. Justin sat before the piano and took a deep breath in. Then he glanced at Chloe, who was sitting in the first row. That look seemed to contain thousands of words. A beautiful melody sounded in the ballroom. Everyone held their breath as they waited for this young master's performance. I want to see your smile. I want to have fun with you. I want to hold you in my arms. Your face was red as we fought just a second ago, but we happily made up right after. I'm not afraid that you'll cry, and I'm not afraid when you yell, because you are my pride. My eyes follow you wherever you go, and my heart is ready. Just once, I want to bring you to the ends of the earth, to laugh under the golden sun, to have fun where we are free. Do you know what my greatest wish is? This world is small. I want to travel to the ends with you and live where there are no worries. I want to grow old together without any concerns. You know that my heart beats. Only for you. Justin's eyes were closed as he played the piano, affectionately singing in his gentle voice, which spread to each corner of the ballroom. His skills were on par with international superstars. He sang this song, just once, to such gentle perfection. Suddenly, Chloe's heart tightened up. Something seemed to be stuck in her chest. She wasn't a narcissist, but she knew that Justin was confessing his feelings to her. However, she never expected him to do so under such circumstances. It truly shocked her. "Chloe, if I didn't come back to the country and you met Justin, would you still have waited for me?" Jack's voice sounded beside her. The truth was, when Chloe first began dating Simon, she always treated him politely. They never did anything intimate. Simon had wanted to get married, but Chloe kept stalling. Although she no longer fantasized about being with Jack, she was still unwilling to settle and get married. Later, she realized that she had always been waiting for that person to come back. It was just that she had pressed those emotions down so hard that she didn't even recognize them when they emerged. Later, Jack came back to the country all of a sudden and forcibly kissed her during their class reunion. It immediately ignited her yearning for him. She was in love with Jack, even during the 7 years he had been gone. However, because of realistic concerns and helplessness, she had no choice but to give up on him. Even if she had another chance, she still wouldn't want to forget Jack. He was so important to her that he occupied her entire youth. "I would." Chloe tightly grasped Jack's hand and answered with 2 simple words. They glanced at each other and smiled. Their gentle gaze was worth 1,000 words. The second Justin opened his eyes, he saw them, staring at each other. At that moment, he felt like something was slowly ripping at his heart. It was hurting so much that he couldn't breathe. Because he showed up in her life later than Jack did, he became the supporting male character. He was an outstanding and affectionate man who believed that his love for Chloe was no less than that of Jack. However, she never paid much attention to him. She never once smiled affectionately at him. Nothing that Justin did for her could compare with Jack's tender gaze. At this exact moment, he suddenly felt like he was the most pathetic person on this earth. He looked up at the ceiling as he played the piano. He didn't want the tears in the corners of his eyes to fall down. Brenton looked at Justin and struggled along with him. What a sin! Why in the world would he fall for her? "It's fate," Victoria exclaimed. It wasn't until this moment that she realized how much Justin obsessed over Chloe. He was so obsessed that he was willing to sing her a song, while thousands of eyes watched him. He was so obsessed that although he knew that Chloe and Jack would flaunt their love at him, he still persisted. He managed to finish off the song. Then, he elegantly stood up and bowed down at the crowd. The entire ballroom was immediately filled with uproarious applause. President Cooper's voice is pretty good, and his piano skills are great. "What a hidden gem!" Cody exclaimed. "President Cooper sang a love song. Is he implying something? Is he confessing his feelings to someone?" The celebrities backstage broke into discussions. Annie rolled her eyes and said, "It's for sure not that woman, Gianna. She always pretends to be high and mighty. But if she didn't seduce Justin, she wouldn't be where she is today. She's just a batch who's been effed too much. She's no better than Zoe." The war between the top celebrities at Imperial Star had always been tense. Therefore, the entire world knew that Annie despised Gianna and Zoe. People were aware of Annie's vicious tongue, so no one wanted to stoop down to her level. No one said anything else. In front of the TV at the Cooper mansion, Mrs. Cooper kept wiping her eyes with tissues. "Mrs. Cooper, are you all right?" The maid walked carefully over to her. "I'm fine. Something's in my eye, but it's better now." "Should I get you some eye drops?" "No, I'm fine." Tears swam in Mrs. Cooper's eyes as she watched the live broadcast. Her son was such a domineering and arrogant man, but when he fell in love with a woman, he was willing to set aside his dignity to tell her how he felt about her, even if he knew that he couldn't win her heart. Her dummy son was kind of like her when she was young. She used to act crazy when she was in love too. "Thank you for the amazing performance, President Cooper. Now I'd like to announce our last performance of the day. Let's welcome President and Mrs. Dawson." Us? Chloe, unprepared, seemed a little dumbfounded. Jack held her hand, and the pair walked up to the stage as all the eyes stared at them. Then, the entire ballroom went dark, with nothing but a beam of light that shined onto them. They looked dazzling. The band began playing a live symphony. It was a really beautiful waltz song that featured a violin and sounded elegant and romantic. The song very much fit Jack's style. It was domineering, dispersing the aura of a king. Chloe also loved this song. This was her first time listening to this song live, and it was truly amazing. Are we dancing? Chloe looked at Jack in surprise. Jack smiled, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he bowed down with a hand out as invitation. Damn it. He didn't tell her in advance. She didn't even get to rehearse. But so many people were watching them. Chloe had no choice but to carefully reach out her hand and place it atop his. Jack put one hand around hers and the other hand around her waist. Then, they slow danced to the melody. He closed in on her cheeks and whispered by her ear, "Don't be scared. Just pretend we're dancing at home. Relax. Wait till we get home. I'm going to kill you," Chloe said as she gritted her teeth. Jack couldn't help but smile at her expression. To the audience, they were just two people flaunting their love and dancing affectionately. The Dawsons are professionals at torturing single people. In the past, they only made us feel bad, but now they're flaunting their love in front of hundreds of people. Noah exclaimed, "I feel like Jack is declaring sovereignty in front of Justin. Haha." The song that he sang, just once, was really nice, but Mr. Dawson's face-to-face waltz basically flaunted him into pieces. Sarah was on Jack's side, so she was always biased towards Chloe and Jack. Noah, Jack's best friend, of course, felt the same way. After Justin got off the stage, he sat down beside Brenton and quietly watched as Jack and Chloe waltzed intimately. Why did you put yourself through all that? You prepared so much, but was nothing compared to what they're doing. You should have predicted this. Brenton thought Justin acted too irrationally. This was Jack's territory, and Justin wouldn't be able to win, no matter what he did. With Jack's IQ, he could win back sovereignty in a matter of seconds. To his surprise, however, Justin only quietly replied, "I wasn't thinking that much. I just wanted to sing her a song." True, he wasn't confessing his feelings for her, and he didn't plan to declare war against Jack. He just wanted to sing for Chloe and play the piano for her. However, he never had the chance to, because Chloe never gave him an opportunity. Therefore, he took advantage of this event to perform for her. He didn't think that as much, and knew that Jack wouldn't easily be defeated. As soon as the audience saw the couple's waltz, most people forgot about Justin's previous performance. Therefore, what he did was truly pointless. However, all he wanted was for Chloe to hear. As for the others, he really didn't care what they thought. Victoria sat beside Brenton and heard every word clearly. At that moment, her impression of Justin changed completely. She used to dislike Justin and always thought that he was no more than a playboy who squandered family money and slept with a lot of women. Now, she realized that he wasn't like that at all. He controlled his love towards Chloe, even sacrificing himself. After they danced, Jack and Chloe bowed down at the audience. Then, Jack took the microphone from Lucia, the MC, and said, in a very gentlemanly manner, "Thank you all for coming today, and thank you, President Cooper, for your impromptu performance. I am so grateful and thankful for all that I have, and I would like to congratulate GK on its 30-year anniversary. I would also like to thank my wife, Chloe." His words were simple and sincere and touched the hearts of everyone present. He held Chloe's hand as they went down the stage, and the ballroom, again, blew up in thundering applause. President Dawson loves his wife so much. Oh my gosh, I envy her so much. She must have saved the universe in her last life to deserve a man like him. The celebrities backstage were jealous. Everyone at GK knew how protective Jack was of his wife, so they weren't surprised. The 4 or so hours of celebration finally ended. When the guests all left, a dozen or so reporters swarmed up to Justin. "President Cooper, today was your first time singing, and it was a love song. Who were you singing to? Are you announcing your relationship, President Cooper? President Cooper, are you implying that there's someone you like?" Sure enough, Justin's performance attracted the attention of many reporters. They all wanted to know who the lucky woman was. "I'm sorry, but this is a personal matter." Justin smiled as he replied, "President Cooper, are you talking about Miss Gianna? According to our sources, a few days ago, on Gianna's birthday, she was photographed enjoying dinner with you at a high-end Western restaurant." "President Cooper, apparently Gianna's new red Ferrari was a gift from you, right?" "President Cooper, your grandfather once said that the Cooper family will not accept any women from the entertainment industry as your wife. Does your grandfather know about your relationship with her?" "President Cooper, please comment. Gianna has been the female lead in all of Imperial Star's investments. Is it because she's your girlfriend?" The idiot reporters somehow pulled Gianna into the picture. Justin didn't deny it and only smiled. Then his assistant, Anne, helped him block the reporters. "I'm sorry, everyone. Please move away. We need to go." President Cooper's failure to deny was the equivalent to tacit acknowledgement. As for why he did so, the answer was easy. He didn't want others to randomly spread rumors and hurt Chloe. Therefore, Justin really went all out. The taste of secretly protecting someone turned out to be just enduring everything without grievance. "He's really manly when he acts all serious." Breton smiled. "Young Master Cooper is on a never-ending road towards infatuation." Max helplessly shook his head. "That's maybe a good thing. He at least has someone to think about." In Victoria's opinion, even if he couldn't be with the person he loved, it was a different kind of happiness. When it comes to love, everyone stood from different perspectives, right? Therefore, everyone thought differently. It was already afternoon by the time the celebration ended. The guests all left, one by one, and Jack said goodbye to all the older generation performers. Chloe went into the dressing room to remove her makeup. Then, she changed out of her gown and into a yellow SpongeBob SquarePants hoodie. She put on a white baseball cap, white runners and black pants, and prepared to walk out of the dressing room. "Chloe, you did good today. The waltz looked really cool." Cody complimented with a smile on his face. "I don't want to talk about it. I didn't even get to prepare and almost ruined everything. How can that be? Did President Dawson not tell you about it? Didn't you rehearse?" Cody was in disbelief. "You probably won't believe me, but that's how capricious he is. He just pulls ideas out of his ass." Chloe was speechless at Jack, the man born to rip off his wife. She always lived on the edge. As she walked out of the dressing room, GK's employees all came up to greet her. "Young madam." Annie suddenly showed up in front of Chloe. "Yeah, can I help you?" Chloe took a sip of her water. "Young madam, I was rude to you. I hope you don't hold a grudge against me," Annie said, very much unlike herself. "I won't. Business is business, and I would never abuse my powers for a private grudge. Plus, I don't seem to recall of any grudges between us." "Huh. I think I might have been overly sensitive then. Anyways, I think that you're a really smart woman, and the arrangements you made were very fitting. I hope that you can take good care of me in the future." I don't usually interfere with company business. I'm currently still a nurse." Chloe noticed that Annie was here trying to kiss up to her, and her attitude towards Chloe had changed drastically. The truth was, Annie didn't feel animosity towards Chloe. But because Jennifer asked her to sign with GK and always slandered Chloe in front of her, Annie also began to dislike Chloe as well. After this anniversary party, Annie suddenly realized how important this woman was to President Dawson, and she couldn't help but feel shocked. "Young madam, I admit that I was wrong in the past. I hope that you don't hold my past offenses against me." Then, Annie bowed down at Chloe, leaving her dumbfounded. Hey, don't do that. You really don't have to. Chloe looked like a little kid, with a water bottle in her hand. Annie, on the other hand, still had her ball gown on and was wearing 7-inch heels underneath. It was a weird scene, seeing her suddenly apologize to Chloe like that. I know, but I'm truly speechless by President Dawson's love for you. Anyways, I hope that you can say good things in front of the president for me. I'd greatly appreciate it. It turned out that Annie wasn't an idiot. When she saw how much President Dawson loved his wife, she finally decided not to offend her. Not only was she loved by President Dawson, but she was also smart and had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. When she was removing her makeup backstage, she heard others talk about Jennifer and how she was banished because she offended the young madam. Jennifer wasn't even allowed to attend GK's 30th anniversary party. How terrifying. When this woman wanted to get rid of you, she would basically end all means for you to survive. Annie came to the realization that she probably shouldn't challenge Chloe. Okay, do your job well and be careful of the paparazzi. As a celebrity, you don't want others blackmailing you. What Chloe implicitly meant was for Annie to be more discreet in her personal life, in case someone gets their hands on some photos. I definitely will. After finishing up the conversation with Annie, Noah, Sarah, Thomas, and her mother all came out from the ballroom. Guys, don't go yet. Let's wait until Jack comes out and get some food together. Huh, we're eating together? Don't you need to dine with the officials? Sarah wondered. Nope, it's all over. Chloe smiled. Sounds great. What is my brother-in-law treating us to? Thomas beamed. He truly liked this brother-in-law of his. He was probably the only person who never hated Jack after that incident. I don't know yet. We'll see. Mom, are you tired? Chloe walked up to her mother and held her hand. No. Sis, you didn't know, but our mom was so into the performances, especially the opera one. She wouldn't even talk to me during it. Thomas was exaggerating to some extent. Sandra was a little embarrassed. I'm old now. Back in my day, there were celebrities too, but I was influenced by my grandmother growing up and loved opera. It's so fascinating. I'm glad you like it. The group waited for less than a minute before Jack came out, in casual wear as well. What do you guys want to eat? If Mr. Moneybags Dawson is treating, then we're either going big or going home. It doesn't matter what we eat, as long as it's something expensive, Noah joked. If that's the case, why don't we eat at the Chinese restaurant here? Here? It must be really expensive. Sandra was worried. Mom, don't worry. This is our own hotel. Our own? Brother-in-law? You bought Ritz-Carlton? Thomas looked flabbergasted. Yeah, it's easier to hold meetings that way, Jack said nonchalantly. Both Sarah and Noah were speechless. Sandra said, How much did you spend on this hotel? You shouldn't waste money. Let's go. Let's not stand here. Then, the group went up to the Chinese restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. They went into the most luxurious private room, and Jack ordered 28 dishes, leaving everyone in a daze. Chloe picked up her phone and called Victoria. After a few exchanges, Chloe realized that she couldn't invite her. If she came, so would Brenton. If Brenton came, what about Justin and Max? This was a family meal, and it wasn't fitting for them to come. Noah and Sarah were old friends who knew Thomas and her mother, so the overall atmosphere was really great. As they ate, Thomas began playing with his phone. Are you playing with your phone again? Are you talking to Amelia? Chloe moved closer to her brother and glanced at his phone. She's been acting really weird these past few days. I feel like she's hiding something from me, Thomas said with furrowed eyebrows. Are you going through honeymoon phase withdrawal and getting sick of her? Sarah laughed. Of course not. I'm not that kind of person. Sister Sarah, you should know me well enough. I think I may be overthinking things. Haha, let's eat. Thomas put away his phone and continued eating with the others. While they ate, Sandra suddenly glanced at Sarah and Noah and said, You guys will make a cute couple. You should date. Noah, Auntie. Sarah, Auntie, don't joke, haha. Thomas, date, date, date. Chloe, date, date, date. Even Jack, who was usually quiet, ended up saying, "You guys should date." Noah laughed. "Are you guys adding insult to injury?" Immediately furious, Sarah pushed Noah. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Adding insult to injury? Don't make it sound like you're the one suffering losses. You want to date me? I don't want to. Humph. Here we go again. Is it fun to bicker every time?" "Yes, it is." Sarah looked at Noah with tremendous vigor. The sun had set once they finished eating. Noah drove Sarah home, and Thomas was going to drive their mother back to the old house. "Mom, once I finish with exams, let me help you move. You shouldn't keep living in the old district." "Yeah, I've been wanting to move for a while, but I can't bear to leave your Auntie William and the others. After all, we've been neighbors for so many years." "It's okay. I heard that Auntie William's son bought a new apartment in the city. You guys can still meet up all the time." Chloe consoled her mother. "Yay, we can live in a big house now. I'm so excited. It's all thanks to my brother-in-law." Thomas beamed. "Gosh, stop being such a kissy SS. Go home. Drive safe." "Got it, sis. You nag so much, just like Mom." Thomas made a face at Chloe, and then drove away from the hotel. Chloe sighed slightly as she watched them leave. "Look at Thomas. He's still a kid. I told him I didn't want him to date at such an early age. He's not mature enough yet." "It's okay, honey. You don't have to bring up this topic again and again." "What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm nagging too much as well?" Chloe pouted, as she looked at Jack with blame in her eyes. "Of course not. You've been busy all day, you must be tired. Let's go home." "Okay." Chloe nodded and got onto the Maybach with Jack. Then, the two of them drove towards South Hill Manor. 3 minutes from the castle, Jack's phone began to ring. Too lazy to use headphones, he answered with his speakers. Plus, Chloe wasn't an outsider. It was from an unfamiliar phone number. As soon as he picked up, a sweet voice sounded over the phone. "Is this Jack?" "I am," Jack answered calmly. "I'm Bella." Jack's expression changed slightly when he heard this. "Bella?" he repeated with uncertainty. "Yeah, I just got off the plane, so can you come and pick me up?" She had a really nice-sounding voice. "I can't right now. I'll get someone from the company to pick you up." "Okay, see you soon." After hanging up, Jack tilted his head to look at Chloe. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chloe laughed. "Don't you have something you want to ask me?" "Nope." Chloe purposely played with her phone, refusing to look at Jack. Such a double dealer. Jack smiled. Okay, I'll ask. Ahem, who is Bella? Your ex?" She finally looked up and asked. Her sixth sense told her that this woman had a special relationship with Jack. Why else would this woman ask her husband to pick her up from the airport as soon as he picked up the phone? What was going on? "Thanks for thinking so highly of me. You're my first. Where would I get an ex-girlfriend?" Chloe knew this. They were each other's first love. Of course, he didn't have an ex-girlfriend. She was just trying to get a feel of the overall situation. Then who is she? A relative? No, she is the daughter of my father's good friend. Her parents went abroad when she was young, and she lived with my parents and me for 1 year. Later, she went abroad as well. After her parents came back, she didn't. I heard that she's been in Italy all this time, and we haven't talked in years. It's interesting that she has your number. That's easy. Her parents live in the city, and her last name is Hall. Do you know who her father is?" "Who? Don't tell me it's Colton Hall." Chloe was talking about the director of the State Land Administration. He was an incredibly powerful individual. "Oh, that's her uncle. Her dad is Victor Hall." "Victor Hall? Oh my God! Mayor Hall?" "Yes. The name of their city's current mayor is Victor Hall, who is the older brother of Colton Hall, the director of the State Land Administration." "Yup." Jack nodded. "She's the mayor's daughter?" Chloe was surprised. That's also why GK has been able to develop so fast. Uncle Hall and my father are really good friends, and ever since I became the president, he's helped me out a lot and granted the corporation huge chunks of land. So, you and her are the true childhood sweethearts, not me? Chloe asked, slightly jealous. Honey, are you jealous? Jack laughed as she looked at Chloe, who was pouting. Of course I'm not, Chloe said, feeling off. Good girl. We're not childhood sweethearts. She lived at my house for 1 year when we were 8 years old. What did we know back then? Later she left and we never kept in touch. Really? Didn't she go looking for you in the States? In Chloe's opinion, the United States and Italy were pretty close together. Since both were foreign countries, how could they have not seen each other even once? There's a King Ocean in between. No, not even once. I haven't seen her in 21 years, I swear. Jack wasn't a man who lied, and Chloe trusted him, 100%. Fine, I kind of believe you. What do you mean, kind of? You have to believe me, okay? I was just weirded out. If she's the mayor's daughter, why did she ask you to pick her up? Where's everyone else? How would I know what she's thinking? Jack felt like he was wronged. If I weren't in the car, would you have gone to the airport? Honey, can we not talk about this anymore? You sound really, really jealous right now. No, I don't. Chloe laughed as she punched him. The duo went back to South Hill Manor together. Mark, on the other hand, was sent to the airport by Jack. He followed his directions and arrived outside Exit H. Sure enough, he saw a tall, beautiful woman. She looked to be about 170 centimeters tall. The long floral dress, paired with a round grass hat, looked very stylish on her. He slowly drove up to her and parked the car. Are you Miss Hall? Hi, I'm Bella Hall. The woman smiled. Mark was a little dumbfounded because she kind of looked like famous celebrity. Hi, Miss Hall. President Dawson called me to come and pick you up. Okay, thanks. Bella was very polite. Before Mark had the chance to get off the car, she placed her luggage into the trunk, not at all like a rich brat. Then, she got onto the back seat of the car. Mark was driving a black Bentley today. President Dawson told him to, which meant that this woman wasn't just anybody. Miss Hall, we headed to? Golden Garden in the new administrative district. Bella's father and mother were visiting abroad in South Africa. Therefore, no one from home was here to pick her up, so she had no other choice but to go to her uncle's house first. Oh, okay, Mark nodded. He knew that most people who lived in that district were government officials. It seems like this woman was a child of a powerful official. Is Jack really busy today? Bella suddenly asked. Yeah, President Dawson and young Madam were busy all day at the company's 30-year anniversary party. Young Madam? Jack got married? Bella was surprised, and her expression became complicated. Yeah, he's married. He got married 6 months ago. I thought he came back to the country. Bella seemed to be in a bad mood. She fell silent and looked out the window. Miss Hall, are you good friends with President Dawson? Mark asked. Friends? Oh no, we're not friends. Bella smiled. Then she tilted her head back at the window and fell silent again. Mark didn't dare say anything else, in case he said something wrong and pissed off his boss. After Chloe and Jack got back to South Hill Manor, they showered and got into bed. It was such a tiring day. The party that Jack planned for so long had finally ended. Including the prize draw, GK spent around $80 million. But it was all worth it, because after this party, GK's reputation in Asia was solidified, and its position was now unwavering. Honey, is your relative still here? It is. Then, when is it leaving? Jack looked at Chloe with sad eyes. I think, in a day or two. Okay, I'll keep it in my pants. After all, running a red light is unethical behavior. What? You were actually thinking about running my red light? Mr. Dawson, I am at a loss for words, gosh. The young couple didn't forget to fool around in bed. Honey? Yeah? Did I lose face during our dance today? It was fine. Aside from the fact that you stepped on my foot 3 times, Jack said quietly. Haha. You should have told me. I almost made a fool out of myself. Plus, I've only listened to that song before, but never danced to it. I can't believe you would do that. If I make a mistake, it would have been so embarrassing. I knew that wouldn't have happened. Jack rubbed her hair lovingly. How can you be so sure? We're not gods. You're better than God? You're Chloe. Jack always had the utmost confidence in Chloe. He knew how smart and insightful his wife was. She had the ability to vigorously turn the situation around and fight alongside him. She wasn't a weak woman who would hide in her gentle nest. Okay, that sentence works on me. Chloe knew that Jack always believed in her. She reached out her arms and wrapped them intimately around his neck. You did a great job. Let's enjoy a good night's sleep. Yeah, once your relative leaves, we need to keep trying to make babies. Here we go again? Can't you be purer? Chloe felt helpless. I just want a baby. Why would you say that I'm impure? Is carrying on the family line something to be embarrassed about? Fine, you win. Let's go to bed. Chloe pressed down Jack's head with all her might. They fell asleep after fooling around for some time. Cho didn't start worrying about their future because Bella appeared in their lives. However, little did she know that Bella would soon become the strongest opponent Chloe had ever encountered. Bella was well equipped and had both high IQ and EQ. She wouldn't be as easy to deal with as calculating women, or women who pretended to be someone they weren't. The next morning, Honey, I need to attend that wedding today. Do you want to come with me? I'm busy today. Okay, then I'll go alone. I didn't think you would want to attend Linda's wedding anyway. Are you sure you want to be her bridesmaid? Jack felt bad for his wife. Yeah, I promised her already. Then you need to dress yourself up today. You need to be more beautiful than the bride. Jack looked at her gently. No, only calculating women do stuff like that. I've already agreed, so I won't try to steal her spotlight. Women only get to be princesses on the day of their wedding. I don't have the heart to ruin that for her. So, your plan is to... Confused, Jack looked at her. I don't even plan on washing my face. I'm going to go barefaced. Ha ha ha. Jack, with your current status, if the reporters catch you, you'll be screwed. I'm kidding, of course. I'm going to wash my face. Even if I don't care about my image, I still have to think about Mr. Dawson's image, don't I? I'm just not going to wear makeup, Chloe said as she sipped milk. Oh, right. I'm meeting Timothy today. Is there anything you want me to do? For example, do you want me to seek revenge on him on your behalf? Jack asked as he held a sandwich in his hand. No, it's okay. I have better ways to deal with them. Don't interfere with the Green family. It's such a mess there. Chloe had a feeling that the Green family wouldn't be easy to deal with, and there were a lot of loose ends. So, she didn't want her own husband to get involved. Plus, her so-called ally, Andrew, wasn't an easy character either. Andrew and I are more than enough to deal with those idiots. Why use a knife when you can use a bat? Anyways, I'm full. I'll see you later, honey. Okay. Drive safe. Jack gently watched as Chloe's car drove away from their home at South Hill. She drove all the way to a manor in the city outskirts. It wasn't too far away, and she arrived in less than 30 minutes. Upon seeing Chloe, there was not even a speck of animosity in Linda's expression. She was happy to see her. Chloe did indeed wash her face, but she didn't apply makeup, nor basic skincare products. Therefore, she didn't look as white as she usually did. But still, she was a beautiful woman to begin with. Plus, because she rarely put on makeup, her bare face was just as pretty. Chloe wore orange suit pants and an extremely low-key Longines watch. She looked elegant. You're here! Linda was already wearing a wedding dress, and her hair was up in a bun. Yeah, Chloe nodded. Help me get the bridesmaid dress, Linda told her assistant. Am I the only bridesmaid? Chloe was confused. Yeah, it's just you. Okay, I'll try my best to do my job well. Chloe smiled. Her assistant brought out a violet cocktail dress. The style and color were both quite ordinary. But that's the point. Bridesmaids were supposed to serve as a foil to the bride's beauty. The wedding begins at 9 a.m. Rest up for now. Oh, right. My makeup artist can put some makeup on you. It's okay. I'm good as is. You're the prettiest today. Chloe looked into Linda's doe eyes. The truth was, she was a good girl, but she fell in love with the wrong man. A lot of our classmates are coming, but I didn't invite Sarah. I don't like her. Linda had always been straightforward. Don't worry, she won't mind, because she doesn't like you either, Chloe replied. That's for the best. Linda nodded. Chloe then took out a giant red packet from her purse and handed it to her. Happy wedding, this is a little something from Jack and me. Linda's expression changed slightly at Jack's name. Then, she took the red packet and smiled bitterly. Thank him for me. Hey, this is from my own private account. He didn't contribute a cent. You should be thanking me. No, I need to thank him. All these years, he's never given me hope. That's the only reason I can give up on him and marry someone else. Even if he gave me a tiny speck of hope, I think I might be stuck in the mire for the rest of my life. Mr. Dawson isn't a scumbag. He's either black or white and never puts women in the gray area. He doesn't send mixed messages. All I can say is, you're too lucky. I've heard people say that you saved the galaxy in your last life. Did you know that? Linda looked at Chloe enviously. Huh, I think so too. Chloe touched her chin immodestly. Linda carefully put away the red packet. She seemed to treasure this present. Although the Linda's family was rich and had all the money in the world, Linda wanted to take this opportunity to alleviate all the hate between her and Chloe. She didn't expect Chloe to really agree to be her bridesmaid. Her phone call that day was out of anger. However, she was surprised that Chloe actually agreed. Therefore, she was someone worth respecting. Linda, Auntie said that your heels are too high and might be unsafe. She wants you to wear flats. What do you think? Her assistant walked up to her and carefully asked. She's only a month old. Don't be so worried for nothing. You're pregnant? Chloe was shocked. Yup. I'm getting married with a baby in my belly. Linda gently stroked her belly, with a satisfied smile on her face. Congratulations. This is double the celebration. Chloe was very excited to hear about the little child. Babies were basically a gift from God. What about you? Any good news? Not yet. Chloe smiled. Don't worry. You don't need to be in a rush. It's all in the stars. And when it's meant to be, babies will come naturally. Yeah. Hey, look who's here. Linda smiled as she pointed at the door. Chloe tilted her hand and noticed 7 or 8 old high school classmates standing by the door. The class president, Henry, was standing in the first row. Beside him were David and a skinny woman with thick makeup on. Whoa, did I see right? Is that Goddess Green? Henry was a little surprised to see Chloe. How surprised would you guys be if I told you I was her bridesmaid? Wow. Really? Another guy asked. It's true. I'm lucky, aren't I, to have Chloe as my bridesmaid? But isn't Chloe already married? David smiled awkwardly. It's true. Married women couldn't be bridesmaids. She only got her marriage license and didn't hold a wedding yet. So, I decided to take advantage of that, Linda explained. You have a point. Marriage doesn't count without a wedding. The others all discussed amongst themselves. The other classmates sat down in the lounge and chit-chatted with Linda. The woman beside David glanced at Chloe. This is the so-called prettiest girl in your class? She's not even that pretty. Everyone looked awkwardly at Chloe. Chloe, on the other hand, didn't dwell on it. Never had she admitted that she was the prettiest girl in their class anyway. Stop your nonsense, warned David awkwardly. David, your girlfriend is sure the conversationalist, Henry ridiculed. She's too straightforward, don't take it seriously. Ha. I was telling the truth. She's really normal looking. Why do you guys all treat her like a goddess? Perhaps the woman saw that Chloe wasn't attacking back, so she went even further. This time, Linda lost her cool. She grabbed Chloe's hand. Goddesses aren't determined by their faces. The women at nightclubs are all pretty, but that doesn't make them goddesses. The term goddess is broadly defined, and I know that Chloe has high IQ and EQ. There's so many pretty women out there, and it's no coincidence that she became the young madam of GK. What? She's the young madam of GK? The woman was slightly dumbfounded. David, didn't you give your girlfriend a lesson before coming? Linda coldly scanned David's awkward face. My girlfriend's from out of town and doesn't know any better. Don't take it too seriously. Ha ha. Chloe didn't say anything. She smiled and turned around to look at Linda. It's about time. Let's head over to the chapel. Okay. Linda nodded. Then she got up, grabbed the hem of her wedding dress, and walked towards the chapel. Chloe helped her with the hem and slowly trailed behind her. Their classmates slowly followed them. Chloe, why isn't Jack here? One of her classmates asked. He's busy. Chloe smiled. Oh, right. Yesterday was the 30-year anniversary party. It was amazing, haha. I watched from the beginning to end and didn't even miss the ads. Hey, the waltz that you guys danced in the end was awesome. It was even better than your dance during Second High's anniversary celebration. Thank you. She wasn't that close with those classmates, so she didn't care for their flattery or taunts. Chloe, can you come over in a bit? I need to talk to you about something. David's voice was low, and he said this as he walked past Chloe. Chloe first fell silent, and then nodded. David must have asked to talk to her because he needed something, right? Afterward, the wedding march began playing. Then, accompanied by her father, Linda walked up to the stage and stood before the groom. Chloe looked at the groom from afar. Everyone kept saying that he looked like Jack. But why didn't she think so? Was something wrong with her eyesight? Chloe, do you think Linda's husband looks like Jack? A female classmate that liked to stir up trouble asked Chloe with a smile on her face. Truth be told, I don't think he looks like my husband. Perhaps Chloe was too familiar with Jack, so she could immediately differentiate their temperaments. She took out her phone and snatched a photo. Then she sent it to Sarah. Holy shit. Are you really her bridesmaid? You're like Saint Mary. Sarah hated Linda, so she didn't want Chloe to be her bridesmaid. Come on, that's not the point. Take a look at Linda's husband. Does he look like Jack? Of course not. They're as different as night and day. He doesn't have Mr. Dawson's temperament. Don't kid me, okay? I don't think so either. I think people have been passing on an untrue rumor. How much did you give her? Not much, just $2,000. That's still a lot. I remember you only gave Simon $200 when he got married. Haha. I shouldn't have even given him $200. Chloe looked down and smiled. Now, the bride and groom may exchange rings. After their vows, the minister said, Chloe immediately put away her phone and went up to the stage with a tray in her hands. On the tray were 2 diamond rings of significant size. Chloe heard that Linda's husband was also a rich heir. Linda looked at Chloe gratefully and then exchanged rings with her husband. You may kiss the bride. Then the groom leaned down and kissed Linda on the lips while all the guests watched. Thunderous applause shook the chapel. After Chloe returned to the bottom of the stage, David shot her a look. She followed David out of the chapel and into a lounge by the door. What did you want to talk to me about? Chloe looked at him. My girlfriend's not that good with her words. Please don't be mad at her. Oh, that. Don't worry. I didn't take it seriously. There's actually something else I wanted to talk to you about. Go ahead. David seemed to be hesitant. Chloe patiently waited for him to speak. I actually wanted to tell you that my family business isn't doing so well, and most of the construction projects in the city have been monopolized by Roman. He has more connections than us, and stole a bunch of projects from our company, causing our business to go downhill. Roman? Chloe was confused. She didn't know this person. What was the point of bringing this up? You probably don't know Roman, but you definitely know his older sister, Emery. He's Emery's younger brother? Chloe was a little surprised. That's right. Thanks to Emery, Roman received a lot of construction projects. Of course, aside from being a superstar, rumor has it that Emery is also dating Andrew. With the Green Corporation's help, Roman has been sailing smoothly. I'm not jealous of them, but I just think she should at least give others a chance to survive. So, what do you want me to do? David wasn't the same as he was in high school. Now he was a businessman and kept beating around the bushes. He wasn't as straightforward as he used to be. Forcing her to take initiative and ask. I was thinking, can you ask the Green Corporation to give us a chance at survival? After all, you're from the Green family. Upon hearing this, Chloe's expression darkened. My relationship with the Green family is really tense, but I heard that you're a member of the Green Corporation's board of directors. David was unwilling to give up. You don't understand. It's all a conspiracy. I can't explain everything to you right now. Andrew is your older brother. Can't you ask him for me? David, allow me to correct you. Andrew has never been my older brother. We don't have a good relationship, and I never interfere with his decisions. So, you're saying that you don't want to help me? Clearly, David became a little angry when he saw that Chloe was unwilling to help. That's not it. The truth is, I can't do anything about it. I have to act according to my own abilities. The Green family was a giant ball of mess. Chloe would never get into it just for David's business. Plus, this would involve too many people. What was she supposed to do if she accidentally offends Emery? Emery was an international superstar who helped GK at a time of crisis. Chloe would never forget that. David's request was a little too far-fetched. Then can you ask Jack to let our company handle GK's projects this year? Chloe almost laughed out loud upon hearing David's questions. Was he an idiot or just greedy? Did he take her as a fool? GK's annual projects involved billions in capital and funding. How could they ever hand it over to a third-rate construction team? What a joke. Not only would she refuse, even if she didn't, but the board of directors also would never have went for it. Was he kidding her? David. Ever since the incident in Other City, GK stopped outsourcing all their real estate projects in fear that contracting outside companies would hurt the company's reputation. I really can't help you. David felt bad that Chloe refused again. He asked, Is it because you hate me for not lending you money when your brother was hospitalized? Chloe looked at him in disappointment. So that's the kind of person you think I am. Isn't that the truth, though? David was unhappy. All I can say is, thank you for not helping me or lending me money. If you did, I would never have had the chance to get back together with Jack. Chloe, do you know how despicable Jack was? At the time, I wanted to lend you the money. My dad didn't let me, but I still wanted to help you, despite anything else. In the end, Jack came looking for me and threatened me. He said that if I helped you, he would bankrupt my family business. Don't you see how despicable he was? Oh, really? So he went looking for you? Chloe didn't know that Jack had spoken to David back then. Yeah. So do you really think you're happy? He basically forced you into reconciliation. I'm sorry, but I'm really happy right now. Chloe smiled. David was at a loss for words. I don't care what Jack did. I love him all the same, because he's Jack. You won't be happy this way. So what? I can't help you get the project, so you wish for my unhappiness? No, that's not what I meant. Before David had a chance to finish, the skinny woman walked out. What are you doing here? She asked David. I needed to talk to Chloe. What did you have to talk to her about behind everyone's back? David didn't know what to say. The woman then glanced at Chloe. Since you married rich, don't be so restless and try to steal other people's husbands. You sure think highly of yourself. Does your mom know how imprudent you are? The woman's expression changed upon hearing Chloe's counterattack. She thought that Chloe was easily to bully, because up until now, she didn't say anything. But she was wrong. Chloe wasn't easy to bully. She was a time bomb that might go off at any second. Once she did, then it's hell you go. Oh, so rich young madams have poor manners too? What a disappointment, the woman said with disdain. That depends on the person I'm talking to, since not everyone knows their place. Anyways, I've said what I wanted to, and I hope to never see you again. Then, Chloe turned around to leave. She didn't want to waste another minute or second with these people. Chloe never got mad at David for not helping her out. Plus, when David's dad was hospitalized, she helped him arrange a room at Southside. She had done more than enough for him as a former classmate. She would be the true idiot if she agreed to help David and involve herself in that mess. David might have mistaken Chloe as a ditzy girl and thought that she would agree, as long as he begged her. After the wedding, Chloe called Sarah on her way home. She told Sarah everything and batched about what happened. Holy F, David is such a shameless scumbag. I heard that he kept switching girlfriends, so it's a good thing you didn't end up with him. I can't believe that he had the audacity to ask you to give him GK's projects. It's not like you have control over such a big project anyway. He's really shameless, really. I'm not Aladdin's lamp. I don't have the ability to grant people whatever they request. If he had asked me to lend him money, I might have agreed. But he's so greedy, and threw 2 challenges at me. Deal with Emery or give him GK's projects. He's so delusional. If I were him, I wouldn't even have the guts to dream that big. Sarah snickered. Chloe thought back at what happened with David and suddenly felt inspired. Then, she posted on her friend circle. She wrote, "I gave you a piece of candy, and you saw me give someone else 2 pieces of candy, so you became jealous. However, little did you know that the other person once gave me 2 pieces, but you gave me nothing. Humans should not take kindness for granted, because no one is obligated to be nice to you for no reason. Be more grateful and complain less. Maybe you'll live a better life." She also uploaded this paragraph onto Weibo. Her fans immediately liked this post. Most people didn't know what she meant by it and thought it was just some chicken soup for the soul. Little did they know that her posts stemmed from genuine feelings. "Honey, what happened?" Jack noticed that something was wrong, so he immediately messaged Chloe. "It's nothing. We'll talk about it at home later." "Okay, I'm going to see Timothy now." GK headquarters. Timothy and Jack's assistant set the date for them to meet. Timothy was ready to put away all his dignity to win Jack's support. He drove to GK headquarters in person to see him. At the top floor lounge, this was Jack's first time meeting with Timothy. Chairman Green. Jack politely extended a hand. "Hey." Chairman Green sounds really distant. "If you don't mind, you should call me Dad, just like Chloe." Jack controlled himself from sneering. "Dad?" Not too long ago, Timothy refused to acknowledge Chloe and her mother. Yet, now that he saw they were doing well, he came over to rub up to her. Is that what a father was supposed to do? "I can call you Uncle," Jack finally replied. Timothy smiled. "That's good too. Anything's good. Whatever sounds natural to you." Mark brought in some tea and a tea set and placed it onto the coffee table. Timothy glanced around and saw calligraphy paintings hanging around the lounge. He praised, "You seem to know your calligraphy. You have great taste." "My father picked these out. I don't know much about these things." Jack didn't save face for him at all, but Timothy still fawned upon him, again and again. It felt really fake. "Uncle, my time is limited, and I have clients to see in the afternoon. Is there anything you wanted to talk to me about?" Seeing that Timothy was beating around the bushes and not getting to the point, Jack quickly lost his patience. "Oh, there was something that I wanted to talk to you about." Sure enough, the old fox revealed its tail. "Uncle, go ahead. I heard that the municipal government already allotted the piece of land by Reservoir to GK?" Timothy sipped at his tea as he slowly asked. The corners of Jack's mouth curled into a smile. "How did you know about this? I've been in this industry for so long, and little can escape my eyes. I've known for a long time that Mayor Hall has been taking care of GK. When your father was still at the corporation, I heard that he grew up with Mayor Hall, and they were enlisted in the military together, making them very close friends. Now that I see for myself, the rumors didn't come out of nowhere. The Green Corporation took part in the land bid last year as well. To tell you the truth, we prepared dozens of strategies and competed against dozens of opposing bidders. But in the end, the government announced that the land was no longer up for bid. Although that land hadn't been developed, everyone knows that it's the best piece of land in the city. Last year, the Green Corporation offered $1.3 billion for that land, but the government was unwilling to sell. I'm guessing that money was not the problem, and the only possibility is that Mayor Hall wanted to save that piece of land for GK. Ha ha ha. You sure thought of all the possibilities, Uncle. Jack didn't deny it. After all, Timothy wasn't an idiot. After you get that piece of land, even if you don't do anything and sell it, you'll still earn a lot. Moreover, I know that GK would never sell it. I heard that you have plans to build Asia's biggest shopping mall and a studio city with that land. Your news is sure up to date. Jack didn't say much and looked down to sip at his tea. So, I'm trying to say, can GK collaborate with the Green Corporation? We can provide at least $2 billion in investment. But Uncle, GK isn't short in funds. I know, you don't need money, people, or land. But there's a layer of relationship here, isn't there? Haha. Chloe is my daughter, and you're my son-in-law. It's not too much for your father-in-law to ask for a share of the profits, right? Even if you give us just a small share. As expected, Timothy's ambitions were wild. He even wanted a part of GK's best territory. Everyone knew how much potential profit that piece of land had. Although Mayor Hall allotted it to GK, Jack still paid to get it. He paid $3.5 billion for that piece of land, no less than the other competitors. Therefore, he didn't really owe Mayor Hall anything. I see. Jack seemed to be hesitating. Upon seeing his hesitation, Timothy added, "Since Chloe is my daughter and is now a member of the board, the Green family will treat her well. If our families team up, we will dominate the city and flourish for at least another century." But that's what you want, right? What does President Andrew think about it? Andrew listens to my decisions. We're all on the same page here. Oh, Uncle, I can't make a decision this big by myself. Plus, the land over at the reservoir hasn't been announced to the public yet, and we have yet to start developing the area. We are still dealing with the negative consequences of the incident in other city. Can we wait a while before we talk about this again? That's fine. Just don't forget about the Green Corporation. I won't. After beating around the bush with Timothy for a while, he was finally able to send that old man on his way. Jack didn't even ask him to stay for lunch, because this old man was just too disgusting. The good thing was, Jack knew that he wasn't Chloe's birth father, so he didn't have to worry too much, or else he would have puked at the spot. After Jack went back to his office, he began signing files. Assistant Mark knocked and came in. "Sir, it's lunchtime. Would you like to eat at the company or eat out?" "Wait, let me ask my wife where she is." Jack was just about to call Chloe when he heard the sound of high heels clicking outside. Then, a woman appeared by the door. She was wearing a long dress, and her long hair flowed down like a waterfall. "Hi. Jack, do you still recognize me?" That woman smiled beautifully. "Bella Hall?" Jack asked with uncertainty. She smiled, confirming his guess. "Come in." Jack hadn't seen her in years and didn't know what to do. When she was 8 years old, Bella lived with the Dawson family for 1 year. When she was 9 years old, she went abroad with her parents. Now, both she and Jack were 27 years old. They hadn't seen each other in 18 years. If she hadn't called Jack and asked him to pick her up, Jack would have never guessed who she was. Mark immediately brought her a cup of coffee. "Thank you." Bella smiled. You came back to the country yesterday? Jack asked. Yeah, I suddenly decided to come back. I originally wanted to surprise my parents, but they surprised me by not being in the country. When I got off the plane, I didn't know what to do. The good news was, Mrs. Dawson gave me your phone number. Thank you for arranging someone to pick me up last night. Bella was very polite. You're welcome. My mom gave you my number? Yeah. When? Jack was a little unhappy. Why did her mother always do what she wanted? It was really annoying. About 2 weeks ago, she kept asking me when I was coming back and told me that she missed me. Oh, what's wrong? Bella asked, noticing the change in Jack's expression. Nothing. I know that you're busy, so I didn't come to bother you this morning and came during your lunch break instead. Do you mind having lunch with me? Bella chose her words very carefully, making it hard for Jack to refuse. If he didn't go, it would mean that he minded. Jack had no choice but to nod. That's fine. Wait for a minute. I have some matters to tend to. He walked back to his desk, gathered the important documents, and locked it in a safe. Then, he went downstairs with Bella. On their way downstairs, Jack called Chloe. Honey, where are you? I'm already home at South Hill Manor. That was fast. I wanted to have lunch with you. No, it's okay. I already ate at the wedding. Linda's wedding was really good. There were a lot of delicious dishes. Chloe was fixing a shrub with lawn shears as she talked on the phone. Okay, then. I'll see you tonight. Okay. You're really great to your wife, Bella said as she bit down on her lips. Yeah, she's my first love, and we've known each other for years, so there's a lot of history between us. Jack's expression softened upon mentioning Chloe. Bella's expression changed ever so slightly. At a restaurant, they ordered quite a few dishes. Bella ate elegantly as she smiled. I've lived in Italy for so long, and I miss these food the most. Plus, you know how much I love spicy food, so I miss Sichuan dishes the most. Isn't there any related restaurant where you live? There should be all kinds of Chinese restaurants there, Jack said. There are, but none of them taste right. You should know. You've been in the States for so long. Even the fruits and vegetables there taste different. They may all be called tomatoes, but they don't taste the same. That's true. Jack nodded. What about you? You lived in the States for 7 years? Have you gotten used to Western food? I was all right. If I get sick of hamburgers, I just make myself some egg-fried rice, but I mostly ate Western food. After I came back to the country, my wife began teaching me how to make Chinese food. Jack smiled as he talked about Chloe. Bella nodded. All her facial expressions were controlled perfectly. Some nouveau riches think that if they cover their daughter with gold and silver, she would become a socialite. However, that wasn't the case. True socialites literally exude elegance, so people like Brenny were no more than idiots who only knew how to dupe their fathers out of money. Bella, on the other hand, lived in Italy for years and was fluent in Italian and English. However, after she came back to the country, she didn't act all pretentious and show off her Italian. Instead, she spoke perfectly, making it easy for others to like her. They chit-chatted through lunch. Afterward, while Jack was paying the bill, Bella took out a long cylinder and handed it to Jack. I wanted to give this to you. Congratulations on getting married. What is this? Jack looked at the long cylinder curiously. What could it be? I drew this. Please don't laugh at me. Bella smiled sincerely. Mayor Hall mentioned to Jack that Bella had been learning art all these years in Italy and was obsessed. He carefully unrolled the scroll and was truly shocked by what he saw. Unlike other people who came back from abroad, Bella's painting wasn't of a Western style that imitated Van Gogh and other famous artists. It was a pure traditional style black and white ink wash painting. There were black branches, fallen leaves, heaving hills, tall mountains, and a bright moon on the painting. The lake sparkled, and a ship sailed alone. There was also a man toasting to the moon. It was very artistic. You painted this? Jack was slightly surprised. Yeah, I love paintings with this style element. and I've been obsessed with it these past few years. My dad said that I'm going crazy. You're very accomplished in ink wash painting, and it doesn't suit your age. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that it was the masterpiece of an ink master. Can I take that as a compliment? Bella smiled sweetly. I was complimenting you. I'm glad you like it. Thank you for the present, and allow me to thank you on behalf of my wife as well. Jack always had Chloe on his mind. Bella bit down on her lips and fell silent. How long are you planning to stay here? Jack asked casually. I'm not leaving. You're not leaving? Yeah, I'm permanently settling here. My parents are old now, and I'm their only daughter. My dad said he wants to see his grandchild before he dies. Bella smiled shyly. That's good. You're a woman and have to get married anyway. Find a good man, and Uncle Hall will have no regrets. By the way, you came back to the country all of a sudden, and got married all of a sudden. Bella smiled bitterly at Jack. Is it sudden? I've been planning it for 7 years, Jack said faintly. You planned it for 7 years? Bella was flabbergasted. Then she proceeded to say, Then you must really love her. Yes, I do. I love her very much. She's the best thing that has happened in my life, Jack openly admitted. Bella envied the woman Jack loved, from the bottom of her heart. That was fast. You're already married, but I haven't even started looking. Didn't you date in Italy? I dated a local noble who loved partying and freedom. He was a typical Sagittarius. He often went out to party and hung out with a lot of girls. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore and broke up with him. You should know no matter how long we're abroad, in the end, we can never shake off our old habits and traditions. We're fundamentally different from foreigners. That's true. How's Mrs. and Mr. Dawson? Are they healthy? They're not bad. I plan on visiting them tonight. My dad went to visit my uncle in the States and my mom's home alone. Oh, okay. Are you going home tonight? Can I maybe get a ride? Bella playfully stuck out her tongue. No. I'm going back to South Hill Manor tonight to be with my wife. She doesn't like to be alone. Okay. Bella only smiled elegantly upon hearing Jack's refusal. Chloe spent her afternoon fixing up the flowers and grass at South Hill Manor. She had a lot of fun. Uncle George and the other gardeners followed her, afraid that she would injure herself. Then, she went upstairs to shower and changed into loungewear. She took the flowers she cut from the garden and began arranging them in the living room. Then, Sarah called. Linda sent a message in our class group and she especially mentioned you. Oh? What did she say? Chloe asked calmly as she arranged the flowers. Wait, let me read it to you. Haha. She wrote, Today, I chose someone to spend the rest of my life with. I would like to thank those who came to my wedding again, and I would like to especially thank Goddess Green for being my bridesmaid. I hope that I can get a little of her good luck and live as happily as she is. How cheesy. It doesn't sound like Linda at all, Chloe smiled. Right? I was thinking the same thing. If she didn't send a voice message afterward, I would have suspected that someone stole her phone. I'm shocked at how scholarly she sounded. Then, she sent us a bunch of red packets. It's very generous of her. Linda isn't one to be petty. She says what she thinks and is really straightforward. Anyways, I'm glad she got married. Now, you have one less opponent. Haha, stop worrying about me. You should be thinking about yourself more. Me? I'm not in a hurry. Sarah purposely stretched out her sentence. You may not be in a hurry, but someone is. Well, that's his problem. Sarah laughed. You're awful. Oh, right. I'm helping my mom move next week. Remember to come to the housewarming. No problem, haha. Mr. Dawson sure is generous, buying your mother $1 million condo. When I get married, remember to get me a discount, so I can buy one. Don't worry. Noah's from a rich family. He'll be able to afford it. As a policeman, he only gets paid a couple thousand a month. I would have to wait for a really long time for him to earn enough money. You're the future wife of a policeman. Can't you be more selfless? The 2-bedroom, 60-square-meter apartment the Bureau provides isn't bad. Screw you. It's so much easier said than done. You live in a 1,000-square-meter castle, so you should really stop saying things like that. I might beat you up. Iron Lady Sarah never controlled herself when she spoke with Chloe, and often exposed her violent side. However, Chloe really liked her because of her character. She cried and laughed and was as real as can be. A person like her was always able to add color to her days gone by. After Justin sang just once during GK's anniversary party, he began frequently appearing on media outlets. Everyone thought that he was confessing his love to Gianna, so they kept hyping up their relationship. Coincidentally, Gianna's new movie was released, and the box office reached $500 million in 3 days. As the producer, Imperial Star earned buckets of money. The celebration party was held at a private club under the affiliation of Imperial Star. More than 60 people attended, including all the staff, actors, and actresses. Justin handed out red packets to everyone there. Everyone was having a great time. Then, Justin sat down on the couch in the middle of the room and closed his eyes. Music blasted in his eardrums. Gianna walked up in a dark red chipeau. She looked young and beautiful. She held up a bottle of water. "President Cooper, have some water." "Thank you. Do you have a headache? I can give you a head massage," Gianna said as she reached out her hand. But, before her hand touched Justin, he immediately stood up and avoided her touch. "I'm going to get some fresh air. You guys have fun." Gianna bit down on her lips, her eyes filled with disappointment. "Sister Gianna, congratulations. You stepped up so fast. Rumor has it that you and President Cooper are getting engaged soon." "Yeah, if you marry into the Cooper family, are you going to leave the entertainment circle?" "Don't forget to say nice things about us in front of President Cooper." Her friends all raised glasses to toast and celebrate her. However, Gianna couldn't even voice her sorrows. No one knew how much it sucked to be President Cooper's cannon fodder. However, she didn't care. After all, he gave her money and power. She only felt heartbroken for President Cooper. He liked that woman so much, but was constantly suppressing his feelings towards her. She had never seen him so lonely. Justin took a bottle of water and walked up to the balcony on the second floor. He stood beside the fence and enjoyed the gentle breeze. He really missed and wanted to see Chloe. However, he knew that he didn't have the right to. South Hill Manor. After Jack got home from work, he enjoyed dinner with Chloe. As they went upstairs hand in hand, Chloe suddenly smelled his jacket and looked at him with a complicated expression. "Mr. Dawson, the Burberry perfume on your jacket smells really nice, but if I'm not mistaken, it's female perfume, isn't it? Plus, I never use this brand. Good nose. Come on, confess. Didn't I call you at lunch today? You said that you didn't want to eat with me. Or else I would have asked you to have lunch with me and Bella." "Bella? Oh my God, you went to see her behind my back?" "Not behind your back, I called and told you." "But you didn't tell me you were going to lunch with Bella. If I knew it was her, then I would have come, even if I wasn't hungry." Chloe pouted. "Okay, I promise to bring you next time." "There's going to be a next time?" "Jack, honey, can we not get so randomly jealous?" "It's not random. She looks like a famous celebrity. I feel threatened." Who told you that?" Jack was speechless. Chloe took out her phone and opened Assistant Mark's chat. He uploaded a post to his friend circle. "The president asked me to go pick up a really pretty girl who looks like famous actress." Jack rubbed his forehead. "I think Mark's living a peaceful life recently. I need to find him some work to do." "No, it's okay. I already screenshotted it and sent it to his wife." "You have his wife's snap?" Jack was at a loss for words. Chloe nodded. "At the anniversary party, his wife came with their child, and she was really nice to me, so I added her." "Okay, honey, you win." He was originally pissed off at Mark's big mouth, but upon hearing that Chloe sent a screenshot of his post to his wife, he immediately began sympathizing with Mark. He knew that Mark definitely set the setting of that post to invisible to his wife. If Chloe sent his wife a screenshot, a war would erupt in their family. "Honey, Do you think you went a little overboard? Did I? He sent a post like that to provoke me. Am I not allowed to make some trouble for him? Jack couldn't help but laugh. Mark was really looking for trouble. Why would he say that she looked like famous actress? So, the perfume on your jacket belongs to her? Chloe glared at Jack. I didn't pay attention to the brand of perfume she wore. We just had lunch. He didn't want Chloe to overthink things, so Jack didn't even bring back the painting Bella gave them. Instead, he left it in the cabinet at his office. However, he didn't expect Chloe to be so attentive to details. She even recognized that tiny bit of perfume smell on his jacket. Just had lunch? What else did you want to do? Nothing, honey. I'm innocent. Chloe looked at Jack's puppy dog eyes and couldn't help but break into laughter. Okay then, I'll forgive you. That night, when Bella appeared at the Dawson Manor, Mrs. Dawson looked like she saw her savior and was unwilling to let go of her hand. Then, she spilled the beans about everything that had happened in their family and began saying bad things about Chloe. There were 3 main points. First, she really didn't like Chloe because she wasn't from a good family. 2, even if Jack married Chloe, she still didn't acknowledge her and was prepared to fight to the death. 3, Jack was mesmerized by that vixen, which created a crack in his relationship with his mother. All in all, Chloe was a vicious woman who destroyed the Dawson family and was helping the Green Corporation merge with GK. Mrs. Dawson made Chloe sound like the worst woman alive. Mrs. Dawson, don't get anxious or mad. Slow down. Bella, thank God you're back. I know that you've always liked Jack. You have to steal Jack back from that little vixen. Okay? Mrs. Dawson, Jack's already married. I can't do that. Bella smiled elegantly. Then make them get divorced. If it weren't for that woman, Jack would have married you a long time ago. When you lived with us, we treated you as our future daughter-in-law. Plus, Jack likes you too. He likes me? Bella looked at Mrs. Dawson in disbelief. Yeah, when you left with your parents. Jack was depressed for a really long time. Mrs. Dawson began making things up so that Bella would believe her. The truth was, men were late bloomers, and when Jack was 8, he really didn't know what love was. Mrs. Dawson, never mind. Don't say stuff like this. Jack's already married. What if his wife finds out what you said? Wife? I will never acknowledge that wife of his. You know, Bella, that woman's mother was a shameless mistress who failed to take down Timothy's wife. Then, she ran away with his driver and gave birth to a boy. She's really messed up. Think about it. How will I ever be able to accept a woman with a background like hers? Jack's an idiot. I don't know what that woman fed him. Mrs. Dawson, let's not talk about this. Here, I brought these scarves from Italy. I wasn't sure what color you liked, so I bought all 3. Bella took out the scarves. Mrs. Dawson became as happy as a clam as soon as she saw that they were from a name brand. Hurry up and get Bella some bird's nest soup. The maid quickly carried out a bowl of bird's nest soup. Mrs. Dawson then held Bella's hand and said, Bella, since your parents aren't home yet, why don't you stay here for the time being? No, it's okay. I can stay at my uncle's. Come on, listen to me and stay here. My husband is in the States. He's not on my side anymore. I don't know how that little vixen managed to do it, but I'm furious at him. I'm the only one living at home right now, and I get really lonely. Plus, if you're here, maybe Jack will come back more often. What do you think? I can't do that, Mrs. Dawson. I can't live here, really. Bella was a woman who knew her place. Even if Mrs. Dawson liked her, she would never do anything degrading. Mrs. Dawson couldn't push further upon seeing Bella's determination. Belle, you're not leaving this time, right? Yeah. I told you on the phone that I've come back to spend time with my parents. They're not that young anymore, and my dad is retiring in 3 years. Then, I'm going to travel around the world with them. Haha, what a good kid. If you came back earlier, Jack. Never mind. Let's not talk about that. Mrs. Dawson, take good care of yourself. Your health is the most important thing. I will. You're such a good kid. You're the best. Bella's return to the country reignited Mrs. Dawson's barely alive will to fight. After comparing Chloe to Bella, Mrs. Dawson felt like the latter won by a landslide. In terms of looks, Bella was 170 cm tall and looked as sweet as an actress. In terms of education, Bella was a straight A student who graduated from the Academy of Fine Arts of Florence, majoring in inkwash painting. In terms of family, Bella was the only daughter of their city's mayor, Hall. In terms of temperament, in Mrs. Dawson's eyes, Bella was perfect. But she forgot a simple fact. Perfect people didn't exist in this world. If someone seemed too perfect, it only meant that she was good at pretending. She probably had a deadly flaw that people wouldn't be able to see right away. Chloe wasn't perfect, but she lived the way she wanted to, like a real person. Bella, on the other hand, lived like a painting and played dress-up and pretend. Jack was reading a book on the bed while Chloe leaned on his shoulder and played with her phone. "Sis, are you there?" "Yeah," Chloe replied immediately when she saw Thomas had sent her a snap message. It was already 10 p.m. Thomas rarely messaged her this late at night. "Have you talked to Amelia lately?" "No, why?" "For the past 2 days, she's been avoiding me and refuses to see me. She doesn't even reply my snap messages that often. When I call, she either doesn't pick up or hangs up after a few sentences." "Did you guys get into a fight?" "No, it would be better if we did. That's why I'm confused. I don't know what's wrong with her." Thomas was so anxious that he began sending his sister voice messages. "Calm down. Let me talk to her first." Chloe then sent Amelia a snap message, but she didn't respond. Chloe then called her. It rang, but no one picked up. "Sis? What's going on?" Thomas asked anxiously. "She hasn't responded yet, but I think she might be busy. Don't worry. I'm going to the first hospital tomorrow to hand in some documents to Director Richard anyways, so I will look for her then." "Okay. Go to bed early. Don't worry. Your sister is here no matter what happens." "Okay." After Chloe comforted Thomas, she frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Jack asked, with care when he saw that Chloe was a bit emotional. "I don't know. I keep having this bad feeling. You know that my gut feeling has always been very on point. I didn't want Thomas and Amelia to date back then, but they thought that I was being conservative, closed-minded, and was trying to tear them apart. See what happened? He comes running to me after something happens. Did they get into a fight? I don't know. I will find out when I see Amelia tomorrow. You're submitting the documents to Director Richard tomorrow, right? When is the exam? Next week. Good luck, honey. Will I get a reward for passing the exam, Mr. Dawson? You will. What is it? I will reward you with a baby. Chloe, seriously? You're not joking? Seriously. We should really have a baby. It would be best if it is a daughter. Why? Chloe was a bit surprised. Jack never spoke of this topic before, and seeing how he was, Chloe didn't think he would care about the gender of the baby. What was happening today? Because I heard someone say that. If a woman loves a man, then she will give him a daughter, who will accompany him when he is 50 years old, accuse him for not behaving, tell him to quit smoking, take him away on trips, buy him warm shoes, sunbathe with him, and drink tea and spend time with him. If a woman hates a man, then she will give him a son, who will stare at him and have fights with him when he is 50 years old. His son will ask for cars and houses from him. If a woman hates her husband more than anything, then she will give him 2 sons. Pish, where did you see this? Chloe was so shocked that she thought she was going to spit out blood. I saw it in Noah's Snap friend circle, Jack said in all seriousness. Haha, how could he have such wisdom as the people's police? Fine, I'd like to see his reaction if he marries Sarah, and she gives him twin sons. Then, what should we do if we have twin sons? Jack looked at Chloe begrudgingly. Then, you should just abandon the 3 of us and remarry another wife who will give you a daughter. No, I've got my mind set on you for this lifetime. As long as it's ours, I don't care if our child is a girl, boy, or monkey. You're a SS. Why don't you try giving birth to a monkey? Wouldn't my monkey be your monkey as well? Chloe. Fine. If he tried, Mr. Dawson would never lose to anyone in a bickering contest. He only didn't talk as much. However, each and every word he spoke was deadly. The next morning, after Jack and Chloe had breakfast, they left South Hill Manor together. Chloe drove to the first hospital first to give the examination materials to Director Richard. Director Richard greatly supported her choice of neurology and said that Department Director Nina praised her highly. After Chloe spoke with Director Richard for a bit, she went downstairs to see Amelia at the gynecology department. From far away, Chloe could see Amelia playing with on her phone at the on-duty booth. Chloe patted her shoulder and she was so scared that she nearly screamed. "Senior sister? My gosh, are you trying to scare me to death?" Amelia's face turned pale. "Why didn't you pick up the phone last night?" "Ah, I went out to eat last night and it was already very late when I got back, so I didn't call you back." "Amelia, how are things with you and Thomas?" Chloe asked quietly. Amelia's expression grew more complex upon hearing Thomas's name, as if she was hiding something. "Did you two get into a fight?" "No, we didn't." Amelia spoke very quietly, and she couldn't even look at Chloe. "Amelia, a relationship is between two people, and I shouldn't be asking you this, but I know Thomas, and if he wasn't out of options, he wouldn't have asked me for help. He said that you've been avoiding him for the past few days. Why is that? Did he do something wrong?" Amelia was the type of person who loved to join in on things, but she didn't even come to GK's 30-year anniversary celebration. It was quite odd. Chloe had a feeling that something was off, but she never asked, because she didn't want Thomas to feel too pressured. However, when Thomas came to find her last night, she knew that something was definitely wrong. Amelia shook her head. "Senior sister, Thomas is a great guy. He is the purest and the most innocent of most boys out there, and he treats me very well. Then why are you avoiding him? Why couldn't you just talk it out?" "Senior sister, I don't know how to explain things to you. Don't ask me any more questions for now, okay? I want to spend some time alone. After I figure things out, I will personally explain myself to Thomas." Chloe looked at Amelia's expression and didn't think that she was lying. Plus, there were hints of tears in her eyes, so she must be feeling some degree of pressure as well. Chloe didn't want to force her either since she was a really nice girl. Back then, she supported Chloe, not at all afraid of offending Lisa. Chloe knew that there wasn't anything wrong with Amelia's character. If she had to name one flaw, then it would be that Amelia's heart was made of glass. Amelia was an only child, and even though both her parents were average factory workers, they treated her extremely well. She was like a flower that grew up in a greenhouse, never having to face any real setbacks. Her life had been smooth thus far, and the only male classmate that she secretly had a crush on in college went abroad, so she hadn't even experienced any heartbreaks. However, not going through trauma only made things worse, because it would be very difficult for people like them to recover from setbacks. This was also why Chloe initially refused to let them be together. Relationships were hard, and conflicts were perfectly normal and completely unavoidable. If neither Amelia nor Thomas could wrap their heads around the same issue, then it would dramatically affect them. In the end, Chloe looked at Amelia, patted her shoulder, and said, "Okay then, don't feel so pressured either. Relax for a few days, and I'll talk to Thomas." "Okay, thanks, senior sister." Chloe placed the coffee and treats she bought for Amelia on the on-call booth, and then she left. After she got into the car, she put on her earphones and called Thomas. "Sis, Thomas, I saw Amelia. What did she say?" Thomas seemed to care about Amelia's attitude quite a lot. "I think she might be too stressed out with work lately. Our hospital's been issuing exams recently. So, she probably doesn't have time to see you. don't think too much about it. Is that really so? Don't lie to me, sis. Why would I? Amelia said that she'll explain things to you in a few days after work quiets down. Then that's good. Thanks, sis. Thomas seemed to have relaxed quite a bit. Get to class. We still have to move in a few days. Okay, don't worry. I remember. Auntie William and the others were overwhelmed with jealousy when they heard that we're moving to Sky Blessing Court. Haha. She even asked if Mom could help them get cheap housing as well. Chloe was speechless. Okay. I've to go to work now. Let's talk later. Sure. After Chloe hung up, she directly drove straight to Southside. After her arrival, she began to get busy, and soon it was time for lunch. Just as Chloe was about to get up and leave, she saw a tall and skinny-figured woman standing outside her door. She was really pretty. Hello, are you Chloe Green? I am. Chloe nodded. Hello, Chloe. I'm Bella Hall. Do I know you? Even though Chloe had heard of the name, Bella Hall, she didn't know her at all. You must be Jack's wife. I'm his friend. Sorry for the abrupt visit. Please excuse me. But I'm about to go eat now. Chloe didn't want to entertain guests during work hours, but she also didn't want to miss her lunch break either. After all, it wasn't because that she was pretentious. Instead, she didn't think Bella was important enough for her to miss her lunch or work. Do you mind eating together? But I'm heading to the staff cafeteria to eat. Chloe didn't like going out, or eating with those she didn't like or weren't familiar with. She wasn't someone who liked to please others. It was much better to just directly refuse. I want to try out Southside's staff meal as well. Let's talk while we eat. Before Chloe could respond, Bella happily turned around and walked out first. The important thing was, did she even know where the staff cafeteria was? Didn't Chloe have to lead her there? Fine, Chloe gave up. Inside the staff cafeteria, Chloe used her card to order a meal set, but she politely handed it to Bella. Thanks. Bella smiled sweetly. Chloe then lined up again herself and used her card once again. There were 2 sets of the same meal and the same old 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. Spicy beef, bitter melon with fried eggs, and winter melon soup with lamb and vermicelli. Bella didn't have the haughty manner of heiresses, as she lowered her head, ate a piece of beef, and praised the food nonstop. This is really good. It must be so nice working here. That's because you haven't tasted what the previous chef used to make. That taste was it even better than this? Bella filled with doubt. Nope. It felt grossly satisfying. Pish. You're pretty funny. Bella laughed at what Chloe said. Chloe was truly hungry as well, so she took big bites and enjoyed her meal. Bella ate fairly gracefully, occasionally holding up her bowl of soup and taking a small sip. 10 or so minutes later, they both finished their meals. Are you full? Would you like some more? Yes, I'm full. Thanks for lunch. Bella thanked her. So, can you tell me why you're here? Chloe looked at Bella. Undeniably, Assistant Mark wasn't exaggerating. This woman really did look like a famous celebrity. She was sweet, tall, had long legs, and a hot figure. Most importantly, her bust size looked like it was 36D. She was the perfect goddess. Under such comparison, Chloe's little airport runway seemed somewhat sad. Bella drew in plenty of attention at the hospital. Everywhere she went, the male doctors looked like they were about to drool all over her. Chloe, I just came back to the Connor Tree yesterday, and I heard that Jack was married, so I was very curious and wanted to see what the girl of his dreams was like. Are you disappointed by what you saw? The truth is, I'm not that exceptional. Chloe laughed self-mockingly. No, I trust Jack's taste. I've heard some of the stories about you, and I think you're a woman who commands respect. I have to applaud you, just for your continuous efforts at advancing your career. Chloe initially saw this woman as a romantic rival. However, now, Chloe noticed that she didn't seem to come with any hostility or provocation. Could Chloe have been too nervous? Thanks for your compliments, Miss Bella. I'm really not as nice as you say. No, if Jack loves you deeply, that's plenty to prove how exceptional you are. Bella's logic was exceptionally formidable as well. Her words could leave a person as sharp as Chloe, without any room for rebuttal. She was good. You seem to have some special feelings towards Jack. Chloe's sixth sense had always been very on point. She noticed that Bella's eyes lit up whenever she mentioned Jack. They weren't simply friends, were they? I'm not afraid to say that Jack is the first man I ever had a crush on. Oh, Chloe nodded. She wasn't surprised at all. It was perfectly normal for others to have a crush on her Mr. Dawson, given how outstanding and brilliant he was. I lived with his family when I was 8 years old, and his parents treated me like I was their own. I'm very grateful for that time, but after I moved back with my own family, I never got to see Jack again. However, I haven't forgotten about that friend of mine this whole time. Ha ha. I'm not afraid of being laughed at for saying this, but I never thought that a man like Jack would get married so young. I thought he would at least wait until he was more than 30 years old. So, you've never done anything, or even confessed your feelings for him? Asked Chloe. No, it might be because I was overconfident. I didn't find out that you guys got married until I came back. I was quite surprised, and my parents haven't told me anything about it. Perhaps they were worried that I would be upset. Jack's mother didn't mention this either when she called. I seem to be the only one left in the dark about this. So he doesn't know you like him? Chloe looked at Bella. From the way she spoke, it didn't seem like Jack knew about her feelings towards her. He doesn't know. I never told him. Then do you plan to tell him? Chloe asked, word for word. Bella slightly stiffened, as if she didn't know how to respond. The truth is, I've never thought of this question. Bella indeed was being honest. If she said that she didn't plan on confessing, then it would be a lie, because she had had a crush on him for all these years. If she said that she planned on confessing, then it would be a lie as well, because he was already married. If she made any moves, then she would definitely be labeled as the other woman. At that exact moment, the perfect answer was that she never thought about it. Then, did you come to find me today? Just out of curiosity? Just to see what I looked like? I guess so. So please forgive me if I've disturbed your work. It's fine. It's my lunch break right now, so you're not disturbing me. Bella smiled. Then she looked at Chloe and said, Mrs. Dawson doesn't seem to like you. She told me a lot of bad things about you when I visited her yesterday. However, truth be told, I don't believe her, because I don't think Jack is dumb enough to fall for such a disheveled woman. Jack's mother might be biased against you, but that's not an issue. I think you won the lottery, being able to win over Jack's love. So are you feeling a bit envious of me? Chloe suddenly asked. Bella nodded without hiding away. I do envy you, with hints of jealousy, but there is no hate. I believe that God has already made the best plans for me before I even realized it. Miss Hall, you truly are an accommodating person, and the way you speak and act are very composed as well. Chloe noticed that Bella was truly flawless in the way she spoke. Her IQ and EQ were no less than Chloe's, if not even higher. Bella surpassed women like Jennifer and Zoe by quite a lot. However, because of this, women like her would be terrifying if they were to become the enemy, because they were too good at their games. Okay, it's about time. I shouldn't waste your time anymore. Let's meet again when we get a chance. Bella stood up after she spoke, but she stopped after she took a few steps forward. She turned around with a smile on her face. I'm truly thankful for the lunch you treated me to. The beef was very good. After Bella left, 2 little nurses came over and asked, Head nurse, was that your friend? She is so pretty, and she looks a lot like a famous actress. She isn't my friend. I don't have such gorgeous girlfriends. Chloe smiled. She had a sense of self-awareness and would never toot her own horn. Bella was Jack's friend at most, so she wasn't her friend, right? She only had two friends, dummy Sarah and that challenging doctor, Victoria. Just as Chloe was about to get off from work in the afternoon, she received a call from Beth. "Young madam, please hurry over, Cody." "What happened to him?" "You'll know when you get here. We're at the mansion by Phoenix Splendid Shore." GK owned this mansion, and it was a gift Jack gave to Cody and Emery when they first met. Each of them had one mansion to themselves, surrounded by beautiful scenery in a secluded area, so their privacy was protected. Chloe didn't hesitate at all after she heard what Beth said, and immediately headed towards Cody's home. "What happened?" Chloe hurriedly asked when she saw Beth. "You should go check up on him. He went out earlier this morning and came back like this at noon. He won't talk to me, and I don't even know what happened. He was like this when his condition was at its worst, and it was frightening." Beth knew that Chloe was an experienced neurology medical professional, so she called Chloe at once. Chloe nodded. "Okay, I'll go inside and take a look. Don't worry about it too much." She walked to the second floor and found that the door wasn't closed all the way. She knocked on the door, but no one responded. She slowly walked inside and saw that Cody had crawled into a corner. He wrapped both of his hands around himself, which was a very self-protective pose, as if he had to do this because harm had been inflicted onto him. "Cody's state has been quite stable recently. How did this happen all of a sudden?" "Cody," she softly called him. He didn't respond. Instead, he sat there absent-mindedly, and his eyes stared forward in trance. "Cody, I'm Sister Chloe." He responded a bit when he heard that it was Chloe. He slowly raised his head, while his expression remained pale. "Chloe, tell me, why would she treat me like that? If she hated me, then why did she give birth to me? Why would she do that to me?" Chloe seemed to have realized something when she heard what Cody said. "You went to see her?" The her Chloe mentioned was Cody's mother. Chloe had looked into Cody's family background. His father had already passed away. Both his paternal grandparents lived in the countryside, but they weren't very healthy. However, she couldn't reach his maternal grandparents at all. The only person she could reach was the aunt who brought Cody up back then, whom he hardly ever saw nowadays. In Cody's perspective, they were all endlessly greedy creatures. Now he only had a mother who abandoned Cody when she became pregnant with someone else's kid. After she left home, she formed a new family with someone else. But then, that man ran off with another woman. She was left on her own now and lived with her other son, who suffered from a serious illness. Her work seemed very tiring, as she sold sausages and hand-pulled pancakes at a breakfast stand. She looked for Cody several times to ask him for money right on the spot. Cody refused, and she even threatened to expose their own family scandal. Later on, she only stopped when Cody threatened to kill her little son. Why would they end up seeing each other all of a sudden? Chloe originally planned to see his mother after she was done with her exams, so she could help resolve the conflict between them. After all, she was the root cause of Cody's depression. She never expected them to see each other so soon. "Yes, I saw her, haha." Cody's eyes were hollow as he smiled coldly. "What happened? Can you tell me? Do you know what she said to me?" Cody spoke bitterly. Chloe didn't say anything. She said, "Cody, donate a kidney to your little brother. His uremia is very serious. If he doesn't get a kidney transplant, he will die. He's your little brother, and you guys are related by blood. Please save him." "Kidney transplant? What sort of joke is this?" Chloe felt terrible for Cody when she heard this. Was this something a real mother could say? Weren't they both her sons? Why did she have to get Cody's kidney to save the other? Ha. I told her that I won't donate my kidney, and I won't give her money either. I'll let that dumb son of hers wait around for death. Chloe, do you think that I was being too harsh? No, I think that she wounded you too deep. Chloe looked at this youth sympathetically. He had gone through thick and thin to become a superstar. However, he still couldn't escape the torment that came with common emotions and desires. To others, the word family consisted of love and warmth. But for Cody, it was a curse. A terrible curse. Cody looked at Chloe as crystal-clear tears ran down his face. Chloe, why does everyone else have a kind mother, but I don't? Chloe felt like her heart was being torn out as she looked at Cody, who was sobbing uncontrollably before her. Cody, only after you've experienced a pain that normal people never have will you acquire things that normal people never would. You're now a great star, watched by all. It's that woman's loss for not acknowledging you, but you must believe that the gift God gave you might be late, but it won't go missing. One day, you'll obtain what you have always desired. Sister Chloe, I suddenly feel like there's no point in anything in life. What is my purpose for existing? If I die, the earth will still spin, and the world wouldn't change because I left. With the passing of time, the fans that mourn over me will eventually forget everything about me, like ashes flying away in the air without any hints of evidence left, as if I was never here. Everything that came out of Cody's mouth had hints of despair. Chloe had encountered patients struggling with depression before, and most of them didn't have any hope for life. Some even had suicidal tendencies and thoughts. Cody was no exception. He lacked motherly love, and had always been like an insecure child. He admired the happiness others had at every moment of every day. A mother's peskiness, a mother's food and dishes, a mother's smiles, also a mother's criticism. Everything normal children had was an extravagant desire for him. She truly felt bad for this child. If God wants you alive, then he must have other plans for you. Why don't you calm down and wait around to see what sort of gifts he has for you? Will that happen? Cody was a bit stunned and didn't seem like he had faith in Chloe's words. I never lie. Why don't you be patient and see? Living can actually be more difficult than dying at times. But to me, you're not inferior, and you're not one to run away when faced with problems. So you shouldn't think of death all the time, because death is too easy. Being alive is much more difficult. Chloe, do you remember Uzumaki Naruto from Naruto? Both of his parents died when he was born, and because he had the nine-tailed fox inside his body, he was treated like a monster by the whole village. But he never gave up. Ever since he was young, he wanted to become the Hokage and protect his village to prove his value and existence. You're the same. You're now standing on a stage, under the watchful eyes of many, and praised as an idol. It's not just because of your attractive appearance, but rather because you are so determined. The fact that you never gave up on your dreams is inspirational, and you need to let your fans know that you will never give up, because that's how you got to where you are today. You have to be everyone else's dawn of hope. Me, Dawn? Cody confusingly asked Chloe. Of course. You've always been. Chloe patted his shoulder. Yeah, I still have all those fans with unlimited anticipation for me. Did you think that they all liked you because of your superior appearance? Of course not. They're all smart people. A comment on your Weibo moved me quite a lot. Which one was it? Cody was a bit confused. Your fan said, liking someone begins with his looks, but they stay loyal because of his talents, and they fall for his character. Clearly, not all of your fans are only into appearances. They've seen how much you changed over the years, and how hard you have worked. They saw all your effort in every film, and how you sang all your songs with all your heart. Everyone has witnessed your efforts, so why would you put yourself down completely, all because of one person? Even I forgot about that, Cody spoke to himself. You've been thinking too lowly of yourself, and therefore walked into an endless loop. Sister Chloe, then what should I do now? Cody slowly got up from the corner. He looked like a lost child as he looked at Chloe in a daze. It was as if he was trying to find a direction to proceed toward from her words. Let me deal with her. I'll think of a way to help you. What you should do right now isn't accepting new jobs, preparing for concerts, or even traveling around to promote the release of your new movie. Instead, you should get a good night's sleep. Look at you. Your eye bags are so obvious that you've got your own smoky eye look. At the mention of the smoky eye look, Cody couldn't help but laugh. As soon as Chloe mentioned smoky eye makeup, he would think back at her exaggerated look during the end opening of GK film and television a while ago. Justin had already mocked her about it several times, and it has clearly already become Chloe's sore spot. However, despite how humiliated she was, she still brought it up just to make Cody laugh. Thanks, Chloe. Okay, since you've always treated me like a real sister, of course I have to take care of my little brother. On behalf of the company, I will give you tomorrow off. You can wake up later tomorrow, have a meal with Sister Beth, and then walk around by the beach or something. Just make sure to relax for a bit and come back for work the day after tomorrow. Any questions? I'll try my best. Cody slowly spoke. Okay, then I'll be going now. Send me a message if you need anything later. Okay. Chloe sighed in relief and headed out when she saw that Cody had calmed down quite a bit. Young madam, how is he? Asked Beth worriedly. I have to go meet. That mother of Cody. She has quite an influence over him. It was because of his mom? Beth was a bit taken back. Yes, it's a long story. I have to go first. Please watch over him, and call me any time if anything happens. Okay, thanks for all your help, young madam. After a few interactions, and after she saw how Chloe dealt with things, Beth had completely fallen in admiration for this young madam. She always knew how to solve urgent issues. Chloe didn't head back home after she left the Phoenix Mansions, but instead, she called Assistant Mark. That woman I told you to investigate before, do you know where her food stall is? Wait for a bit, young madam. Let me look into it. Oh, it's that street by the 3rd Ring Road, next to Madam Square. Okay, I got it. Chloe then drove straight to 3rd Ring Road, the busiest part of town. There were cars and people everywhere, and even more red lights. After Chloe finally found a place to park her car, she got off and walked towards the pedestrian walkway. There were countless food carts all over the pedestrian streets. This was a place tourists would often visit, because one could eat everything that the city had to offer on the single street. After Chloe walked around for about 10 minutes or so, she finally saw a stall that sold hand-pulled pancakes and grilled sausage. The banner that hung above read, Hannah's Grilled Sausage. Hi, are you Miss Hannah? Who are you? The woman was very skinny and tan and looked to be about 40 or so years old. She wore a blue work uniform with a black apron. She skillfully grilled the sausages while she flipped pancakes. It doesn't matter who I am. I have something important to talk to you about. I don't even know you. Why do I have to talk to you? The woman was clearly very impolite. Chloe didn't say anything as she took out $1,000 from her wallet and placed it in Hannah's cash basket. This money should be enough for your entire day's work. Let's go. Chloe didn't even wait until Hannah finished and walked towards the side as soon as she finished speaking. As expected, Hannah immediately packed up her stall, closing up for the day. She pushed the cart as she followed behind Chloe. Park your cart there. We'll sit inside. There just happened to be a Starbucks on the pedestrian street, so Chloe walked in. After Hannah parked the cart, she followed behind Chloe. Waitress, 2 cups of Blue Mountain coffee, please. Who are you? Hannah looked at Chloe cautiously. Chloe didn't say anything as she checked Hannah out from head to toe. It was hard for her to believe that this middle-aged woman, who looked completely ordinary, was the main culprit who repeatedly pushed her own son, Cody, into despair. I represent Cody. Huh, are you his agent? That's not right. You're not that old woman. Did he switch agents? Hannah smiled, and that smile carried hints of disdain. You don't need to know who I am. I came to talk to you about Cody today. Sure. What about? Hannah asked, as raised her greasy hand, held up the coffee, and took a sip. What would it take for you to leave him alone? $5 million. She raised 5 fingers without any hesitation. Talk about an ambitious demand. You sure can ask. What? Cody is very famous right now. He earns way more than $5 million with a single endorsement deal. I don't think it's a lot. Hannah seemed to think that she was being very reasonable. Mrs. Hannah, I would like to interrupt you for 1 second. Let me ask you, did you really give birth to him? Of course. Hannah's eyes flashed for a bit. Hey, then I'm very confused. Since he's your son, then why would you do that to him? Not even a fierce tiger goes for its own children. You're a mother. Why would you treat your own son like so? What's wrong with what I'm doing? I'm only asking him for money. He is wealthy, and he should show filial piety towards me anyways. I carried him in my womb for 10 months back then. You're right. 10 months in your womb. The process a mother goes through to give birth to a child is very painful. But what did you do after you gave birth to him? Have you ever held yourself responsible for him? Did you just think that you laid an egg just to let him die and live on his own? Hannah didn't expect Chloe's tone to change all of a sudden and mock her like so. She found it a bit difficult to respond at once. Have you ever taken care of him after you gave birth to him? Back then, you selfishly pursued your happy life and ran off to be with your new husband, with your younger son. You left him with that alcoholic father to be beaten up until wounds covered his body. Where were you as a mother when he was so hungry that he nearly fainted? Where were you as a mother when he was about to be beaten to death by that violent father? Where were you when he was chased out by his aunt and was left wandering on the streets? Where were you when he crawled into internet cafes overnight and lived filthier than a beggar? Hannah suddenly couldn't say anything because she didn't know how to respond. So, you can't answer? Very well. Let me answer it for you. When he suffered from the cold and hunger, you ran off with your new lover, and you no longer cared about the pain your other son was going through. So what gives you the audacity to say that you're his mother right now? For better or for worse, at least you're a 40-something woman. Do you have no shame? How could you say things like that, little girl? How am I shameless? I still gave birth to Cody, no matter what you say. There wouldn't be him if it weren't for me. If I chose to get an abortion back then, would there be the idol star that you have today? What a joke. I just wanted some money. Do you have to humiliate me? What's wrong with you? Hannah's accent carried hints of an odd pitch. It was because she was born and raised in the countryside, so she had a thick rural accent. There's a great saying, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. You left Cody during his most difficult days, so now you don't have any right to enjoy all that he has, even if you're his mother. You don't deserve to be called mother after all that you've done. Did you come looking for me just to scold me? Who do you think you are? I don't have the time to talk to you. Don't think that just because you gave me $1,000, you can scold me all you want. I'm not going to put up with all this. Then, Hannah stood up to leave. I can cure your younger son. Chloe's nonchalant words immediately stopped Hannah in her steps. He has uremia and needs a kidney change, right? It's easy. I have a way. You can save him? Hannah looked at Chloe in disbelief. I work at Southside Recuperation Center, and I know Director Richard of the First Hospital. What do you think? This was the first time that Chloe felt incredibly proud when she said her occupation. Hannah's expression changed when she heard the words First Hospital and Director Richard. Don't try to fool me, you little girl, or else I'll fight you. I'm not trying to fool you. A kidney transplant isn't difficult. As long as there is an appropriate kidney, your son can get surgery right away. But why would you want to help me? Hannah wasn't dumb, and she looked at Chloe cautiously. I'm not going to help you for free. I'm not a saint. I do have conditions. Chloe spoke each word slowly. What are your conditions? Be a good mother. Be Cody's mother. Be the mother you were supposed to be. Apologize to him. Beg for his forgiveness. and then take good care of him and make up for all these years you owe him." "What?" Hannah was a bit dumbfounded. "What? Is it too difficult and you can't do it? If you can't, then I don't have anything else to say to you. I wouldn't care about that little son of yours at all. We'll just let fate do its work." Chloe stood up to leave after she spoke. Hannah immediately got up and stopped Chloe. "Don't leave. I'll agree to all of your conditions as long as you can save my son." Chloe looked at Hannah with hints of pity. "They're both your sons, and they both came out from you. Why are you so harsh on Cody, but so kind to the other? No wonder Cody had depression. Anyone else would go insane if they met this woman. They were both her sons. What was with this drastic difference?" I have my own difficulties as well." Hannah changed up her fierce shrew-like image as tears flashed in her eyes. "How about this? You should consider it first, and then decide whether you want to agree to my terms." "No, I can give you an answer now. I agree to your terms. Please admit Nico into your hospital immediately, okay? I already can't handle the burdensome fees anymore. Many of the hospitals won't even accept us. We don't have any other option left. If I did, I would never go looking for Cody." Hannah started crying as she spoke. "Don't cry. No, I beg you, please save Nico. He is only 13 years old. His life hasn't even started yet." Hannah kneeled down to Chloe as she spoke. This was something that Chloe didn't expect. She thought that Hannah was just an unreasonable shrew. The truth was she was, but she was still willing to discard all her dignity for her younger son. "Please get up. You must save Nico." Hannah hugged Chloe's leg emotionally. "I will definitely save him, as long as you do what I asked you to. I will do even if you use my kidney. I'll agree to anything." "Okay, get up first, then we'll talk." "No, I want Nico to be hospitalized right now. I'm afraid that it'll be too late." Hannah cried very miserably, and didn't look like she was faking at all. Chloe helplessly agreed to her first, and then drove to where Hannah lived. She lived near a recycling station towards the north end of town. In a 40-square-meter bungalow, Chloe saw Hannah's younger son. This boy was also Cody's younger brother of the same mother. His name was Nico. He was only 13 years old, but he already looked incredibly worn out and pale as he laid on an old and used futon. "Mom, you're back?" He forced out a hint of a smile. "Nico, this lady is from the hospital. She said that she had a way to save you. We've come to pick you up, to go to the hospital." "Really?" "Yes." Chloe nodded as she smiled at the little boy. "I've already made the call, and the hospital's ambulance will be here soon. I'll arrange for him to stay at Southside Recuperation Center, conduct a series of checkups, and then find him an appropriate donor, and we'll perform the surgery soon." Okay. Do whatever you need to save Nico." "Mom, did you sell all of the pancakes today?" asked the little boy. "I did. This lady bought everything." Hannah forced a smile. The little boy looked at Chloe with an innocent gaze. "Miss, you really are a good person." "No, I'm not a good person. I just like your mother's pancakes." Chloe began to feel a bit bad for them. She originally felt very sympathetic to Cody's experience, but then she saw how unbearable this home looked, and how empty it was. Inside this 40-square-meter space, bottles and cans were piled all round, and a smelly stench filled the air. The blanket on the little boy's body was pitch black, and green moss covered the corners of the wall. "Where is Nico's dad?" Chloe suddenly asked. "I can't reach him anymore. He ran off 3 years ago, ever since we discovered that Nico was suffering from kidney disease. Apparently he ran off with the wife of a construction worker, and no one knows where he is. Nico's maternal grandparents won't talk to us either, and I'm out of options. I can't just watch him die. I can't bear it." Hannah sat by the side of the bed and started crying again as she spoke. "Mom, I won't die. I will live very long, and I'll take care of you when you retire." The little boy's voice sounded very crisp and innocent. Everyone said that children spoke the truth, and what they said would always come from their hearts. Chloe didn't ask anything else. 20 minutes later, Southside's ambulance arrived. Head nurse. Take this child to Southside, put him into an ICU. Sanitize and wash him first, then conduct a series of checkups on him. Also, get doctor of the internal medicine department to properly examine him. Tell him I'm the one asking. Yes, head nurse. Then, they took Nico into the ambulance. Hannah seemed to have relaxed a bit. You really will save him, right? Hannah still didn't seem to fully believe it. Don't worry, it will be fine, as long as we find a matching kidney. His disease isn't terminal. In most cases, the patient will make a full recovery. Then good, that's good. Hannah nodded nonstop. Now, can you tell me your story? Chloe knew Hannah was someone with a story. So Chloe planned to listen to her story first, and then decide how to treat her in the future. She originally planned to force Hannah into begging for Cody's forgiveness. As long as Hannah could be a good mother, she was willing to threaten her. It would be fine even if Hannah acted, but she had to pay Cody back for all these years. Hannah sat by the door of their bungalow, bit her lips, and slowly said, Cody's father is the reason why I don't love him. I've always loved Nico's father. Back then, our village often had film screenings, and since the entire village would go, I did as well. One night, I headed back very late, and on my way back along the dark road, I was pulled into the sorghum field by Cody's father and forced his way in. Chloe felt slightly shocked upon hearing this. It might be fate. I was impregnated that one time and my parents were ashamed of me, so they wanted me to marry him. He was the infamous alcoholic in our village, and I didn't want to, so I went to find Nico's father. But he frowned upon me as well and said that he didn't want a woman that's someone else. People gossiped, and I couldn't bear the pressure, so I was left with no choice but to marry Cody's father. He began to beat me ever since I got pregnant. He would beat me every time he was drunk, and I nearly had a miscarriage this one time, but Cody was strong, so I was able to give birth to him. But that man never changed out of his old habits. He didn't work all day and only drank, and after he was drunk, he would hit people. I truly couldn't stand it anymore. I couldn't find hope in that life. But then, the person who was supposed to marry Nico's father suddenly backed out, so he came to see me in sorrow, and we got back together. We snuck out to see each other several times, and even had Nico. Later on, I decided to leave him. Then why didn't you take Cody with you? Chloe looked at this woman before her with hints of sympathy. How can I bring him? Nico's father was only a construction worker and earned his living carrying bricks. It was already very hard enough for him to support Nico and I. Plus, he said that he would break up with me if I brought Nico along. I didn't want him to leave me. I was truly terrified of living like I used to. Plus, I didn't love Nico's father, so I decided to escape from the old home. However, I never expected that. Nico's father was a scumbag as well. He ran off as soon as our child got sick. He even said that Nico was a bottomless hole, and we should leave his life to fate. Tears trickled down Hannah's face as she spoke. Even though she tried hard to cover her mouth so she didn't cry so loud, Chloe still felt heartbroken by her story. If she didn't hear Hannah speak about it herself, then she would never believe that a woman as unlucky and unhappy as she existed in this world. Her life was truly like hell. It was extremely miserable. Then why didn't you tell Nico about all this? If you told him, then I'm sure that he would have sympathized. What was I supposed to say? Was I supposed to say, I don't love your father because he forced into me? As a mother, how am I supposed to say something like that to my son? The truth is, I'm happy to see Cody so successful. When I heard that his father died, I wanted to go looking for him. But Nico's father threatened me and told me he would take Nico away and sell him if I went looking for Cody. What an awful man. Chloe felt like cursing. Back then, I was weak and didn't know that I could live without a man. It wasn't until after he left and I took over the responsibility of taking care of my family that I realized that I had the ability to raise Nico on my own. If his disease wasn't so serious, I really wouldn't have looked for Cody. I know that he hates me. Because of the unhappy things that he had experienced over the years. Cody suffers from severe depression. You might not know, but it's a serious mental illness which gives him the tendency to commit suicide. Suicide? Hannah looked at Chloe in bewilderment. I'm not trying to scare you, but his condition is really serious. If it wasn't, then I wouldn't be in such a hurry to find you. The only thing Cody cares about is that he doesn't have a good mother and never got to enjoy motherly love. That's why he doesn't want to live anymore. To him, death is liberation. I've done him wrong. Hannah opened her eyes wide in remorse. Forget about it. I used to think that you were the worst mother alive, but now I can see that you had your own grievances. Let's not struggle over this. The most important thing right now is curing Nico. But I can't pay you. I heard that including surgical fees, a kidney transplant costs around $600,000. I don't have that kind of money. I don't have any savings. It was true. Hannah didn't have any money, so she decided to tell Chloe up front. I can help you out. She knew that Hannah didn't have money, and she couldn't ask the hospital to treat her son for free. After all, this was a hospital, not a charity. She could use the Green Foundation's money, and Nico's conditions complied with the funding requirements. However, if she wanted to use the Green Foundation's money, she had to submit a detailed chart, which will result in an information leak. Nico was Cody's brother from a different father. If someone who held bad intentions began hyping this up, the results would be unthinkable. In the end, Chloe decided to pay for the surgery herself. Of course, her salary wasn't enough, so she planned on using Jack's salary, which he still transferred to her account each month. By now, there were probably at least $10 million on that card, because Mr. Dawson had always treated her with generosity. She used Jack's secondary credit card for her day-to-day expenditures, and never touched that money. You shouldn't stay here. Bring some clean clothes and go back to the hospital with me. You can take care of Nico there for the time being. Can I really? Hannah was flattered. Don't forget our deal. Remember to make things up for Cody. Even if you hate his father, you shouldn't blame him. After all, he's your son. You carried him in your belly for 10 months. Chloe said, word for word. I know. Hannah nodded. After a busy day, it was already 8 p.m. when she got back to Imperial Park. Jack was on the couch, looking at data and going through information on his laptop. Honey, I'm home. Honey, why are you back so late today? I don't want to talk about it. Today was the busiest day ever. Chloe shook her head and moved her neck back and forth. Her whole body ached. What happened? Jack looked at her in surprise. Cody's depression relapsed, so I went to his mansion. Was it serious? Jack knew that Cody treated Chloe like an older sister, so he was worried as well. Yeah, I'm going to go take a shower. I'll tell you what happened afterward. Chloe took a few steps forward. Then, she suddenly remembered something and said, Bella came looking for me at Southside today. Jack froze for a second upon hearing what she said. Why would she go looking for you? Who knows? Maybe she wants to see what Jack's wife looked like. Haha, she sure is curious. Jack barely gave a reaction. Jack only knew Bella from when she was 8 years old, and he barely remembered her. Throughout these years, he occasionally heard Mayor Hall or his mother mention this person. Jack truly felt nothing towards Bella, but she was pretty good at giving herself a sense of presence after returning to the country. Just yesterday, she came to have lunch with him, and today, she went looking for Chloe. She had lunch with me at Southside but didn't say much. She is really pretty and really elegant, very much like a socialite. Too bad I just don't like her. Is it because you treat her as your romantic rival? Isn't she? Chloe answered with a question. Of course she isn't. There's nothing going on between us. Plus, we haven't seen each other in 18 years. Don't tell me you're jealous of her, there's really no point. Jack smiled and continued typing and organizing documents. Fine, you have a point. What am I so worried about? Chloe's entire brain was filled with Cody's stuff, and she completely forgot about Bella. After she showered, Chloe came back downstairs. Jack had already made her a sandwich and warmed up a glass of milk. Thanks, honey. You're the best. Chloe hugged Jack and nuzzled his chin. Then, she began wolfing down the sandwich, completely disregarding her image. Perhaps she was just too hungry. Slow down, or your stomach will hurt. Jack felt angry and amused as he looked at his wife eat. I'm hungry. Chloe looked like as if she had been wronged. She devoured the sandwich and the milk in 10 minutes. Then, Chloe sat down on the couch and told Jack about Cody's family. Jack listened quietly. That's the entire story. It's pretty complicated. No wonder Cody is suffering from depression, Jack sighed faintly. Yeah, he could write a book about his life experience, titled Miserable World. It really is miserable. Did you know how many times I wanted to cry today? Nico is only 13 years old. I feel so bad for him. He lied there slowly waiting to die. Chloe's heart throbbed for that poor child. Let's pay for the surgical fees. Tell the doctors to quickly schedule it. Uremia needs to be treated as soon as possible. As a medical professional, Jack was well aware of these common diseases. I know. I'll schedule the surgery as soon as I get to work tomorrow. Okay, honey. Don't work yourself too hard. Come, lie down. I'll give you a massage. Yay! Chloe looked excited as she lied down on Jack's leg. She closed her eyes as his big hands massaged her head. The massage was good, and it felt nice. But soon, his hands began trailing down her body. Honey, just massage my head. You don't have to massage my boobs, Chloe said, shyly. I do. Doctors specializing in cardio say if this part of the body is frequently massaged, it will achieve magical results, Jack said, in all seriousness. What magical results? Chloe really believed him. An A will turn into a B. A C will turn into a D. Chloe, she shot up as soon as she realized that she had been played. Come here, Mr. Dawson. I promise I won't kill you. While the Dawson couple fooled around at home, at Justin's private mansion, Max said on purpose, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news. The good news is, you have an ally. An ally? Justin furrowed his eyebrows slightly. The bad news is, Chloe is faced with a tough opponent. That woman's really something. I think if you form an alliance with her, you might be able to break the 7-year relationship between Jack and Chloe. Max smiled slyly. First, tell me who that woman is. Justin really had no idea. Max was a gossip, so he was exposed to more back-alley news. I knew that your news isn't as up-to-date as mine. None of you guys know that Mayor Hall's daughter came back to the country, right? Max asked mysteriously. Justin shook his head. He never paid much attention to Mayor Hall, let alone his daughter. That's normal. She hasn't been back in more than a decade. I heard that she has a house in Italy. Mayor Hall and his wife stay there for a few days every year. But a few days ago, she suddenly came back for no reason. Plus, I heard that she's really close with Mrs. Dawson and visits her almost every day. So I was thinking, why would a young and pretty single woman maintain such a good relationship with Mrs. Dawson? Plus, the latter doesn't like Chloe to begin with. So, I'm thinking... Max stopped before he finished his sentence. However, Justin fully understood what he wanted to say. Apparently, she looks like a famous actress. I was really curious and wanted to check her out, but it's too bad that this socialite rarely appears out in the public. If it weren't for some of her close friends, I wouldn't have even known. She came back to the country in such a low-key manner, almost comparable to Chloe. Max was just talking casually, comparing the two people. But Justin was unhappy. Not just anyone can compare with Chloe. Right. Chloe is the prettiest and the most low-key, okay? I misspoke, haha. Max knew that Justin was obsessed, so he didn't bother arguing with him. So, young Master Cooper, if the two of you team up, You'll have much more of an advantage. Even a solid wall will crack. I know a girl who's close to her. Do you want me to introduce her to you? She likes Jack, and you want Chloe. You guys can combine forces. No thanks. Liking Chloe is my business. Whether I can get her is irrelevant. Then, Justin got up and left. Max hopelessly shook his head. Ever since young Master Cooper fell into the whirlpool of love, he became more and more righteous. He was not even as flashy as he used to be. He was always so considerate of Chloe's feelings. But did he really not want to consider teaming up? Bella was a powerful ally. If she were a mistress, then she would be the most powerful mistress on this earth. Could Chloe handle her? Next morning, the first thing Chloe did after she arrived at Southside was to visit Nico, who was in the ICU. Hannah spent every waking minute taking care of her child. Chloe was very considerate, and she made sure that the ICU was suited for their needs. The ICU had a kitchen, bathroom, shower stall, closet, and cabinet. The beds of patients' families were very comfortable too. However, Hannah didn't seem to have gotten any rest last night, as she looked haggard. Chloe looked at Nico's chart in the morning. He wasn't on the brink of death, but his disease was still serious. When she came into the room, Hannah was feeding Nico congee. It was pumpkin congee that looked homemade, and there were also 2 hand-pulled pancakes by the side. Nico, hi, big sister. Nico remembered Chloe. How do you feel today? My legs hurt. Chloe carefully lifted up a corner of his blanket and saw his swollen thighs caused by his nephrosis. The sight shocked her. Don't worry, you'll be getting surgery in the next couple of days, and then you'll get much better. Really? Will I be able to play soccer afterward? Nico asked after he took a sip of the pumpkin congee. Of course you can, Chloe smiled. Can I run and long jump? Nico batted his eyes innocently at Chloe. Yes, you can. When you get better, you'll be able to do what everyone else does. Yay, that's great! Nico clapped. Hannah turned around. Dr. Green, I made the congee and pancakes myself if you don't mind. Sure, I haven't had breakfast yet. Chloe picked up a hand-pulled pancake and began eating it. Then, she took a card out from her lab coat. This is Southside's meal card. I already put money in it. You can take Nico there to eat and use this card. The food isn't bad. Oh, right. Don't forget about the hours. Breakfast is from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Lunch is from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And dinner is from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Thank you. Hannah awkwardly licked her lips, seemingly embarrassed. Chloe used to think that this woman was a vampire, out for Cody's money. But now, Chloe realized that she wasn't. She didn't have the ability to accept the help of others with a clear conscience, just like everyone else in this world. By the way, you don't have to take care of him 24/7. Nico is preparing for surgery, so for the next few days, I will ask the night shift nurse to take care of him with you. Don't worry, nothing will happen. You need to get some rest as well, or else you'll wear yourself out before your child gets better. I know. I'll listen to you, Dr. Green. Hannah was very trusting of and reliant on Chloe. I'm not a doctor yet. I'm just a head nurse in the orthopedics department, Chloe corrected her. But a lot of people call you Dr. Green. That's because Chloe really didn't know how to explain things. She touched her nose helplessly. Her adorable colleagues wanted her to pass her test, so they started calling her Doctor. Once she left the patient's room, Chloe went looking for department director at the internal medicine department. Chloe explained Nico's conditions to director. The good news was that the kid wasn't in grave danger. However, they couldn't keep stalling, and a kidney transplant was the key to solving the problem. Director, will it be easy to find? Do we have any matching kidneys in our reserve? Not at the moment, but we can ask Director Richard. He is the executive director of the Medical Association and has the right to move one reserve's organs to another. I don't think it'll be a problem, and the kid needs surgery as soon as possible. Okay, I'll talk to Director Richard. Then Chloe went back to her office and called Director Richard herself. Director Richard immediately agreed without a shadow of hesitation. Nico's conditions obviously gave Chloe more work to do, but she never once complained. He was Cody's family, and as soon as Nico got together, pressure would be relieved from Hannah's shoulders, allowing her to make things up for Cody. Hopefully, Cody will forgive Hannah upon seeing her repent, which will in turn enable him to recover. After another day of hard work, at the end of the day, Chloe took off her lab coat and put on her long black blazer and handsomely walked out of her office. As she was about to open her car door, a car honked at her. She looked up to see Victoria's Lexus parked outside the hospital entrance. "Chloe, let's have dinner." Victoria was wearing a coffee-colored knit dress paired with a white jacket. She looked really pretty. "Girl, can you not always show up out of nowhere? You could have called." Chloe smiled. "It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I just sat through the most boring meeting at the bureau and wanted barbecue all of a sudden." "You didn't eat barbecue during the summer, but now that it's late autumn, you want barbecue?" Chloe was speechless. "Yeah. Why does the season matter? You're funny, get in the car." "Okay then, I won't drive." Chloe would occasionally park her car at the hospital and go home in Jack's. Victoria came in person to invite her to dinner, so she had to go. Plus, she loved barbecue. "How are things with you and Brenton?" Chloe had been fairly busy recently, and forgot to ask Victoria about her and Brenton. "His parents and younger sister are hard to deal with, but everything else is good." "Brenton has a younger sister? Not only does he have a sister, but he also has a younger brother. Seriously, if he had 6 siblings, then I might even suspect that I got engaged to one of the 7 Calabash brothers." Victoria said, in all seriousness. Chloe burst out in laughter. "I love it when you joke in with such a serious expression on your face. Haha, you're hilarious." "I'm being serious here. I wasn't joking," Victoria said as she glanced at Chloe. "Oh, right, I have to send my husband a message and let him know we're having dinner together." "Does he oversee where you go to dinner?" Confused, Victoria asked. "No, he doesn't. But he always picks me up after work. I don't want him to miss me." "He's the best husband in the country," Victoria praised. As Chloe's close girlfriends, Victoria and Sarah were both fans of Jack. They admired Jack's love for Chloe. Persistence like that rarely existed in this world. There were a lot of Justins in this world, but not a lot of Jacks. That was Victoria's conclusion. The way Victoria saw it, Justin's feelings toward Chloe was a playboy search for novelty. He wanted to dominate her, because he couldn't have her. Jack, on the other hand, went through years of hardship to finally end up with Chloe. No matter what difficulties lied in front of him, his world always revolved around Chloe. Time was the best way to test someone's heart. Same goes for Justin. Only time could prove Justin's sincerity for Chloe. Soon, Victoria's car parked outside a small barbecue restaurant. "You've been here before? Is it good?" Chloe thought. Since Victoria went through all that trouble to bring her here, it must be a unique restaurant like Dummy's Pig Feet. To her surprise, however, Victoria replied nonchalantly, "I wouldn't know. I've never been here. I picked this place randomly." You picked this place randomly? You win." Chloe sometimes thought that she was weird enough, but ever since she met Victoria, she felt more and more like a normal person. This was because someone even weirder than her appeared in her life. As soon as Victoria and Chloe sat down, Brenton called, "We're eating barbecue." "Yeah, South 4th Ring, Wyshawn Road. It's called Fatty's Barbecue." "Okay then, come on over." After hanging up, Victoria glanced at Chloe. "The Calabash brothers coming, do you mind?" "Nope," Chloe smiled and exclaimed. Victoria and Brenton were probably just as a fun couple as Noah and Sarah. What if Justin came as well? Pfft, never mind then. I shouldn't see him so often. Chloe got up to leave. "Sit down. Don't jump out of your trousers just yet. Brenton's coming by himself. Justin has been really busy recently. I heard that Imperial Star's planning something big in an attempt to show GK who's boss." "Oh, that's for the best." Chloe nodded. "I'm curious. Did you really not feel anything towards Justin when he sang just once to you? Victoria wondered. Justin was like a rich, handsome, godlike existence. Did her heart not flutter at all upon hearing him play the piano and sing for her? Chloe picked out the barbecue items she wanted to order as she replied, "Nope. You sure are a badass. I shouldn't be greedy. Heaven already blessed me with the best man on earth. Why would I pay attention to someone else?" Then, Chloe handed Victoria the menu. "I ordered some. Order what you want, but not too much. We shouldn't waste food." Victoria truly liked Chloe as a friend. Everything she did made you feel comfortable. Girls today relied on their looks to juggle multiple guys at the same time. But it wasn't something to be encouraged, because girls needed to love themselves first in order to be loved. As an old saying goes, things that people fight over at supermarkets are usually for sale, and the cars, with spare tires, were usually old and used. A truly outstanding woman didn't need people to fight over her or spare tires. To her, one was enough. Chloe was right. People shouldn't be greedy. The heavens had already given her the best, so who else would she ever need? After receiving his wife's message, Jack was no longer in a hurry to get off work. He worked until 6 p.m., and as he was heading out, his father called. He felt bad for his father. To prevent his mother from causing a scene at GK's anniversary party, his father instead decided to go to Hawaii and skip GK's 30-year anniversary. GK was his father's life's work. Jack. "Dad, how's the company? Everything's good. What about other city?" "We've reorganized the company there and made adjustments to the projects. You don't have to worry." "Don't overwork yourself. You may be young, but health is what matters." "I know, Dad. How are my uncles?" "They're all doing well. I play golf and drink coffee with them every day, and sometimes we go mountain climbing. I feel like I've gotten younger here." "That's good." Jack nodded. "Jack, how's your mother?" "They've been married for years. Even if Mrs. Dawson acted as extreme as she did, Peter still had her in his heart. Older generations never say what they mean." "I haven't been back recently. Jack, everything your mom did was for you. She may be a little over the top sometimes, but we can't hold that against her. After all, she's your mom." "I know. She gets lonely when I'm not at home. You should go visit her more often. She still hasn't accepted Chloe, so don't bring her with you. It's better that way. We can talk about the rest down the road." "Okay. Okay then. Go on with what you're doing." The phone call from his father was his attempt to get Jack to go see his mother. After all, she lived in that big mansion alone, without the company of her son and husband. Anyone who lived like that would be in a bad mood. Chloe was having dinner with Victoria, so Jack drove back to the Dawson Manor. "Young master, you're back." The maid immediately greeted Jack upon seeing him. "Where's my mom?" "She's upstairs with Miss Hall. Let me call them down." "Miss Hall?" Jack wondered. The maid ran up the stairs. "Mrs. Dawson, young master is back." Mrs. Dawson came downstairs. Standing behind her was Bella, who was wearing a long, dark blue dress. "You're finally willing to come back?" Mrs. Dawson seemed to be mad at her son. "I passed by a dessert shop and bought some of your favorite." Jack placed a box on the table. "At least you have a conscience." Mrs. Dawson's attitude changed upon seeing the desserts her son bought her. "You guys talk. I'll be going now." "Wait, are you leaving?" "You just got here. We haven't eaten yet. Stay for dinner," Mrs. Dawson said domineeringly. Bella smiled. "Mrs. Dawson, don't give him a hard time. He might still have work to do." "Work? What kind of work? I bet he's off to find his—" Mrs. Dawson didn't get to finish saying "little vixen" when Bella stopped her. Bella immediately interjected, "If you're not in too much of a hurry, why don't you have dinner with us? I made Mrs. Dawson some butter croissants. They're really good. Would you like to try some?" Upon hearing Bella's sincere invitation, Jack felt a little awkward. He wanted to refuse, but his mother had already begun ordering the maid. "What are you standing there for? Let's have dinner. The young master is hungry." "Yes, Mrs. Dawson. Just like that, Jack was forced to eat at home. Bella had stellar cooking skills. She lived abroad for so long, so she was very good at cooking Western food. Bella, your parents are coming back soon, right? Yeah, in a couple of days. Let's have dinner together once they're back. I really miss your mom, Mrs. Dawson said with a smile on her face. Sure, I'll find a time for our two families to get together. Jack, do you think Bella looks different than she used to? Mrs. Dawson looked at her son. Jack wasn't in the mood to eat. He had his head down and occasionally chit-chatted with Chloe over Snap. Upon hearing his mother's question, he looked up. What? What do you mean, what? I was asking you if you see a difference in Bella compared to when she was younger. Of course it's been 18 years, Jack said faintly. That's what I was saying. She's grown up to be so beautiful. Compared with the plastic-infused women out there with long, pointy chins, Bella is such a natural beauty. She is so much nicer to look at. Mrs. Dawson really liked Bella, so she kept complimenting her. Jack didn't react much. After dinner, Jack got up to leave, but his mother said, "Since you drove here, drive Bella home. You're not staying here?" Jack was surprised that she wasn't staying to keep his mother company. "No, I've been staying at my uncle's." Bella smiled. Before Jack could say anything, Bella added, "I can drive, but ever since I got back from Italy, I haven't gotten used to the driving lanes yet and keep making mistakes. My uncle suggested that I should go find a driving school and practice for a while before hitting the road, or else it might be dangerous." "Okay, let's go." Jack nodded. Bella followed Jack onto his Maybach. "I didn't see you eat much just now. Are you not used to the food?" "No, I wasn't hungry," Jack replied. "Why didn't Chloe come with you?" "She's having dinner with friends." "Oh, I actually already met Chloe at Southside. She told me about it. I'm sorry, you won't blame me, right? I was just wondering what kind of girl you liked." "It's fine. Jack belonged to the type where you ask a question, and he replies with a sentence, no initiation at all. But you've got great taste. She's a really smart girl. She's also really straightforward. I like her a lot." "Thank you," Jack simply answered. Time passes by really fast. It's been 18 years already. Do you still remember the days when I stayed at your house? I used to cry a lot. Every time I cried, you would run away from me because you had severe OCD and was scared that I would get snot on you. Mr. and Mrs. Dawson always laughed when it happened. I was really a klutz back then. I don't remember much from when we were young. Jack didn't have time to reminisce about the past with Bella. Bella couldn't help but look disappointed upon hearing Jack say this. "You haven't changed much, though. You're exactly the same as you were when you were young. Sometimes when I see your face, I feel like we're 8 years old again." Bella smiled. Before Jack had the chance to react, she added, "The truth is, I used to visit you once a year when you were in the States." Surprised, Jack tilted his head to look at Bella. "Why have I never seen you before? Because I never showed myself. I'm actually an introvert who isn't that good at expressing my feelings. When I went to see you, I watched as you walked the school grounds, ate hamburgers in the school cafeteria, played basketball by yourself, or sat there lost in thought." The truth was Bella was heartbroken upon seeing Jack. She didn't show her face for one simple reason. Jack had gone abroad to mend his broken heart after a breakup. She wasn't sure if he would like her, so she could only quietly watch him from afar. She wanted to wait until they were both back in the country so she could create a beautiful chancing encounter. However, to her surprise, Jack came back so quietly. Not even her father knew about it. Of course, no one knew that he got married. He had secretly obtained his marriage certificate. Him getting married completely messed up her plans. But now, her visiting him in the United States for 7 years was no more than a story that wasn't worth mentioning. Jack suddenly had no idea what to say, because he didn't know what Bella's motives were. I'm a stubborn person, aren't I? My parents always told me that I'm not good at expressing myself, even with really good friends. Growing up, I always thought you were the cutest friend I had, so I always wanted to see you again. Now, We finally met again. And the truth is, nothing else matters. And I'm just really thankful. I'm grateful for the time we spent apart. It's great that we get to see each other again as friends." Bella was very vague in her words. Jack was puzzled. What did she want to say? She reminisced, called him a friend, and talked about the past. Upon seeing Jack's silence, Bella pointed outside the car window. "I used to love that amusement park. I loved riding the merry-go-round, but I was too much of a chicken and didn't have the courage to. I still remember that you pushed me up and scared me half to death. Even today, I still remember that fear. When I was young, I used to be so bold and outrageous, but now I'm just a chicken." Bella mocked herself. Before Jack said anything, she suddenly asked him, "If Chloe never appeared in your life, would you—" Jack's phone began to ring before she had a chance to finish her sentence. "Honey?" he said gently. For a split second, Bella was so sad that she almost burst out in tears. "I need to drive Bella home first. I'll pick you up in a bit." Jack didn't hide the fact that Bella was on his car. Perhaps this was his method of drawing boundaries with her. "What were you saying?" Upon hanging up the phone with Chloe, Jack tilted his head and glanced at Bella. "Oh, I was saying, you and Chloe must be happy together." "Yes. The best years of my life were spent with her." Jack didn't evade her question at all. After he dropped Bella off, Jack drove to the barbecue restaurant. Chloe, Victoria, and Brenton were still eating. "Honey, come here. This barbecue place is delicious. I ordered you their classic barbecue squid." Chloe intimately wrapped her arms around Jack's as he sat down. Jack froze for a second upon seeing Brenton. Then, he glanced at the cutleries on the table. There were only 3 sets. It seemed like Justin wasn't here. "President Dawson! Is she expensive to maintain? She ate so much, even more than me." Victoria laughed as she glanced at Chloe. There were a bunch of kebab sticks on the table. "She is really expensive," Jack chuckled. "I'm worth it, okay? I may cost a lot now, but it means that you're investing and stocking up the shares. I'm a stock with high potential." "Fine, Dr. Green. I hope that you can become Norman Bethune and go down in history," Victoria joked. After they ate for a little while longer, the 4 of them left the restaurant. As soon as Chloe got into Jack's car, she quickly said, "Mr. Dawson, please listen to my question." "Please ask." Jack cooperated. "It's dark outside, so why was the goddess who looks like a famous celebrity in my husband's car?" Jack, the 3-second countdown begins. Now. "When I went home to see my mom, I realized that she was there too. Then we had dinner together, and I dropped her off on my way to see you." "What? You guys had dinner together?" "Jack, what did you eat?" "I don't remember. There were a few Western dishes, and the maid made a soup." "I didn't really eat." Jack was telling the truth because he wasn't in the mood to eat. "I see." Chloe purposely dragged out her word. "Honey, you have to believe me. If something really happened, I wouldn't tell you that she was in my car." "I know. I didn't ask you anything, so why are you so nervous?" Chloe chuckled. "I wasn't nervous, but your questions made me nervous. If you're not guilty, how could I make you nervous? I didn't want you to think too much." "Am I someone who thinks too much?" "Okay. Honey, I'm sorry." Jack apologized. Chloe smiled as she wrapped her arms around Jack's. "Honey, my test is the day after tomorrow. I'm really nervous. What should I do?" "The day after tomorrow? That soon?" "Yeah, I think Director Richard is trying to kill me. I told him that I needed some time to prepare, but he scheduled for me to take the test the day after tomorrow. Damn it, I'm going crazy." For the first time, Chloe didn't have confidence in herself. This was a dream that she had always hoped to achieve, but the more she thought about it, the more nervous she got. "Don't worry, I trust you." "But I don't even trust myself. Do you know how ridiculous neurological pathology is?" "Oh, right. Lisa said that she was going to send me some studying material. I wonder if it's reliable. The two of them drove back to their home at Imperial Park. Before Chloe went upstairs, Thomas called her. "Sis, did she go looking for you?" "No, what's wrong?" "She's still not contacting me. I don't know what's wrong. I thought she would be better after a few days." Thomas sounded really worried. "Maybe she's been having a rough time adjusting her emotions. Don't get anxious." "Sis, I'm going to tell you the truth, but don't laugh at me. Yeah?" Chloe held the phone with one hand as she chatted with Thomas. She slowly sat down on the couch. "Ever since she started ghosting me, I haven't been able to concentrate on my studies. All my thoughts are about her. I really don't understand why she suddenly became like that. I don't have the appetite to eat, and I can't sleep. I know that you'll call me a good-for-nothing, but that's what I am right now." "I won't call you a good-for-nothing. That's what love is. You're still young, so it's natural to feel like your organs are ripping apart. But the things is, I don't know what happened between the two of you, so I can't get involved. Why don't you wait a while longer? What do you say?" "Sis? Do you think she doesn't want to date me anymore? If she wants to break up, she can tell me, and I can accept it. I just can't accept the fact that she won't say anything, while also pulling away from me." "I know. Thomas, how's this? Wait a few more days, and if she still doesn't contact you, I will ask her myself and make sure you get an answer, okay? Don't think too much, and help Mom clean up the old house. We'll move after my test." "Okay, sounds good. I got it, sis." "Okay then, good night." Chloe sighed after she hung up the phone. She's already busy as is, but the young couple, Thomas and Amelia, continued to worry her. The next morning, Chloe had the day off. After Jack went to work, she began cleaning the condo. After she finished, Sarah called, and the two of them went shopping together. To Chloe's surprise, she bumped into Bella at a coffee shop. She was having coffee with a couple of other women, and smiled politely when she saw Chloe. "Hey, have you guys heard? The young madam from GK is the illegitimate child of Timothy. Her mom was his mistress," the girl beside Bella said. She wasn't whispering, so Chloe heard everything. "Who said so? Don't spread untrue rumors." "I'm not," Brenny told me herself. "Why would she lie about stuff that's going on in her own family?" Then they began making fun of Chloe, and Bella didn't say anything. Chloe calmly drank her coffee. Sarah, on the other hand, couldn't take it anymore. She shot up from her seat and walked up to the women. "Hey, do you really think it's okay to talk behind others' backs?" Sarah demanded aggressively. "Huh? Who are you?" Baffled, the women turned around to look at Sarah. "I'm a friend of GK's young madam. You have a problem with that? I find people like you who talk smack about people behind their backs disgusting. We are free to say whatever we want. You are free to speak, but you can't twist the truth, can you? Mistress, let me tell you, Brenny's mom is the ultimate mistress. I can't believe she had the willpower to live under the same roof as Timothy's wife for all those years. Plus, Brenny was a stupid betch when she was in school. I can't believe you would believe things that she said. You're all more retarded than that stupid bitch." Sarah was always coarse in her choice of words, and she immediately blew up when others disparaged Chloe. Therefore, she forgot that there were people around them and began yelling at them, and people started gathering around them. Chloe immediately walked up to her and grabbed her. "Sarah, forget it. Let's go." "Forget what? If we don't teach these people a lesson, they'll think that you're easy to bully." One of the women recognized Chloe and muttered under her breath, "Damn it, why is she here?" Just then, Bella, who remained silent all this time, opened her mouth. "Chloe, they're just gossiping and didn't defame you on purpose. Please don't get mad." Before Chloe had the chance to say anything, Sarah viciously glared at Bella. "It's easier said than done. If someone talked smack about you and then said that they were just gossiping and you shouldn't get mad, would you be okay with it?" Bella's expression changed slightly. "You people, you're all dressed in such expensive clothes, but the words you say don't match your status. Socialites? Are you kidding me? Mind your own business. Who the hell do you think you are? Waiter, chase this shrew out of the coffee shop. She's so embarrassing. One of the girls clamored. The waiter walked up to them. Miss, I'm sorry. Could you please leave? There's no yelling in here. We're customers. Why do we have to leave? Shouldn't they leave for insulting others? Sarah was raging. We're Gold Card members. Are you? As members, we can do what we want here. One of the women boasted arrogantly. Please leave. You're holding up our business. The waiter recognized those women because they were frequent customers. However, he didn't know who Chloe and Sarah were. So, his attitude was obvious. Act like a snob and suck up to the rich people. In the beginning, Chloe didn't take offense. She wanted to pull Sarah away because she didn't want to cause trouble. However, the waiter's attitude infuriated her. Chloe took out her phone and called Mark. Get someone from the finance department down here and evaluate something for me. Young madam, are you planning something? I want to purchase a coffee shop. 10 minutes after Chloe's phone call, 7 Mercedes-Benz stopped outside the coffee shop, all from GK. Out came bodyguards, a financial team, and assistants. It was as if Chloe had launched a campaign of some sort. The women were flabbergasted. They were shocked by Chloe's efficiency. Was she looking to fight them? Of course not. She was just showing off her wealth. Young madam, Mark greeted her politely. I don't care what you do, or how much you spend. I want to buy this coffee shop as soon as possible. Chloe issued Mark an ultimate mission. Young madam, we don't have to buy it. This row of stores all belong to our company anyways, so we just have to take it back. Okay, that's easier and better. Take them all back. I will open a super big cafe. Chloe's decision shocked everyone. Then, Chloe looked at the waiter, who was going to kick them out, and said, Sorry, you just got fired. The waiter was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. The owner of the cafe had just arrived, and seemed like he wanted to apologize to Chloe. However, he was blocked outside by bodyguards and was spinning in a circle in anguish. I've bought all the cafes here, so your gold cards or whatever membership is useless. Also, you've been blacklisted from now on and can't come in again. Do you think you can do everything with money? One of the women was slightly flushed by anger. Isn't that what you told me? Weren't you the one that was showing off the gold card just now? Chloe looked at her with an amused expression. That's what you get for being pretentious. Let me tell you something. Don't compete with Chloe when it comes to money. She's too lazy to do that. You'll be crushed to dust any minute. Chloe, you don't have to make such a big deal out of it. Can you do me a favor and let this go? Bella awkwardly asked. Where were you earlier? Where were you when they said that Chloe was a bastard child and now you're being a mediator? Damn, this woman is one of a kind, Sarah furiously said. Miss Hall, I am sorry. I don't mean to target you, but I hate it when people put me on the spot. I'm not Mother Teresa, and I'm not obligated to put others' feelings ahead of my own. Like I said, if others go easy on me, I'll settle. If others make me uncomfortable, then nobody will be comfortable. Chloe had never flexed her wealth, but today she recalled a whole row of storefronts on Third Ring Road, impressing and shocking everyone. She was as domineering as a person could get. Young madam, the deal is done. From now on, this cafe is yours. We'll transfer it under your name when we get back to GK. Mark and the owner of the coffee shop negotiated a contract and signed over the store immediately. Good. Now the first thing that I want to do is to send that table of guests out. A few bodyguards walked over one after the other. The girls were choking on fear and left the cafe alongside Bella. Chloe, sorry about today. I'll personally visit and apologize to you another day. Bella didn't forget to say that before leaving. Chloe felt like it was a little fake of her to say those words at a time like this. Chloe? Who was that woman? Her voice is too coy, but she looks okay. She's Jack's childhood friend. Ahem. Your romantic rival? Sarah was spooked. Romantic rival? No, because they don't have much of a history together. They just knew each other when they were younger, but don't mess with her from now on. What? Is she really powerful? No, she has a strong background, like who's her father? Sarah was becoming more and more curious by the minute. Her dad is Victor Hall. Pfft, she's the daughter of the mayor? Sarah was stunned. She had coughed up blood twice in 3 minutes. Okay. I'm too slow. On Intel. I actually didn't know that. If they love to gossip so much, just let them do it. Don't stoop down to their level. But do you think it was a good idea to buy such a big cafe? Do cafes make a lot of money? Chloe felt like crying. Was she too impulsive just now? I don't need to pay for coffee from now on, great. Sarah excitedly flailed her arms. You piece of work, such a freeloader. Chloe pinched Sarah's face. At the headquarters of GK Corporation. Sir, that's what happened. Are you saying that my wife is going to open up a cafe? Jack was a little dumbfounded as he looked at Mark in disbelief. Most likely. I saw that the young madam was quite enthusiastic. She recalled all the storefronts in that row. Mark calculated in his mind that if GK charged a rent of $5 million per storefront, since that row of storefronts was located at the prime strip, then 13 storefronts would make them $65 million annually. Okay, help her with whatever she wants to do. Jack didn't ask too much since Chloe had her reasons behind everything she did. Then, this incident slowly spread around the circle. That night, Max and Brenton went to Justin's estate for drinks, and they purposely brought up what happened. I heard that Chloe flexed today. They said that she recalled 13 storefronts and gave word she'll be opening the biggest cafe in the city. Cafe? What is she trying to pull this time? Justin was a little stunned. Then, Max, the big mouth, retold everything according to what had happened, even adding some personal touches to make it more lively. Upon hearing what happened, Justin fell silent. She really is a weird girl, so high-key about opening a cafe. So, from now on, can we stop spending money on coffee? After all, we all know Chloe really well, right? Max joked. You're thinking too much. Brenton looked at him and quietly said, Don't you have to stay with your doctor tonight? Justin looked at Brenton, who rarely came out for drinks these days. The doctor is working overtime at the city bureau, and she asked me to pick her up at 1 a.m. Oh. So you can't bear to be alone? Max dirtily laughed. Shut it. What unbearable loneliness. I'm just drinking and talking about life with you two. Isn't this great? Justin leaned back onto the recliner with a beer in hand, and he looked up into the starry sky. He seemed to be way less outspoken than before. Big boy Cooper, do you want to go to Rio? The Olympics are about to start, and all the countries sent representatives to Brazil. We should go too, no? They say that Brazilian women are very enthusiastic and have big melons. Max was extremely interested. No, you guys should go. I'm not going either. You should go, Brenton immediately added. Damn! Can we still have fun from now on? Justin, what's your plan for the rest of the year? You're not going to travel abroad to take a break? No, I am going to focus on the company. I can't let GK ride on my head. Taking a sip of alcohol, Justin said. Good job. The three chit-chatted until late into the night. When Jack returned home from work, he found to his surprise that Chloe wasn't home yet. Strange. Wasn't his wife on break today? Why wasn't she home at this hour? He held up his phone and dialed her number. The number you have dialed is busy now. Please try again later. The line was busy. Just then, Bella called. Jack. What's up? Jack didn't really want to have too much contact with Bella, as it made him feel quite uncomfortable. She was a highly intelligent woman, but she kept trying to remind Jack what happened when they were young. Jack didn't like being led around, so he instinctively avoided her. I did something wrong today, and it made Chloe unhappy. Jack heard bits and pieces of the incident since Sarah mentioned in their Snap group. It wasn't about Bella, as she had not said one single negative thing about Chloe from start to finish. Furthermore, she wasn't Chloe's friend, so it was normal for Bella to not have defended her. Chloe didn't blame her anyways. Why was she apologizing now? What was she apologizing for? It wasn't your fault. It was those people that were trying to start a fight. But Chloe seems to have misunderstood me. She was furious and even bought the cafe, Bella said. My wife is like that. Her thoughts are wild and come from everywhere. Don't worry about it. How about this? I'll treat you and Chloe to dinner. Okay? Consider it as my apology. Of course, if you can't forgive me, it's fine too, Bella said with a wronged tone. I didn't mean that. Then let's meet tonight at 8, at the restaurant at Hilton Hotel. Before Jack could reply, Bella hung up. At that moment, Chloe just happened to open the door and walk in. Honey, where have you been? My calls couldn't go through. I was just calling the design team. We were talking about the cafe's renovation. I heard that you lavishly bought 13 stores today? Mm-hmm. Are you really opening the biggest cafe? Jack looked at her. Of course not. I won't make too much money from it. Why would I do that? I'm not retarded. Then you... Jack really wanted to ask what she planned to do with the 13 stores. Then he heard Chloe say, I thought about it. Out of the 13 stores, 2 will be combined to be a cafe. 3 will be branch stores for GK Jewels. I looked into the area, and there's actually a lot of foot traffic, and we don't have any jewelry stores nearby. 2 stores will be combined to become a hot pot restaurant, the traditional old hot pots. It's almost winter. The business should be able to have a great start. 2 other stores will become bookstores, located right next to the cafe. There are lots of schools nearby, so it's a good business opportunity. We'll renovate it to be a bit more comfortable and high class, so the kids who won't be buying books can still quietly read and study there. 3 stores will be photography studios. We can provide photography services to our artists and charge others who wish to have their photographs taken. It's hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Finally, the last 2 stores will be an ancient times themed bar. It'll be decorated like ancient and be open 24 hours a day. We'll hang lanterns at the entrance too. I'm sure the atmosphere will be amazing. After Chloe finished speaking, Jack was dumbfounded. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Honey, you really are a genius. Jack heard Mark say that out of the 13 stores there, only the cafe was thriving. The other stores, like the toy stores and clothing stores, were basically half dead and weren't having good sales figures. It had been less than half a day since his wife forcefully recalled the storefronts, yet she planned out everything. She was truly one of a kind. He could understand her idea behind the bookstore, jewelry store, and hot pot restaurant. But what the hell was with that bar? Did she want to drink whenever she wanted from now on? Was she crazy? Jack rubbed his nose and said, Honey, let's not open a bar. It's not profitable. Who said that? The bar will definitely be profitable. We'll be a special bar. Rather than selling beer or red wine, we'll only sell baijiu. I decided to import the traditional kind of baijiu from the south, like red daughter, green bamboo, etc. Oh right, also the one called 3 bowls and 1 can't cross the mound. I'm sure this place will become very popular. Jack was speechless. Honey, do you support me? I'll support you, as long as you don't secretly drink there, Jack said. Chloe randomly became a landlord after arguing with those socialites. She even personally planned 13 storefronts. What was more strange was her actions made the headlines of the Entrepreneur's paper the very next day. The title was, GK's brilliant young madam recalled 13 stores to create a luxurious shopping strip. When Chloe came back from work, she was quite tired and was just about to head upstairs to shower, when Jack said, Oh right, honey, Bella wants to treat us to dinner. Treat us to dinner? Why? She said she was very sorry about what happened today, and she wanted to apologize to you. Please. It didn't have anything to do with her today. Why would she apologize to me? It's so strange. Then are we going or not? Jack wanted to ask for Chloe's advice. Out of his expectations, she took out a coin and said, I'll let fate decide. You're flipping a coin? Jack had no words. If it lands on heads or tails, it means God doesn't want us to go. Chloe smiled. Jack was speechless. If the coin stands up, then God wants us to go. After speaking, Chloe tossed the coin into the air. Honey, never mind. By the look of it, I don't think God wants us to go. Jack was just about to say that the possibility of it standing up was close to zero. The coin landed on tails. Chloe righteously said, "See, this is what God wanted. You can't blame me." "Mm-hmm," Jack nodded. At that time, Bella called again. Chloe picked up Jack's phone. "Hello? Chloe, did you leave yet? I already booked a spot at—" "Sorry, Miss Hall. My husband and I are trying to get pregnant, so we are very busy. We can't go. Hope you can understand." After speaking and before Bella could reply, Chloe hung up the phone with a bang. Looking at Chloe with a smile on his face, Jack said, "So, do you want to be on top, or should I?" That's just my excuse for Bella. You thought it was real?" "Honey, you can't go back on your words. You have to be the role model for the kids, or how are you going to parent children in the future? So, we have to take action." After speaking, Jack Princess carried Chloe and walked upstairs. "But the sky's not dark yet." "What does it have to do with the darkness of the sky?" "But I am still on my period." "You're lying again. I know your period better than you, and it left last night." Chloe was speechless. "Jack, are you going to let me down?" "Sure, after I finish." The husband and wife of the Dawson family underwent extreme activity before they even had dinner. Then, the two went to shower. When Chloe walked out, Jack had already made steak and fruit salad. The dishes were all very alluring. "Honey, say, does Bella like you?" Chloe said, as she leaned on the sofa and played with her phone. "I don't think so, since we haven't seen each other for years." "Why does she constantly bother us then? Maybe because she doesn't have many friends in the country?" Jack made a guess. "Maybe. It would be best if she doesn't like you. I don't want to be romantic rivals with her." "Why not?" "Because she doesn't look like she's easy to deal with." Stop making wild guesses. Come and eat." Inside some nightclub, Andrew was drinking and talking with a group of young heirs. Someone brought up that Chloe forcibly recalled 13 stores today. Then, somebody flattered, "People from the Green family sure are domineering. She's exactly like you, young Master Green." Andrew smiled and swirled the wine in his glass. "That sister of mine likes causing trouble, but she won't make a bad deal. If you don't believe it, wait and see. In a month, that street and those 13 stores will be bright and prosperous, for sure." Yes, that's for sure. The Green family is always reliable and trustworthy." The other people began flattering him. Andrew took out his phone and sent a message to Chloe. "I heard that you grandly struck today. How's that any of your business? I'm happy for you. I suggest that you focus on dealing with the old man. Time's running out, so don't get pushed over." It seems like you want to see others push me over." Andrew was willing to tease Chloe even if she argued with him because he always enjoyed their bickering. Chloe didn't reply. "Your test is tomorrow. Try your best." "I will." Chloe was quite appreciative that Andrew still remembered that her test was tomorrow. Then, she saw Andrew send her a red packet, $8888, an extremely lucky number. Chloe was just about to reject it when she saw him send, "I heard that you took in a kid with uremia at Southside. Go buy the kid some supplements with this money. You know how to do charity?" "Of course. I'm trying to save myself. I don't want to die young." When she heard him say that, Chloe didn't pretend to be coy and immediately accepted the transfer. The next morning, early morning, Chloe drove to the designated location to take her test. Director Richard had already called, telling her to not be nervous. Victoria pulled an all-nighter reviewing neurology knowledge with her. "Chloe?" A worker at the entrance of the test site asked. "Yes, come in with me." Chloe nervously followed the worker in. The exam lasted from the morning all the way to the afternoon. She only had an hour for lunch. Chloe only drank some water and had a couple bites of bread. She was there the entire day, and her phone was on silent too. She didn't want to take any calls, because this was of utmost importance to her, and she didn't want to be distracted. At 3 in the afternoon, the proctor brought Chloe into a freezer in a somewhat secluded corridor. A few examiners looked at her with caution. "Have you dissected a corpse before?" I did it when I was in school, but not by myself. I did it alongside many classmates." "Have you performed a dissection on your own?" "Not yet." "Then do you know how long it takes to dissect a corpse?" the proctor asked. "I know it's usually between 1 to 3 hours. Someone more skilled could also take less." "Good, then you can start now. I have a male corpse here, and I want you to do a thorough dissection." Professor, can I ask you a question? I'm being tested for neurology. It seems unrelated to human dissection." "Yes, but Director Richard told us that you're a genius. The other examiners want to see what the genius Director Richard recommended is like, so this is an additional test. But you can also choose to give up." Chloe fell silent after hearing that. They've already said everything, and if she gave up now, it'll be like a slap to Director Richard's face. The major directors from the First Hospital and South Side worked hard to send her here. This opportunity was unprecedented and once in a lifetime. If Chloe didn't give it a try and gave up now, she would be letting everyone down. So she nodded. "I'm not going to give up. I can do it." "Good, then you can start now." After speaking, the proctor walked out, and the timer began. With a bright glass wall separating them, Chloe pulled on her white gloves in the freezer. On the other side of the glass were 4 examiners and 1 proctor. The 5 of them sat there like stones and watched as Chloe dissected the corpse. They were very close to her and could see everything clearly. "Can the little girl do it? What do you guys think?" one of the professors asked. "I can't say. She doesn't look like she has enough years of experience, so she might not be able to finish such a hard task." "How long did those kids testing for internal medicine take to finish?" "About 2 hours and 20 minutes, which isn't bad. She used to be a nurse, and she only came across dissection once at school. She might not be able to finish, so I think we're being too hard on her." "Didn't Director Richard say that she was a genius? Shouldn't she show us what she's capable of?" The professors seemed to disagree with each other. Some thought they were being hard on Chloe, and others thought she should display her talents. Otherwise, how would they know if she was actually a genius? As the professors discussed amongst themselves, the door to the dissection room opened. Chloe walked out. "Professor, I'm finished." "You finished dissecting?" The examiners looked at her in disbelief. "God, it's only been 32 minutes. The proctor looked at the timer in his hand and thought he was going crazy. "Do you not know the steps to dissection? Are you just messing with us?" A medical professional mockingly looked at Chloe. "You can check." Chloe didn't want to argue, as they would understand as soon as they saw the corpse. The glass was transparent and she had no way to cheat. The professors rose and walked in. Chloe took off her white gloves and washed her hands in the sink outside. She was extremely calm. "This is quite unbelievable," the main examiner said. "Did she really do it by herself? It's perfect." Another teacher was filled with surprise. What did they see? In just 30 minutes, a corpse was perfectly dissected without a single flaw. "Chloe, here, did you really do this?" After the fact, some of them still didn't believe the truth that was lying before them. Chloe sincerely nodded. "This kid, I'm speechless," an examiner exclaimed. "Professor, is there something wrong?" "What's wrong is why it's too perfect. You really didn't study medicine before?" "Teacher, I graduated with a nursing degree. I'm a nurse, and I've been a nurse this entire time," Chloe said truthfully. "You really are incredible." The professors exclaimed one after another. They've been in the medical field for many years, and the fastest dissection that they had seen was the professional forensic technician employed by the City Bureau. He took 30 minutes and even applied for the record time within the country. As for Chloe, under their supervision, she used 32 minutes, and her technique was perfect. "Child, if you haven't had much experience, then this is pure talent," an examiner said in a deep tone to Chloe. "So, professors, have I passed? Go out and wait for a bit. We'll go over your scores today and give you a reply in a bit." "Okay." Chloe nodded, walked out, and sat down to wait on the long bench in the front foyer. Because it wasn't a standardized test, she didn't have to wait for them to officially announce the score. A few experienced professors could go over the scores and announce it on the spot. When they were about to announce her score, Director Richard's car stopped outside the door. Director Richard walked in with his assistant. "Director Richard, how was it? Was it okay?" "Thanks to you, everything went smoothly." Chloe smiled. "Why are you here? The director here called me and told me that they're announcing your score today. I happened to be passing by and came to check up on you." "Thank you." Chloe was really thankful for Director Richard's help and support. Although he indeed looked after Chloe partly because of Jack, Director Richard was somebody with principles. They waited for about half an hour. Chloe and Director Richard had nothing to do and chit-chatted. Towards the end of the day, they saw a few professors and the proctor walk out. "So, how did Chloe do?" Director Richard seemed to be more nervous than Chloe. The teachers smiled, but remained silent. "Did she pass?" Director Richard nervously asked. The grading of the doctor's exam was different than school exams. They didn't count the score. They separated it into either a pass or a fail, as simple as that. If she passed, she could be a doctor, and if she failed, she could take another test or give up. Chloe stood up nervously. She wasn't as knowledgeable in the field of neurology as she was in gynecology or neurosurgery. She chose this area purely due to interest. When she worked with Victoria to treat Cody, she found out that the country's approaches to treating depression were lacking and flawed. So, she thought that she may have potential in this field. "Director Richard, you have to treat us to some Mau Tai," an old man, who was close with Director Richard, joked. "So, Chloe passed?" Director Richard was in a great mood. "Not only did she pass, but you might not believe it if I told you that. She passed with perfect scores in every subject. She didn't simply pass, she excelled." "She got perfect in everything?" Director Richard was somewhat shocked. "And for our additional dissection, she finished perfectly in 32 minutes, with no mistakes or accidents to speak of, and surprisingly fast speed. She's a unique existence." Then, the professors couldn't help but clap. The applause was for Chloe. "Richard, where did you find this girl? She's so talented that it's surprising," one of the main examiners asked. "I knew that I wasn't wrong about her." Director Richard wholeheartedly laughed. "Chloe, are you going to come here and get your certificate?" The proctor waved the red book in his hand. Chloe excitedly walked over, step by step. She received the maroon book from the professor and slowly opened it. On it were Chloe's name, sex, date of birth, level of education, and her resident ID number. On the other side was the name of the profession exam as well as her scores. Profession, Level 1, Neurology. Theoretical knowledge, 100. Technical skills, 100. Comprehensive knowledge, 100. Score, excellent. Right below her results was a red stamp from the Social Security and Occupational Skill Identification Center. It was very flashy. "So, I am a doctor now?" Chloe asked, looking up excitedly. "Congratulations on your certificate, Dr. Chloe Green. You're now a first-level physician of the First Hospital's Department of Neurology." The proctor looked at her and said, word for word, "Thank you, professors. Thank you, director." Chloe sounded like she was holding back her tears. Being a doctor was her childhood dream. Once, she thought it was unachievable, but now her dream came true. On a normal day like this, she held the red book like it was proof that her persistence all these years had been worth it. She didn't have to be scared of others saying that she, a mere nurse, was crossing levels and performing surgeries. Because she was now a real doctor. Focus on your work from now on. Try to be the best in your field, Director Richard encouraged her. I will. Good. I'll treat you guys to a few drinks. Thanks for all your hard work, my old pals. Director Richard had a good relationship with those people, but they were all stubborn to their bones. It was impossible for them to give her a green light just because she knew Director Richard, especially since they worked in the medical industry. If she was not qualified, and they still gave her a certificate, they would be harming others and herself. However, Chloe's excellence left everyone speechless, especially Director Richard, who was sincerely proud of Chloe. Director Richard, let me treat you and the professors. It's fine. You should go back. There's someone more important waiting for you. Director Richard laughed. Chloe knew that Director Richard was talking about Jack? Okay, then I'll take a rain check and treat everyone another day. When Chloe walked out, she thought that the world had become more beautiful. She took a deep breath and took out her phone. Good. Now, it was the time to test her acting skills. She laughed in her head. The video call went through. Jack was in the office, and his gaze immediately turned warm when he saw Chloe. Honey, how was it? Honey, I didn't pass. That's impossible. Jack obviously didn't believe her. From what he knew about his own wife, a small test like this wouldn't be any trouble to her, right? I'm being serious. Those teachers heard Director Richard say that I am a genius, so they gave me an additional challenge. What question couldn't you answer? Corpse dissection. Jack was speechless. He fell silent upon hearing this. Were they purposely going hard on you? Does a neurologist even need to be tested on corpse dissection? It's totally unrelated. I don't know either. Anyways, it said failed on the results. The teachers told me to not be discouraged and try again next year. Okay, don't be sad either, honey. We don't need you to make money for our family anyway. But I like being a doctor. Wah. I can't believe I didn't pass. Chloe lowered her head, and fate cried. Jack's heart ached, and he immediately comforted her. Honey, don't cry. It's just a doctor license, right? You don't have to do that. It's too tiring. How about this? I'll talk to Richard and let him make you the director of South Side. What do you think? Would Director Richard really do that? I can donate $100 million to South Side. Honey, that's too capricious. Chloe had no words. Donating $100 million just to be a director? She would only do that if her head had been kicked by a donkey. It's all right. Don't be sad. Come and find me at the company now, and I'll take you out for something good. Okay, then wait for me. Chloe smiled, having gotten her way, and happily drove to the GK headquarters. Right as she entered the office, Jack swept her off the ground and held her princess style. Ah, what are you doing? Put me down. Where's your qualification certificate? Take it out and show it to me. I didn't pass. Where would I get a certificate? Pretend. Keep pretending. Jack pecked the corner of her mouth lovingly. I am not lying. Chloe was still denying it. Okay, then let's make a bet. If you're lying to me, we'll do it 3 times tonight, okay? No. Chloe firmly rejected the bet. You're still saying that you're not lying? There was no way Jack would believe her foolish words. Upon realizing that her cover was blown, Chloe helplessly took out the red booklet from her bag. Jack looked through it, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. It's not bad. Perfect in every subject. With this mark, you can be dubbed the #1 medical scholar in the city. What scholar? I don't care about that. But from now on, I don't have to worry anymore. Otherwise, I would always be scared of others reporting me every time I assist with surgery. After all, I didn't have this booklet. But now it's all right. You can do whatever you wish and call yourself the Queen of South Side. Yep, I can walk sideways from now on? Chloe laughed. This really is good news. How should we celebrate? Which restaurant should we go to? I have an idea. Let's go to South Hill Manor, all right? Sarah and Noah haven't been there yet, right? That's not a bad idea. Jack nodded. We can call my mom, Thomas, and Amelia. This is a perfect opportunity for them to reconcile. Right. And Victoria, too. Okay, whatever you say. Jack looked at Chloe, who was excited like a little kid, and his own mood became strangely pleasant as well. Then, Chloe called Uncle George. Uncle George immediately asked the chefs to prepare dinner. Chloe began calling her guests one after another, letting them know that dinner was at 7:30 p.m. Then, she went with Jack to buy some fruits and seafood. They were so busy that they barely had time to catch their breaths. On the other hand, Brenton was going to have dinner with Justin and the others, but he became hesitant after receiving Victoria's call. What's going on? Victoria called and asked me to go to Chloe's house. Why are you going to her house? Max was a little curious. Chloe passed her test today and wants to celebrate at their South Hill Manor. Victoria was invited. Recently, the girl's been watching me very closely, so she's bringing me along. Oh, that's pretty good. You should go. Justin nodded. My God, you're not bringing Justin to an event as good as this? Brenton seemed a little troubled. If Justin went, the nature of the evening would be different. They were all adults and all understood that. They wouldn't be able to pass it off, like something as simple as bringing a friend. I still have something to do, and will be returning to my parents' place soon. You should go. Before anyone had to say anything, Justin refused to go. 7:35 p.m. At Chloe and Jack's South Hill Manor, a big round table was filled with 28 dishes. There was an endless supply of Boston lobsters and two-headed abalones. There were also king crabs, sea snail, and bamboo shrimps, all as fresh as they could be. The fruits were all cut and plated. Everyone got their own serving, which had a rainbow assortment of colors, with the aroma of cherries, honeydews, kiwis, and pineapples spreading around. Sarah took out her phone, filmed a little video, and uploaded it to her friend circle. Then, she added a caption, "A feast at some filthy rich girl's house." Everyone took pictures and uploaded them to their friend circles, and enjoyed an unbelievable night of fun. It was the first time Sandra came to her daughter's home at South Hill Manor. She felt like a villager who went into a palace for the first time, as everything intrigued her, causing her to look left and right. Looking at Chloe's red booklet, Victoria laughed and said, "No wonder you're a genius. You got a perfect score on your first try. You really aren't leaving a way out for other people. My life motto is to walk on other people's paths and leave them with no path," Chloe jokingly said. Just then, Thomas secretly tugged on his sister's sleeve. "Sis, come here for a moment. What's up? Did Amelia say that she would come? Why isn't she here yet?" "Oh, right. I'll call her again." After speaking, Chloe took out her phone and dialed Amelia's number again. "Hey, senior sister. Amelia, are you here yet?" "Not yet, Chloe. I might not be able to go." Amelia's voice was a little hoarse. "What happened?" I'm not feeling that well. I am really sorry." "Oh, that's okay. Since you're not feeling well, you should rest at home. I'll treat you to food some other time." After hanging up the call, Chloe frowned. Now, it wasn't only Thomas. Even Chloe felt like something was wrong. This wasn't like the girl who liked to join in on the fun. What on earth happened? "What did she say, sis?" Thomas anxiously asked. "She said she couldn't come because she wasn't feeling well." "I knew it." Thomas was a little disappointed. She didn't come to GK's 30th year anniversary party because she said that she was moving, and she had to see if she had time. Today, his sister invited her to dinner, and Amelia still didn't come. Something must have happened to her, but she's refusing to tell him. "Don't think about it too much. I'll go ask her tomorrow." "Mm-hmm." Thomas nodded and returned to the table with a defeated expression on his face. Chloe and Jack returned to the main seats. Noah, Sarah, Victoria, Brenton, Thomas, Sandra, and the Dawson couple were present. There were 8 people in total, and they were all pretty close with each other. Of course, Victoria brought over Brenton, and he belonged to Justin's social circle. Come, let's make a toast to congratulate the graduation of Dr. Green. Auntie, you've raised a genius daughter. Victoria laughed and said, Chloe has been smart since she was a kid. I was wondering and even told her Uncle James that Chloe wasn't stupid like me or evil like Timothy. She's smart and has a good heart. It's almost like she's not my daughter. Sandra lamented. After Chloe heard what her mother said, she exchanged a look with Jack. This topic was quite sensitive and important to Chloe, but it looked like her mother still didn't know the truth. Perhaps Chloe had a genetic mutation, Noah added. Do you think my girl is a chimpanzee? Genetic mutation? Look at your wild imagination. Why don't you just say that she's an alien? Sarah argued with Noah. From what I see, you seem to be an alien. One from planet Poison Tongue. Is everyone with your horoscope so vile? You have a built-in poisonous tongue. Noah jested. Screw you. The two's argument made everybody howl with laughter. Everyone, drink up tonight. You can stay here tonight too. We have a lot of guest bedrooms. Chloe enthusiastically offered. Sis, you're obviously flexing your wealth. No, I am flexing my husband, Chloe said, as she flirtatiously put her arm around Jack's neck. A few minutes ago, she uploaded a photo to her Snap friend circle and Weibo. It was a picture of her and Jack, the first picture of them that she publicly posted. Thomas took it from a great angle. The husband and wife stuck their faces together and were more intimate than ever. Even their smiles looked the same. Chloe wrote, God's gift to you might be delayed, but will never be missing. Everybody commented and liked her post in her friend's circle, even Linda. That day after the wedding, they added each other's Snap and occasionally liked each other's posts. Chloe liked their newfound friendship. Her Weibo, on the other hand, exploded. Wow, you guys are shining so bright that you're blinding our eyes. I support Jack. He's so hot. To be honest, Mrs. Dawson isn't the stunningly beautiful type, but her face is great to look at. The more you look at her, the more you like her. I'm your fan. He's my husband. Wah, let him go, you little crap. You're killing us single folks. What is it with you two? Within a mere 10 minutes, more than 20,000 people commented on her post. Chloe was just a normal citizen and wasn't even verified on Weibo. But as the trend suggested, she was the equivalent of an internet celebrity. She was blowing up. Chloe was having fun looking at her Weibo when she received a private message from Justin. Congrats, you damn girl. You can be righteously arrogant from now on. Pfft, can't you just compliment me like a normal person? Does it make you feel uncomfortable to say a sentence without thorns and spikes in it? I was scared that I would be too serious and make you feel awkward, Justin said. Chloe fell silent. She couldn't deal with Justin when he was being serious. Chloe, I miss you very much. Justin sent that sentence through a voice recording, and his voice sounded very hoarse. Yes, he had 1,000 reasons to see her, but the only thing he was missing was the status to be able to. He remembered her saying that they weren't even friends. Every time Justin was so serious, she didn't know how to reply. So, she could only pretend to have not seen the message. Justin really did miss her. He wanted to celebrate with her, see her smile, and just be beside her. However, that was a luxury to him. What's wrong? Jack leaned over and glanced at Chloe's phone. She had already quickly logged out of her Weibo. Nothing. I just posted a picture of us together and the fans seem to have gone crazy. The comments are already numbering in the tens of thousands. Chloe pursed her mouth into a smile. With someone as handsome as Mr. Dawson in your picture, posting it is sure to cause an uproar. Sarah smiled. The group finished dining at around 10 in the evening. Chloe wanted to ask them to stay the night, but normally people wouldn't stay the night somewhere else, as it was inconvenient. Noah drove Sarah home and Brenton drove Victoria. Thomas and his mother stayed at South Hill Manor, because Chloe forcibly asked them to. Mom, after you guys move to your new home next week, you'll be even closer to me. Chloe leaned on Sandra's shoulder and acted like a spoiled little girl. Yeah, at my age, I didn't think that anything special would happen. But you've graced me, Sandra exclaimed. You and Thomas mean so much to me. It's natural for me to treat you guys this way. Don't feel burdened. I know. Once your Auntie William and the others heard that you bought me a new house, they were dying with envy. Is Auntie William's son married yet? Chloe asked. No, he dated someone a while ago, but they seem to have disagreed over the bridal gift and broke up. She really likes putting her nose in her son's business. Sometimes even I can't bear with it, Sandra complained. Chloe just smiled. Chloe, we held you back in the past. If you didn't stay here to take care of me and Thomas, you would have gone to Capital University, not a third-rate medical school. You shouldn't have graduated as a nurse, either getting bullied and pushed around by everybody. Your Uncle James blessed you from his afterlife, and now you're finally a doctor. Chloe, Mom's proud of you. Seeing her daughter defy rules and expectations to become a first-level doctor, Sandra felt bittersweet in her heart. As she went through heart-wrenching moments, tears fell from her eyes. When Jack and Thomas got back from outside, they saw the scene unfold before them. Mom, why are you crying? Thomas's heart ached a little. Nothing. I was just talking about the past, and how we held your sister back. Otherwise, she would have succeeded earlier. She didn't have to wait until now. Let it go, Mom. To me, what I went through was good training. I never complained about anything. Everybody chooses the path of life that they want to take. I already have everything I ever wanted. You, Thomas, Jack, you are all my most beloved family members, and I am really grateful for and satisfied with what I have now, Chloe said with tears circling her eyes. Jack was moved. He walked over and held Chloe's waist. Thomas changed the topic and said, Mom, it's a shame that you didn't go out to look. There's a rainbow fountain outside. It's so beautiful. There's a super big amusement park over there, too. Big Sis's future kid will be dying of joy. They don't need to travel to go to a place like Disneyland, since there is one in their house. It's too magical. Speaking of kids, Sandra remembered something and reminded them, You two, don't just focus on work and hurry up. You're not that young anymore. Have a child while I am still young and can look after the kids for you. I know, Mom. You've said it many times. Chloe had grown tired of hearing it. The next morning, after having breakfast together, Thomas brought his mother back to their old home. Chloe, on the other hand, went to Southside. Right as she entered her office, the sweet aroma of flowers shot up her nostrils as she saw a bundle of lilies. Just then, she got a message on her phone. Are the flowers pretty? The message was from Andrew. What are you doing? Right as Chloe replied, she heard her office door open. It was near silent and scared her. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Seeing Andrew suddenly appear behind her shocked Chloe beyond belief. You heartless girl. Something as great as that had happened, and you didn't even invite me to your celebratory feast. You would rather invite Brenton than call me, yet I've taken such good care of you. How did you know that? Chloe frowned slightly. Of course, Director Richard would tell me something as big as your promotion. Everybody knows about it. As the president of the Green Corporation, of course I'd know, right? Did you think that I donated tens of millions to Southside for nothing? Andrew smiled. My business has nothing to do with you. Don't speak as if we have such a great relationship. We're allies at best. As soon as the old man falls, we'll immediately go our separate ways. Tisk, tisk. Sister Chloe, are you thinking of burning the bridge? No. The relationship between us can be described as mutualism. I am not burning your bridge. You're thinking too highly of yourself. All right. Even if what you said is correct, you still achieved your dream of being a doctor after so many years. Can't I be happy for you? Whatever. After speaking, Chloe began packing up her office. Director Richard had officially announced that, as of this moment, she was no longer the head nurse of the orthopedics department. She was going straight to the neurology department to be a consulting doctor, working directly under Department Director Nina. From now on, she was Cody's official physician. "Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner. It's my treat." Andrew gently looked at Chloe with a hand in his pocket. "I'm not free. I have to spend time with my husband." "It's okay if you leave your husband alone for a night, right?" "Even so, I wouldn't choose to spend time with you," Chloe downright declined. "Fine. But apparently, your husband is going to Bella's banquet tonight. If you're going, I'll go as well, since we're there for fun anyway." "What banquet? What Bella?" Chloe was unusually sensitive upon hearing Bella's name. After rejecting Bella's request for dinner that day, the latter had remained silent, causing Chloe to think that she might be angry. She's Mayor Hall's daughter who just came back to the country. The mayor's really happy and planned a private reception. A lot of famous people are going even if they don't want to, since it's to please Mayor Hall anyways. The mayor watches over Jack so much, even giving him rights to the most valuable land in the city, so, of course, he would need to go. Chloe fell silent. "Didn't he mention this to you?" "I never ask about his work." "Oh, fine. Then pretend that I didn't say anything." Andrew finished speaking and began walking out. A few steps in, he suddenly remembered something. He walked back and picked out a string of baby's breath from the lilies. Then, he put it on Chloe's head. This isn't half bad. It looks good." After speaking, Andrew walked away. Chloe felt like she had been struck by thunder. How old was she? Why would she wear flowers on her head and baby's breath of all flowers? Andrew was a creep, right? Holding her personal items, Chloe slowly walked out of the orthopedics department. At the door were 5 nurses. Milana could be counted as a long-term employee, and their eyes were filled with tears. "Head nurse, we are going to miss you." "I'm not quitting. I'm just moving upstairs." Chloe smiled. "Head nurse, you have to come down and see us every so often." "Of course I'm busy for the first few days, but afterward, I'll treat everyone to a feast." She left the orthopedics department and was walking up the stairs when her phone suddenly rang. Looking down, the caller ID showed Jack. "Honey, tonight Mayor Hall is holding a private reception for the return of his daughter. Can you come with me?" To be honest, her heart rested easy when Jack took the initiative to invite her. "Okay, I'll come to you after work." I had someone prepare a gown already. Come as soon as possible." "Okay." Hanging up, she suddenly heard somebody call her name. Dr. Green. "What's wrong?" Chloe was a little suspicious upon seeing Hannah running over, all out of breath. "I just went to your office, and they said that you're not at the orthopedics department anymore." "I'll be in neurology from now on. If you need anything, come and find me there." Hannah nodded and handed the black plastic bag that she was holding to Chloe. "Dr. Green, this is for you." "What's this?" "It's not that good, just something I made myself. It's the thought that counts." After speaking, Hannah stuffed the bag into Chloe's hand and turned around to leave. After getting to know her, Chloe discovered that Hannah may act like a rude shrew that also swore sometimes, but her heart was in the right place. She knew that her son and his costs at the hospital were paid out of Chloe's pocket, and she felt very guilty. It was also something that she accidentally heard Director of the Internal Medicine Department say, so she had been working through the night to make something for her. She had many blisters on her hands, but she still completed it in time. Chloe curiously returned to her office in the neurology department and took out the thing in the bag. At that moment, she was a little shocked. It was almost fall, and the weather was becoming colder. Many people started wearing scarves and gloves. Ever since she graduated, Chloe stopped wearing these accessories because she found them childish. Hannah gave her a set of milk white winter accessories. There was a long scarf, a pair of fluffy gloves, and a cute hat. They were all the same color, and the stitching patterns were unique, but one could immediately tell that they were handmade, since there were imperfections here and there. But it was really pretty. It looked like she bought the wool and knitted it herself, needle by needle. Chloe held her gift in her hands and felt the warmth in her heart. She tried on the hat. It was warm and cute. Who said that Hannah was a ruthless woman? She was nothing like that. It looked like the end of the animosity between her and Cody was just around the corner. Two things made Chloe happy today. One was that she started work as an official doctor in the neurology department. Director Nina was overwhelmed with joy and kept informing her of this and that. The second thing was that the first hospital called and told her that they found a matching kidney. A hospital could provide it, but they were asking for $300,000. The good thing was, that was no longer a huge sum of money to Chloe. She sent people to get it overnight and personally arranged Nico's surgery. Mayor Hall's private reception was held at the Red Owl Hotel. Gathered there were all types of rich people, and of course, Andrew, Justin, and the others. Justin came early and strolled around with a wine glass in his hand. Near the balcony, Brenny was loudly talking to someone. That woman, don't be tricked by her appearance. She's a schemer. Think about it. How good could the daughter of a mistress be? She disowned her parents because she's got Jack backing her up. She was so disrespectful to my dad. I can't believe how disgusting she is. Justin understood some of it and realized that she was talking about Chloe. Ahem. Justin softly coughed. A few socialites turned around and were surprised by Justin. Young Master Cooper. Young Master Cooper, Brenny shyly greeted him. Brenny, right? Justin opened his mouth. Yeah, that's me. Brenny coyly nodded as her heart filled with happiness. Come here. Justin beckoned her towards him with his hand. Brenny thought she was dreaming as she slowly walked towards Justin while holding her long evening gown. Brenny walked in front Justin and looked at his breathtaking face with surprise. She felt her heartbeat stopping. To Brenny, Justin was a godlike figure. Normally, he didn't want to pay attention to her, but he initiated a conversation with her today at an event like this and even asked her to come to him. She really was surprised by his attention. Young Master Cooper. Brenny only opened her mouth and said those 3 words when Justin suddenly poured his glass of red wine on her entire body. Brenny's light pink gown was immediately dyed by the red wine. It looked disgusting, with patches of stains covering it. The other socialites behind her were shocked. Their mouths were open, but they were too afraid to make a noise. Brenny didn't even know what she did wrong to deserve this kind of treatment. Before she could speak, she saw Justin smirk and say, If I did something wrong, do you think an apology would still work now? Brenny didn't understand his meaning and was too afraid to make a noise. She just stood still and looked at Justin, with a dumb expression on her face. So? Don't talk about people behind their backs with such ease. Verbal abuse is scary sometimes, and you should stop while you can. After speaking, Justin turned around to leave without paying Brenny another look. Brenny didn't process what had just happened until Justin was long gone. Justin must have heard what she said about Chloe just now. Was he standing up for her? She heard that Justin liked Chloe a long time ago. Those rumors now seemed to be true. Brenny's face was pale with anger. Brenny, are you okay? You should go change out of your gown soon. A couple of socialites walked over and comforted Brenny with faked concern. She was overcome with anger, but was too scared to complain, since the perpetrator was Justin. So, she swallowed her insults and went into one of the hotel lounges to change. The gown was around $70,000 or $80,000, but was no longer wearable. The money and her preparations were all wasted. Brenny, what's wrong? When Evelyn got there, she saw Brenny throw a tantrum in the lounge. She was cursing the hotel servers for being inept. Mom, my gown is wasted. Then, Brenny quickly retold her mother the story. After Evelyn heard what she said, she looked at Brenny a bit angrily and said, How many times do I have to tell you to not piss off Justin? Also, don't mess with Chloe, Liam, who was standing behind them, added. After Chloe held onto him by only his tie and almost pushed him off the rooftop of the Universe nightclub, he behaved much better. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't scared of her. "I'm scared to mess with Justin, but I'm not scared of messing with Chloe. That little crap only knows how to seduce men. She does it every day and causes trouble. She won't settle with Jack, and is keeping Justin on the hook as well. Can't I talk about how shameless she is?" "If you want to say it at home. You can't do that here. What do you think today is? Mayor Hall invited us to welcome back his daughter. Is it your place to cause trouble? Hurry up, change, and act normal. Don't cause any more trouble." Evelyn regretted that her daughter turned out to be so brainless. Unlike herself, she never considered the results before taking action. Compared to Chloe, the difference was not subtle at all. No wonder why Lily always mocked her for having a daughter that was unlike her. Jack and Chloe arrived 15 minutes later, so they didn't know what happened here. Chloe was wearing a black cocktail dress and silver high heels. Her head of hair was volumized and curled by a stylist. She had light makeup on, but her aura was stronger than everybody else's. Actually, a person's natural looks were only one part of the puzzle. What really put it together was the stylist. Every Cannes movie festival, it was easy for netizens to ridicule the outfits of the movie stars. And the most common joke was, "Did you offend the stylist?" So, the importance of the stylist was obvious. The one Chloe used was Emery and Cody's personal stylist. She was very famous in the country, and Jack spared no money in hiring her. Therefore, she always put a lot of thought into Chloe's getup, finding a combination that best suited her style and temperament. Mayor Hall brought his daughter over. Jack opened his mouth and introduced Chloe. "Uncle Hall, this is my wife, Chloe." He introduced her in such a formal manner. Chloe nodded and flashed a smile at Mayor Hall and Bella. "Hi, Uncle Hall." "Hi. I can't believe you finally brought your wife. You should have brought her to come to see us a long time ago. When I saw your father in the States this time, we even talked about you." Unlike the serious-looking man he was on television, Mayor Hall looked kind at this private gathering. Perhaps it was because today was a different occasion. Bella wore a long white gown, looking elegant. She smiled at Chloe. "Thank you for coming." "Don't mention it." Chloe smiled. Neither of them brought up the incident the other day. Bella didn't seem to be angry either. However, the more she was like that, the more worried Chloe got. She preferred women who lived realistically. Those who put on a mask were harder to deal with. Then, Jack brought her along with him, as they greeted all the rich and powerful officials in the political sector. She had a smile on her face the whole time. Although she didn't enjoy socializing with people like them, she was Jack's wife, and GK's young madam, so she was willing to compromise. Then, Jack and Mayor Hall began chatting. Chloe, who didn't want to be of inconvenience, walked around the room alone, with a glass of champagne in her hand. However, she came into a close encounter with Brenny. The truth was, Brenny was more brainless than Liam. Andrew had previously taught her a lesson, but it seemed like she had forgotten all about it, especially after Justin threw his drink at her. Therefore, she decided to vent all her anger on out Chloe. "Chloe!" she shouted impolitely. Chloe turned around to see Brenny stomp towards her. She didn't say anything, because she was too lazy to deal with her. "Chloe, did you talk smack about me in front of Justin?" "Justin? How is he relevant?" Chloe was speechless. "Don't lie. You must have said something to him for him to treat me like that, or else young Master Cooper would never. What did he do to you?" Chloe was curious. It was a miracle for Justin to even bother with Brenny. That's none of your business anyways. It must have been your fault. How shameless are you? You have a husband, but you're still double-dipping. You're a low life, just like your mom. You make it sound like your mother was a chaste woman," Chloe said, as she slowly sipped on her champagne. The truth was, Chloe really didn't like to bring the topic of mothers into their conversation. But this woman, Brenny, kept mentioning her mother. Thus, there was no need for Chloe to consider others' feelings. Whatever my mom does, it's perfectly justifiable. Brenny refuted. Yeah, a perfectly justifiable mistress who managed to live under the same roof as the actual wife? What? Do you want me to ask Mayor Hall to gift your mother with a Best Mistress plaque? Chloe said, with a smile on her face. What did you say? Did you just insult my mom? I'm sorry. Allow me to interject. I think you brought up this topic first. I'm curious. Can't you tell that I really don't want to talk to you? Why in the world would you come up to me and pick a fight with me? Do you get itchy if I don't curse at you? Or do you have the confidence to beat me in a fight? Chloe looked at Brenny hopelessly, as if she were looking at a dumbass. Do you think I won't slap you? Brenny lifted her arm, but someone else grabbed it from behind. Her arm was subsequently forcefully thrown off to the side. Mayor Hall and Jack were talking when the latter was worried Chloe would be bored. He then turned around to see Brenny picking on her. Upon seeing Brenny lift her arm up, Jack immediately walked over. Honey, are you okay? Jack looked at Chloe gently. Chloe nodded. Mr. Dawson, don't be fooled by her. She's a calculating and manipulative woman. After she married you, she was still restless enough to seduce Justin. Everyone in our circle knows about it. Don't be fooled by her. Brenny didn't filter her words in an attempt to sow discord between Jack and Chloe. Chloe smiled, too lazy to explain. As someone from the Green family, I can't believe how brainless you are. How unfortunate of them. I will let you off the hook this time, but if you ever try to hurt my wife again, I will make sure to rip you apart, piece by piece, and you will wish that you were dead. Jack rarely threatened people, let alone women. However, this idiot Brenny touched his bottom line. Scared, Brenny looked at Jack, suddenly humbled. Just then, Liam ran up to them and pulled Brenny away, afraid that she would keep on causing trouble. These gatherings are boring, aren't they? He asked her. Just a little. Chloe pursed her lips into a smile. I'll go say goodbye to Uncle Hall, and then we'll leave. Okay. Chloe nodded. Then, Jack walked up to Mayor Hall. Bella suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stood beside Chloe. I think we have a slight misunderstanding. Miss Hall, you're thinking too much. Chloe, there's really nothing going on between Jack and I. You don't have to be so nervous, and you don't have to be scared of having dinner with me. I'm not a vicious beast. I won't pose a threat to you. I'm actually a really insecure person. It's normal for me to overthink things. You liking Jack is your business, and me overthinking is mine. Miss Hall, you can't strip the right to think from me, right? After all, Jack is my husband. Chloe said all of this with a smile on her face. Bella was a little surprised. Chloe was really smart. She was able to say everything she wanted to without angering anyone. Chloe, you're a smart woman. Thank you for the compliment. But Before Bella could finish her thought, they were interrupted. Well, if it isn't Chloe, my little sister, I didn't know you were friends with Miss Hall. The two of them turned around to see Andrew in a black tuxedo. Bella didn't seem to know who Andrew was. Hi, Miss Hall. I'm Andrew. Oh, the first son of the Green family. Bella came to the realization when she heard his name. Chloe, why didn't you introduce me to Miss Hall earlier if you knew her? I love beautiful women. Andrew was a man who liked to joke, and he was well known within the circle as a playboy. Therefore, no one was surprised by what he said. Don't you already have Emery? Chloe said as she glanced at him. Tsk, tsk. Don't spread rumors, little girl. Didn't GK steal Emery from me? She has so many TV shows and events lined up for her. Where in the world does she have the time to date me? Then, Andrew glanced at Bella and smiled. Miss Hall, how old are you? 26 years old, Bella replied elegantly. Not bad, not bad. That's a good age. Plus, you're pretty. Mayor Hall is lucky to have a daughter as outstanding as you. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Green. Miss Hall, if you don't mind, would you like a dance? At this time, Waltz coincidentally began playing over the speakers. Andrew's invitation to dance was too sudden, causing Bella to freeze for a brief second. Even Chloe was surprised. Andrew may be a playboy, but he wasn't one to joke around with strangers. But today, he was overly enthusiastic about Bella. Bella actually wanted to share her first dance with Jack, but to her surprise, Andrew boldly asked her first. They didn't know each other, but he was brave enough to ask. So many people were watching. If she refused, it would make things embarrassing. Sure. Even though Bella detested the idea of dancing with Andrew, she couldn't look displeased and had no choice but to accept his invitation. Andrew held Bella's hands as they walked to the center of the dance floor. Before that, Andrew looked at Chloe profoundly, with a smile that didn't look like a smile. It seemed like he was trying to express something. This was the first time in Chloe's opinion that Andrew was this cute. Indeed, he helped her get rid of Bella. Jack had originally wanted to say goodbye to Mayor Hall and leave, but the latter was in a good mood and kept talking business with him. Therefore, he had no choice but to sit there listening to Mayor Hall. He occasionally glanced over at Chloe, who was sipping champagne, alone, not far away from him. Brenton and Victoria were supposed to come as well. However, Victoria's period came, and she wasn't in the mood to leave the house. As a result, Brenton stayed with her. Max, on the other hand, was traveling abroad, leaving Justin all by his lonesome. Justin sat across from Chloe. He had a wine glass in his hand and looked at Chloe lovingly from across the dance floor. She sat there alone, quietly. However, he couldn't approach her. After all, there were a lot of people here, and if rumors were to spread, Chloe may be affected. Just then, 2 women walked by Chloe. One of them said provokingly, "Hey, isn't this the rich Mrs. Dawson?" In order to get back at us for a grudge, she bought an entire cafe. Now that I think about it, why did you have to do that? Everyone says you're a magnanimous woman, but isn't it going over the line, forbidding us from drinking coffee there? Chloe slowly looked up to see that it was the 2 women who were talking behind her back with Bella the other day. Enemies couldn't be avoided. I'm magnanimous, but it depends on who I'm with. My attitude towards you is based on your attitude towards me. If you failed to even pay me the tiniest speck of respect, then why should I be considerate towards you? You've got to be kidding me. I'm not God. Why should I, at all times, forgive brainless people who don't think before they speak? Chloe had always been good at verbal confrontations. That day, Chloe was fed up with their arrogance. They were about to chase her and Sarah out of the cafe, only because they were Gold Card members. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. People should leave themselves some leeway. If they didn't make allowances for themselves, then why should she do it for them? Chloe, don't be so arrogant. Let me tell you, Bella is back, and you'll start crying soon. You might not know this, but Bella is Mrs. Dawson's ideal daughter-in-law. Mrs. Dawson made it really clear to the public, and she invites Bella to the Dawson Manor every single day. As Mrs. Dawson's daughter-in-law, how many times have you been there? Not many, I suppose. Chloe's gaze calmly brushed past them. Are you kidding me? Aren't married couples supposed to live their own lives? Getting along with the mother-in-law may be important, but what's the point of all that if you fail to get the man? After all, my husband's the one that sleeps in the same bed as me, not my mother-in-law. Plus, don't speak gibberish. Miss Hall is a woman of high prestige. Don't make her sound like a homewrecker. Jack and I are married, so even if I die, I'm still his wife. Who in the world do you think you are? Men are all the same. They lose interest once they get you. The only reason Jack married you is because he is still holding on to the days have gone by. Once he loses interest, what does that make you? You'll become a sad, grieving wife of a rich man, and no more than an accessory. Bella is from a powerful family, and she's really pretty. Sooner or later, she will defeat you. Sure, I'll be waiting for that day. Chloe smiled. She wasn't mad at all. She suddenly realized something important. Why would these people say all that stuff to her? Did they realize what Bella wanted? Did Bella reveal something to them? Or did she tell them to attack her? Or else, why would completely irrelevant socialites say all that to her? Plus, every single word they said made a lot of sense. Those words weren't something that would come out of the mouths of a pair of brainless socialites. At this moment, the wine glass in one of the socialites' hand suddenly slipped. It smashed right onto Chloe's champagne glass. The two glasses collided, and the glass broke instantly upon impact. A cut appeared on Chloe's pearly hand, and the wound immediately began bleeding. Justin saw everything as clear as day. He forgot to think and instantly walked up to her. "Are you okay?" he asked nervously. "I'm fine." Chloe got up, picked up a wet towelette, and pressed it down on her wound. However, the blood quickly seeped through the towelette. Justin raised his head and looked at the two women with a deadly glare. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I wasn't being careful. So, the wine glass..." "Shut up." Justin's eyes were about to spit fire. Who in the world would believe that she didn't do it on purpose? They stood there with Chloe for a while and seemed like they had been talking. They looked at Chloe with such animosity, which meant that what she did had to be intentional. "I'm fine," Chloe told Justin upon seeing how worked up he was. However, Justin wasn't in the right mind to listen to anything. He raised his own wine glass and smashed it towards the women's ankles. The wine glass smashed, and glass splattered everywhere. Their feet were subsequently scratched. "Ah! I'm bleeding!" one of the women shrieked. Only then did people's attention begin turning to them. Bella, who was in the middle of the dance floor with Andrew, nodded at him apologetically. "I'm sorry. I think something happened to my friend. I'm going to go check on her." "Sure." Andrew nodded but didn't say anything else. His gaze landed on Chloe's injured hand and lingered there for a while, but he didn't speak. Bella walked up to them and looked at the two women, who were both injured. "Are you guys okay?" Before they could say anything, Justin coldly glanced at their injured ankles and said, "I'm so sorry. My hand must have slipped." "Young Master Cooper?" "I don't think it was an accident. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Bella was a little angry. Justin couldn't control himself. Yes, he did it on purpose, and yes, he used a lot of strength. "And?" Justin looked at Bella provocatively. His expression meant to say, "Aye, that's me. Can you do anything about it?" So what if Mayor Hall was her dad? He still had to wag his tail like a dog upon seeing Justin's grandpa. The Cooper family had always been the king of the city. Since he was a kid, Justin never took anyone seriously, let alone Bella. "I wonder, what angered young Master Cooper? Can't we resolve conflict with words?" Bella then looked at Chloe's injured hand profoundly. "Words. Don't work on them. You just can't give some people face." Justin was still as arrogant as ever. Just then, Jack, who was standing no far from them, walked over. The first thing he saw was Chloe's hand. "Honey, what's wrong?" "These two ladies may have been excited to see me, so her glass accidentally smashed into mine and injured me." Chloe only smiled faintly. She wasn't a prissy pants, yelping at the slightest of injuries. Heartbroken, Jack took off the wet towelette. He looked at her wound and frowned. His eyes then glanced at the two women, his expression as cold as a 1,000-year iceberg. Mortified, the two women took a few steps back. Bella immediately explained, "Jack? They're my friends. I'm sure they didn't mean to offend Chloe." "Right, we didn't do it on purpose." The two women began playing innocent. Just as Jack was about to say something, Chloe suddenly grabbed his hand. "Honey, I'm a little tired. Can we go home?" As soon as Jack heard this, he turned around to lovingly stroke her cheek. "Sure." With one word, he put Chloe's hand in his, and they walked up to Mayor Hall. "Uncle Hall, my wife isn't feeling well, so we're going to leave now. I'll visit you another day." "Okay. Be careful on your way home." Mayor Hall liked the way Jack treated others. He may be indifferent at times, but he was a reliable man. Plus, Jack had a stellar reputation, and never fooled around with random women. He always wanted to make Jack his son-in-law, but to his surprise, the latter had been secretly married to his high school sweetheart for almost 6 months. It was a shame indeed. Jack and Chloe left the party. Before Chloe left, she looked at Justin with concern. He lost his cool for her just now. Chloe wished that he could calm down after she left. After all, so many pairs of eyes were watching him. After they got on the car, Jack heartbrokenly looked at Chloe's profile and asked, "Why didn't you let me teach them a lesson just now?" "Oh, I was bitten by a dog. Am I supposed to bite back?" Chloe smiled. "You always have your reasons. I just didn't think it was necessary. They were just caught in the heat of the moment. Plus, it was a battle between women. If you stepped up, others would say that you're nosy and not magnanimous. I, on the other hand, am the young madam of the Dawson family. Of course I wouldn't stoop down to their level. There's no way I would fight them like a shrew. It would lower my status. After all, I'm a doctor now." "Fine, Dr. Green, you win." Jack looked at Chloe lovingly. "Does your hand still hurt?" "Nope, it's just a small scratch. I'll dab some iodine on it once we get home." Okay. As soon as he saw Chloe get hurt, he immediately ended his conversation with Mayor Hall about the allocated land. That's how important Chloe was to him. He was willing to put everything aside, even his career. The two women were good friends of Bella. They used to study in Italy together, so they were really close. Both of them came back to the country a few years earlier than Bella, and they were very arrogant and domineering people. Inside the hotel lounge, "Don't purposely pick on Chloe again. She's better than you think. Neither of you is a match for her," Bella said as she looked at them. "Bella, we were just trying to complain about the unfairness. Jack's the only man you ever liked. Why did she get early access? You met Jack first, back when you guys were 8 years old. Plus, you know how much Mrs. Dawson likes you, and how much your dad helped out the Dawson family throughout these years. Shouldn't you two be together?" "I guess I'm just not lucky enough." Bella was somewhat disappointed. "Luck isn't a factor here. You can't give up that easily. If you like him, steal him. That woman has nothing, and she likes to act all high and mighty. I've had enough of her for some time now. Bella, if one day you can steal Jack from her, she'll be left dumbfounded, and we could get back at her." "No one is stealing anyone. Don't say that. Anyways, you guys should go to the hospital to get your wounds checked." After the party, the two women left the hotel in a Maserati. Justin drove his black Lamborghini and followed after them. Just now, they had targeted Chloe on purpose, and the latter, in consideration of her status, didn't stoop down to their level. However, that didn't mean that he would swallow his anger. Even now, when he thought of the wound on Chloe's hand, Justin felt like his heart was closing up, and he couldn't breathe. The Maserati stopped at a red light at the intersection. The Lamborghini behind it suddenly crashed into it, sending it straight to the sidewalk off to the side of the road. The Maserati almost flipped over. The two women in the car shrieked in fear. Justin got off the car and walked up to them. Then he said coldly, "I'm really sorry. My brakes weren't working." Upon seeing that it was Justin who crashed into them, the two women immediately swallowed the curse words that were about to come out of their mouths. Bystanders, without knowing what had happened, called the police. After the traffic police arrived, they politely greeted Justin. "Young Master Cooper, are you all right?" The captain of the traffic police squad bowed down at him. "I'm fine. I didn't step on my brakes in time and crashed into their car. I'm glad you're okay." The captain was scared shitless. If something were to happen to Justin, Grandpa Cooper might light this city up in flames. Justin was the only child of the family for this generation. "I'm in a hurry, so I'll be going now. You guys assess the damages, and just send whatever amount I need to pay in compensation to Imperial Star." Then, Justin got on his car and drove off. The women's legs were numb, and they were still recovering from the fright. The fact was, the last person to offend in the city would be Justin, or else you wouldn't even know how you died. Justin crashing his Lamborghini into the socialite's car quickly spread in their circle. As soon as Brenton and Victoria found out, The latter immediately notified Chloe. Chloe had just finished cleaning up her wound and was sitting on the bed when she received Victoria's message. Jack was showering. Young Master Cooper sought revenge on the socialites because of you, didn't he? What happened? Chloe had no idea what was going on. I heard that Justin crashed his car into the car of the two women who offended you at the party and almost flipped them over. Apparently it gave them quite the fright. Chloe's expression changed slightly upon reading this message. Wasn't Justin overreacting a bit? It wasn't that serious. Didn't he already seek revenge for her by smashing his wine glass onto their feet? Why would he do something as rash and dangerous as crashing his car into theirs? What if someone died? The good thing was that the women were driving a Maserati. If they were driving a Honda, it would have crumpled on impact, turning the two into pancakes, and the women would be in the morgue by now. She realized that she should probably take the time to have a conversation with Justin. He shouldn't be so willful. After Jack came out from the shower, Chloe was already obediently lying in bed. Only Chloe had the honor of seeing Jack's perfect body. She was ready to drool all over his abs. "Honey." "Yeah?" Jack looked at her as he dried his hair with a towel. "We've been doing it for a while now. Why am I not pregnant yet?" "Ha ha ha." Jack couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing about? I can't believe you're a medical practitioner. You know how hard it is to get pregnant. It's not that easy. But I feel like it's easy for everyone else. A lot of couples get pregnant as soon as they get married. Oh, right. Some celebrities even get pregnant out of wedlock and get married with a big belly. It seems fast for everyone else." "So?" Jack looked at her. "So do you think one of us is infertile?" "Jack," Chloe's sentence sent Mr. Dawson into depression. "Should we get a checkup at the hospital?" "No, it's embarrassing." "Hey, how's that embarrassing?" "We've been married for less than a year? What are you in such a hurry for? Isn't our life good right now as is?" Jack wasn't in that much of a hurry. All he thought was they could enjoy their alone time for the time being. If Chloe got pregnant, he was also ready to be a father anytime. "Hey, you have a point. Once our baby is born, I'll be super busy. Everyone says that a woman becomes stupid for 3 years after giving birth. I wonder if I will become a klutz once I'm pregnant." Chloe smiled. The next morning, after breakfast, they each went off to work. When Chloe went into the ICU, Hannah was reading a storybook to Nico. It was the children's version of Journey to the West. "Nico!" Chloe smiled as she entered the room. "Big sis!" Thrilled, Nico shouted as he leaned on his bed. "How are you feeling today? Any discomfort?" "No. My mom is reading me a storybook that Doctor's daughter gave me. She brought me a lot of books," Nico said excitedly to Chloe. Chloe held a box in her hand and handed it to Nico. "Take a look at what I brought. Do you like it?" "Wow. A remote control race car. Toy race cars to little boys were like Barbies to little girls." Nico never had a toy for himself, since Hannah couldn't afford one. "This is for you. Thank you, big sis." Nico fondled the car admiringly. Hannah wore a white shirt, black pants, and canvas shoes. Embarrassed, she got up and said, "Dr. Green, sorry to have you spend money again." "It's not a problem, as long as Nico likes it." "Oh, right. I came bringing good news. Can he have the surgery?" Hannah asked in excitement. Chloe nodded. "A kidney has been transferred from different city, and it's a perfect match for Nico. The attending surgeons and I had a discussion, and think he can have the surgery tomorrow morning." "That's great. Thank you, Dr. Green." An emotional Hannah grabbed Chloe's hand, choking on her words. "Don't mention it. But I do need to remind you that whether the surgery is successful will have to depend on Nico's post-surgical conditions. Most people don't have any side effects, but if his body rejects the kidney, he might have to go through another surgery." "What? That's possible?" "Yes. After all, the kidney is from a stranger with no blood ties to Nico. So we can't make any guarantees. But don't feel too pressured. I believe that Nico will be able to quickly recover." "Okay." Hannah's eyes were closed as she grasped Chloe's hands, so excited that she didn't know what to say. For the past few days, She and her son ate at Southside and lived at Southside. The ICU had everything they ever needed. Nico was able to take medicine and got injections every day. Hannah thought that the entire world became beautiful. Ms. Hannah, once Nico recovers from surgery, will you? Chloe hesitated before she finished her sentence. I know. I'll do what I promised. Hannah didn't seem to forget her promise. The thing is, I don't think Cody will easily forgive you. Worried, Chloe said. Hannah froze, and then fell into silence. How's he doing? Hannah rarely asked how Cody was doing. He's doing okay. His symptoms have stabilized, but he's still depressed and has no interest in doing anything. I told the company to arrange some easy work for him to do, and he sometimes goes abroad to film, so it's like he's on vacation. These are trivial, though. You, and the fact that you left him for all those years, is what caused his depression. I know that I've done him wrong, and I will try to make things up to him. Okay, let's talk about it after Nico's surgery. Once you're no longer worrying about this, you'll have time to figure things out between you and Cody. Okay, then. Chloe left Nico's room. Dr. Green, someone's looking for you. One of the nurses called out. Chloe put on her glasses and headed out to the outpatient clinic. She saw two skinny people standing from afar, carrying the bags on their backs. Uncle and Auntie Baker? Chloe was shocked to see Simon's parents here. Chloe, we finally found you. We went to the first hospital first, but they said that you don't work there anymore. We switched a bunch of buses and almost got off at the wrong stop, but we finally found you. Uncle, Auntie, why are you guys here? Although Chloe and Simon were complete strangers now, she had always treated Simon's parents with respect, as they were honest people who weren't picky nor power-hungry. They were down to earth and treated Chloe like their own daughter. Forget it. It's a really long story. Uncle, Auntie, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let me take you guys out for some food. She looked down at her watch. It was past lunchtime, but it looked like Simon's parents haven't had the chance to eat yet. No, it's okay. We brought with us some bread and we'll have some later. There's no need to spend money on us. The old couple was embarrassed and unwilling to go. Uncle, Auntie, it's okay. My salary is high now, and I have money to spare. In the end, Chloe ignored their protests and drove them to a restaurant nearby. She ordered them 6 dishes and 2 plates of dumplings. The old couple kept saying that it was enough. Chloe was heartbroken by how stringent they were. Chloe, are you still in touch with Simon? I'm not. Chloe told them the truth. What should we do then? Auntie began wiping tears off her eyes. What's wrong, Auntie? What happened? Don't cry. Tell me. To tell you the truth, ever since he got married, we barely visited them because we know that the Lisa's family looked down on us. They're right to do so. They bought the condo and the car, and we don't have to face to come and visit them. When our granddaughter was born, we brought them 200 free-range eggs from the countryside. That day, Simon wasn't home, and Lisa didn't seem happy to see us, so we left after lunch and didn't stay for the night. I'm old and nostalgic, and recently have been really missing my granddaughter, so we thought we would come to visit them. But when we got there, we were told that they sold the condo. Lisa moved, and when we went looking for Simon at the apartment we bought for your wedding, we realized that it was rented out. He won't pick up his phone, and I can't find him. We then went looking for him at the first hospital, and were told that he'd been fired. What in the world happened? Auntie said as she cried buckets and buckets. Chloe only listened to them quietly. It seemed like Simon's parents had no idea that Lisa and Simon got divorced. Therefore, how would they know that Lisa moved to Seattle? It was going to be more than difficult for this old couple to see their granddaughter in the future. Asking a pair of villagers to go to the United States was like daydreaming. Uncle set down his chopsticks and looked at Chloe. Chloe, you're a good kid. You must know what happened. Did Lisa get into a fight with Simon? What happened to them? It's a long way for us to come visit them. We couldn't find our granddaughter nor our son, so we had no choice but to come looking for you. Please don't think of us as a burden. Uncle, Auntie, don't treat me like an outsider. Even though I didn't end up with Simon, you two are still like family to me. Chloe, then tell me, what in the world happened to Simon? Faced with the old couple's repeating questions, Chloe didn't have the heart to tell them what happened, nor did she know where to start. Chloe, are you hiding something from us? The old couple became even more suspicious upon seeing Chloe's hesitation. Auntie, Uncle, I'm not hiding anything from you. The truth is, I haven't spoken to Simon in a really long time, nor have I seen him. I really don't know what he's up to these days. Can you go ask Director Richard for us? I heard Director Richard is Lisa's uncle. We don't want anything else from him. We just want to see our grandchild. The old couple looked at Chloe pleadingly. Chloe felt awful. Chloe, I know that you're a good kid. Can you help your uncle and I out? We know that brat Simon did you wrong and didn't treat you well when he had the chance to. Can you call Director Richard for us, please? We went to his office, but his assistant didn't let us in. He wouldn't even see us, Auntie said in grievance. Director Richard was a very busy man who dealt with dozens of things a day, so it was normal for him to refuse to see people he didn't know. Moreover, to their family, Simon hurt Lisa so deeply that they didn't want to see people from the Baker family ever again. Chloe knew that Simon had been fired, but she had no idea where he went. In the beginning, she wanted to slide over the topic and get the old couple to go home first. However, from what she was seeing right now, they weren't about to give up, even attempting to see Director Richard. Director Richard is a really busy man who's always on business trips. He might not be at the hospital. Chloe, if you know what's going on, just tell us. Don't keep anything from us. Even if we went home today, we're still going to come back. We miss our grandchild. Upon hearing what she said, Chloe remained silent for a couple of seconds. Then, she slowly said, Uncle, Auntie, don't come back again. Lisa already moved away. Where did she move to? Did she and Simon get in a fight? I need to apologize to her for Simon, Auntie said anxiously. It's not as simple as that. Chloe really didn't want to tell them the cruel truth. Then what is it? Did they separate? Auntie probed. They didn't separate. They got divorced. Finally, Chloe told them the truth with much difficulty. Auntie almost fainted upon hearing what she said. Uncle's expression changed drastically as well. Oh my lord. Why? They weren't even married for that long. Why did they get divorced? Auntie began wailing in tears, completely disregarding the people around them. What about my granddaughter? Uncle's fingers shook as he grasped the wine glass. She and Lisa went to the United States. Lisa's parents went with them as well. The United States? Despair flashed in the old couple's eyes. Perhaps they knew that they would never be able to go to the United States in this lifetime. Then, what about Simon? Uncle asked again. I'm not sure either. I heard that he messed up during surgery for a cataract patient, and Director Richard fired him. He's not at the first hospital anymore. How did things get to this? The old couples received multiple blows today. Overnight, their daughter-in-law and their granddaughter left the country, while their son got divorced, was fired from the hospital, and disappeared. How are we supposed to contact Simon? Should we call the police? Uncle sighed. Uncle, I don't think anything would happen to Simon. After all, he's a grown man. I think he was just in a bad mood and needed some time to cool down. You're his parents. He will have to contact you at one point. If you call the police, they might make too big of a deal out of the situation and negatively impact Simon. Perhaps he found a new job. You have a point. Then, Auntie continued crying, while Uncle fell into silence. Uncle and Auntie Baker, I'm sorry. I didn't want to keep all this from you. I was afraid to break your hearts. Chloe felt terribly bad. It's fine. I know that you did all that for us. But now that we know what happened, at least we don't come here looking for our granddaughter like idiots. Chloe, since you've told us everything, we won't be bothering you now. Then, the old couple got up. Auntie handed Chloe the dirty bag she had in their hand. We brought this from the mountainside. They're just wild mushrooms and fern. We picked them and dried them for the winter. Since we didn't get to see either of them, take these. I hope you think they're good enough for you. No, Uncle, Auntie. I don't think they're not good enough for me. It's just that I feel bad. You guys went through so much effort in picking these out from the mountains. You should save these for yourself. No, it's okay. We don't have much else, but we do have a lot of these things. They're what city dwellers call organic products. Take these. We still have a lot left. Uncle stuffed the bag in Chloe's hand against her objections. Uncle and Auntie, let me drive you to the bus station. Taking the bus there will take too long. Then, Chloe drove the old couple to the long-distance bus stop and bought them tickets, some snacks, and some water. Finally, Chloe handed Auntie $3,000. She rarely carried cash and usually used her credit card, so $3,000 was all she had in her wallet. Auntie, take this and buy something for yourself and Uncle. You need to take care of your health now that you're older. No? We can't take your hard-earned money? It's okay. Just take it, Uncle and Auntie. Truth be told, I have a great job, and I got married. My husband's well off, so I don't have to worry about money anymore. Simon's not doing well right now, but don't worry too much. I hope that he'll be able to get back on his feet soon. Take this money as my way of thanking you guys for everything. Chloe could tell that the Baker family really didn't want to take Chloe's money. They kept trying to stuff the money back into Chloe's hands. However, Chloe really wanted to give them that money, because she suddenly sympathized with Simon's parents. They worked hard their entire life for their son, yet in the end, they would never be able to see their grandchild again. They couldn't fight Chloe's determination, so Uncle took the money and carefully placed it in his pocket with trembling hands. Then, he held Chloe's hand. You're a good kid. God will look after you. We don't have much else, but we do have a lot of free-range eggs and wild mushrooms. If you're craving some, just drive over, and we'll provide you with as much as you want. Okay, Chloe smiled. Then, she watched as the old couple got onto the bus and left. Chloe really did feel bad. She liked how down-to-earth and benevolent Simon's parents were. It was a shame that their son worried them so much. It was already 3 p.m. when Chloe got back to Southside. Just as she was about to go upstairs, her phone began to ring. Sis, are you at work? Yeah, what's up? My brother-in-law's mother is here again. She's really annoying and got into a fight with Mom again. Chloe ran downstairs before Thomas even finished his sentence. She immediately drove back to the old house. Neighbors surrounded her mother's courtyard. Jack's mother came alone this time. She was wearing luxury brand clothing and held an LV bag in her hand. Mrs. Dawson was cursing in the courtyard, and when Chloe came in, she heard a vicious comment. Your daughter is no more than a chicken that can't lay eggs. They've been married for a while now, but where's my grandchild, huh? Let me tell you, the Dawson family will not tolerate a daughter-in-law like her. If she can't have children, then get the hell away from my son. Don't go around every day arrogantly posing as the Dawson family's young madam. Who does she think she is? Chloe felt bad upon hearing what Mrs. Dawson said. Sis, you're back. Thomas immediately ran up to Chloe as soon as he saw her. Humph, you sure picked a good time to come back. Come here, tell everyone if I'm wrong. How long have you been married to my son, huh? You won't let him come home and tie him to your bed every night. Yet, you still can't give me any grandchildren. How can you face the ancestors of the Dawson family? Originally, Mrs. Dawson was fighting alone and almost ran out of the will to keep going. However, Bella's return to the country energized her like a stimulant to her heart. She immediately felt alive and went back to making Chloe's life miserable. Chloe ignored her and walked right up to Sandra. Mom, are you all right? I'm fine. Don't worry. I would never stoop down to her level. What kind of level am I on, huh? Explain things to me. You're the one as poor as a hobo. Not only do you hate rich people, how do you have the audacity to look down upon me? I must have done something wrong my last life to become in-laws with you. Mrs. Dawson became more agitated the more she spoke, and she began pointing her finger at Sandra. She completely disregarded how the people around her were going to see this and say things. Sandra had lived here for a long time, so she was pretty close with the neighbors. Auntie William couldn't take it anymore and pointed her finger at Mrs. Dawson. "So what if you have money? Poor people like us don't welcome people like you. Leave, right now. Who do you think you are, and what gives you the right to talk to me like that? Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are. Anyways, your words smell worse than farts. I don't even want to look at you anymore. I'm scared that I'll grow a sty." Auntie William was an ordinary citizen, so her words were somewhat rude. However, it felt good to hear her say it. "Yeah, leave. You're not welcomed here." Thomas took Auntie Williams's side and ordered her to leave. "Chloe, is this how you treat your elders?" Mrs. Dawson was unwilling to back down, so she pointed her machine gun back at Chloe. Chloe poured a glass of water for her mother, whose expression was a little pale. Then, she turned around to look at Mrs. Dawson and said, "I've treated you with as much politeness as you deserve. I thought that you were someone who knew her place. After all, you received higher education and kept claiming that you were born to a prestigious family. That means you should be more careful of what you say and do. You shouldn't be yelling in front of other people like an old shrew. It's all because of you. You're just a chicken who can't lay eggs. You've humiliated the Dawson family." Mrs. Dawson's words were vicious. No normal human being could tolerate something like that. Chloe wasn't a god. She felt awful too. However, unwilling to admit defeat, Chloe clenched her teeth and said, "Come on. We don't even know what's really happening right now. How can you be so sure that I'm the problem and not Jack? What? How dare you insult my son? He would never be infertile. You're definitely the problem." "I wouldn't be so sure. I think that you've done more than enough evil as a person that even God wants to prevent you from having grandchildren. You should really watch yourself before you ruin yourself. How dare you try to teach me a lesson? Who the hell do you think you are?" Mrs. Dawson was furious. "It doesn't matter who I think I am. The important thing here is who you think you are. You keep telling others to look themselves in the mirror. But your husband ran away from you. And your son. He didn't even let you attend the anniversary party in fear that you would screw everything up. Your rich friends don't even visit you anymore. I've never seen anyone else who failed as gloriously in life as you did." Chloe didn't want to say anything too harsh, but if she didn't, Mrs. Dawson would never stop bullying her. As expected, Mrs. Dawson's face turned as pale as paper upon hearing what Chloe said. She pointed at Chloe with trembling hands. "Oh my God, I can't believe that a little vixen like you is trying to teach me a lesson. You should go. My family and I don't like looking at your face. Moreover, we don't want unhappy things to happen. Yeah, you should go. My head hurts when I see you." Thomas said this. He always wondered why his brother-in-law, who was such a great man, had a mother like her. The neighbors were all on Chloe's side and pushed Mrs. Dawson out of the courtyard. Mrs. Dawson's heels were too high, so she accidentally slipped on her way out. She then crashed onto the ground. To Chloe's surprise, the first to arrive was Bella. Mrs. Dawson wasn't in a hurry to call an ambulance. Instead, she immediately called Bella. She was driving a white Audi Q5 and wearing a long coffee-colored coat. "Bella." Mrs. Dawson burst out in tears upon seeing Bella, as if she was a child who had been wronged. "What happened, Mrs. Dawson?" Bella's voice was gentle. "Chloe hit me." Mrs. Dawson pointed her finger at Chloe and began venting her anger. Chloe was helpless, but she wasn't at all surprised by the way Mrs. Dawson was acting. Bella looked up at Chloe. "Chloe, what happened? How did Mrs. Dawson end up on the ground?" Bella's questions sounded more like an interrogation. "She tripped. It had nothing to do with my family, and she came picking and insulting on us. This isn't the first time she's done something like this. You guys should leave. My mom doesn't like seeing her. She might suffer from high blood pressure again later." What Chloe implicitly meant was, "Get her the F out, right now. My mom goes crazy just by looking at her face. No, I won't go. I'm not leaving. If I die, I'll die here. Once my son gets here, he'll know how vicious you are. Do you want to kill me, you stupid, uneducated woman?" Mrs. Dawson sat on the ground and broke into curses. Bella held her up. "Mrs. Dawson, let me take you to the hospital first. Your ankle is swollen, so you need to get an X-ray." Mrs. Dawson didn't want to leave, but seeing how determined Bella was to take her to the hospital, she had no choice but to follow her onto the car. Before she left, Bella walked up to Chloe. "I'm sorry, Chloe. Mrs. Dawson has a bad temper and sometimes acts like a child. I would like to apologize for any inconveniences she may have caused." Then, Bella politely bowed down towards Chloe's mom. "It's fine. It doesn't have anything to do with you. You don't need to apologize for her. After all, I'm her daughter-in-law." Chloe didn't understand. Why was Bella apologizing to them? What did anything have to do with her? There were only two explanations. One, she was a really polite woman who apologized about everything like the Canadians or Japanese. Two, she was pretending to be magnanimous and appeared to be closer to the Dawson family than Chloe was, leading others to think that she was a better wife and daughter-in-law material than Chloe. The answer was obvious. Chloe didn't think that a woman who lived in Italy for the better half of her life would have the temperament of a Canadian or Japanese person. The only explanation was that she was trying to get others to sympathize and like her, so as to pull herself closer to the Dawson family. This woman was indeed calculating and manipulative. After Bella left, Thomas quietly asked, "Sis, who was that woman? She seems really close with Mrs. Dawson." "She's Mayor Hall daughter who met Jack when they were kids. Mrs. Dawson loves her and treats her like her daughter-in-law." Chloe summarized everything into one short sentence. Thomas's mouth opened wide in surprise. "Really? How come I didn't know about it? She just came back to the country. Even I just found out recently, so how would you have known?" Chloe smiled. "How can you still be smiling? She's your top romantic rival. I trust Jack. Yeah, my brother-in-law doesn't seem like someone who changes his mind about women. But what if she keeps trying to seduce him? You know, men. They think with the lower half of their body. What if my brother-in-law makes a mistake?" Thomas was truly worried. That woman was really pretty. Plus, she was Mayor Hall's daughter. Chloe's competitor was way too powerful. If he makes a mistake, then I'll let them be. Chloe smiled. "Seriously, sis? Are you nice enough to do that?" Thomas couldn't believe what he heard and looked at her sister scornfully. "Worst comes to worst, I'll just cut them up into pieces and feed them to dogs," Chloe then added. "Thomas, that sounds more like my sister." "Haha, what is your sister like in your eyes? A domineering iron lady?" "Nope, a creepy murderer," Thomas said as he ran away. "Hey, you little scumbag, get back here. I promise I won't kick your head in. I can't believe you called me a creepy murderer. You sure have an imagination." After Mrs. Dawson left, the atmosphere lightened up significantly. After the neighbors consoled Chloe's family, they all went back to their own houses. "Chloe, come here. Mom." Chloe walked up to his mother, whose face was pale from anger. "That crazy women words may be disgusting, but she has a point. You've been married for a while now. You guys should have a kid soon." "I know," Chloe pouted. "You work at a hospital, so it's easy for you to get a checkup. Go when you have the time. If there's nothing wrong with you, tell Jack to get a physical." Chloe felt awkward. "Just get a physical. If there's something wrong, we'll treat it. If not, then great. Okay, Mom, I'll go." "Okay, people will talk about you guys if you don't have children. Even normal families are like that, let alone rich ones." That crazy crap made me really uncomfortable by coming to our house. "I'm not blaming you, but I do hope that you can get pregnant soon as well. It's not about your status in their family, but you're not that young anymore. You'll have to have children sooner or later." "I know." Upon hearing her mother's earnest advice, Chloe nodded again and again, without a word of protest. "Sis, when are we moving? I'm so sick of her. Once we move, she won't be able to cause trouble again, because she won't be able to find us. No time like the present. Let's move today. Today? Are you crazy? The day's almost over. Thomas was shocked. Then, Chloe contacted the city's biggest moving company. 2 trucks came, and down came dozens of workers. Everything was packed up and ready to go within an hour. Sandra and Thomas kept turning their heads to look at the old house they had lived in for more than 2 decades. "Mom, let's go. We have a new home now," Thomas said, as he held onto his mother's hand. Sandra wiped the corner of her eyes. "I wish your father was still here. Then we'll be one big happy family. Back then, he took out a mortgage to buy this place, just so I had a place to call home. When I was young, I was vain, and thought that I would only be happy if I married rich. Then, I met that bastard, Timothy. Thank God I met your father in the end, whom I could rely on." When they left the old house, Sandra suddenly began to miss James, Thomas's father. During times like this, Chloe felt the guiltiest, because she always thought that Uncle James died because of her. "Mom, don't say that anymore. Sis will feel bad," Thomas whispered in Sandra's ear. Sandra immediately realized that she made a mistake. She wiped her tears and said, "Old people like to reminisce. Let's go." As they were leaving, the neighbors all came out to say goodbye. "You have such a good life and daughter, who bought you a big house. Don't forget about us." "I won't. Come and play with me when you have time." Sandra smiled. We will. Just like that, Chloe drove her mother and Thomas in her car, followed by the 2 trucks. The trucks were filled with everything Sandra owned. The truth was, they didn't need to take anything with them. However, her mother didn't want to throw anything away, especially Uncle James's stuff. Therefore, they ended up bringing everything to her mother's new home at Sky Blessing Court. Sky Blessing Court was Jack's gift to Chloe's mother. The decorations were luxurious, and Jack even prepared a garden for his mother-in-law to plant fruits and vegetables in. It was almost dusk when they arrived. Chloe hired a cleaner, while she and her mother began organizing clothes. After Jack got off work at GK, he was just about to call Chloe when he received a call from Bella. "Jack, I'm at the hospital. Auntie Dawson was admitted into the first hospital. You should come to see her." "What's wrong? Why was she hospitalized again?" Jack frowned. Previously, her mother kept threatening him by staying at the hospital, so Jack was more or less a little annoyed by it. The woman cried wolf so many times that no one believed her anymore. The good thing was, Bella was the one who called him this time. If it were the maid, he would have hung up immediately. It's a little complicated. I'll tell you when you get here. I just helped her with x-rays. The doctor said it's a slight fracture." "Slight fracture?" "Okay, wait there. I'll be right over." Jack knew that Bella wouldn't lie. Therefore, he didn't think about it too much and drove straight to the hospital. On his way there, he called Chloe. Chloe was helping her mother move, so Jack told them to wait for him so he could join the housewarming. Chloe nodded. She didn't say much about his mother getting injured, because she was super busy that she forgot. "Mom, you should throw these old clothes away. They're so out of style, no one will wear them." Chloe chuckled. "There's nothing wrong with these clothes. It's a shame to throw them out. You guys really don't know how to live." Then, Sandra grabbed the old clothes from Chloe and put them away, like they were some kind of treasure. Thomas smiled and said to his sister, "Mom plans to store them like antiques. Once we have grandchildren, these clothes will become really valuable." "Ha ha ha." Chloe burst into laughter. "What are you guys grumbling about?" Curious, Sandra asked. "No, nothing, Mom. You do your thing, ha." Thomas smiled playfully. They were still trying to get used to the fact that they had just moved from an old shabby courtyard to a luxurious townhouse. Thomas was now the brother-in-law of a rich heir. He had a sports car and lived in a big townhouse. "Sis, does this count as us riding on your success?" Like the saying, when one man achieves the Tao, his poultry and dogs also go to heaven? Seriously, where do you get all those sayings from? "Hey, Thomas." Their mother suddenly said, "What's up, Mom? Since we moved into a big house, invite Amelia over for dinner when you're free." Chloe could tell that Sandra liked Amelia. Compared with Mrs. Dawson, Sandra would make for a much nicer mother-in-law. Okay, Thomas answered vaguely. Upon mentioning Amelia, Chloe remembered that she and Thomas's problem was still left unsolved. Therefore, she quietly pulled him aside. Are you guys still like that? It's worse than that. She doesn't talk to me anymore. A few days ago, she still occasionally replied to my messages. Thomas smiled bitterly. I got it. When I go to the first hospital for my meetings, I'll look for her then. Never mind. Sis. You're right. Relationships are a two-way street. If she really fell in love with someone else, I won't be able to keep her. Thomas seemed to have thought through a lot over the past few days. Chloe lovingly patted his head. Don't think about it too much. Maybe something's really going on with her. Okay, things have gotten this far already. There's no point in my thinking too much anyways. I'll wait. Thomas didn't seem to be obsessed over Amelia's sudden change in attitude anymore. When Jack arrived at the hospital, Bella had just finished with his mother's admission procedures and was heading upstairs. Bella. You're here. Bella smiled gently upon seeing Jack. How's my mom doing? Not too bad. She dislocated her ankle a bit and endured a minor fracture. She was fine. How did this happen? Did she slip at home? Jack asked. No. Bella hesitated. Then where? Jack became suspicious at her hesitation. The truth is, you might not believe me when I tell you this, but she got hurt at Chloe's. Oh no, Chloe's mother's house. Indeed, Jack was surprised by what he heard. How did she get hurt there? Jack was calm as he asked this question. He knew his mother well, and didn't need to ask to know that she went to cause trouble at Chloe's house. This wasn't her first time. I don't know what happened specifically, and I would never lie, but I think Mrs. Dawson went to Chloe's mother's house, and they got into a fight. A lot of people were there. You know that a slum like theirs has a lot of neighbors, and everyone came to watch, and I don't know what happened, but Mrs. Dawson fell to the ground as she was walking out the door. She kept saying that Chloe pushed her, but I don't really believe her. Mrs. Dawson is biased against Chloe, and I know that Chloe won't do something like that. Bella smiled. In fact, that was why she was scary. She didn't insult the hell out of her rival, but rather tried her best to compliment them. Jack's mood lightened upon hearing Bella exculpate Chloe because he hated those who falsely accused her. How is she right now? She's really agitated, and when she heard that she sustained a fracture, she said she was going to call the lawyers and media. I stopped her, so you should come in and see her. Jack nodded. Then, he walked into the VIP room. Mrs. Dawson was eating a banana when her son came in. She immediately threw the unfinished banana onto the floor upon seeing Jack. Then, she covered her injured foot with her hands and began wailing. Jack! My foot is killing me! Mom, what did you do at Chloe's house this time? I didn't do anything. I just dropped by to discuss some stuff with her, but their attitude was awful, and they got their neighbors to come and chase me out. Chloe's brother was especially rude. He kept swearing at me and telling me to leave. Chloe also said a lot of mean things, and in the end, her mother instigated her, and she pushed me to the ground. Mom, did Chloe push you? Of course she did. Mom, I'm going to ask you again, and you'd better think before you answer. If you lie to me, I will never forgive you again. Technology is really widespread these days. Slums have surveillance cameras as well. Mrs. Dawson's expression changed drastically upon hearing what Jack said. She fell silent. Mom, tell me, was it or was it not Chloe who pushed you? Jack interrogated with an icy tone. He was so sick of his mother pushing all responsibilities onto Chloe. There had to be a limit to slander, should there? It wasn't. Mrs. Dawson finally told him the truth. She was scared that her lie would unfold, and that Jack would never forgive her. After all, their relationship was quite tense already. I knew Chloe wouldn't have done that. I've known her for so long, so I know what she does, and doesn't do more than any more. Why isn't she pregnant yet then, huh? Tell me. Mrs. Dawson brought up the topic of children again. Bella stood awkwardly by their side. People don't get pregnant that easily, and it takes time. You can't blame her for it. This is between the two of us. I bet that she's sick and can't have children. Let me tell you, I will not let the Dawson family die with you. Mom? You're thinking too much. Jack looked at his mother hopelessly. I don't care if she doesn't get pregnant. I will not tolerate her, no matter what, Mrs. Dawson threatened. Even if she can't have children, I won't mind. I only want Chloe in this lifetime. Jack wasn't trying to piss his mother off. Those words came from his heart. Standing not far behind him, Bella's expression dimmed a little. She felt uncomfortable by what she heard. What are you doing? Are you doing this on purpose? Jack, am I not still your mother? Mrs. Dawson shrieked. She didn't understand why her son would be so deeply in love with that woman that he couldn't even think right anymore. Mom, as long as you accept Chloe, we will all be at peace, Jack said slowly. Mrs. Dawson was furious. You want me to accept the daughter of a mistress? Impossible. She's the scum of this earth. She doesn't have the right to be a part of our family. You really don't have good taste in women. Mrs. Dawson was unwilling to compromise, not even a tiny bit. If that's the case, then I have nothing left to say. Get some rest. Then, Jack turned around to leave. He was sick of talking to his thick-headed mother. Stop! I am not done yet! Mrs. Dawson yelled from within the room, but Jack's footsteps never once stopped. Bella, on the other hand, turned around to follow him out. Jack, what is it? Jack turned around, as indifferent as he always was. Aside from Chloe, that was how he treated everyone else he knew. Mrs. Dawson injured her ankle and is in a bad mood. That's why she was so rude in her choice of words. Don't be like her. You know how proud and stubborn she is. I know. Don't worry about things here. I'll take good care of Mrs. Dawson. You have a lot of work at the office to deal with. Thank you. As he thanked her, the expression on his face was indifferent and emotionless. She felt a sense of distance from him. Bella smiled elegantly and said goodbye to him. Then, she watched as he went downstairs. Upon seeing that his mother was fine, Jack went to Sky Blessing Court after he left the hospital. When he passed by a fireworks store, he bought a bunch of fireworks and put them in the trunk of his car. Sky Blessing Court. It was already 8 p.m. when they cleaned and put everything away. Chloe was starving. She lied on the couch in exhaustion. Mom, I'm really hungry. Mom, so am I. Thomas lied down on the couch as well, imitating his sister. Let me go and make some dinner. Wait here, Sandra said as she walked towards the kitchen. It's okay. Cooking takes too long. Let's order delivery, Chloe said as she whipped out her phone and opened the delivery app. Then, she scrolled through the restaurants. Thomas, what do you want to eat? I'm okay with anything, as long as it's filling. Thomas was starving. Then, I'll just order some dishes from a nearby restaurant. Chloe ordered 8 dishes and a soup. The 3 of them then began organizing cutlery and utensils. Jack arrived at the same time the delivery did. Honey, perfect timing. It's dinner time. Chloe coyishly held Jack's hand. Thomas, take out the fireworks from the car trunk. Fireworks? It's not New Year. Why would we light fireworks? Chloe was confused. Sis, don't you know this? You're so lame. People light up fireworks when they move into a new place. It's not just a small celebration. It's so all the bad luck will be cleared away. This is a custom in our city. Okay. You win, Thomas. Chloe had no idea that this was a thing, but both Jack and Thomas did. Thomas took out the fireworks and placed them in the yard. Once Jack lit them up, the 4 of them walked up to the door. They watched as colorful fireworks lit up the night sky. They were beautiful. Chloe leaned on Jack's shoulder. Honey, will the residential management yell at us for lighting up fireworks in such a flashy matter? It's a property under GK. Who are they going to yell at? Jack chuckled. How capricious of us. Family businesses are the best. Chloe smiled. Then, the 4 of them sat down around the table and began eating. It's too late today, but this weekend, I want to invite Sarah and Noah over for a housewarming, Chloe said as she ate. Sounds good. Everyone should be free over the weekend. Jack nodded. While they ate, Sandra suddenly brought something up. Jack, your mom came to our old house today. Mom, why are you bringing this up? Thomas felt bad, thinking that his mother was being a tattletale. Jack lifted his head and listened quietly. Your mother? What a character. Forget her coming to my house to make a fuss. I've already gotten used to that. It's not the first or second time she's done this. But please, please do not let her speak of Chloe that way in front of all the neighbors. She's rubbing salt into Chloe's wound. Yes, Chloe is strong, but when it comes down to it, she's still a young woman. Your mother's words are very upsetting. They cut deeply like a knife. Auntie, what did my mom say to Chloe? Jack looked at Sandra and asked, Mom, let the past stay in the past. Why are you bringing her up? Asked Chloe. She didn't want her mother to bring it up because she didn't want to leave Jack in an awkward position. Regardless of what Mrs. Dawson said, she was still Jack's mother. The truth would only bring misery to an additional person. Why not? It's fine if she's just giving me a hard time. You're still young. Are you going to let her treat you like this forever? Sandra then paused and looked at Jack. Your mom said that Chloe is a chicken that can't lay eggs. She said that if Chloe can't give birth to a baby, she should get the hell out of your family, because the Dawson family would not allow for a daughter-in-law that can't give birth. Jack's eyes darkened as Sandra finished speaking. These words even cut into his heart and upsetted him. Imagine how Chloe felt. What did she mean by a chicken that can't lay eggs? It was nothing more than an attempt to completely humiliate Chloe. Why didn't you mention any of this to me? Jack asked Chloe as his heart throbbed. It would only make you miserable. It's fine. I'm not taking it to heart, Chloe answered quietly as she ate. Sandra put down her bowl and slapped the table, saying with agitation, Jack, look at what your mother is saying. Should a mother-in-law really speak to her daughter-in-law like that? Chloe is anxious too when it comes to conceiving. You're not going to like what I'm going to say, but it's not accurate to say it's all Chloe's fault that she's not pregnant yet. God knows what's going on. It could be your problem too, right? This is a matter between the both of you. You can't just let Chloe take the blame. Mom! Chloe stared at her mother awkwardly. Mom, you're going over the line a little, Thomas kindly reminded her. Jack, on the other hand, nodded in sincerity and said, Auntie, you have a point. Exactly. So, I suggest you two go for a checkup when you have the time. Whoever is having issues can go and get treatments. This way, your mother will have nothing on us, and she won't be able to come and pick a fight. I understand. Jack nodded. In the face of Sandra's accusations, Jack accepted them all with an open mind. He was not the least bit angry. After the meal, the two of them drove back to South Hill Manor. It was a short drive. In the car, Jack had one hand on the steering wheel, while his other hand grasped Chloe's hand firmly. Chloe, I'm sorry about what happened today. It's fine. I was rather vicious fighting against your mom, too. It was unfortunate that she fell in the end, though. Is she okay? She's fine, just a little bruising. She's resting in the hospital. I hope she doesn't come to find us anymore after we move. Nothing good ever happens when she comes. If no one likes each other, then we might as well avoid contact, I think. Chloe mumbled quietly. I will have my mother accept you, and not the other way around, Jack said with determination. Chloe was rather good at bickering, but because of Jack, she didn't want to go all out on Mrs. Dawson. However, Mrs. Dawson always took advantage of her elderly status and continued to bully Chloe, thinking that she was easy to pick on. Jack knew all of this. His heart throbbed as he imagined how hard things were for his wife. Chloe felt a little touched after hearing what Jack said. Back at South Hill Manor, as Chloe was in the shower, Jack's phone lit up with a call coming from Thomas. Thomas picked up the phone. Hey, brother-in-law, are you able to talk right now? Yes. Where's my sis? She's showering. Okay, I have something to tell you in private. Okay. Other than your mother, there was also a pretty lady called Bella, something that showed up at our old house today. It's the first time I've seen her, but she looked like she was very close to your mother. My sis says she grew up with you, but I can't tell if she was joking or not. However, what I do want to say is this. You've married my sister and have chosen her as your life partner, so please don't hurt her or break her heart. Can you do that? She really cares for you, I can tell. I've never seen her happier in these past years. Ever since you came back, her smiles have been the brightest they have ever been in the past 7 years. I really wish that she can continue to be this happy. So please, can you promise me? Don't give anyone a chance to break your relationship with my sis. Okay? My sis is not the prettiest girl, nor the smartest. She didn't come from a rich family, and she doesn't have a high education. But I don't believe anyone in this world would love you more than she does. She's a stubborn one. Once she has her eyes on you, then it's forever. It's not a joke. Thomas, I understand. Jack nodded as his little brother-in-law lectured him. My sister's life hasn't been easy. She loves me, and she loves our mom, so she always tries to be strong and take care of everything. She never says anything, but I know how tough things must be for her. Now that she's happy, I don't want it to be ruined. I understand. Brother-in-law, you're a smart guy, so I believe you know what I mean. Anyways, please take care of her and treat her well. Of course. Although Thomas was still a kid, Jack thought that he spoke very sharply, especially with Bella, who looked like a beautiful movie star. Ever since he saw her, alarms had been sounding in his brain. Even an innocent kid like Thomas felt like his sis was threatened by her presence. Chloe walked out of the shower, just as Jack hung up the phone. Who is it? You've been on the phone for a while. That's a secret. Jack smiled. Fine. I guess I should go and have some secrets of my own now that you have your own secrets. I can have secrets, but you can't, Jack said domineeringly as he pulled her onto his lap. Why not? Chloe questioned his authority. Because most of the time, I'm on top. Jack tossed his phone off to the side and pushed Chloe onto the bed. My hair isn't dry. Get up. It will get the sheets wet. It's better when it's wet. Jack smiled tenderly. Chloe blushed as her cheeks burned. Every time Jack talked dirty, her heart would speed up and her face would blush. After the throe of passion, Jack fell asleep. Chloe, on the other hand, was wide awake. She slipped off the bed quietly and walked towards the washroom with a see-through tube in her hand. It took her a lot of effort, but she succeeded in sliding the residual semen within her into the tube. The next morning, Chloe went straight to the Reproductive Health Center as soon as she arrived at Southside. Morning, Dr. Green. The worker smiled and waved. Morning. Ahem. Can you check the survival rate of the sperm cells? Chloe handed over the small tube as she asked awkwardly. Ah, okay. The person knew that it was a private matter and didn't dare to ask more questions. They took it straight in and came out with the report after 10 or so minutes. Dr. Green, the results are here. Take a look. Chloe grabbed it immediately, and seeing that everything was normal, she calmed down. Mr. Dawson would have been embarrassed to come in person, so she secretly got him checked up. Since Mr. Dawson was all right, was she the person with the problem? Thinking about that made Chloe a little depressed. Dr. Green, is this your relatives? Yes. Ah, that's fine. A lot of couples don't have kids these days, usually. The problem comes from the woman because it's common to have gynecological diseases. Also, a lot of girls don't respect themselves and have abortions very often, causing habitual abortions or something like a tubal blockage. Yes. Chloe forced out a smile. Walking down the stairs, Chloe decided to do a thorough checkup at the OB/GYN department. After all, if it was her problem, so she should start getting treated as soon as possible. Though she didn't mind Mrs. Dawson's words. She couldn't live her life without children. Maybe Jack didn't care if she got pregnant right now, but she could see how much he wanted to be a father. Furthermore, when a woman deeply loved a man, she would want to bear his child. That child would be the crystallization of their love. She saw a TV show last year and remembered a segment of it clearly. That man had a woman that he liked, but he had to marry somebody else to advance his career. Then, the woman miscarried due to her broken heart, and that broke the man's heart as well. Later, his arranged wife was impregnated, but the man had no reaction. The arranged wife asked, "Don't you love children? Why aren't you happy that I am pregnant?" The man calmly answered, "It's not that I don't love children. I just don't love you." The woman had a sudden realization that his broken heart over the miscarriage wasn't due to his love for the child. Rather, it was for the mother. Jack already spoiled her so much, so Chloe knew that he would probably spoil their children even more. Then, Chloe went to the ICU and visited Nico. Nico was getting his operation today at Southside. The operation consisted of a doctor from their center, the first hospital's director of internal medicine, and 3 assistants. Director Richard seemed to take this operation quite seriously, and even called this morning and asked about it. "Big sister, I'm so scared. Will I be in a lot of pain?" Before the surgery, Nico looked at Chloe with fear in his eyes. "Don't be scared, it doesn't hurt. You're just going to take a quick nap. The doctor will give you a quick shot, and then you'll be asleep. When you wake up, you'll be healthy." "Really? It only hurts as much as a shot?" "Yeah, I'm not lying to you, so don't be scared." After encouraging Nico over and over again, she sent him into the operating room, while Chloe and Hannah waited outside. Looking at Hannah's nervous face, Chloe comforted, "Don't worry, it's not a difficult surgery, and our doctors are very reputable. Nothing will go wrong." "Nico is under general anesthesia. He won't feel any pain," Chloe added. Hannah just kept on nodding. She had been waiting so long for this surgery. "Have you been in contact with Cody lately?" Looking at her, Chloe asked. "No." Hannah lowered her head in shame upon hearing Cody's name. Cody is very outstanding. He built up a fan base through his own hard work. When he was a trainee in South Korea, he kept on dancing even when he had broken bones. He kept performing even though he had a fever. And he even tried his hardest on variety shows. It was hard for him to be by himself in a country where he didn't speak the language, and I'm glad that his hard work didn't go to waste. Cody deserves to be a bright and outgoing boy, and he also deserves to be loved by many more people. After hearing that, Hannah licked her lips as if she didn't know what to say. It was true that she cared very little for Cody, even to the point where she completely ignored him, because she gave all her attention and energy to Nico. To be honest, don't be surprised that Cody hates you. If it was me, I would hate God's unfairness too. They are both your sons, and you carried both of them for 9 months. But why are their lives so different? Although Nico's health isn't great, he got all your love. As for Cody, no matter how much money he has, it still can't fill the void you left in his heart. You might not understand how sad he is, living alone in a several hundred square meter house. You might not know how lonely he is eating by himself, despite having countless fans. And you might not even know how many times he came home with an award, but had no one to share it with. Celebrities are people too. Once their halo is off, they're actually more fragile and needs more attention and care than a normal person. Cody is still a child. He's a child who grew up alone, with no one to care for him. Upon hearing what Chloe said, Hannah couldn't take it anymore. Finally, she knelt on the ground and bawled. "Yeah, he's my son too." "Why did I have to treat him like that?" Hannah murmured to herself. Chloe took out her phone from the pocket of her lab coat and opened a streaming site. "He has a concert in different city today. 100,000 people are attending and you can stream it online. Take a look." While speaking, Chloe handed her phone over. Hannah's hands shook as she took the phone and looked at the boy in the center of that stage. He didn't have a flamboyant getup like the other stars, and he didn't have eyeball-grabbing makeup on. He was so quiet, wearing a black jacket and jeans, and sitting on a bar stool. With a microphone in one hand, he just quietly sat there. The lights dimmed with only a ray of light shining on him. The 100,000 people attending all held their breaths. This was the last song of Cody's concert. Apparently, he wrote it himself, but never published it. This song is called The Lonely Bird. Then, the music started. Cody held the mic, and with his unique voice, he sang like a hurt child. I once saw a bird fly through a blue sky by itself. I asked where its home was. It replied with panic. It thought that its destination was somewhere far away, but it didn't know that someday it's bound to return home, though nobody was waiting for it. It had to be brave. Not everyone was born graced by the light of a mother's love. It was just a hurt child. In extreme pain, it licked its feathers, alone and sad. It was just an orphan forgotten by God. Even if it flew to the top, nobody would clap for it. It didn't know how long it could last. When it was tired of flying, it stopped in its steps. It didn't know how many more places it could go. If someday its life ended, no new chapters could be written, Lonely Bird. Do whatever you wish. Nobody cared about the sound of your song. Lonely Bird, your heart is already cold. Let's fly together. Fly to somewhere that only belongs to the two of us. As he sang the last line, Cody slowly opened his eyes. In his beautiful eyes were light bouncing off his welled-up tears. After 10 or so seconds of silence, the venue was filled with thunderous applause. I love you, Cody. Go, Cody. Cody, Cody, you're the best. The sun will always by your side. That was his fan slogan. Cody's fan base was called The Sun, and consisted of a bunch of girls with big dreams. To be honest, this was the first time Chloe heard the song, but her heart was moved once again. His lyrics were simple, and the melody was sad. Those who heard it could almost feel his life-ending pain and sadness. Hannah held the phone, tears already streaming down her face. Her son was already standing on a stage in front of 100,000 people, but he was still so unhappy. If you could go back in time, would you still abandon Cody? Chloe asked softly. If I said no, would you believe me? Hannah raised her head, the crow's feet by her eyes filled with tears. She wasn't actually old, but she had been through too much these years, so she seemed to be quite elderly. She wore low-quality clothes and ate low-quality food. Her unsatisfactory life was all for her younger son. One would be mistaken if they said she was heartless. Maybe Cody just had bad luck? If Nico recovers from the surgery, I'll contact a local school for you and send him there, as for you. You should take some time to take care of Cody. Although he's older now, his heart is still very fragile. If his depression relapses, he could have suicidal tendencies at any time. If you still have a mother's conscience, I hope you can treat him well. Hannah wasn't someone who beat around the bush. She agreed to Chloe's condition. Chloe was good at reading people, and she believed that Hannah agreed not just because it was their original deal. Hannah truly felt guilty and wanted to make it up to Cody. 3 hours later, the OR doors opened. How was it? Chloe walked up, looked at the leading surgeon, and asked. It was very successful. He will be taken to the ICU for 24 hours of observation, but he should be fine. From then on, he should stay here for about half a month to see if there are any signs of rejection. Okay, thank you. Chloe nodded and thanked the surgeons one by one. They knew that she cared a lot about the child as well, so everyone tried their best. Then, Nico was pushed into the ICU. The surgery was very successful. We're waiting for the anesthesia to wear off now. He'll wake up, don't worry. Chloe slowly spoke and comforted Hannah. Hannah looked at her younger son, sleeping on the other side of the glass window, letting out a silent sigh of relief. It was like unleashing burden that she had holed up in her heart for many years, and she suddenly felt as light as a feather. At that moment, she did something nobody expected. She turned around to face Chloe and knelt down. Ms. Hannah, what are you doing? Chloe couldn't be more surprised. Without waiting for Chloe to speak, she kowtowed to Chloe 3 times. Then, she nimbly got up and said, I'm not sharp-tongued. I've never been to school, and I am uneducated. I don't know how to say this, but I am very thankful to you. You saved Nico's life. You're our savior. Ms. Hannah, I'm not as noble as you say. I have Cody as my condition for saving Nico. Chloe never thought that she was noble, nor did she have a saint-like thought process. She wouldn't go to others' aid as soon as she saw them suffer, and didn't want the entire world to think that she was a philanthropist. She agreed to help treat Nico because of Cody. Cody abandoned Imperial Star and signed with GK when GK fell into a crisis. She will forever remember what he did for her and Jack. So she really wanted to untie the knot in Cody's heart. After finding Hannah and seeing what was happening, she couldn't just do nothing. But one thing was for certain. She didn't do it because she wanted to be a nice person. I know. Even if you did it for Cody's benefit, I am still grateful. Cody and Nico are both my sons. If you saved my son, you're my savior. I know that you're rich and don't care about that bit of money, and you have no use of me. But I want to say that if I can't repay your mercy this life, I'll do it in my next. Fine, don't say that kind of stuff. Even cheesy TV shows don't use these types of lines anymore, so you shouldn't either. Anyways, Nico is fine now. You can rest assured. You can stay at the hospital for now. Call me if you need anything. After speaking, Chloe turned around to leave. Hannah felt really appreciative looking at Chloe as she walked away. Sometimes, someone who accidentally appeared in your tragic life might change it forever. The saying was true in the case of Hannah. Outside Southside's OB/GYN clinic. Dr. Green? A few gynecologists greeted her one after another. Chloe's promotion from head nurse to a neurologist, and the fact that she got a perfect score on her medical exams, had spread throughout Southside like wildfire. Chloe was like a god at Southside. I want a checkup. What kind of checkup? A doctor asked. Her question made Chloe feel more awkward than ever. She couldn't say it facing the 3 or 4 gynecologists. Do you have a gynecological disease? A doctor straightforwardly asked, seeing that she couldn't speak. Chloe waved her hands hurriedly. No. Then are you pregnant? They knew that Chloe was married already, so another doctor asked. Chloe gritted her teeth and said, Actually, I wanted to check because I haven't been able to get pregnant ever since I got married. Infertility? Chloe chose to remain silent. Come in first, Dr. Green. Seeing Chloe's embarrassment, a doctor led her in. How long have you been married? A little over 6 months. We got registered in April, and now it's almost November, Chloe replied. It hasn't been long. Don't worry. Normally, we would only diagnose someone who was married for 1.5 to 2 years, but had no success. But I feel uneasy, so I want to check it out. What about your husband? He should get checked too. You can't be the only problem. My husband got checked and he was fine, so I think that I might be the problem, Chloe slowly said. Oh, if that's so, then let's do this. We'll do a preliminary gynecology checkup first and see if you have any severe gynecology diseases. Then, we'll do the blood work, check the numbers, and do a fallopian tube flush. That one's a little painful though. Can you handle it? No problem. Chloe nodded. Just like that. Chloe asked department director for a couple hours off and did a thorough checkup at the OB/GYN department. In the end, the results showed that she had no illness and everything was completely clean. Her blood test came back normal too, as were her numbers. The fallopian tube flush made her suffer a little, and although she couldn't take any anesthetics, Chloe did it despite the pain. The results were normal too. The 2 tubes were both open. Dr. Green, you have no problems. Everything looks normal. Finally, the doctor gave her a colored ultrasound and checked inside her uterus. How is it, doctor? She asked the older and more experienced doctor, who was in her 40s and had a great personality. Your uterus is retropositioned. It's more difficult to get pregnant than someone who has an anti-positioned uterus. So I suggest that during intercourse, place a pillow below your pelvis to increase the chances of impregnation. Chloe had no words. Also, you have some congested blood in your uterus. It's a sign of a cold womb. It's harder for you to get pregnant, but it's not a big problem. You can take some traditional medicine to manage your body. Okay, I will. Nodding and walking out of the OB/GYN department, Chloe had a heavy heart. During university, she always used cold water to hand wash her clothes during winter. Chloe was a northerner, and whenever the city entered winter, the temperature dipped below 20 degrees Celsius. It wasn't convenient to boil water at school, so she always used cold water, which may have caused damage to her body. As long as it wasn't too serious, it wasn't a problem. After flushing her tubes, her entire lower abdomen hurt from the swelling. Chloe slowly walked back to her office with the report in her hand. Her facial expression wasn't great either. It wasn't easy for women to get pregnant. With the increase of chemicals in plants and vegetables, many couples were left without children. Some even attempted test tube babies. The only hospital that offered such services was Southside Recuperation Center, and it charged up to $100,000. Apparently, the success rate was 55%, which was already very high. When Chloe worked at the OB/GYN department at First Hospital, she took care of a mother who had a test tube baby. It was really hard for her. She grafted 3 embryos, but only 2 survived. As a result, she gave birth at 7 months to a pair of boy-girl twins. The poor twins were pretty tiny and had to live in the incubator for an entire month. If one didn't have children, they wouldn't understand the nobility of being parents. Many women treated their own mothers better after they became mothers themselves. Jack got off work pretty early today, so he drove over to pick Chloe up. Then he found out that his wife's expression was a bit pale, and her tone was a little weak. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Looking at the side of Chloe's face, Jack asked. "I'm fine." Chloe forced out a smile as waves of pain faintly shot through her lower abdomen. "I don't believe you." She couldn't hide anything from Jack since he knew her too well. "Tell me." "What happened?" Jack dominantly said. "Ha, it's nothing." "Oh right, I have good news for you. We're both fine." Jack didn't say anything. "Don't you believe me? I am serious." I'll be honest. Don't be mad. I secretly hid some of your white stuff from yesterday and tested its survival rate today." Jack continued to remain speechless. "The results showed that there's nothing wrong with you." "Ha, so I did a thorough checkup as well, and I'm completely fine too. The doctor said that my body is cold, and I should pay attention to warming my uterus by taking traditional medicine. We'll have a baby soon enough." "What checkups did you do?" Jack interrogated. "Just some random ones." "Like what?" Jack had studied medicine and wouldn't be easily fooled by Chloe. You wouldn't understand. I just got a colored ultrasound. Basic gynecological tests, blood work, and fallopian tube flushing." "Fallopian tube flushing? Chloe, are you crazy?" Jack slammed on his brakes and parked the car on the side of the road. Chloe was surprised. "It's just a small checkup. What are you stressing over about?" Chloe guiltily said. "Do you take me for a fool?" Jack coldly stared at her. Chloe guiltily lowered her head. "Why in the world would you flush your fallopian tubes? Don't you know how painful that is? You can't even use anesthesia. It's classified as a minimally invasive operation. But you still did it. Are you crazy?" It was the first time Jack spoke to Chloe with such a loud voice. Jack understood the principles of this test. The fallopian tubes are the transport tubes that allow sperms and the egg to make contact and achieve impregnation. If the 2 tubes were blocked, they couldn't get pregnant. Or, if one side was blocked, the chance of pregnancy would be lowered. Fallopian tube flushing was to connect 2 thin tubes to the fallopian tubes and push water in. The water would flow if there was no blockage. It was a pretty crude method. Because of the lack of anesthesia, patients had no choice but to watch and suffer through this level of pain. If water flowed through, then it wouldn't be as bad. It was said that the pain would be worse than death if water couldn't flow through. Even Chloe, whose tubes were unobstructed, felt sharp pains in her lower abdomen after the flush. That type of pain was 10 times more painful than period cramps. Jack was mad that Chloe had the heart to do this to herself. He was shocked that she actually did an insane checkup like that. Normally, unless it was absolutely necessary, nobody wanted to do it. "Honey, don't get agitated. I'm really fine," Chloe explained with a soft voice. "You never discuss with me when you do things, right?" Jack asked with a cold voice. "No, I just think that I shouldn't have to ask you about a small thing involving gynecology. You're so busy every day. To me, your things are never small things. Yet you don't understand that." Jack laughed in self-mockery. "But I did it so we know if we can have a baby. If the prerequisite was for you to suffer, then I'd rather live without children. I'm satisfied with just you. Honey." Upon seeing Jack angry, Chloe immediately comforted him. Jack didn't speak and turned his head to the other side. "Honey, I like babies. I really want a baby of our own. But you can't make yourself suffer like this," Jack insisted. Okay. I won't do it next time. There will be a next time?" Jack became angered once again. "No, I didn't mean it like that." Haha. "I meant that from now on. I'll listen to you." After driving Chloe to her mother's home at Sky Blessing Court, Jack left. He seemed to be in a bad mood. "Honey, you're leaving? I have something to do. I'll pick you up later." "Okay. Why did brother-in-law leave?" "Thomas thought it was weird that Jack left without having dinner. I think he's mad at me." Chloe pouted. "I'm curious. What did you do to make someone with a good temper like my brother-in-law angry? You didn't cheat on him, did you?" Looking at his sister, Thomas jokingly asked. "Thomas, you better believe me when I say I will slap you." Chloe stared at this brother of hers in disbelief. How could he possibly think that she was having an affair? Ha. I'm kidding. Calm down. Forget it. You're still a kid. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you." As she spoke, Chloe sat down carefully on the sofa. Her mother walked out of the kitchen just in time with a bowl of soup in her hands. "Mom, we both went for a checkup. We're both fine, so you don't have to worry about us anymore." Chloe held onto the bowl and said. "You guys went today?" Sandra asked happily. Chloe nodded and said, "Yeah, my body is a little cold. The doctor said I will get better once I start taking some traditional medicine." Traditional medicine? That's easy. Your Auntie William and I used to go visit a traditional doctor all the time. All 3 generations of that family are traditional doctors, so they are very good at their craft. The oldest doctor is 80 years old. He's very good at feeling pulses. Rumor has it that he can determine the gender of the baby as early as 2 months just by feeling a pregnant lady's pulse. Mom, it's the 21st century. I can't believe you still believe this. Chloe couldn't help but chuckle. No, it's real. I've been there before. They cured your Auntie Willima's myocardial ischemia. Don't worry, I'll get some traditional medicine for you. Mom, I'm a doctor too. Pathogenic cold in the body can be fixed easily with brown sugar and lotus seed. It's called food therapy. I don't want to take traditional medicine. They taste terrible. Traditional medicine tastes bad, but it works. So, it's been decided. Before Chloe had the chance to say anything, her mother already made the decision for her. Jack drove his car directly to Seductive Fox. He was planning to go and find Rick after eating with Chloe. But his wife's decision of going forward with the fallopian tube flushing had really angered him. It was, after all, a very painful procedure. Seeing Chloe weak and feeble had brought on pain so thin and sharp that it found its way deep into his heart and vibrated there like a tuning fork made of clear ice. He didn't want to watch her in pain a second longer, so he came directly to find Rick to talk about the case they've been investigating. Max and Justin were on their way to Seductive Fox for a drink and were chuckling along merrily until they saw Jack park his Maybach outside the building. Ever since Brenton and Victoria got married, Victoria had successfully whipped Brenton under her belt. He rarely ever went out with his buddies anymore. So did Justin. However, today was the exception, since Max had just come back from traveling abroad. That looks like Jack's car. Justin glanced over at the Maybach with no reaction. So he likes places like this too, huh? And here I am, thinking he is some kind upright gentleman. I am telling on him next time I see Chloe. I'm going to tell her that her husband comes to places like this behind her back. Jack and the owner of Seductive Fox are friends. You don't need to worry about it. They're probably here to talk business. Justin made sure he explained clearly. Bullshit. What kind of business can you talk about in a place like this? They're definitely drinking it up, Max chuckled, as he and Justin's groupies walked into a VIP room on the top floor. On the other end of the building, in another VIP room, Rick and Jack sat together, quietly sipping on tea. Despite being French-Chinese, after all these years, Rick had become very accustomed to the culture. He liked eating traditional cuisine and drinking tea. Not only that, he spoke well and could understand many of the proverbs, idiocies, and phrases. Rick, you should, stop digging. What happened? Rick stared back at Jack. I will investigate things myself. It's too dangerous for your people to continue. Isn't it more dangerous for you to do it alone? Rick questioned. It won't be. If it was, we wouldn't have been able to safely escape last time, Jack slowly said as he took a sip of tea. Rick was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Jack and said, You mean, whoever it was didn't attack because they saw that it was you guys? That seems to be the case. I'm not sure if they were worried about Chloe or me. I also don't know why they tried to stop us from investigating this either. This is too strange. The local gang leader told me not to interfere with this, meaning that things are more complicated than they seem. This ties in quite a lot of people. Chloe's family background, the massive fire at the health center back then, and Grandpa Park's death are all very bizarre. Everything's connected to that case many years ago. Plus, so many people died, so if your people went, they would probably die before getting any information. Therefore, I might as well look into this myself. But it will still be very dangerous. Rick was a bit worried. I have to help Chloe find her family no matter what. But what if her family doesn't want to find her, then what should we do? Have you ever thought about that? Rick's words made Jack freeze for a second. That's right. They've ignored this issue the whole time. Yes, Chloe wanted to find her biological parents more than anything, but what if her parents never wanted to find her? If so, then what was the point of even looking for them? What if her parents were as selfish as Timothy? Wouldn't that break Chloe's heart? Let's leave things the way they are for the time being. Jack felt a bit tired. He leaned back on the sofa behind him and closed his eyes. Jack, you're different from when you lived in the States. How so? Jack asked without opening his eyes. You were cold and apathetic back then. Even my brother said that you were born to be a killer because you have no pressure points. But I've now realized that your only pressure point is also the biggest I've seen in my life. One Chloe is enough to kill you 100 times. Rick was right. If anyone wanted to deal with Jack, then they would succeed as long as they caught Chloe. There's nothing wrong with having pressure points. Jack slowly spoke. You have barely noticeable sentiments in your eyes, especially when you're around Chloe. You seem to be very much in love with her. Chloe is my life. Without her, I wouldn't be able to live. Rick knew what Jack meant. To Jack, Chloe was his mental support. If Chloe was no longer around, then Jack would be a walking corpse even if he stayed alive. That may be a good thing. Sometimes I envy you. Rick smiled. You will meet someone like that to you as well. No thanks. Those in my industry kill and fight, our lives in danger of ending at any moment. If I met someone that meant as much to me as Chloe does to you, then I would only be risking their lives by being with them. But there are some things that you just won't be able to predict. Things won't be given to you only when you're all prepared. God is playful like that. Then, Rick and Jack looked at each other and smiled. When Jack left Seductive Fox, he originally planned to pick up Chloe at Sky Blessing Court. However, he was surprised to see that Bella called him. What is it? Mrs. Dawson can be discharged from the hospital now. She said that it was too boring here and kept insisting on going home. Can you come and see her? What Bella really wanted to say was that she's your mother and not mine. Shouldn't you come over now? I got it. Jack drove to the first hospital after his simple reply. Bella had already taken care of the discharge forms. Bella paid for everything these past few days. I told her to use my card, but she wouldn't. Jack, you better thank her properly. Mrs. Dawson was intelligent today. She no longer cursed at Chloe. Instead, she tried to get Jack to place his attention on Bella. How much was it? I'll transfer it to you right now. Jack held up his phone. No, it's okay. This small amount of money is nothing compared to how well Mrs. Dawson has treated me. Bella refused to accept money from him. Send me your bank account number. I don't like to owe other people favors, Jack said faintly. Bella slightly hesitated. Jack, how could you say that? Bella isn't an outsider. Mrs. Dawson was clearly upset with her son's indifference. It's fine, Mrs. Dawson. I don't mind. Bella continued to smile gently as she always did. Bank account? Jack looked at her and repeated once again. Does it really have to be like this? Between us? Bella was a bit disappointed. Jack didn't say anything. However, his presence made the others feel incredibly pressured. Upon seeing his persistence, Bella had no choice but to look down and give her bank account number to Jack. How much money did you spend in total? Less than 80,000. Bella spoke under her breath. 10 seconds later, her phone dinged. Bella received a notice from her banking app. Why did you give me this much? Bella raised her head to look at Jack when she saw that he gave her $100,000. To thank you for taking care of my mother over these past few days. So, are you paying me a labor fee? Bella smiled bitterly. Jack was silent. Bella, since Jack wants to give it to you, then you should keep it. Consider it as a gift from him, since he already gave it to you. Mrs. Dawson tried to mediate. Let's go. Jack helped his mother up and carefully placed her into a wheelchair. Then, they went downstairs together. After Jack returned home, the maids began to prepare dinner. However, Jack stood up to leave. Jack, you're not eating? Shouted Mrs. Dawson. No, I have to pick up Chloe and then head back home. Mrs. Dawson's expression immediately turned grim when she heard him mention Chloe. However, Bella stood up and said, Let me see you out. I just happen to have something to talk to you about. Okay? Jack nodded and left as Bella followed behind him. I'm very sorry for not taking better care of things that day during the cocktail party, and for having wounded Chloe. That wasn't your fault. My friends are a little arrogant and prissy, but they didn't mean to target Chloe on purpose. There might be some misunderstandings between them, but they didn't hurt Chloe on purpose. I would like to apologize to Chloe on their behalf. It's all in the past. No need to talk about it. Jack had always kept his small talk short, especially with those who didn't have anything to do with him. Is there anything else? Jack looked at his watch. It was already fairly late, and Jack was in a hurry to pick Chloe up. Also on that day, don't think too much about what I'm about to say. Someone told me about it. But Justin seemed to have responded quite dramatically after Chloe was injured, and afterward he purposely crashed into my friend's car. Everyone knew about what happened, and I don't want to tattletale or anything, but I only wanted to say that words get around, and you're all public figures. You should be more careful of what you do. Perhaps you can tell Chloe not to see Justin anymore so that others wouldn't talk about them. Thanks for your reminder. Jack's tone remained indifferent. That's all I wanted to say. I know that rumors were just rumors. I'm sure nothing is going on between Justin and Chloe. They don't know each other that well, Jack quickly replied, and then got on his car. He no longer wanted to waste his time talking to Bella. Bella watched his Maybach drive away as odd lights flashed in her eyes. In fact, she was curious to see how long the so-called inseparable love between Jack and Chloe could last, once rumors started flying everywhere. When she returned to the Dawson Manor's living room, Mrs. Dawson immediately complained, Bella, you're too easygoing. Why didn't you say something to make Jack stay for dinner? But he had something else to do. You are just way too understanding. What a silly child. You can't even beat 1/10 of Chloe's schemes like this. It's better to live simplistically. Calculating and manipulating is too tiring. After all, no one can live with a mask on their face for an entire lifetime. You're right. Let's see how long that despicable woman Chloe can live in disguise. Mrs. Dawson spoke viciously. Bella only smiled and didn't say anything. After she came back to the country, she spent more time at the Dawson Manor than she did in her own house. The lonely lady, Mrs. Dawson, treated Bella like she was the only important factor in her whole life. When Jack arrived at Sky Blessing Court, he Chloe asleep on the couch as soon as he entered. She crawled into the sofa like a little cat. His eyes immediately turned gentler. "Brother-in-law, you're finally here. Hurry up and get my sis up. I told her to sleep in the bedroom, but she won't. She said that she wanted to wait for you here." Jack nodded. Then he walked over to Chloe and carefully held her up. "Honey, you're here?" Chloe asked as she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Jack. Jack didn't say anything either, as he carefully placed her on the passenger seat. Then he buckled up her seatbelt. When his face was in close proximity to Chloe's, she took in the unique smell of Jack's pheromones with her eyes closed. She even impulsively licked him on his lips. "That's right, be aware. It wasn't a kiss nor a bite, but a lick." Mr. Dawson's body immediately trembled by her lick, and he didn't even dare to move. The hand that pulled onto her seatbelt paused. "Honey, why do you smell so nice today?" smiled Chloe. Jack. He simply ignored her. Then he sat right down onto the driver's seat, started the engine, and left. "Honey, I still haven't eaten yet. I'm so hungry." Chloe started taking the pity approach again to gain his sympathy. It was because this method had always worked on Jack. Then stay hungry. "Honey, your honey can't save you either. Chloe, I thought you were omnipotent. You're Chloe, the most invincible person in the whole universe, who is capable of doing anything by yourself," Jack coldly spoke. It was clear that he was still upset about what happened earlier. "Mr. Dawson, don't be mad anymore. I'm the one that's hurting, not you." Chloe felt odd. She was the one who underwent fallopian tube flushing, and she was the one who was in pain. Why was he so mad? After she said that, Mr. Dawson's expression looked more upset than ever. "Honey, my stomach hurts so much. You asked for it." "Honey, I'm so hungry that my stomach hurts. You asked for it." "Honey, I'm about to die." "Then I'll drive you to the funeral home right now," Jack spoke in all seriousness. "Jack, are you human? I've only been married to you for less than a year, and you're brutal enough to send me to the crematorium right away. You're a total creep." Chloe was finally pissed. The corners of Jack's mouth lifted when he saw how upset she was. Chloe caught on to that hint of a smile and immediately jumped happily. "Honey, you're not angry anymore?" "I am." "I don't believe you. You even smiled. Huh." Chloe laid against Jack's palm clingingly and began to play coy. Jack truly couldn't bear to say anything else about her anymore. He parked his car outside a congee restaurant on the side of the road. Then he enjoyed a late-night meal with Chloe before they finally went home. The next day at noon, Chloe was just about to go to the cafeteria to eat when she received a call from Emery. "Chloe, are you free?" "I am. I'll wait for you at the Korean BBQ restaurant on Min Street." Emery hung up the phone after she spoke. Chloe was at a loss for words. It was actually quite miserable to eat with a superstar like her. If news got out, the two of them would be surrounded by her fans. However, Emery rarely took the initiative to invite people out for food, so Chloe assumed that she needed something from her. Since it was her lunch break, Chloe decided to head towards the restaurant Emery mentioned. Emery sat inside a private room on the top floor, wearing a black t-shirt. She was wearing a white wool coat, which was hanged on the hanger off to the side. "Emery." Chloe was feeling quite friendly when she saw Emery since she was a celebrity under their label. "Young madam, please sit." "Huh, you should just call me Chloe. Young madam." Sounds weird. The truth was, Chloe didn't like being called young madam at all. She thought it made her sound old. "Okay then. Order whatever you want. It's my treat today." Emery smiled. She was rarely this happy. Sure, I love to eat meat. I'm a classic carnivore. Chloe flipped through the menu as she spoke. Just then, the door to their private room was pushed open, and Chloe turned around when she heard footsteps. Huh? So little sister Chloe is here too. Andrew didn't seem surprised at all. Chloe, however, was very surprised. Wasn't she having lunch with just Emery? Chloe, I also invited your older brother. You don't mind, do you? Asked Emery with a smile. Of course, I don't mind. Chloe smiled. She now realized that this meal wasn't just a meal. Chloe thought too naively of Emery. Andrew was affectionate. He came in and sat down right beside Emery. Then, he intimately kissed her on the cheek, as if Chloe was invisible. I'm the host today. Order whatever you guys want to eat. Emery was very generous. Andrew raised his eyes to look at Chloe and said, Let Chloe order. I'll have whatever she's having. Chloe didn't say anything either, as she lowered her head and looked over the menu. Then, she raised her hand and called over the server. 1 serving of this grilled meat, along with pork belly, an okataki, squid, and chicken feet as well. Oh, right. I also want this tendon and a vegetable platter. Any drinks? Just water. Then I want water as well. Andrew acted like a child. You're not drinking today? Emery asked Andrew as she looked at him. I'm not drinking. I still have a meeting at the company this afternoon. After they ordered, the 3 of them sat around awkwardly. It wouldn't be as awkward if it was just Andrew and Chloe, but with a somewhat unfamiliar Emery around, things felt a bit odd. Emery, how's work lately? Yes, thanks to President Dawson, GK has arranged for me to only accept jobs that were the best of the best. Oh, Chloe nodded, and then suddenly didn't know what else to say. However, Andrew poured himself a glass of water, and then he looked at Chloe and said, You've been successfully promoted to a doctor, but you didn't even treat me to dinner, despite such good news. I'll just have to congratulate you today. Thanks. Chloe, you're a doctor now? Emery appeared somewhat surprised. Yeah, I passed my exams a few days ago. Haha, I didn't even know of such big news. Clearly, young Master Green is much more informed. Emery looked at Andrew with uncertain depth after she spoke. That's perfectly natural. How could I not pay attention to my own sister? Even that, Brenny. I know all about how much she spends and how many overdrafts she makes in a month. Hey, young Master Green, have you noticed that Chloe and my eyes are kind of alike? Emery said as she smiled. Chloe curiously touched her face and then looked at Emery's. She really didn't think they were alike at all. Chloe didn't know why she would say that. Really? How come I don't think so? Andrew kept laughing. But a lot of people have said so. Ever since I came to GK, a lot of people have said that I looked a bit like the young Madame. I feel very honored. How could I be as pretty as you? You think too highly of me? Chloe took a small sip of the bottled water. Not at all. You're definitely unique and extraordinary. Why else would President Dawson be a wife worshipper? Pish. Wife worshipper. This was Chloe's first time hearing this term, but it suited Jax quite well. That's right. Several stars that work with GK occasionally talk about you guys in private. We say that President Dawson is a wife worshipper. The reimbursement bills last time were so ridiculous. But because you promised the employees, President Dawson signed it without another word. It is clear how much he is spoiling you. Chloe felt a bit uncomfortable upon hearing what Emery said. That brother-in-law of mine is indeed. But then, come to think of it, whoever marries my little sis must have earned great karma in his previous life. So he has to treat her well. I always say that you treat Chloe much better than Brenny. What a biased brother. Emery interrupted, and Chloe looked up at Andrew. She felt like the way he looked at her was somewhat complex. No one likes Brenny, as long as they are normal, Chloe calmly said. Exactly. She really is intellectually challenged. The only people who like her are those so-called friends of hers because she is dumb and has tons of money. Andrew said mockingly, as he held up a chunk of spicy radish. For him, Brenny was incomparable to Chloe. Was Brenny even worth it? That IQ of hers might not even be enough to be Chloe's maid. Haha, you're too funny, Emery chuckled sing-songly as she covered her mouth. I mean it. Andrew looked all serious. Just then, the servers began to bring in the dishes of food. Since Chloe was fairly close to the tongs, she picked it up and began to grill the meat. However, Andrew quickly took them from her. Look at how dumb you are. You don't even know how to do it. Let me. Emery looked at Andrew with a somewhat complex expression. Then she coyishly said, Young Master Green is actually very caring. Any woman would be lucky to marry him. You two are really compatible. These words slipped out of Chloe's mouth. I do want to, but he is too good for me. I can't make it all the way up there to his level. Who said so? Did you forget how you managed to climb up last night? Andrew talked dirty. Emery gently punched his shoulders with her fists. Could the two of you let me eat? I have to get back to the hospital in a bit, smiled Chloe. Andrew flipped the meat for a while, and soon everything was ready to eat. The three of them dug in. Andrew was very considerate, and he kept putting meat on Emery and Chloe's plates. He also helped them pour water and grab utensils and napkins. He was more like a server than the actual servers. Chloe initially thought that Emery only wanted to eat with her and talk about company matters. Later, she noticed that Emery had ulterior motives. Immediately after Andrew walked in through the door, Chloe saw through Emery's plots. All Emery wanted to do was to find out if anything was going on between Chloe and Andrew. This suspicion might seem somewhat wild to outsiders. However, Andrew indeed wasn't Timothy's son. He was just the Green family's foster child. Emery must love Andrew deeply, agreeing to sign with GK as soon as he called her. This action was enough to prove her feelings towards him. Chloe wasn't in a good mood when she left the restaurant. After she got into her car, she received a message from Andrew. Don't eat with Emery alone in the future. Why not? Chloe asked back. Why are there so many whys? Just do as you're told. Why do I have to listen to you? You damned girl, you're getting rebellious again. Anyway, just remember that Emery isn't as simple as you think. Just as she was about to drive back to Southside, she received a call from the chief physician of the Department of Internal Medicine. He told her to head to First Hospital and help pick up some medicine for Nico. Chloe immediately turned around and went to the First Hospital. After she followed the orders and picked up the medicine, Chloe went downstairs to look for Amelia, but she realized that she wasn't in the OB/GYN department. Head nurse. Where is Amelia? She went out. I think she's by the side door. Her boyfriend seemed to have come. Chloe was a bit startled. Boyfriend? Thomas? Shouldn't he be in class at this hour? Chloe was very curious. She placed her medicine inside her car, and then she walked over towards the side door. There were 3 doors at the First Hospital: the front, back, and side door. The side door was relatively hidden, and normally patients wouldn't take that door, so only hospital employees used it out of convenience. When Chloe walked along the dark hallways towards the side door, she saw from far away that Amelia was struggling back and forth with a man. However, that man wasn't Thomas. At this sight, Chloe's heart suddenly sunk. What's the point of doing this shitty work? How much money do you even get paid each month? I said that I could be your sugar daddy. Why don't you know what's good for yourself? All of those women want me to pay for them, and I don't even look at them. You're really a dumb woman. Let go of me. I have to go back to work. Don't come looking for me at work anymore. Amelia seemed to dislike this man quite a lot. What? Are you scared that little boy of yours will find out? The man smiled very disgustingly. This man had tattoos on his arm and wore a sleeveless shirt on a cold day, which was completely insane. His hair was short, and he had small eyes, a very large nose, and a very ugly mouth. He looked to be about 30 or so years old. Chloe could never imagine how Amelia managed to get herself involved with a person like him. This man was a classic scumbag. Don't make up all that nonsense. Hurry up and leave. Don't let anyone see you. I don't want to be judged by others. Amelia reached out to push that man away. However, he immediately slapped Amelia on the face. You cunt. You weren't in such a hurry to chase me away when you were on my bed. It's only been a few days since I've hit you, and you think you're better than that now, don't you? I wanted to take you out for lunch out of kindness, and you're being so rude to me. Women are all so degrading. I just haven't tamed you enough in bed. The man's mouth was filled with filth, and he even hit Amelia. Standing not far from them, Chloe could no longer bear it. She walked out from the corner and stopped the man's hand from hitting Amelia again. Amelia was fairly weak, as she tilted her head to the side in fear. She was too scared to fight back. Scumbag, stop it right there, cursed Chloe. Who the hell are you? Senior sister, why are you here? Amelia quickly looked up when she heard Chloe's voice, obviously shocked to see her. If I didn't come to find you, I wouldn't have witnessed such an interesting scene, Chloe said to Amelia as she glared at her. Senior sister, I've failed you and Thomas, Amelia wailed out in tears. Don't speak right now. We'll talk about this later. After she spoke, Chloe walked over to that man and fiercely kicked him in his crotch. Chloe was quite experienced with this die-without-descendants attack. Ah, you hateful woman. How dare you kick me? Do you know who I am? I'll kick you even if you're the Monkey King. Let me tell you, men who hit women are all king cowards. Why don't you go fight the war if you're so brave? There's nothing glorious with hitting women at the hospital, you big dumbass. Chloe had never cursed so harshly in her entire life. Her emotions now were beyond anger. Chloe turned around after she spoke and headed back into the hospital as she held Amelia's hand. You little piece of trash. Just you wait. I'll get you for this later on. The man clamored behind them as he covered his crotch. Amelia kept crying, and she didn't say anything along the way. Chloe took her to a remote rooftop at the hospital. Then, Chloe suddenly let go of her hand. Tell me what this is about. Chloe crossed her arms around her chest as she sternly looked at Amelia. She truly never expected that one day, Amelia would fool around with another man behind Thomas's back. Plus, that man wasn't even as handsome as Thomas. He was old, ugly, had a tattoo, and looked like a complete hooligan. Senior sister, I didn't want this to happen either. I really didn't mean to lie to you and Thomas on purpose. I'm completely out of options. Amelia cried helplessly. Perhaps she didn't expect Chloe to run into this. You're going to have to explain everything to me. First tell me who that man was, and what kind of relationship he has with you, Chloe demanded, and she glared at Amelia. Amelia dispiritedly leaned against the ice-cold wall. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. Chloe, I've let Thomas down. You already said that, Chloe coldly reminded her. I met him during a classmate reunion party. He is my classmate's older brother. That classmate organized the party back then, and we didn't even need to split the bill, and so there were a lot of people there, and I went as well. But who knew I drank too much? Then I slept with him. I swear I only liked Thomas. I was too drunk, and don't even remember anything. That person won't stop harassing me afterward, and often comes looking for me at the hospital in my apartment. I'm really, really scared of him. He muddles around on the streets and claims to be in a gang. I'm scared to offend him, and he threatened to find Thomas at school and cripple Thomas if I didn't listen to him. I'm really scared of dragging Thomas down with me. Senior sister, I'm really sorry for what I've done to you guys. I'm too scared to even tell you guys. I'm scared that you guys will despise me, and I'm scared that Thomas wouldn't be able to forgive me. Amelia cried as she spoke. It didn't seem like she was lying. Chloe slightly sighed after she heard what Amelia said. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? I was afraid to. That man is really scary. I'm scared of dragging you guys down. Seriously, you guys don't even know how terrible he is. He can and will do anything. Amelia was a little bunny and had never interacted with people like him, so she was truly terrified. Therefore, she chose to stay silent and suck it up. She also chose to hide from Thomas. That's why you've been avoiding. Like Thomas this entire time? Chloe continued to ask. I know that Thomas treats me very well, but I feel incredibly filthy now. I can't face him. Amelia kneeled to the ground and covered her hands over her head as she spoke, once again bursting out in tears. She was only a 21-year-old girl and truly wasn't able to withstand such pressure. Have you considered calling the police? Police? How can I do that? He's in a gang. If the police arrest him, then his people will kill my entire family. You don't know anything about them. They're all gangsters. Amelia was terrified after she was brutally beaten by that man several times. But how long do you plan on keeping this terrified state up? When will it end? Chloe asked calmly. I don't know either. I only want to drag this on for as long as I can. I never thought that you would find out. Senior sister, please don't tell Thomas. I'm scared that he will never forgive me. Thomas really cares about you. Don't you think that you should tell him about it? Chloe didn't know what to say. At this point, Amelia still wanted to continue hiding this from Thomas and make him suffer from lovesickness. Did she really love him to put him through all this? I must give him an answer. I will break up with him tonight when I get back. Are you sure you want to break up? What else can I do? Thomas won't like me anymore once he finds out. Amelia's eyes were red and swollen from crying. You're not Thomas. How would you know what he'll think? Amelia shook her head. Even if Thomas doesn't mind, I still can't get over this myself. Plus, that man said that if I continue to contact Thomas, then he'll kill Thomas. I can't hurt him. Then you'll live like this your entire life? What else can I do? Why didn't you come and find me? I can help you deal with him. We can face these problems together, Chloe said, enunciating each word. If this was in the past, then Chloe perhaps wouldn't be brave enough to face those thugs either. But things were different now. She had Jack, along with Noah at the Public Security Bureau, and even the people at Seductive Fox. No one had a bigger underworld influence than the owner of Seductive Fox. However, Amelia never told her anything. Even if you helped me deal with that person, what about his accomplices? If you can't get rid of all of them, then my family will always be in danger. My parents love me so much, I don't want anything to happen to them. Not even the tiniest scratch. Chloe, can you understand what I'm trying to say? Amelia sadly begged Chloe, and didn't even want Chloe's help. However, her way of dealing with this issue was truly absurd. So, you don't want me to help you, is that right? Chloe looked at Amelia with slight disappointment. No, I don't want your help, Amelia replied as she gritted her teeth. Fine, if that's what you want, what else is there for me to say? Chloe smiled bitterly. Sorry, senior sister. I know that you're good to me, but I've got too much to worry about. No, you don't need to apologize to me. Thomas is the one whom you let down. I disapproved of you two dating back then because you were both too young, and also because your way of handling things was immature, and I knew that you two would hurt each other. But Thomas fell hard for you, and as his older sister, I couldn't bear to tear you two apart. I won't blame you for how things turned out. I only hope that you no longer keep Thomas on a leash. If you want to break up, just tell him. Don't make him wait around like a dummy. Okay, I will tell him tonight, Amelia said with difficulty. Chloe glanced at her. Then take care of yourself, and if you need my help, call me by the end of the day, or else I wouldn't interfere with any of your problems later on. Chloe wasn't merciless. She was just being swift and determined with her decisions. Actions and behavior had to be straightforward. Amelia refused Chloe's help because she was scared of offending that thug. She also didn't want to continue dating Thomas because she was scared of that person's threats. She was too cowardly, so scared that she was overcautious and indecisive, so scared that she would give up her boyfriend she loved to satisfy a scumbag. That was her own choice. If she missed the chance Chloe gave her, then Chloe would never help her again. Chloe gave her a chance. If Amelia didn't take it, then she was no longer worth it. "I'm sorry, senior sister," Amelia said again. Amelia's words annoyed Chloe. She turned around and left the hospital. Then, she got into her Audi R8 and drove back to Southside at the speed of lightning. She gave the medicine to Nico's physician at the internal medicine department and then returned to her own office to organize documents. "Dr. Green, someone made an appointment with you. Do you want to see him?" asked the assistant nurse. Chloe looked down at her watch and then nodded. "Sure, I have time for one more." "Okay." Then, the nurse brought the patient in. "What is it?" "Tell me about it first," Chloe quietly asked as she looked at the data on her computer. "That person didn't say anything. Why are you—" As Chloe raised her head to scold the patient, she was immediately stunned by who she saw. It was Simon. "Why are you here?" "Chloe, congratulations. You've become a doctor." Simon looked very weary. He was unshaven, and his jacket was old and worn out. He didn't seem to be doing so well. "Thanks," Chloe said faintly. "Did my parents come to see you a few days ago?" "Yes, they couldn't find you, so they came to find me." "Yes, I called them afterward. Thanks for hosting them for me and giving them money." "No problem. They were very nice to me as well, and I treat them like family." Chloe still felt heartbroken at the thought of the earnest couple. After I divorced Lisa, Director Richard fired me. I heard that it was because you made a mistake during a cataract surgery," Chloe said as she stared at him. Simon nodded. "I was very unsettled at that time. I don't know why, but I couldn't focus. After I left First Hospital, I found a job at a small private clinic." "Then where are you living now? Auntie said that you rented out your old place." "Yes, I'm living at the accommodation the hospital provided. It's cheaper that way." "Oh," Chloe nodded. "My mental state isn't very well lately. Can you give me some prescription drugs?" Simon suddenly said. "You shouldn't rely on drugs. You still have to adjust on your own. You're a doctor, so you should know that." Chloe didn't want to hurt him because a lot of antipsychotic drugs can make people dumber. "Then can you lend me some money?" "I'm in quite a tight spot recently," Simon suddenly asked. Chloe felt a bit speechless. However, she still asked out of courtesy, "How much do you need? 100,000, is that okay?" "What do you need that much for?" 100,000 wasn't a lot for Chloe, but she wanted to know what Simon wanted to do with all that money. I want to open up a pharmacy and work alone. I don't want to work under others. It's a pain being micromanaged." 100,000 isn't enough to start a pharmacy. You need at least 300,000 or 500,000 just to invest in one. I'm working with someone else. That person is investing 200,000, and I'm investing 100,000. Simon changed his story again. "Where is this pharmacy? How much is the annual rent? Is it fully licensed? Who is the legal representative?" Chloe dropped several questions all at once. Simon was overwhelmed by the questions. Chloe was a classic Virgo, and she was very detail-oriented. She decided that if Simon told her the truth, then she would be willing to lend him $100,000. However, all of his responses were mumbled, and he seemed to be dodging the question. Something was definitely off. "I'm not sure either. My friend arranged it. There are plenty of scam artists these days. You'd better be sure. Can you just lend me 100,000 right now? I will definitely pay you back when I have money," Simon asked anxiously. "I can, but my position remains. Give me the detailed information and documents, and I'll lend you the money. But just so you know, I help those in need, not the poor. If you want to squander money, then no one can help you," Chloe said, word for word. "Fine. I admit that I lied to you. I'm not going to open some pharmacy. I don't have any money to spend anymore. You're my ex-girlfriend after all. Why can't you just help me out? Isn't Jack super wealthy? He even bought you a luxurious mansion and condo. You guys even spent over 100 million on a single anniversary celebration. Why can't you just lend some money to me?" Simon seemed to be full of resentment. Chloe was shocked by his behavior. Then what you mean to say is that those who are poor should all ask for money from the rich, and the rich have to agree? Chloe mockingly laughed. But aren't we friends? Friends should help each other, shouldn't they? Simon spoke as if it was a given. Is that so? Since we're friends, then why didn't you help me when I came to see you in such a hurry when Thomas was in a car accident? Chloe smiled. If I helped you, then you would have never gotten back together with Jack. In the end, he needs to thank me for getting you out there, Simon said shamelessly. Chloe truly wanted to curse. This session has ended. You should go. I don't have anything else to say to you. You won't lend me the money, will you? I won't. Chloe shook her head. Fine. Very well. Haha. Just you wait. You'll pay for this. Simon spat viciously. You've got it all wrong. Only devious people will pay for their deeds. I, Chloe Green, have lived a guilt-free life for 24 years. I've never done anything wrong, so why should I have to pay for anything? Ha! Is that so? Then why haven't you had a kid after being married for so long? Simon laughed viciously. Chloe's complexion turned pale immediately. What? You don't know what to say? I caught your weak spot, didn't I? Did you really think that you would be happy after you married into a rich family? That mother-in-law of yours scolds you every day, and even called you a chicken that can't lay eggs. You're only pretending to be some young madam on the surface. The truth is that you can't even have a kid. How long will Jack love you like this? Simon, shut up. Chloe trembled with anger. Perhaps he really did touch her pressure point so she couldn't remain calm. Is your husband incompetent in that area? Huh? Do you need me to be a saint this time and let you borrow my seed? Just as the words left his mouth, Chloe threw a pen holder over, and it clashed onto Simon's head with a bang. Simon, don't be too malicious. Don't forget, you're a father now. There's no benefit for you to push yourself over the edge. You don't need to act so superior with me. Chloe, I'll wait for the day to see you stepped on by others, even if I have to muddle through life. Then, Simon left with his hand over his head. Chloe was so furious that her expression looked incredibly grim. Not having children felt like a prick in her heart. However, she didn't ask for this herself, and was shocked that Simon said all those terrible things just because she wouldn't lend him any money. Would all couples that broke up fight like this upon seeing each other? Chloe was distracted the entire afternoon. Thomas's issue, along with Simon, made her feel double the pressure. After she got off from work, she drove straight back to her home at Imperial Park. Then, she fell asleep. She didn't even know when Jack came back. Honey, get up and eat. Don't sleep anymore. Jack called several times, but because Chloe's ringtone was quiet, she didn't hear. He anxiously went to South Side, and then found out that she already headed home, so he immediately drove back to Imperial Park. He saw Chloe's Audi parked underneath, and knew that she would be upstairs. I don't want to eat. You should eat. Chloe's voice was very quiet. Jack knew that something was wrong, so he crouched down and only noticed that her head was burning like crazy when he brushed his lips against her forehead. You've got a fever, and you didn't even know. You're still sleeping. Jack's heart throbbed as he lifted her up from the bed and wrapped her around in a blanket. Then, he carried her downstairs and placed her on the couch. He took out an electronic thermometer to measure her body temperature. 39.6 degrees. Chloe, what in the world? Jack said with an incredibly grim expression as he looked at the thermometer. Weren't normal people supposed to respond to not feeling well? She was a doctor herself. Did she not have common sense? Chloe just felt uncomfortable all over and was extremely sleepy. All she wanted to do was sleep. She really didn't realize how bad her fever had gotten. Jack took out some Tylenol from the emergency kit, poured her a cup of warm water, and fed it to her. Then he held her in his arms and pressed his face against hers in heartache. How did you catch a fever all of a sudden? I might have caught a cold, Chloe said in a blur. Dummy, why didn't you know that you were sick? You're truly the biggest dummy in the world. If I didn't come to find you, then what will you do? If you keep burning up like that, then your brain might become toast. Toast is good. That way I could quietly live as an idiot. By then, I'll just stay by your side and force you to provide for me for the rest of my life. Chloe used her warm face and nudged Jack's chiseled chin. Jack tightly hugged her, feeling as if his heart was being shredded to pieces. Luckily, the medicine worked quite well, and Chloe's fever broke after half an hour or so. Jack then pressed an ice towel against her forehead and put her head on his legs. Just then, Chloe's cell phone rang. Jack looked at the caller ID, and it was Chloe's mother, so he picked up. "Auntie, where is Chloe?" asked Sandra. "She's right here. Pass the phone to her." Sandra seemed to be a bit anxious. Jack handed the phone to Chloe, and Chloe picked it up in a blur. "Chloe." "Mom, what is it?" "Hurry back. I don't know what is with Thomas, but he won't eat or drink once he got home. He locked himself inside his room and won't even open the door when I knocked." "Okay, I'm heading back right now." Chloe then realized that Amelia must have broken up with Thomas, so she managed to pull herself together with difficulty. "Where are you going?" "Thomas. He is in a bit of trouble over there. I have to go back and check on him. Let's go together." Jack knew that Chloe had to go, so he didn't try to stop her. He immediately drove her to Sky Blessing Court. "You're finally here. Hurry up and check out that child. He is so odd today. He didn't say a word to me." Sandra was very worried. On their way, Chloe briefly summarized Thomas and Amelia's situation to Jack. Therefore, the latter had a general idea of what was going on. Chloe, still suffering from a fever, walked up to Thomas's bedroom. "Thomas, open the door." "It's me." She knocked a couple of times, but Thomas refused to come to the door. "Thomas, open the door and let's talk outside." "Sis, I'm asleep. Just leave me alone." Chloe looked helplessly at Jack. He walked up. "Let me try." "Thomas, it's me. Open the door. I need to talk to you about interning at GK." Sure enough, upon hearing Jack's voice, Thomas slowly opened his door. "Oh good, you finally came out." Seeing that Thomas was fine, Chloe let out a sigh of relief. "Sis, she broke up with me." Thomas looked at Chloe, tears glistening in his doe eyes. He seemed to be in a lot of pain. He wanted to cry but felt like it was embarrassing, so he tried hard to keep his tears from falling down. Chloe couldn't help but hug Thomas tightly. Thomas hugged Chloe back. Mr. Dawson, who was standing by their side, felt bad as well. Thank God this was Thomas, or else he would have been really jealous. If it were anyone else, Jack would have thrown that man off to the side in a matter of seconds. "Thomas, your sister is still sick, and this is not a good place to talk. Let's go downstairs." Jack consoled him. Thomas let go of Chloe and quietly followed after them. Chloe didn't want their mother to hear, so she said, "Mom, Thomas is fine. He didn't do so well on an exam, but he's all better now. We're both hungry. Can you make us some pumpkin congee? Take your time." "Oh, it was because of a test. He scared me half to death, gosh." "Okay, wait here. I'll go make you guys some." Upon hearing what Chloe said, Sandra was no longer suspicious. She walked into the kitchen to make them food. Jack, Chloe, and Thomas sat on the couch in the living room. Thomas took out his phone and handed it to Chloe. "She sent me a message. See for yourself. I don't want to read it out loud to you." Chloe took the phone in her hands and saw what Amelia wrote. "Thomas, I'm sorry. I thought about it a lot, but I've decided to tell you that I've fallen in love with someone else. We met at a class reunion, and I can't date you anymore. I didn't want to hurt you, so I didn't know what to tell you. However, it's not good for either of us to drag this on. Thomas, I want to break up. Thank you for taking care of me, and I hope that you'll meet a better girl in the future." It was a very cliché and lame breakup text, exactly what an inexperienced kid would say. "So, you can't take it?" Chloe looked at her brother, a little angry at how weak he was. "No, I can't stand the fact that she fell for someone else. She's not like that. People are unpredictable. You will never know what is going on inside another person's head. Plus, love can't be forced. I know. Thomas nodded. If you know, then why are you in such a slump? I just got out of a relationship. No one is that brave, and my heart is in pain. Really, sis, it hurts here, Thomas said as he pointed at his heart. Chloe frowned. Don't worry, the pain will pass. Thomas, you're a man, and you have to learn to be brave. Love isn't the only factor in your life. You have your friends, your teachers, your classmates, and your career. Your brother-in-law already decided for you to intern at GK after the new year, since you don't have a lot of courses during the spring semester anyways. Really? I can go to GK after the new year? Thomas was pleasantly surprised. It was almost October. December would come in the blink of an eye. Yeah, as long as you pull yourself together and do your job right, everything will go as planned. I'll listen to everything you say, brother-in-law. You're my idol. You made it onto the Asia Forbes list at the age of 27, and you're on the cover on so many financial magazines. You're so cool. Thomas became more and more excited as if his previous sorrows had all disappeared. Chloe glanced gratefully at Jack. They didn't have to speak to know what the other person was thinking about. Brother-in-law, if possible, can I intern at GK Film and Television? Thomas suddenly asked. Both Chloe and Jack froze for a brief second upon hearing his question. Why would you want to intern at GK Film and Television? Confused, Chloe asked. Because I love Emery. Jack and Chloe were both speechless. You chase stars? Chloe was at a loss for words. She's such a talented actress. So is Cody. He's such a great singer. Did you guys hear the song he wrote and sang during his last concert, The Lonely Bird? Oh my God. It was such a good song. I almost cried listening to it. Thomas became even more excited at the mentioning of Cody. Oh, I've listened to that song. It is really good. Cody is an idol who's really got skills. The company is doing all we can to promote him. Jack smiled. Awesome. Brother-in-law, let me go to GK Film and Television. I can be Emery or Cody's assistant. Chloe rolled her eyes at him. Is that all you've got? You're the president's brother-in-law. How can you do something as embarrassing as being someone's assistant? Ha ha ha. I have to start from the bottom, don't I? Once I get to know everything about the company's operational methods, brother-in-law, you can make me the general manager of GK Film and Television. Jack and Chloe were left speechless again. Thomas, if there's nothing else you want to talk about, you should wash up and go to bed. What are you guys talking about? You all seem to be in a good mood. Sandra walked out of the kitchen with a tray in her hands. There were 3 bowls of pumpkin congee on the tray. Then, she also brought them some pickled cabbage and dessert. Whoa, that was really fast. Thanks, Mom. Chloe smiled. She had been starving ever since her fever broke. She immediately dug in. Jack and Thomas each had some congee as well. Sandra let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that Thomas was fine. Before they left, Chloe reminded Thomas again and again. Don't go looking for Amelia. Thomas nodded. Then, Chloe and Jack went home. The next morning, once Chloe arrived at the hospital, she brought some flowers with her to check up on Nico, who had woken up from surgery. He seemed to be in high spirits, as Hannah fed him congee. Good morning, Nico. Good morning. Wow, you really energetic today. Let me see. Chloe walked up to Nico, immediately noticing that his complexion had gotten a lot better. She began to feel happy as well. When did he wake up? Last night, and the doctor said he's recovering well. That's good. You went through a lot over the past few weeks. No, he's my child. I just did what I had to do. Hannah shook her head. Once Nico is discharged, I'll find him a school and a new place for you guys to live. Then, you should go see Cody when you have the time. Okay? Hannah nodded. Cody? That superstar? Nico overheard their conversation. Yeah, that superstar. Do you like him? I do. My classmates like him too. He's really good looking and a great singer, Nico said excitedly. Hannah felt bad. They were brothers of the same mother, but they didn't know each other. Once you get better, I'll take you to meet him. What do you say? Really? Nico was thrilled. Of course I never lie. But isn't he a famous celebrity? Nico suddenly remembered. Celebrities are humans as well, and Cody's a really nice person. Yay! I want to take a photo with him and get his autograph. Nico waved his hands in the air. Calm down and eat. Hannah felt bad, so she scolded him. Around noon, Chloe went back to the first-floor lobby after lunch. She heard someone calling her from afar, and upon turning around, she saw Victoria. Hey, beautiful lady. You've been really busy ever since you got engaged. I don't get to see you or Brenton that often anymore, Chloe said jokingly. Huh? That's because I keep him on a tight leash. Oh, right. Come with me. I need to talk to you about something. What is it? Take a look at this and tell me what's going on. Victoria mysteriously took out something and handed it to Chloe. She glanced at it and was immediately dumbfounded. So, are you trying to tell me that you're pregnant? Shocked, Chloe looked at Victoria. Pregnant? Oh my God, are you kidding me? Victoria almost went crazy. Girl, this is an early pregnancy test, and there are 2 lines on it. But the second line isn't that obvious? How can you be so sure that I'm pregnant? Victoria was speechless. She hadn't been with Brenton for very long. It had only been 20 days since they moved in together. This morning, she noticed that her usually on-time period was a day late. For some strange reason, she bought an early pregnancy test. And this should be accurate. Chloe nodded. Holy crap. What am I supposed to do now? Victoria didn't seem ready to be a mother. Girl, isn't it a good thing? Why do you look like something evil had just fallen onto your lap? The truth was, Chloe admired her. Wouldn't it be great if she was the one who was pregnant? How is that a good thing? I don't even know what's going to happen to us. Plus, I'm not ready yet. If you're not ready yet, why didn't you use protection? Victoria was a straight A student and had a PhD in psychology. Where was her common sense? I did. There was just that one time when I got drunk. He pounced on me without a condom, just that once. Sometimes these things come mysteriously, Chloe replied quietly. So, are you certain I'm pregnant? It's only been a little over 10 days. Do you think it's really possible? Victoria was still unwilling to believe that this was actually happening. There's something else we can do to make sure. Come with me to the OB/GYN department. You can get a blood test to check your progesterone, then we'll know for certain. That sounds good. Let's go. Take me there. Before Chloe could say anything else, Victoria pushed her towards the elevator. Upstairs, in the OB/GYN department, Chloe sat with Victoria as her colleague drew her blood, and then she told the doctor at the lab to speed up the results. 40 minutes later, a miserable Victoria came out with the lab report. This baby came so fucking suddenly. It means you guys were meant to be. Don't tell me you plan on getting an abortion? That idea did cross my mind. Don't do that. You can give birth to it and I'll raise it. You can't get an abortion. After all, it's a life, Chloe said with puppy dog eyes. Ha ha ha. I was kidding. Both mine and Brenton's parents are going to be super happy. His parents don't like me because they think I'm too straightforward, but I don't like them either. My pregnancy might be able to shut them up. Yeah, since you have plans to spend your life with Brenton, you need to keep this child. I need to see the reaction on his face first. The truth was, Victoria was a little worried. Usually, before a man was ready to marry a woman, he wouldn't like it if she got pregnant. They didn't have a wedding yet, nor were they officially registered. Although that engagement party caused quite a stir, at the end of the day, it was only a party. However, Brenton wasn't that young anymore. He was 28 years old, even older than Justin. Maybe he'll be happy that Victoria's pregnant. After confirming her pregnancy, Victoria felt a little complicated, a mixture of happiness and sorrow. Chloe, who admired her, kept telling Victoria to take good care of herself. She even ran to the pharmacy and bought her some folic acid. Take this until the end of your first trimester. It's good for your baby. Thanks, my genius doctor. Victoria pinched Chloe's cheek. After Victoria left South Side, she went straight to Brenton's company. The Blake family had a big business. They started in the steel industry, and were now in the chemical materials business. Unlike Jack, Brenton wasn't the president of his family business, nor did he wield as much power as Jack did. However, he was still the executive vice president. "Brenton," Victoria called out as she walked towards his office. "Brenton, what brings you to the company? I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Bad news. The bad news is that I think I'm pregnant." Brenton was immediately flabbergasted. "What's the good news then?" "The good news is that you're going to be a father." Brenton almost choked. "Is there a fundamental difference between I'm pregnant and you're going to be a father? Aren't they the same thing?" Brenton was speechless. "Of course there's a difference. My pregnancy is really sudden, so it's a bad thing for us. However, you're 28 years old and are going to be a dad, so to some extent, it's good news. Good job. No wonder you're a psychiatrist." Brenton gave her a thumbs up. "Stop with the nonsense. You got me pregnant. What should we do now? Get an abortion and break up, or—" Before Victoria finished her sentence, Brenton immediately got up and covered Victoria's mouth. "My gosh. What are you blabbering about? Why would you get an abortion? You already said that it's good news that I'm going to be a father." "So, what should we do now?" Victoria asked on purpose, just to test him out. The truth was, she wanted to see Brenton's reaction, so she could make her next move accordingly. With Victoria's resolve, if Brenton looked like he was depressed by the news, she would immediately ask Chloe to get her an OB/GYN appointment so she could get an abortion. Then she would break up with the scumbag. If Brenton seemed happy, then shotgun wedding, of course. "Shotgun wedding?" Victoria was surprised. "Yeah, you're pregnant. Isn't that God's way of saying hurry the F up and get married? We need to hurry up. Once your belly begins showing, you won't look as good in a wedding dress. Oh, right. The weather outside is pretty nice today. We should get registered." "Today?" Victoria was petrified. Brenton looked down on his watch. "Yeah, we still have time. I have connections at the Ministry of Civil Affairs. They can wait for us while we go home and get our household registration booklets." "Hey, wait. Are we getting married just like that?" This was a reaction from Brenton that Victoria had not anticipated. Brenton was really happy, from the bottom of his heart. "Don't worry, I won't forget the betrothal gifts, and I'll transfer the mansion and car to your name." "Oh, right. I'm now yours too." Then, Brenton grabbed Victoria by the hand, and they immediately drove home to get their household registration booklets before heading to the Ministry of Civil Affairs. By the time Victoria was holding a red marriage certificate booklet, she still thought that she was dreaming. She used to think that no one would ever marry her. However, to her surprise, she went from a shotgun engagement to a shotgun pregnancy, and finally, to a shotgun wedding. What kind of melodramatic TV drama was this? "Brenton, I need to talk to my parents about our wedding date. Let me know if your parents have any requests." "Oh, and do you want to hold the wedding in the city or abroad? You can decide where you want to take wedding photos and where we should go for our honeymoon." Victoria was still recovering from the shock. "Ah, the most important thing right now is to treat our friends to dinner, so we can celebrate." Then, Brenton immediately called Justin and Max. Afterward, he reminded Victoria, "You should call Chloe. After all, you guys are really close." Wait, I need a moment." In a trance, Victoria held her red booklet and sat in Brenton's Rolls Royce for quite some time, before hesitantly calling Chloe. "Chloe, come and have dinner with me at Prosperous Restaurant tonight." Do I have to? I'm really tired." Chloe thought that it was just a regular dinner, so she wanted to decline. However, to her surprise, Victoria added, "I got the marriage license and am treating you to dinner. Get over here ASAP." After she bellowed all that, Victoria hung up. Chloe was flabbergasted. This girl just found out she was pregnant today and got her marriage license by the end of the day. This world was so crazy that she found it hard to keep up. Although she was shocked, Chloe still decided to go. On her way, she called Jack to let him know. Upon arriving at the restaurant and entering the private room, she saw that Justin and the others had all arrived. Justin's eyes immediately lit up with joy upon seeing Chloe. "Chloe, come here and sit with me." Victoria waved her hand at her. "Big Sister Blake, don't be so domineering. Our young Master Cooper hasn't seen the head nurse in a while. Don't steal her from him," Max joked annoyingly. "Head nurse? She's a doctor now. Many things changed while you were abroad." Victoria smiled. "Oh, really? Congratulations, Dr. Green." Max gave her a thumbs up. "Thank you. How long have I been abroad? I feel like the entire world changed. Not only did Brenton become a husband, but he also became a father, and Chloe is now a doctor. What about you, Justin? Do you have a surprise for me? What kind of surprise do you want? What about whips and candle wax tonight?" Justin glanced at Max. "Ha ha ha. No. You kinky boy." They talked and laughed until Brenton came back into the private room after ordering food. There were only 5 people, but he ordered a lot of dishes. The Blake family owned Prosperous Restaurant, and it was managed by Brenton's younger sister. Business was good, and the dishes were delicious. This was Chloe's first time eating here. "Congrats, guys. Let's make a toast." Max raised his glass. Justin followed suit. "Brenton, have some water." Brenton smiled. Just then, Chloe also quietly said, "I'll drink water too. What's going on? Don't tell me you're carrying a baby too." Max's mouth didn't have a filter. Upon hearing what he said, Justin's wineglass holding hand obviously trembled. Then, they all turned to look at Chloe. Chloe immediately shook her hands. "No, I'm not. I had a fever last night and took some Tylenol today, so I can't drink." "Oh, I see." Max nodded. "I'll drink it for you." Upon seeing Chloe's full wineglass, Justin immediately took it and drank it all. "Young Master Cooper, why would you drink her wine? Who is she to you?" Max teased. "I'm thirsty. Do you have a problem with that?" Justin responded domineeringly. "If you're thirsty, then why don't you drink ours as well?" "Screw you." Everyone laughed upon hearing Justin's remarks. Justin glanced at Brenton and Victoria. "Good job, guys. How much sex did you guys have to give me a nephew in less than a month?" "Yeah, I'm not convinced by anyone's skills in bed, except for our young Master Brenton's," Max laughed. "Hey, F off. Don't tease me." Brenton smiled as he put his arms around Victoria. Chloe said, "Since you guys registered for marriage, you're now husband and wife. Take good care of each other. Marriage is a lifetime promise." "I will. Victoria's the only tree I'll hang off of in this lifetime," Brenton said jokingly. "If you switch trees, I'll break your third leg." Brenton sounded domineering. Everyone broke out into laughter upon hearing this. Brenton's spent a lot, treating them to more than 30 dishes. The truth was, she didn't use to like Victoria and thought that she was a manipulative woman who wanted to get ahead through latching onto money and power. Later, she realized that Victoria was actually a domineering and smart woman. Slowly, Brenton's sister's impression of her changed. As she walked into the private room, she smiled. "Bro, sister-in-law, you guys enjoy. Let me know if you need anything else. Justin? Max, let me know if you guys need more to drink. You've gotten prettier." Max smiled. "Brother Max, you've always been a sweet talker. Hey, this girl looks familiar. She is..." Brenton's sister attended GK's 30-year anniversary party, so Chloe looked familiar to her. Of the 5 of them, the only one she didn't know was Chloe. "She's Chloe Green, a good friend of mine," Victoria introduced her. "The young madam of GK?" Brenton's sister suddenly remembered who she was. "Chloe, this is Brenton's younger sister, Zuri Blake," Victoria said. "Hi." Chloe nodded her head slightly. "Wow, you look much better in person." Zuri was well exposed and knew exactly what to say. Then she went downstairs. After 2 hours or so, dinner ended. Max suggested that they go to Seductive Fox, but Chloe got up and said, "You guys should go. I'm going to head home now. I haven't been feeling well and I'm always tired." "Sounds good. Get some rest." Victoria patted Chloe on the shoulder. I'll see you off downstairs. Justin didn't get to see Chloe that often, so he ignored the others and insisted on going downstairs with her. He began heading downstairs before Chloe even had the chance to refuse. Why do I have the feeling that Justin still hasn't gotten over Chloe? I feel the exact same way. Brenton shook his head hopelessly. Are you cold? Justin asked as he looked at Chloe. No. Chloe shook her head. You don't look well. Are you okay? I can drive you home. It's okay. I can drive myself. Chloe refused politely. Then, Justin watched as Chloe got onto her Audi R8, backed it out, and drove away. Worried, Justin got onto his Ferrari and followed Chloe from afar. He kept a 3 to 4 car distance from her. He didn't relax and leave until Chloe's car drove into Imperial Park. Chloe saw everything from her rearview mirror. There were less than 10 red Ferraris in this city. Justin's license plate was obvious. Of course, Chloe knew who 8E88 was. She was touched by Justin's gesture. Yet, she couldn't reciprocate. She already had Jack, and didn't think she would be able to fall for anyone else this lifetime. When Chloe arrived home, Jack hadn't. She picked up her phone and made a call. Honey, are you still at work? I'm on my way home. Oh, okay. Have you eaten? Yeah, I just got home. Have you eaten? I can make you something. No, it's okay. I ate at the company already. Then, she hung up the phone. Chloe called her mother, who said that Thomas was doing well today. He wasn't as depressed as he was yesterday. Chloe sighed in relief. 20 minutes later, Jack went up the elevator and in through their door. Honey, is your passport at home? It's in the drawer, Chloe replied. Chloe applied, a passport, when she was 17 years old, and its expiry date was in 10 years. Back then, she had plans to go to the U.S. with Jack, but that plan fell through. She never once took out her passport because she never had the chance to go abroad anyway. Jack went upstairs and came back down, with Chloe's passport in his hand. Come with me. To where? Chloe froze for a second. The Maldives. Chloe was flabbergasted upon hearing what Jack said. The Maldives? Right now? Was he being serious? Honey, wait, okay? I don't have a visa. Don't we need a visa to go? You can get a landing visa for the Maldives, Jack said as he walked. But I have work. The hospital. I already asked Director Richard to give you 5 days off. Oh my God. 5 days? Chloe was going crazy. But it's too much of a hassle to leave right now. I need to bring swimsuits and dresses, and also sunglasses and hats. Mark prepared them for you. He's waiting at the airport. My gosh. When did you start planning this, Mr. Dawson? 3 hours ago. Fine, you win. Chloe was speechless. Mr. Moneybags Dawson was sure stubborn. They had to first fly from their city to another city because only that city had a direct flight to Malé, the capital of the Maldives. He made everything sound so simple, like he was just getting groceries. Chloe thought that she had been surprised enough today. However, when she arrived at that airport, she was again dumbstruck. Thomas, why are you here? Brother-in-law said that we're going to the Maldives, Thomas replied innocently. Holy crap! Are we going as a tourist group? Chloe looked at Jack, dumbfounded. The truth was, Chloe was just kidding back then, but her joke became reality. She originally thought that she and Jack would be going alone, but not only did Chloe see Thomas at the airport, she also saw a team of 8, consisting of photographers, stylists, and assistants. There were also 4 bodyguards, so including her, 15 people were going to the Maldives this time around. Mr. Moneybags Dawson sure was generous. He chartered a plane to the city, where they can directly fly to Malé, the capital of the Maldives. After they arrived at Malé, they would take another plane to Paradise Island. The total travel time was 11 hours, a shockingly exhausting journey indeed. The good thing was, the plane was luxurious, and they all sat in giant sofas that they could lie down on, so it was really comfortable and wasn't as tiring. It was Thomas's first time abroad, so he was really excited as well. "Sis, are the Maldives in every woman's heart?" Thomas playfully asked Chloe as he sat across from her on the plane. "I suppose so. Who wouldn't like a romantic place like the Maldives?" Chloe liked the ocean, but she never even dreamed of going to a human paradise like the Maldives. Their city was a coastal city, but it was an inland sea, so the seawater was gray, unlike the blue skies and light blue waters that one would see on a phone screensaver. Therefore, every woman on this earth wanted to come to an iconic island like the Maldives. However, because the trip there was long and costly, Chloe never even dreamt of coming. Jack had mentioned it before, but they didn't have the time to go. They've both been so busy. This time, Jack's sudden decision to leave without planning was a pleasant surprise for Chloe. She bought into all of the surprises Mr. Dawson gave her because he knew her too well. The truth was, Jack's decision wasn't that sudden. After they got married, they didn't get to take wedding photos or hold a wedding, so he always felt a hint of regret. Chloe had been worried about babies recently and ended up putting herself through pain just to get tested, causing him to feel heartbroken. Therefore, in order to alleviate her pressure and stop her from thinking too much, as well as help Thomas forget about his breakup, Jack finally decided to put aside work for 5 days so they could go on this trip. Everyone's been saying that because of rising sea levels, the Maldives will sink in 50 years. I don't know if it's true, but I'm glad I get to come here before I die. I have no regrets, Thomas exclaimed. Haha, you're only 19, okay? Others will think that you're an old man if you say stuff like that. Chloe drank her juice as she looked at her brother, who was sitting across from her. Jack was busy throughout the flight. They didn't have internet, but he could use his laptop. He saved the documents he needed to go through before he left, while Chloe and Thomas occasionally chatted. When it was time to eat, they enjoyed a delicate feast. After multiple flights, they finally arrived at the Maldives. Paradise Island was the most popular island because it was clean, pretty, and had a beautiful name. Jack booked rooms for 4 days and 3 nights, and they would be spending the rest of their trip on this island. As soon as they stepped onto the island, everyone gasped in wonderment. Except for Jack, of course. He was rarely overexcited about anything. "This place is so beautiful. Oh my God. I didn't know an ocean like this existed," Thomas exclaimed. "I heard the map Peach Beach in Mario Kart was designed after this place," Chloe said. "There's a popular internet lingo, God created the Maldives with a drop of his tears." Chloe's intellect allowed her to describe such a poetic place into layman terms. For the 24 years she had been alive, Chloe had never seen an ocean as beautiful and unrealistic as this. The water was so clear that she could see to its bottom. Fish swam in the shallow waters, not at all afraid of human beings. The sky was dazzling blue as if a painter had accidentally knocked over his palette. Clouds floated on the sky like fluffy cotton candy. This scene was hard to imagine unless one were to see it for themselves. Even during sunset, everything was unequivocally mesmerizing. The photography team and bodyguards behind them all took out their phones to take photos of this scenery. Thomas did so as well. After taking what seemed like 1,000,000 photos, he shouted at Chloe, "Sis, don't move, I'm going to take a photo of you." Chloe turned around and gave him a faint smile. Thomas took the photo. He looked at it and thought his sister looked absolutely stunning. President Dawson, everyone's probably tired from traveling, after resting for a while in their rooms, "We'll be ready for dinner," the female assistant said. Jack nodded. Then he held Chloe's hand and led her into the most luxurious ocean villa. A heart shape made of rose petals sat on the bed, with swan-shaped towels in the middle. Teardrop-shaped vases were placed on the tables, with golden-rayed lilies in them. All in all, this place was filled with romance and surprises. "Do you like it here?" Jack asked Chloe as he held her in his arms. "Seriously, now that I've seen this place, I realized that the ocean by our city isn't an ocean. At most, it's a dirty lake." Jack couldn't help but laugh at Chloe's ridicule. "You must be tired. Go take a shower and we'll get some rest." "Okay." Chloe nodded. Then she turned to go into the bathroom and enjoyed a warm bath. The bath water was automatically infused with rose essence. Talk about perfect service. Chloe was shy as she walked out in her robe. This was because, after she showered and they were alone, they would always do stuff. Chloe thought that Mr. Dawson wouldn't be able to control himself and immediately push her onto the bed. However, she was dumbfounded when she stepped out of the bathroom. Mr. Dawson must have been exhausted. He changed into beach shorts and a white tee and fell asleep on the bed. His breathing was gentle, and his eyelashes were pretty. Chloe loved watching Jack sleep because he slept ever so quietly, and she could enjoy his stunning looks. The more she looked at him, the faster her heart beat. On their way here, Chloe and Thomas drank, ate, and slept. Jack, on the other hand, wasn't as relaxed. He worked the entire journey. After he got off the plane, he sent the documents back to GK headquarters. Now, he finally had the chance to grab a quick nap. Chloe carefully took out a flower-patterned blanket from one of the cabinets and gently placed it on Jack. She wasn't sleepy, so she poured herself an iced cola and sat outside on the steps. The villa was made of wood and floated on the water. Therefore, Chloe's feet touched the water as she sat down on the steps. Her pearly feet immersed into warm seawater as she enjoyed this unprecedented peacefulness. Jack had reserved the entire island, so aside from hotel employees, there were no tourists to be seen. She glanced at the blue skies and white clouds as she listened to the sounds of seagulls. Chloe genuinely felt like she was at ease. Although she wanted to remain low-key, she couldn't help but take a photo and upload it onto Friend Circle. Instead of uploading a selfie, she took a photo of the ocean scenery and uploaded it. She wrote, "I hope that my heart can be as peaceful as the ocean." The location feature automatically showed that she was on Paradise Island of the Maldives. Her friend circle blew up immediately. "Ah, you're a crappy friend. I can't believe you went to the Maldives without telling me." Exhausted, Sarah had just gotten off a flight. She was going to take a shower and crash, but saw Chloe's hate-attracting photo. "I didn't know I was coming until I got to the airport. Mr. Dawson arranged everything." Chloe smiled as she replied to her, "Oh my God, I'm filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Mr. Dawson is amazing. Why don't I have someone like him who would take me there?" "You can come with Noah. Forget it. He barely gets any time off. It's unrealistic for him to take me to the Maldives." To Chloe's surprise, as soon as Sarah complained, Noah replied, "If I went with you, can you live stream yourself eating poop?" Pfft! Chloe almost spat out the Coke in her mouth upon seeing Noah's comment. Could Noah and Sarah not be so funny? Why were all the couples in her life so abnormal? She originally thought that Victoria and Brenton were decently normal. However, later she realized that they were just as crazy. They got engaged, pregnant, and married without warning. Their actions completely shocked Chloe. A vicious tongue couple, shotgun couple. It seemed like Mr. Dawson and she was the most normal couple. Just then, someone else commented. "Hey, you're honeymooning?" Andrew commented. Chloe had no interest in replying. The night was still long, and Andrew didn't like hanging out with the other people in the Green family. Therefore, he decided to get drunk instead. Justin and Max were out for a night on the town, and they bumped into each other. Therefore, they opened a private room to hang out in together. Andrew laughed as he looked at this phone. "This brat has always been mellow. She went on her honeymoon without telling anyone." Justin didn't say anything as he quietly sipped at his wine. Where did she go? Max was more curious. The Maldives. Mr. Moneybags Dawson chartered a plane and reserved an entire island. My sister is probably having the time of her life. Andrew's words reeked of slight envy. The Maldives are nice. Jack's got a good taste. Max enjoyed the Maldives too, and visited every year. Every year he went there on vacation with a different woman. Brenton used to joke that Max was like a trafficker. Does he? They're just little islands in the Indian Ocean. People there despise our country, Justin said, obviously jealous. Hey, young Master Cooper, since when did you turn into a patriot? You make it sound like you've never been there before. Max laughed. Tahiti is much more beautiful, Justin mumbled to himself. The truth was, he had all the urge to fly to the Maldives right this second. If it were him who went with Chloe, he would probably die of happiness. Justin held a wine glass in his hand as he stared blankly at the wall in front of him. Jack woke up after a 2-hour nap. Then, the two of them changed into couples' teas and headed to the beach for a barbecue dinner. 15 people gathered around a big table. The atmosphere was lively, and dozens of waiters servicing them. Thomas had a great appetite and kept eating. After all, he was still a kid. "Sis, try the takoyaki. It's super delicious and authentic." Thomas felt excited as he tried everything on the table. He no longer mentioned his failed relationship. "Honey, did we bring this third wheel here just so he can eat nonstop?" Chloe smiled as she looked at Jack. "We have multiple wheels. An extra one won't make a difference," Jack replied. His assistant and bodyguards all fell silent. Yup, they were all their bosses and his wife's third wheels. There were so many wheels. "He's kidding, haha. You guys eat and drink as much as you want." Chloe glanced at the others as she covered Jack's mouth with her hand. "What's on the docket for tomorrow?" Jack asked his assistant. The female assistant quickly took out a schedule and placed it in front of Jack. "Sir, this is the tentative schedule for you and your wife. Tomorrow, after breakfast, we will take the first set of photos at around 9:30 a.m. After lunch, you can take a nap before taking 2 more sets in the afternoon. Of the 2 sets, one will be taken on a cruise ship, so it'll give you and Mrs. Dawson an opportunity to enjoy some time in the ocean. We'll be taking another 3 sets the day after tomorrow, and the day after that will be pure enjoyment. Sounds good?" He glanced at the schedule. It was arranged reasonably, and they didn't have to rush through anything. Satisfied, Jack nodded. Chloe knew how much work everyone had to do, carrying a dozen suitcases and suitcases, filled with gowns for her and suits for Jack. Neither of them had to bring anything. The assistant team and bodyguards prepared everything. She felt like a queen. The locals weren't as bad as she thought they would be either. They requested tips because they relied on tourism to make a living. They didn't have other sources of income, so it was normal. The staff treated them with passion. While they enjoyed their barbecue dinner by the beach, one of the chefs even sang for them, and the overall atmosphere was fun and relaxing. Everyone enjoyed dinner. After they ate, Jack and Chloe held hands as they strolled by the ocean, against the sea wind. Their couple's tees were white, each with a Mickey Mouse design. Chloe was a Disney fan, so the assistant picked out her clothes attentively, according to her taste. "Honey," Chloe gently opened her mouth. "Yeah?" Jack tilted his head to look at her. "Thank you for bringing me to such a beautiful place. Thank you for taking me to eat so much delicious food. Thank you for giving me such a big surprise." Chloe thanked him 3 times in a row. She wasn't trying to be cheesy. Rather, she was truly thankful for all Jack did for her. He was such a busy man, but took the time to plan something like this, touching her deeply. After marriage, many men tended to stop spending time on their wives, regardless of how busy they were. Their mentality was this: since you're mine already, you can't run away anyways, so there's no point in treating you well. However, Jack was the exact opposite. After they got married and began living together, he treated her better than any men would ever have. He spoiled her to no end. Even Chloe's mother and brother felt like he was overdoing it. But that was the kind of man he was. To everyone else, he was an indifferent conqueror who stood high above the masses. He never smiled to other people, let alone show his gentleness and humor. That side of him was reserved for Chloe. When he wasn't at home, he always had on a cold and arrogant mask. He gave all his love to Chloe and Chloe only. Upon hearing what she said, Jack looked at her gently. Then, he said faintly, "Thank you for being my wife. Thank you for betting your entire life on me. Thank you for giving me the chance to take care of you for the rest of my life." Jack also thanked her 3 times in a row. Extremely moved, Chloe stood on her toes, embraced Jack, and kissed him. It was nighttime at the Maldives, but their surroundings were lit with candles and lights. On the other side of the beach was the beautiful scenery. The waves hit the beach, again and again. The two of them kissed each other passionately under the night skies, as if they were the only ones left on this earth. It felt so quiet and so glorious. It was already past 9 p.m. when they went back their ocean villa. They both showered. Then, they lied in bed, as Jack held Chloe in his embrace. "Honey, aren't we supposed to do something on a beautiful night like this?" "You're right, honey. Can you give me a massage?" "A massage?" Chloe was somewhat disappointed. "What else do you want to do?" Jack asked her on purpose. "Nothing. Okay, lie on your tummy. I'll massage you up." Jack flipped over to lie flat on his belly, exposing his muscular back. Chloe could see all the beautiful, perfect curves on his body. There were masseuses on the beach, but Chloe would never let other women touch her husband. Therefore, she pretended to know how to massage and began rubbing Jack up and down. However, what Chloe was doing was more seducing than massaging. Her fingers lightly brushed up and down Jack's back, seducing him to no end. "Honey, are you sure you're massaging me?" Jack smiled. "Mr. Dawson, would you like to order special services?" Chloe lied on Jack's back and asked, "What do special services include?" "Everything and anything you want." "Really?" Jack asked. "Of course." Chloe was elated at her successful attempt at seducing him. "Great. Then get me a cup of coffee. With ice, please. Thank you." "Screw you." Chloe almost burst into flames upon seeing how unromantic Jack was being. She put herself out there as obvious as she could. Therefore, furious, she flipped off from Jack's back and pretended to get out of bed. However, Jack immediately got a hold of her. He dragged her back onto their bed and climbed on top of her. "I was kidding, are you mad?" Jack smiled. "That's a sucky joke. I took so much initiative, but you told me to get you some coffee. It's not like I'm a maid." Chloe looked like she had been wronged. She pouted, looking incredibly cute. Jack immediately wooed her. "To make it up for you, why don't we do it all night long?" "Chloe." Before Chloe had the chance to object, Jack melted her with his gentleness. The next morning, Chloe's entire body was sore as she woke up. Mr. Dawson really made it up to her last night. They barely slept, spending almost the full night fooling around. She even suspected that Mr. Dawson took pills. Why was he always so full of energy? "Honey, you're up?" It was already after 9 a.m. when Chloe woke up. Jack had already finished his morning video conference with GK headquarters and was back from his morning run. "Yeah." Chloe was still drowsy. "Let's go get breakfast." "Sure." Chloe seriously regretted seducing Mr. Dawson. Her legs were sore even as she walked. However, who could she complain to about something like this? During breakfast, Thomas suddenly said, "Sis, Amelia sent me a message yesterday." "Oh yeah?" Chloe didn't really react. She gave Amelia a chance and offered her help, but the latter refused. So what else was there to say? "Yeah, she said that she doesn't want to work at the hospital anymore. She's going to leave the city and move to the south with her parents." "Oh," Chloe nodded. "She also asked me what I planned on doing after graduation," Thomas said, as he chewed on a slice of bread. "What did you say?" "She stopped replying me after I told her that I'm going to intern at my brother-in-law's company. I wonder what she meant by that. Maybe she wants to get back together with me." "What about you? Do you want to get back together with her?" Chloe asked as she looked at Thomas. "Sis, to tell you the truth, I do. She's my first girlfriend, and I treasure our relationship. If she still wants to be with me, then I'm willing." "Even if she betrayed you?" Chloe asked faintly. Perhaps she had her reasons. Thomas was still an innocent boy who oversimplified everything. "I don't think you and Amelia will end up together. Stop thinking about getting back together with her and study hard. Once you graduate, get a good job. You're a man. You should be like one. Don't put too much emphasis on love and relationships," Chloe lectured. "I got it, sis." Afraid that his sister was going to nag him again, Thomas looked down and began wolfing down the food in front of him. Jack never interrupted Thomas and Chloe's conversations. After all, they mostly talked about love, relationships, and other private matters of the sort. After breakfast, Thomas walked around the island while Chloe and Jack changed and got made up, in preparation for their first wedding photo session. Chloe knew that taking photos would be tiring, but she didn't know just how tiring it could really be. They had to take 70 or 80 photos with each outfit. The good thing was, the team was very helpful and efficient. They didn't waste any time. During the break, some held umbrellas, and others passed them water. They provided immaculate service. "Young madam, if you're tired, we can rest for a little longer before taking the next set." How was my expression just now? Was my smile really fake? I don't want the photos to come out bad. Not at all. You looked really pretty. Once we fix up the photos tonight, you can take a look. Just then, she received a message on her phone. Chloe opened the message to see that it was from Cody. Before they left the country, she activated roaming so she could freely browse the internet. "Sister Chloe, I heard that you and President Dawson went to the Maldives." "Yeah." "When? And are you coming back?" "In 2 or 3 days, what's up? I wanted to talk to you about something." "Okay, I'll call you when I get back." After she hung up the phone, she began wondering what happened. Cody never looked for her for no reason. Did he find out that she contacted Hannah and Nico? After an entire day of photo shoots, Chloe, exhausted, sat in the hot tub, unwilling to come out. When her phone rang, it was Jack who brought it in for her. It was a strange number that wasn't from their country. "Hello? Chloe, it's me." A familiar woman's voice sounded over the phone. "Lisa?" Chloe immediately recognized Lisa's voice. "I'm really sorry. I should have called earlier. But when I got here, it took me a while to get adjusted, so there was a lot of fumbling about. I also had to apply for a bunch of random stuff. What about now? Are you all done?" "Yeah, I am." "How are you doing?" "I'm good, you?" "I'm good too. The air is really clean here, and my parents can help me take care of the baby. I plan on going back to work in a while." "That's great. Director Richard told me that you were doing well. I'm really happy for you. My uncle told me that you're a doctor now. Congratulations." "Thank you." "Have you seen Simon lately?" Lisa suddenly asked. "Yeah. A while back he came to see me at Southside and asked me to lend him $100,000. I refused. "Don't lend him money," Lisa warned her. "Why not? Do you know what he's been up to recently?" Chloe had a feeling that Lisa knew more. He's still dating Jenny. They've been addicted to gambling recently and lost a bunch of money. Simon's apartment wasn't rented out, it was mortgaged. He's useless now and will lose everything no matter how much you lend him. How did this happen? Chloe was a little taken aback. It's all because of Jenny. I knew nothing good would come from them fooling around. Before I left the country, I hired a private investigator. Apparently, Jenny is a gambler too and has a lot of debt. I think they owe money from loan sharks too, and they've been hiding out in a steel house in the slums. He's really despicable. When we were getting divorced, he even threatened me and refused to sign the papers unless I gave him alimony. So, did you? Chloe was a little worried. Of course not. I'm not that easy to bully. There was no way I was going to give him whatever he wanted. Our family provided the money for the condo, the car, and even the wedding reception. Why would I give him anything? I can't believe how things ended up. Never mind. He brought everything onto himself. I don't plan to tell Mila what kind of person her father is. We don't plan on going back to the country either. Chloe felt bad upon hearing what Lisa said. A while back, Uncle and Auntie Baker came to see their granddaughter with a bunch of free-range eggs, but didn't know that you went abroad. His parents were forced to pay for Simon's sins. I feel really bad for them. This is all fate. They can't blame anyone for this. Anyways, my baby's crying. I'll call you another time. Okay. After Chloe hung up the phone, she closed her eyes and sank deep into thought. The truth was, she felt bad in the beginning because she always thought that if she hadn't broken up with Simon back then, maybe his life wouldn't be as miserable. However, if she did marry him, he may still choose to go down the wrong path. Maybe what happened to Lisa was what was supposed to happen to her. Therefore, it was wrong to say that she ruined Simon's life. All she could say was, Simon ruined his originally perfect set of cards. If he learned how to be a man after marrying Lisa, today, they would both be doctors, have a happy family, and a healthy baby. Wouldn't that be good? Or, if she went with Jack to the United States all those years ago, maybe Simon wouldn't have appeared in anyone's lives. Therefore, everything that's happened was in the stars. Humans could not control them. What are you thinking about? You seem to be in a daze. Jack walked into the bathroom. I was thinking about things that happened in the past, Chloe said, a little depressed. I thought you were wondering why my stamina's so great, and if I took pills. Jack teased her on purpose. Chloe immediately covered her face with her palms. I'm still sore all over, Chloe complained shyly. I have a way to help you with that, Jack said mysteriously. What way? Upon seeing him smile like that, Chloe knew that Mr. Dawson was up to no good. It turned out that her instincts were correct, because Jack said, let's go at it again all night tonight and fight poison with poison. I promise you'll feel better tomorrow. Screw you. Chloe started cursing. If they went crazy tonight like they did last night, she would probably fall apart. She would feel better tomorrow? Was he tricking to trick a 3-year-old? Vacation time always passed by really fast. They enjoyed 3 mesmerizing nights and 4 wonderful days in the Maldives. They took countless stunning wedding photos, played in the ocean, sat on a cruise ship. Everything was as luxurious as can be. Chloe was reluctant to leave and kept looking back as they headed out. Honey, did you like it here? Yeah. Chloe nodded obediently. Then let's come once a year. What do you say? Jack rubbed her head lovingly. Okay. Chloe kept looking down even after their plane took off. From where she was sitting, the beautiful Paradise Island looked like a teardrop in the Indian Ocean. This place was so beautiful that it took people's breaths away. The Maldives was a place that after one visit, everyone would want to return to. Chloe was no different from the rest. If she had time in the future, she really wanted to come back a couple more times. After 10 or so hours of flying and 2 transfers, they returned to the city. Jack slept for a bit on the plane and went to GK right after they arrived at the airport at 3 p.m. Chloe and Thomas were driven back to Sky Blessing Court by a GK driver. While they were transferring, they passed through the duty-free shops at another city. Chloe bought a bunch of makeup and a jade bracelet for her mother. Sandra was elated to see her children come back, and she immediately went into the kitchen to make a bunch of dishes. Chloe walked onto the balcony with her phone and called Cody. Sister Chloe, do you have time to talk? I'm back in the country. Yeah, I'm just reading my movie script. What's up? You seemed anxious when you last called, Chloe asked. I haven't been feeling well recently and have been experiencing some symptoms. I thought it might be because of all the medicine I took in the past, so I wanted to ask you about it. Because of his celebrity status, Cody rarely ever visited the hospital. After he met Chloe, he treated her as his personal doctor. Tell me your symptoms. My stomach doesn't feel well, and sometimes I feel like throwing up. I'm also constantly tired. Are you pregnant? Cody was speechless. Sister Chloe, can't we have a normal conversation? Ha ha, of course we can. Go on. I'm listening, Chloe laughed. Sometimes my abdomen hurts, and recently I've been experiencing diarrhea. Did you eat something you weren't supposed to? Chloe asked. I don't think so. I haven't been eating much recently. Just some simple congee, but the same thing happens. Maybe you're experiencing indigestion. Have you been taking medicine that helps with digestion? I did, but it didn't really make a difference. My symptoms only got worse. What's your schedule like tomorrow? Tomorrow? I have to film in the afternoon, but I'm free in the morning. Come to Southside in the morning. I'll give you an exam. Sounds good. Cody nodded. Okay, get some rest soon. Okay. After hanging up, Chloe walked into the kitchen. She felt possessed with happiness as soon as she saw the table full of food. "Mom, you bought me crabs. You're the best." Chloe was exhilarated to see a dozen giant crabs on the dining table. "Sis, seriously? We ate crabs literally every single day in the Maldives. Have you not had enough? Didn't you get sick of it?" "Nope, I can eat seafood 3 times a day, no problem." "Okay, you win." Thomas was speechless. "Call Jack and ask him if he wants to come back to dinner," Sandra reminded her. "Okay." Jack was in the conference room when his cell phone rang. The atmosphere in the room was tense. After Jack came back from their 5-day trip in the Maldives, he was met with an awful mess at the company. "So, did you all lose self-consciousness when I was away? Do you think you can relax and do nothing since you all earn an annual salary?" This was Jack's first time yelling at the executives. Mark was so scared that he hid off to the side, afraid to say anything. "President Dawson, we tried our best. It's not our fault that we couldn't get that project," the marketing director boldly complained. "Is it my fault then?" Jack asked icily. The entire conference room fell silent again. Their boss was steaming mad. Just then, his phone began to ring. Everyone's gaze landed on that phone, wondering who on earth had the guts to call the president right now. However, to everyone's surprise, Jack's expression softened as soon as he saw who was calling. He picked up. "Honey, my mom cooked. Are you coming back for dinner?" "It's okay. I'm at a meeting." "Okay. I'll pick you up later." "Okay." Chloe didn't dawdle before hanging up. Everyone was shocked at how gentle Jack was just now. They all glanced at each other and finally came to the realization that it must have been the young madam who called just now, or else President Dawson wouldn't have acted that way. "I'll give you all 3 days to fix what you messed up. By then, give me either results or your letters of resignation." Upon finishing his sentence, Jack left with a stern expression on his face. The executives all looked worried. They used to think that President Dawson was easier to talk to and treated employees better than Chairman Dawson. However, he was absolutely terrifying when he was mad. Jack didn't like the servility of people. If the boss was home, they would work hard. If he wasn't, they would slack off. This wasn't something to be encouraged. Since they had the high salaries, they had to show that they were worth that money. There was no boss in this world who liked to pay good-for-nothings to sit around and do nothing all day. After returning to the office, Jack turned on his laptop and continued organizing documents. "President Dawson, your coffee." Mark carefully put a cup of coffee on his desk. "Go on vacation starting tomorrow." "Sir, don't tell me you're firing me. Did I do something wrong?" Mark's legs almost gave in. Why would the president tell him to go on vacation all of a sudden? Was he trying to give Mark a heart attack? "You're thinking too much. When I was on vacation, you worked overtime every day. I know how hard you've been working. You're a father and a husband, so you need to spend time with your family. Take a week off. I won't count this as your annual paid time off. Consider this as a bonus. You'll resume work in a week." "Thank you, President Dawson." Mark was so happy he could cry. His wife's been nagging him about visiting her parents with their baby. However, she was from the South and met Mask while studying in the North, so her parents lived far away. Mark didn't want her to go back alone with their child. Now that the president was giving him time off, he was elated. Go home, have the rest of the day off. "What about you?" Mark was afraid that the president would overwork himself. "I can get someone to come and help me for the time being." "Okay, thank you, sir. Call me if you need me." Mark ran away from the office like a bolt of lightning. Jack sank back into a state of non-stop work. Bella called Jack a few days ago and didn't say much else upon hearing that he was in the Maldives. 7 p.m. Everyone in GK was working overtime. Bella went up to the top floor as she was passing by the company. "President Dawson, Miss Hall's here." The female secretary called Jack from the assistant's office. "Tell her to come in." Jack treated Bella decently, not because he was mindful of their time as children. Rather, it was because Uncle Hall had taken great care of him over the years. "I saw that your office lights were still on when I was waiting for a red light under your building, so I assumed that you were back." Bella smiled. Did you like the Maldives? I bet it was great. Yeah. Jack only said one word. Have you eaten yet? What do you want? I can go you some, Bella said gently. No, thank you. I'm not hungry, Jack declined. Feeling a bit awkward, Bella asked, Where's Chloe? Isn't she here? She's tired, so she went home to rest. Oh, I kinda miss her. Bella, I'm busy and don't have time to talk. It's okay. I'll just sit here for a while. I have nothing better to do anyway. Bella had no intention of leaving. This was because she noticed that it's becoming harder and harder to approach Jack, especially when Chloe was around since Jack's gaze never left Chloe. It was rare for Chloe not to be around, so tonight she wanted to take this opportunity to spend some alone time with Jack. He might think she was being childish, but she didn't care. Opportunities like this were hard to come by. The female secretary came in and placed a cup of coffee on the table. Miss Hall, your coffee. Thank you. Bella then secretly took a photo of Jack and posted on her friend circle. She wrote, When people are working hard, they become more attractive. Her friends began commenting. A couple of socialites who were close to her knew how Bella felt towards Jack. Therefore, they began fueling the spark. Bella, you went to see Prince Charming Dawson? Bella, you guys look cute together. His wife really isn't that good. Prince Charming Dawson is gorgeous. He looks good from every angle. The girl sitting beside Max had Bella's snap as well. They added each other during the party that other day. Bella was good at socializing. She had only been back for a month, but had gotten to know people in the upper-class society well and had a stellar reputation. Of course, this had a lot to do with the fact that her father was Mayor Hall. Mayor Hall's daughter, Sure, is ambitious. She wants to steal Jack, the woman exclaimed. Upon hearing what she said, Max immediately scooted over to see what she was talking about. Then, he looked at Justin. Talk about a strong contender. It's already nightfall, and she still managed to spend time alone with Jack and take a photo of him. I wonder what Chloe will think when she sees this photo. Justin played with a lighter in his hand, but didn't say anything. No one could tell what he was thinking. Justin, do you want to screenshot this and privately message it to Chloe's Weibo? Nope. It's such a good opportunity. Why wouldn't you take it? Max was confused. If Justin liked Chloe, why didn't he attempt at wreaking havoc in her marriage? I don't do degrading stuff like that, Justin replied domineeringly. Neither Jack or Chloe knew about Bella's post, but Andrew did since he had her on Snap as well. Bella's interesting, but I look forward to it. I wonder who will win, her or Chloe. I bet it's going to be a surging battle. Then, he reached out and began playing with the globe on his desk. With a smile on his face, he said, I bet $1 that Chloe will win. After Chloe stuffed her belly with her mother's cooking at Sky Blessing Court, she lied on the couch and watched TV. Then, she suddenly saw Thomas come downstairs in a change of clothes. It's so late. Are you heading out? My friend's having a birthday party. He called me, Thomas said as he headed for the door. Come home early. Don't drink too much. I got it, sis. You're as garrulous as Mom. Then, Thomas opened the door, got on his car, and left. Thomas went out again? Yeah, he went out with his classmates. Thomas had always been a good boy, so Chloe didn't think too much about it. 40 minutes later, Chloe received a phone call from Thomas. He was crying, Sis, come here and help me save Amelia. Chloe began panicking upon hearing Amelia's name. Did Thomas go looking for Amelia when he told her that was off to see classmates? But the men Amelia was with? Chloe immediately shot up from the couch. Thomas, where are you? Rooftop of Universe nightclub. Okay, wait for me, Chloe said as she quickly put on her shoes and left. She didn't even hear what her mother said. Universe nightclub again. Chloe despised going to that messed up place. She also didn't know what happened to Thomas. On her way, Chloe called Jack. Honey, I think something happened to Thomas. He's on the rooftop of Universe nightclub. Come here quickly and remember to bring back up. Chloe hung up immediately after. Jack lost his cool upon hearing what she said. Universe Nightclub was like a wolf's den. It was dangerous Chloe to go alone. She might not be able to escape as smoothly as she did last time. "You're leaving?" Bella asked when she saw Jack getting up. "I have an emergency. I'm going to go now." After one short sentence, Jack quickly went downstairs. Thank God Jack arrived just as Chloe did. He held her hand and said, "Follow me. Don't walk around by yourself." "Okay." Chloe nodded. When they arrived atop Universe Nightclub, an extremely bloody scene unfolded in front of them. Thomas was so beaten up that he was too ghastly to look at. He kneeled on the ground, his face bleeding. Chloe felt so heartbroken that tears began running down her face. "Thomas, sis, help me. Save Amelia." Even at his state, Thomas was still worried about Amelia. Jack looked up to see Amelia sitting on the edge of the balcony. Her clothes were ragged, as if someone ripped them apart. 7 or 8 tattooed men stood there. The man she saw the other day had his foot on Thomas's back. "Ha ha! You stupid woman! I finally found you. I'm going to get back at you for kicking me the other day." The man hatefully spat at Chloe. "Don't hurt my brother. Let's talk this out." "Talk this out? What do I have to talk to you about?" Then, that man immediately kicked Thomas in the guts. Thomas made a muffled noise. It must have hurt like crazy. "Honey?" Anxious, Chloe squeezed Jack's hand hard, not sure what to do. When Jack was with her, she found it hard to keep her usual cool. "Let go of my brother. Tell me how much money you want." "Ha ha ha. Don't think you're high and mighty just because you have money. F you. I have money too. I've been out about town for many years and have more money than you'll ever have. I don't want your stupid money." The tattooed man obviously didn't recognize who Jack was. "What would you do to let him go? Simple. Get your woman to strip down naked and sing us a song. If I'm happy, I'll let him go." Then, the men began laughing hysterically. Jack glared at them icily. "If you don't want to die, let him go. Don't push me." Chloe held tightly onto the needle she usually carried with her. She wanted to stab that tattooed scumbag to death, right at this second. She wanted to paralyze him. "Are you threatening me? There are only 2 of you. Why would we be scared?" The man laughed arrogantly. "Amelia, Thomas treated you so well. Why would you set him up like this?" Chloe shouted at Amelia, who was still sitting on the edge of the balcony. However, she didn't turn around, nor did she say anything. Chloe was angry. Amelia kept saying that she wanted to protect Thomas, and did what she did for him. So, why would she set him up like that? "Are you talking to that little slut?" "Haha. She ate something nice and is still orgasming. She can't talk right now." "Sis, they fed Amelia something. She's clouded and confused. Save her." Thomas used up all the energy left in him to shout that information at his sister. That's when Chloe came to the realization that Amelia must have ingested aphrodisiac or some other drug. She breathed in sharply at this thought. "I won't agree to your demands and suggest that you let him go, now or else. No one will leave here alive today," Jack said icily, word for word. Chloe had never seen Jack so terrifying. "Ha ha ha, dude. Are you threatening me? Do you think I'd be scared?" The tattooed man continued mocking him and stepped on Tomas even harder. Not willing to waste another word on them, Jack reached into his inner pocket and pulled something out, aiming it at the tattooed man. Everyone immediately fell silent. Terrified, Chloe looked at Jack. He had a gun, a black gun. It exuded a horrific energy in the night skies. "Brother, this guy has a gun." The other men became a little scared. "He's of King Bluffing. Did you think a toy like this would help you save him? Am I an idiot? Why would I fall for—" Before he could finish his sentence, Jack pulled on the trigger, and with a bang, the bullet went through the right side of his chest. A bloody hole appeared where the bullet went through. The tattooed man looked down at his bleeding wound, so dumbstruck that he couldn't speak. "I don't like to waste time. I'll give you 3 seconds to let him go. Or else, my next target will be your brain." "Honey, Don't act rashly. Chloe was a little scared as well. She wanted to save her brother, but she didn't want Jack to commit murder. The tattooed man was no more than a punk on the streets. He had never seen anything like this before, and his legs immediately gave in. Chloe took this opportunity to run up to Thomas and help him up. Jack pointed his gun at the tattooed man, his expression icier than ever. "Boss, you got shot!" The man's followers were scared out of their wits. "What are you all standing there for? Get me to a hospital!" The tattooed man and his 6 or 7 followers ran away, tails between their legs. Jack didn't run after them. This was because after they arrived downstairs, Noah would be there to greet them. As for the gunshot wound, he knew Noah would deal with it appropriately. "Thomas, are you okay?" Chloe felt heartbroken for her brother. "Sis, please go check on Amelia for me." Thomas was hurt all over, but he was still worried about Amelia. Chloe turned around to grab Amelia's arm. To her surprise, however, Amelia's body leaned forward, and she jumped. There was still a smile on her face as she exclaimed, "I finally have wings. I can fly." Amelia jumped too fast, and suddenly that Chloe was only able to get a hold of her arm. Then, Amelia's entire body fell off the building and hung against it. Chloe almost fell off with her. Her weight was too much for a skinny woman like Chloe. "Chloe!" Jack was so scared that his face turned pale. He ran up to Chloe and held her tightly. Thomas immediately got up as well to help Jack. In the end, it took 2 men and a lot of strength to pull Amelia back onto the rooftop. Just now, if Chloe was a second later, Amelia would have been crushed. No one, not even God, would have been able to save her. Thank God Chloe reacted fast and was able to grab her on time. "Amelia, look at me." Thomas kept shaking Amelia's body. However, Amelia's gaze was lifeless, and she was reactionless. She kept smiling like an idiot as she drooled. It was horrendous. Chloe consoled Thomas. "Her brain is under the influence of drugs. There's no use calling her right now. She needs to get sedated at the hospital. Only then will she wake up." Then, Chloe and Jack drove Amelia and Thomas to the first hospital. The injuries Thomas sustained this time was much worse than the time Liam hit him. The good news was, they were all minor external injuries that would take a while to recover. Amelia's results, on the other hand, were shocking. "Chloe, come here for a second." The doctor mysteriously called her off to the side. Because she used to be an employee at the first hospital, and Amelia currently worked there, they knew each other well. "How's Amelia doing?" "Worried?" Chloe asked. "We sedated her so she's more stable, but—" Then, the female doctor hesitated. "Doctor, tell me. Her urine sample tested positive for meth composites, but we need to wait until her lab results come back to figure out what's really in her body. However, there's something else that shocked me." "What is it?" Chloe had a bad feeling. "We found sperm from 3 people in her vagina. Right now, we can't tell if she was forced into, or if it was voluntary. Maybe she was drugged and forced to submit. I think you should call the police and tell them to further investigate the matter." "What?" Chloe was completely dumbfounded. The tests showed that Amelia had sex with at least 3 men. This was unbelievable. Chloe guessed that Amelia was forced into after they drugged her. Those scumbags. They can die 1,000,000 times over and it still wouldn't make up for what they did. Chloe cursed with tears in her eyes. Jack saw how down in the dumps Chloe was. He walked over to her and patted her shoulder. "Sis, how's Amelia? What did the doctor say?" Thomas really seemed to care a lot about Amelia. "Tell me first, what happened before I arrived at Universe?" Chloe asked as she stared into her brother's eyes. "Amelia called me, but her words didn't make much sense. She said a lot of weird things. I was worried about her and thought that she was drunk, so I asked her where she was. She wouldn't tell me, and then a man snatched her phone. He called me a gigolo and said that they were going to Universe nightclub. I was worried that Amelia would be in danger, so I went there as well. After I arrived, I saw them dancing in a private room. A couple of guys surrounded Amelia. Her clothes were ripped apart, and she looked dejected. Therefore, I walked up and wanted to pull her away, but she wouldn't listen to me. Then, that man with the tattoo began beating me up and dragged me onto the rooftop. Amelia was going to jump off the building. I wanted to stop her, but they began hitting me again, so I called you. Thomas described the events tonight, word for word. Chloe only listened quietly. Sis, how is Amelia doing? They sedated her, and she's asleep now. She's safe for now. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Upon hearing what his sister said, Thomas suddenly felt much better. But her urine test came back positive for drugs. I knew it. Those scumbags, they hurt Amelia and fed her drugs. I'm going to rip them apart. Then, Thomas turned around to leave, but Chloe grabbed him. Come back. They were arrested. Your brother-in-law made arrangements already. You don't need to worry about it. Upon hearing this, Thomas immediately glanced at Jack. Jack nodded, acknowledging that what Chloe said was right. Therefore, he put away his impulsivity, stopped in his tracks, and went back to stand beside Chloe. The tests also revealed something shocking. Chloe slowly opened her mouth. What is it? Thomas looked at his sister with an innocent but lost expression. Cho didn't have the heart to tell Thomas the truth, but he was a grown man, and she couldn't keep something like this from him for the rest of his life. Therefore, she decided that she had to tell him, even if the truth hurt. They found sperm from 3 different men in her body. Impossible, Thomas said with resolve. I can't believe it either, but it's the truth. You have to accept it. I don't believe you. Amelia isn't like that. She isn't. She's a good girl. The news seemed to be too much for Thomas to handle. He began screaming, forgetting that he was talking to his sister. I know she's a good girl, but it's what the tests revealed. I think she was drugged and forced. Those holes? I'm going to kill them. Thomas charged towards the hospital doors like crazy. Jack immediately caught up to him in a few steps and held him from behind. Brother-in-law, let me go. Thomas, don't be impulsive. They were arrested and taken to the police station. I'll make sure they never come out. Why would they do that to Amelia? Why? Thomas cried all night. His tears fell like a waterfall. While they were in the Maldives, he was elated by the fact that Amelia sent him a message. He thought that they would be able to get back together, but never imagined that things would come to this. This wasn't a result that he could accept. That night, Thomas never left the ICU. He sat by Amelia's side the whole time, watching after her. Chloe, worried about her brother, also refused to leave. Jack quietly sat by her side. In the end, she was so sleepy that she fell asleep on Jack's shoulder. 6 a.m. Thomas was the first person Amelia saw when she woke up. Upon seeing him, her expression immediately became complicated. What happened to me? Her voice was weak and feeble. Do you remember what happened last night? Thomas asked gently. Last night? I drank a lot. They fed me a lot of alcohol. Then, they made me drink a really weird liquor and I blacked out. Then, I had a dream that I had wings and could fly. They didn't feed you liquor. They fed you drugs, Chloe slowly said. What? Amelia froze. Sis! Thomas didn't seem to want Amelia to know about it. I can't hide the truth. She has the right to know. Senior sister. What happened to me? Why are you guys all here? Amelia didn't seem to remember what happened the night before. She also didn't remember calling Thomas. Just as Chloe was about to mouth her mouth, Thomas said first, They drugged your drink, and then you became unconscious. I later got your phone call, so I went looking for you with my sister. We took you to the hospital, and that's why you woke up here this morning. So, where's Isaac and those people? Amelia asked. Chloe guessed that Isaac was the tattooed man. Therefore, she said, They were arrested for intentional harming and kidnapping. What? You can't do that. You can't arrest him, no. Amelia became agitated. Amelia, what's wrong? Thomas didn't know what to do. They have accomplices. They'll seek revenge on me and harm my parents. Why can't you mind your own business? Who told you to come? Who told you to call the cops on them? Amelia was incredibly unstable. She struggled to get out of bed, disregarding the IV in her arm. Chloe's heart went cold upon hearing Amelia's accusation and blame. Was this the young, energetic girl that she used to know? Amelia was a colleague that was willing to stand with her through thick and thin. She used to be such a careless and innocent girl whose laugh brightened up a room. Why did she seem like a completely different person right now? Amelia, what are you talking about? If it weren't for my sister and my brother-in-law, do you know what they would have done? They almost killed you. Thomas looked at Amelia in disbelief. That's my business. What does anything have to do with you? Thomas, we're broken up. Who the hell do you think you are? Leave. I don't ever want to see or talk to you again. They fed you meth last night, and you were basically in a trance. If Thomas didn't save you in time, you would have jumped off the rooftop of Universe nightclub. He's worried about you and cares about you. Don't be so ungrateful, Amelia, Chloe, furious, said to her. But I didn't die, did I? I didn't need you guys to save me. Chloe, I told you not to interfere with my business. They're really scary people and will haunt me my entire life. My parents will be in danger as well. Amelia kept repeating the same sentence. Perhaps it was because those people terrorized her, but her emotional state was extremely unstable. Amelia, how can you say something like that? My sister helped you out of the kindness in her heart. Thomas was speechless. I don't need your kindness. Leave. I don't want to be connected to you. If he finds out that we are talking, he's going to beat me to death. Then, Amelia began pushing Thomas and Chloe out the door. Chloe was at a complete loss of words. Thomas was dumbfounded as well. It's been a little over 20 days since they last saw each other. But Amelia seemed like a completely different person. It's as if she had split personalities. Sis, you guys should go home. You haven't slept all night, Thomas said, his expression pale. What about you? Heartbroken, Chloe looked at her brother. I'll stay here and watch over her. She's not that stable yet, so I want to take care of her. Thomas was still worried about Amelia. Fine. Be careful. Chloe knew that she wouldn't be able to convince Thomas to leave, so she decided to let him be. Sis, don't tell Mom about this. If she asks, tell her I'm at school. I will. Chloe nodded and then went downstairs with Jack. It was already 6:40 a.m. when they arrived downstairs. Honey, let's go get something to eat. I'm not hungry and don't have an appetite. After all that, Chloe really didn't feel like eating anything. Still, just have a little bit with me, okay? Jack carefully wooed. In the end, they went to a dim sum restaurant and ordered some buns, a vegetable congee, and milk tea. Amelia's changed so much, I wonder why, Chloe said, depressed. Don't think too much about it. Let me ask Noah first. We'll know more after the interrogation. Jack consoled her. Okay, I'll drive you home. You should take the day off and get some sleep. I can't. I'm meeting with Cody today. Why? Mr. Dawson immediately became jealous. To cure his sickness, of course. He told me that he hasn't been feeling well. I wonder if it's because of the medication he took previously. So we made plans to meet up today. Anyways, don't worry about me. If I get tired, I'll take a nap at the hospital during my lunch break. Let's not talk about me, though. If you get tired while working at the company, get some rest. You stayed up so late with me last night. Okay. Jack nodded. Chloe stared at her husband for a while before slowly opening her mouth. Honey, why do you have a gun? Jack lifted his head slowly and looked at Chloe as he said, word for word, There's a lot of shootings in the United States, and the area I lived in wasn't that peaceful, and I was robbed by some people. Later, to protect myself, I bought a handgun, since it's legal to carry arms there. I got used to it and didn't feel safe when I came back to the country, so I asked Rick to get me one. Oh, Chloe nodded. Why, are you scared? No, I was worried that something would happen to you. I was a bit surprised, that's all. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Jack consoled her. Honey, you lived a hard life in the States, right? Chloe never asked how Jack was during his years studying abroad. She didn't dare to think about it because she knew that Jack wasn't a second-generation heir who only partied and had fun in the States. He lived there for 7 years without friends or family. He was probably extremely lonely. Jack probably understated things when he told her he was once robbed. However, Chloe had the feeling that it was a very unhappy memory. The truth was, Jack was only 20 years old when he first arrived in the United States. He was small and naive, so being bullied was unavoidable. Once, after night prep, he was robbed by a couple of men driving a pickup truck on his way home. To be honest, Jack was talented and was already a Taekwondo master in the country. However, none of that mattered there, because they had guns. Therefore, if you dared to challenge them, they could shoot you in the blink of an eye. Therefore, after beating him up, the men stole all his money. In the end, he had to choke back his pain, call the ambulance, and go to the hospital. Once he arrived at the hospital, the doctor told him that he broke 3 left ribs. He was alone in a foreign country, without his parents, or Chloe. That was how he lived those days. Later, he bought a gun at a black market and became even more indifferent. However, no one bullied him, ever again. Later, by chance, he accidentally saved the head of a mafia during a gang breakout. That man was Rick's older brother. Therefore, to this day, Rick's family still felt indebted to Jack. However, he never mentioned these unhappy, dark memories to Chloe. He didn't want her to worry or be sad for him. Chloe was a smart woman, so she could tell that Jack was just hiding his sadness. Honey, no one will bully you again. I'll protect you. Chloe looked at Jack and said, her voice breaking. Tears began falling out of Chloe's eyes again. Okay, from now on, you have to take care of me, Dr. Green. Jack smiled. Chloe, on the other hand, felt more heartbroken than ever. After breakfast, Jack drove Chloe to Southside before heading to work himself. After Chloe got to her office, her eyes felt dry, so she put some eye drops in them. That's when Cody walked into her office. He didn't even knock, basically appearing out of nowhere. Sister Chloe, you little brat, you scared me. Why didn't you knock? Chloe put down the eye drops in her hand and looked at Cody. I didn't want other people to know I'm here. The nurses here are really annoying. I'm scared that they will ask me for autographs or photos. Cody smiled. You didn't sleep well last night? Why are your eyes so red? Cody was shocked to see Chloe's red-shot rabbit eyes. Yeah, I had to take care of something back home last night. Hurry up and come. I'll take you to get a checkup. Then, she dragged Cody to the hepatic biliary and pancreatic department. Even though Southside initially started off as a recovery center, but with its gradual developments and the immense help of the Green Foundation, it gradually became a top-notch hospital that combined recovery and treatment into one, gaining more and more patients due to its fame. Director Richard paid more and more attention to Southside and often came over for meetings. Chloe thought that Cody's symptoms were a result of staying up late, exhaustion, or a bad digestive system, since he didn't eat on a regular schedule. However, she never expected that. Once she received the report from doctor of the hepatic biliary and pancreatic department, she felt her heart sink. Director, is this a misdiagnosis? How is this possible? Doctor, who was over 50 years old, immediately looked displeased. Chloe, what do you mean by that? I've got more than 30 years of clinical experience. I've been at my job for a very long time, and I have never misdiagnosed anyone. How could you not trust me? Chloe hurriedly explained herself upon realizing that she might have offended the doctor. I didn't mean it like that, doctor. Could it be that our machines are still new, so there are differences in the data? No. I've seen plenty of cases like his over these years. I'm sure of his diagnosis. But he is only 23 years old. Chloe found it hard to believe. You're a doctor yourself. You know that diseases have nothing to do with age. Kids around 10 years old can develop cerebral hemorrhages as well. How can you judge symptoms based on age? No, I just think this is too sudden. The crucial thing is that this person must be immediately hospitalized. If this is pushed back, then his life will be in danger. But Chloe's hands trembled as she held the report. She never imagined that Cody would have this kind of illness. Several pronounced words were written on the report, too striking to read. Mid to late stage primary biliary cirrhosis. Even though Chloe didn't know too much about this disease, she still knew what it was. This was a very serious disease that caused liver failure, and such patients mostly had a low appetite, obvious pain in the abdomen, along with a drop in weight. Some patients even had diarrhea. All in all, it was a terrifying disease. Plus, Cody was in the mid to late stage. What did that mean? It meant that patients must stay in the hospital because they needed to find a matching liver and undergo liver transplant surgery right away. This patient must have worked long-term on a high-intensity job and sustained great mental pressure as well, which damaged his immune system. Of the patients I dealt with in the past, most of them worked in tech or sales, the doctor analyzed. Doctor, if he wants to get treated now, then what are the options? What if he doesn't want to go through with the transplant surgery? There aren't any. It is written very clearly on the report. He is in mid to late stage. If he doesn't go through with a liver transplant, then he wouldn't live for very long. I saw in the X-ray that he has already lost 38% of his liver functions, so a transplant is unavoidable. Oh, right, he has Rh blood, which is hard to come across. I'm not sure if we'll be able to find a matching liver on such short notice. The doctor's words nearly made Chloe faint. Not only did Cody have to have surgery, but he also had Rh blood? My gosh, talking about rubbing salt into an injury. The liver transplant was already hard enough, because rarely anyone donated his or her liver. Corpse donations wouldn't work either. Only a living donor liver would achieve the best results. However, who on this earth would want to donate 38% of his or her liver? More so, Rh blood was extremely rare. All at once, Chloe felt like her heart had hit rock bottom. Chloe, is this person your relative? The doctor asked curiously. He is a very close brother of mine. Chloe was a bit choked up. I see. That really is unfortunate. Get him hospitalized as soon as possible, and it would be best if you contacted his relatives to do a blood sample to see if their blood type matches his. Okay, I'll arrange these things as soon as possible. After the doctor left, Cody walked out of the examination room 5 minutes later. Chloe immediately rolled the report into a ball and placed it into her pocket. Chloe, what did that doctor say? Nothing. He just said that you were suffering from indigestion, probably because you don't eat on a regular schedule. Seriously? Don't lie to me. Why would I? Chloe forcefully smiled. It couldn't be that I have cancer, right? Cody suddenly said. What the hell are you talking about? Chloe was a bit angry. Haha, I'm kidding. What are you so nervous about? Cody smiled. Don't joke around, and don't say such unlucky things. Chloe looked at him angrily. I got it, don't scold me. Cody smiled like a dork. Ever since he met Chloe, he smiled much more than he used to. Even his fans said that he was a lot brighter now. Do I need to take any medicine? Asked Cody. Not yet. You should head back first. I'll discuss it with Beth and see how we should adjust your schedule. Okay, I haven't eaten yet. Come, I'll treat you. Not this time. I still have work to do. Okay, then I'll treat you to a grand meal next time. Sounds good. Then Cody left Southside Recuperation Center with a mask and baseball cap. Chloe called Beth anxiously, and Beth's face was covered in tears by the time Chloe finished. Young madam, what should we do now? I'll get the company to give him some days off, and then try to convince him to stay at the hospital. We'll tell him about the truth after we find him a liver. Okay, please save him. I feel bad for that child. Beth was already overwhelmed with tears. I will. He's like a younger brother to me. After they ended the call, Chloe became more depressed than ever. RH blood? Why does he have to be RH blood? What a dilemma. Just then, she suddenly thought of someone and immediately put down her work and rushed upstairs. Inside the VIP room, Hannah was wiping Nico's face. Mrs. Hannah, Dr. Green. Hannah turned around. Come over for a second, hurry. Okay. Hannah placed down the towel in her hand, stood up, and walked out. Mrs. Hannah? What is your blood type? Blood type? I've never been tested before. I don't know. Hannah was startled. Come with me. As Chloe spoke, she pulled Hannah's hand and ran to the blood testing center before Hannah could speak. Please, find out what her blood type is, as quickly as possible. Okay, Dr. Green. The nurse immediately gave Hannah a blood test. What's wrong? Dr. Green, why did you want to get a sample of my blood all of a sudden? Hannah was completely confused. I'll tell you when the results come out. It's a long story. After the nurse drew Hannah's blood, Chloe asked her colleague to move faster. Shortly afterward, Hannah's blood type came out. Chloe took a look at the report and immediately went wild with joy. This is fantastic. You've got the same blood type. Thank goodness. What's going on? Hannah was extremely confused. You've got panda blood. You don't know that, right? What is panda blood? Hannah was flabbergasted by what Chloe said and had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Panda blood is slang for Rh negative blood, and it is called panda blood because it is very rare. Oh, I see. Hannah finally understood a little bit of what Chloe was talking about. Mrs. Hannah, Cody is sick and really, really needs your help. What is he sick with? Hannah was startled once again when she heard that Cody was sick. You wouldn't understand if I told you the scientific name, so I'll be straightforward. He is suffering from liver failure. It's very severe. If surgery isn't performed in time, then his life will be in danger. Huh? Hannah's face turned pale. Even though she never really cared for this son, she was still quite scared when she heard that he might die. He doesn't know that he's sick yet. I want him to be hospitalized as soon as possible. You're his mother, and the two of you share the same blood type, so I wanted to ask you if you could help Cody. How can I help? Hannah couldn't quite respond all at once. Donate your liver. Donate 38% of your liver. Because you're his direct relative and share the same blood type as him, there is a very big chance that his body won't reject your liver. Once successful, he will be back to normal. Or else, he won't be able to live for more than 3 years. Liver donation. This was a bit unexpected for Hannah. She was only a normal woman without much education, so she found it a bit hard to accept such a dramatic thing at once. Hannah wasn't as close with him as she was with Nico, so this time she hesitated. Don't worry, Mrs. Hannah. Your life won't be in danger even if you donate your liver. There might be some side effects later on, but it won't affect your life. I know you're worried that no one else will be able to take care of Nico. Dr. Green, this is all too sudden. Let me think about it. Okay, I don't want to trouble you, so think about it. Chloe didn't say anything else when Hannah told her that she had to think about it. Chloe felt awful for the rest of the day. So when she got off work and headed home, she was unintentionally absent-minded when she was driving. Amelia's issue still wasn't solved yet, and Cody was now sick. She didn't know Cody for very long, but he had been so loyal to her. Chloe liked him very much, and even though she didn't spoil him as much as she did with Thomas, she truly felt very bad for him. He was born into a tragic family, and also suffered from severe depression. The green light suddenly turned red at an intersection. Chloe didn't notice it at all, and she directly crossed the intersection. Then, she crashed into a black Mazda 6 that drove in from the side. Bang! Luckily, it wasn't very serious and was only a light collision. However, the man that got off from the Mazda 6 didn't have any of it, and he cursed at Chloe. Are you blind? Didn't you see the red light? Damn, don't think you can be arrogant just because you're rich. You think you're all that? Driving an Audi R8? Do you even have a driver license? Did you buy your driver license with money? It's truly a miracle that you're still alive now, driving around like that. The middle-aged man who got off from the Mazda 6 spoke very rudely, and he violently cursed at Chloe. Chloe didn't even fully realize what had happened, because she was still wondering if Hannah would save Cody. Just then, a flashy red Ferrari stopped, and Justin got stepped out of it. "What is it?" "This blind woman ran into my car," the middle-aged man complained. "She'll just pay you for running into your car. Is it necessary to curse at her?" Justin stared at the middle-aged man. "I'll curse if I want to. What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are?" The middle-aged man didn't seem to notice that Justin was the owner of the Ferrari. Justin only smiled at how unreasonable he was. Justin didn't say anything as he got back into his car, stepped on the gas pedal, and ran into the man's Mazda 6, which was parked in the middle of the road. With a bang, the two cars crashed. The front of the Ferrari was damaged, but the Mazda 6 was basically destroyed. It was an incredibly brutal scene. How dare you run into my car? Just you watch how I take care of you once the traffic police come. We don't have to wait for the traffic police. Even the newest version of your car cost more than $200,000. I'll give you $300,000 so you can get a new car. The addition $100,000 is for you to immediately apologize to my friend. Apologize? Are you kidding me? She ran into me. You have 10 seconds to decide. If you don't apologize, then I swear that you won't get a single cent. Justin didn't look like he was joking. Every single traffic police officer in the city knew who young Master Cooper was. Even if they came, they would still say that it was this man's fault. This man wasn't dumb either, and when he saw that this kid was the owner of the Ferrari, he knew that Justin wasn't someone he could offend. So he immediately looked at Chloe and said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have cursed at you just now. I was too agitated." Chloe was a bit speechless, only because she was shocked to see Justin here. After the man apologized, Justin told out a platinum business card and tossed it at that man's face. "Go to this place tomorrow and find the finance department. Pick up $300,000 and remember to bring your own box. We only pay cash." The middle-aged man took the business card, and his hair stood up in fear when he saw the name printed onto it. Justin. These two words wielded a godlike existence in this city. "No, it's really okay. I don't want the money anymore." The middle-aged man turned around and ran away before Justin could say anything, as if he was scared that he would offend an important figure. "Are you okay?" Justin asked Chloe with care as he turned around to look at her. Chloe nodded her head. "You usually don't drive like this. Why were you distracted today?" "I had something on my mind and was too concentrated. This is too dangerous. It's a small thing if you run into someone else, but it would be terrible if you hurt yourself. Luckily, it was only a Mazda today. I can't imagine if it was a truck." Justin was scared by the afterthought. After he got off work, he drove by this road on his way back to his family's mansion and didn't expect to see a traffic accident here. When he drove by, he saw the Audi R8's license plate and knew it was Chloe. So he immediately parked and stepped out. "Yes, I know. About earlier. Thank you." Chloe earnestly thanked Justin. "What are you thanking me for? Hurry back home. Drive safe." "Okay." Chloe turned around and got into her car. Then she drove away. The traffic police didn't dare to approach them when they saw that Mr. Cooper was here, and only told the crowd to disperse. It was already 6 p.m. when Justin arrived at home. "Grandpa, you're finally back. I've missed you so much." Justin saw Grandpa Cooper drinking tea on the sofa while watching the news. He immediately rushed forward and hugged his grandpa lovingly. "You little brat. If I didn't call you, you wouldn't even come back home, would you?" Grandpa Cooper might have scolded him, but his eyes filled with spoiling adoration as he looked at his grandson. "That's a lie. I've been back several times lately. Neither you nor Dad was home, which was all the more reason for me to come back to accompany my mom. Since when have you been so obedient?" Clearly, his grandpa didn't believe him. However, Mrs. Cooper smiled and said as she walked down the stairs, "Dad, Justin is telling the truth. He came back the other day and asked me to make him egg-fried rice." "At least you have a conscience." His grandpa was clearly very happy. "Ma'am, dinner is ready," the maid carefully said. "I'll get your dad. Sit down with your grandpa first." Then, Justin's grandpa stood up. He may be old, but he was a very strong man. He walked up to the alcohol cabinet and took out a bottle of wine. "Kid, have some with me?" "Sure. If you're willing, of course I'm willing." Justin loved his grandpa and was very skilled at making him happy. They uncorked the bottle of wine just as Mr. and Mrs. Cooper came downstairs as well. "Dad, you're back?" Mr. Cooper was a serious man, and because he managed the biggest private bank in the country, he was often away for work. He traveled all over the country and dealt with various provincial officials, so he was quite conservative in his character. There were 10 or so aromatic dishes on the table. The family of 4 sat down, and the atmosphere was very lively. "Justin, have you been dating lately?" asked Grandpa Cooper. "Nope. Tell me the truth." Grandpa Cooper clearly didn't believe him. "I really haven't, Grandpa," Justin replied as he picked up a bite of food and ate. "But the news and newspapers have been saying that you were in a relationship with that popular female celebrity under your label," Grandpa Cooper said in all seriousness. "Pish, Grandpa, you're a military commander. Why are you following entertainment news?" "I must be drunk." "What do you mean by drunk? We haven't even started drinking yet. Why would you be drunk? You only know how to talk gibberish." His grandpa clearly didn't know about popular slangs, so he misunderstood what Justin meant. "Dad, when he said drunk, he didn't mean that he was actually drunk. It means that he is speechless," Mr. Cooper explained. Justin immediately gave his father a thumbs up. "See, my dad is clearly brighter." Justin, we're trying to be serious with you. You're nearly 30 years old, but you're still so silly every day," Mr. Cooper scolded. Justin laughed. Mrs. Cooper immediately helped Justin out. "You just got back. Shouldn't scold your son. He is very busy with work lately." "Half of the reason why Justin turned out like this is that of how much you've spoiled him." Mr. Cooper blamed his wife. "Why are you blaming me? Isn't he your son? You say it as if you don't spoil him." "Whoa, okay. It's hard for all of us to get together, so let's not talk about these unhappy things." "Then tell me, when are you going to find me a granddaughter-in-law? What's the hurry? I'm doing well right now. What if I find an irrational and moody woman who manages to piss you off too?" Justin asked on purpose. "I'd be happy even if I died of anger that way. I'm very old, and I'm in a hurry to hold my great-grandson. That's easy. I'll just get a test tube baby later." "Don't be silly. Eat," Mr. Cooper scolded him again. Before Chloe even arrived home, she received a call from Thomas. "Sis, something happened. What is it?" Chloe's heart plopped. "Amelia. She jumped off a building." Thomas wailed out in tears after he spoke. Chloe fiercely stepped on her brakes and parked her car off to the side of the road. She panted in and out heavily and then hurriedly turned her car around, heading straight to the first hospital. When she arrived, Amelia's body was already covered with a white cloth and was being pushed towards the mortuary. Amelia's family was overwhelmed with tears, the entire hallway filled with grief and tears. How did this happen? Chloe was a bit dumbfounded. Half an hour or so ago, She said that she wanted vegetable congee, so I went out to buy her some. But then Then, Thomas burst out in tears again. The nurses at the hospital told Chloe that Amelia sent Thomas and her family half an hour ago with an excuse. Then, she jumped off from the 6th floor head, first into the ground. She was clearly determined to die. The doctors rushed her to the emergency room, and after attempting to resuscitate her for 20 minutes or so, They declared her brain dead. The truth was, Chloe wasn't completely shocked by Amelia's decision to end her life. Jack called Chloe before she got off work. The scumbags had already confessed to Noah that ever since that party, that a whole, Isaac, had been bothering and harassing Amelia. He even took a bunch of nude photos of her and forced her to have sex with him. She was also beaten brutally and forced. But since she was cowardly, she endured all of it. However, after he drugged Amelia that day, of the 6 people there, 3 of them had sex with Amelia consecutively. Amelia didn't remember any of it when she initially woke up, but later, her memories gradually came back. Then, mentally unstable, she kept showering and mumbling to herself. Later, while Thomas was out, she couldn't take it anymore and decided to jump off the building. Perhaps at that moment, death was the truest and only salvation for her. Chloe leaned against the wall in the hallway, feeling her heart sink bit by bit. It was as if that girl that loved to smile was still in front of Chloe. As she gossiped, "Senior sister, you graduated from second high as well. Do you know that dream prince, Jack? Such a lovely girl sank into the influence of depravity during her best years, just because she met a scumbag." Tears slowly ran down Chloe's face. Then, she and Thomas fell into each other's arms in the hallway, and the siblings cried out in agony. "Sis, I'm so miserable. My heart is in so much pain that I think I'm about to die," Thomas said with difficulty as he pointed to his chest. Amelia was the first and only girl he ever loved. But she died, right in front of him. It was already a bit past 7 when Jack arrived at the hospital. He picked up Chloe and Thomas and drove them back to Sky Blessing Court. After Sandra found out about what happened, she was dumbstruck as well. The entire family fell silent. "Honey, how did the police deal with those scumbags?" Chloe suddenly hated those scumbags more than anything. "They found plenty of meths. It's enough for a death sentence. Don't worry," Jack slowly said. Chloe nodded but didn't say anything. "Sis, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to head upstairs first. Thomas." Chloe stood up very nervously. "Sis, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I won't take it too hard. I still have to take care of you and Mom. I just need to be alone for a while." "Okay. You have to keep it together. You have to live like a man." Chloe knew that it was a very painful thing for the 19-year-old Thomas to lose the love of his life. She was really scared that he wouldn't be able to keep it together. Thomas nodded, and Sandra wiped away her tears as she said, "Amelia was such a sweet child. What was she doing with those people? She even kept it a secret from us and didn't ask for help. What a pity. She was only 21 years old. I always thought that she would become my daughter-in-law. Mom, the dead can't come back to life. Don't be so sad. Please take care of Thomas." "I will. You guys should head home. You've got bags under your eyes. You haven't been sleeping well these past few days, have you?" Sandra looked at Chloe with heartache. As Jack was helping Chloe into his car, he suddenly asked her, "Honey, did you have a car accident today?" "I did. Are you okay?" "I'm fine, but my car was scratched." "That's fine. You can get it fixed at the shop." "After the accident today, I happened to run into Justin, and he helped me," Chloe voluntarily said. "Okay." Jack nodded. He was very comforted because Chloe was honest with him. "Honey?" "Yes? I know that you're upset, but we need to let go." "I know. I'm upset, but I'll be fine. I'm scared for Thomas. I actually think that Thomas might become more mature after what happened. You shouldn't worry so much." It was already 10 p.m. when the 2 of them returned home. Chloe's stomach grumbled from hunger. Even though she insisted that she didn't have an appetite, Jack still made her a bowl of ramen. Then he coaxed her into having a bit. After Chloe finished eating, she crawled into Jack's arms with a dull expression on her face. "Honey, if I die one day, will you miss me?" "I won't. How heartless are you?" Chloe raised her head, clearly upset by his answer. Jack looked into Chloe's eyes deeply and quietly said, "I'll live as long as you live, and I'll die as soon as you die." After hearing what Jack said, Chloe was once again dumbstruck, her hands tightly wrapped around Jack's waist. She suddenly felt like the parting at life and death was too horrific, and it might be just around the corner. A life might wither instantly, and they would be forever separated. At 11 p.m., Thomas posted an update in his Snap friend circle. He posted a candlelight prayer photo, along with the following: "In life, everything else is trivial compared to life and death. I wish that you won't be in pain ever again, and I hope that you will forget everything that you don't want to remember." Heartbroken, Chloe sent him a message. "Thomas, she won't be in pain anymore in heaven. I'm truly sorry for your loss. Sis, I suddenly came up with an idea. I don't know if you'll agree to it or not," replied Thomas. "What? I want to study abroad. I want to leave this city for a bit, or else I think that I will die from heartache." Thomas felt like Amelia's shadow was in every corner of this city, so he was very saddened. "When? Now? Now?" Chloe hesitated. "Sis, I want to go now. I want to leave immediately." "Thomas." Chloe suddenly felt terrible, but she didn't know what to say to her brother. Everyone understood the bigger picture, but they wouldn't feel better just because they were consoled. After all, his recent experience was painful and unbearable. Amelia's death was a heavy emotional burden on Thomas. He was still only 19 years old, no matter how strong he might appear to be. This was also why Chloe didn't want Thomas to hurry into an immature relationship. Initially, he fell in love too hard and thought of everything too optimistically. He hadn't seen through all the darkness and the sorrows in life, along with the pain and despair that came with it. "Sis, I really can't take the pain anymore. I feel like I'm about to die." Chloe didn't reply to him. "Sis, let me go. I swear that in a year or two, or in 3 or 5 years, time will heal all wounds, but I really need to leave right now. Mom and I will miss you very much. I know, but I won't be gone forever. I only want to study abroad, like what my brother-in-law did back then. Is there a country you want to go to?" Chloe finally began to compromise. "It doesn't matter, as long as it's not here. The quicker, the better." "Fine, I'll discuss it with your brother-in-law." Chloe's heart sunk heavily as she logged out of Snap. She looked at Jack, who was reading beside her. "Honey, Thomas wants to go abroad." "Good idea. He should." Jack was very calm. "But I'll miss him so much. Boys should go out and experience things. You can't protect him for his whole life. There are so many things in life that you can't help him with. Like a bird. One day, he has to grow up and leave his nest. Just like me, he'll become a man with responsibilities, a husband to a woman, and a mighty father of his children. So, there really isn't anything you shouldn't be able to let go of. I think it's a great idea for him to go out and see the world." Jack put down the book in his hand as he quietly comforted Chloe. "Then, where do you think he should go?" "I've never been abroad, and I don't know where to go. This happened so suddenly." Thomas's idea came too suddenly, and Chloe wasn't even prepared for it, so she was still in quite a mess. She asked for Jack's help. "Singapore or New Zealand? Didn't you say that America and Europe were more developed?" Chloe was a bit doubtful. Europe and America are more developed, but not as safe. Thomas's personality is better suited to safer and happier countries. Both Singapore and New Zealand are famously known for their safety, and I know that he will enjoy highly civilized places with beautiful sceneries. Sounds good. Then I'll help him arrange the documents to go abroad at work tomorrow. Chloe nodded exhaustedly. "Does Auntie know?" "Not yet. I'll tell my mom when it's a done deal." "Sure. When does he want to leave?" Chloe sighed and said very quietly, "He said the faster, the better. Best if it was now." "Okay, I got it." Then the married couple fell asleep in each other's arms. Luckily, Jack was around, so Chloe didn't have to run around for a lot of things, making her life much easier. She felt that it was definitely better to share the burden of sorrow to people than to deal with it herself. She was very grateful that Jack was by her side at this very moment. When Chloe went to work the next day, Beth forcefully admitted Cody to the hospital. Chloe and Cody spoke as they walked together. "Sister Chloe, Sister Beth is overreacting. I have digestion problems. Why do I need to be hospitalized? Why do I have to stop working? It's crazy. Hurry up and tell her that." "You're not so busy lately anyways, so it's fine if you stay in the hospital and rest for a while. Just treat it like a vacation." Are you kidding me? Why are you taking her side? Sister Chloe? Are you guys hiding something from me?" Cody followed by Chloe, protesting fiercely about his hospitalization. Just then, as they turned the corner, they ran into Hannah, who was on her way back from buying fruit for Nico. She wore an old red shirt and a pair of torn black pants as she carefully carried a few apples in her hand. "Why are you here?" Cody's expression froze upon seeing Hannah. Hannah was surprised as well. She wasn't prepared for this at all. She looked at Cody, her expression seeming very indecisive. Hannah looked at Cody, and then over at Chloe. Then she lowered her head and left without a word. "Why is she here?" Cody frowned, obviously still upset about everything that happened in the past, and reacting quite dramatically to Hannah's appearance. "Who is she?" Chloe pretended not to know, since she didn't plan for Cody to find out everything yet. "She is that heartless woman that abandoned me." Haha, what a joke. Why would she be here? Does this mean that something else happened to that precious son of hers? Cody coldly said. "Just let it go. Don't worry about others yet. Just take care of yourself first. Stay here for now. Southside's not bad. I've arranged a VIP room for you on the top floor, but there is one thing. You can't go downstairs, because your presence will start a riot." "Whoa, whoa, Sister Chloe!" Chloe ignored him, no matter how much Cody protested. In the end, she forcefully admitted him to a VIP room on the top floor. She arranged a nurse for him, along with a doctor. Everyone kept Cody's hospitalization a secret because of his special identity. Cody had no choice but to behave and follow Chloe's orders. But he didn't know what he was sick with. He still remained fairly optimistic. He watched TV every day, listened to music, and browsed the internet, but he wasn't allowed to freely walk downstairs. Beth quietly pulled Chloe aside and warned her, "Young madam, Cody's been admitted into the hospital, so we must perform the surgery soon. If he doesn't appear in the public eyes after a while, his fans will go into chaos. By then, media outlets and the public will all turn their attention onto this matter. Once they find out that he is in the hospital, I can't imagine the consequences. I know, I'm very worried as well, but we still haven't found a matching liver yet. Let me think about the options." "Okay, I'll wait for your update." Chloe's heart sunk as she left the room. Hannah still hadn't decided yet, and Chloe didn't want to push her into making a decision. Cody's life was now in the hands of the woman who once abandoned him. If Hannah disagreed, then Chloe wouldn't be able to do anything about it. In that case, she would have to start looking for a matching liver elsewhere. If she did, Cody would be able to undergo surgery. Chloe felt like she had been very unlucky lately. Everything that had happened lately had been bad, whether it was Thomas and Amelia or Nico and Cody. These things all made her feel terrible. She received another call from the Green Corporation when she got off work. The call was made by Andrew's secretary, who asked her to head back for a board of directors meeting. Chloe grew frustrated, wanting to refuse attendance, but she remembered that Andrew said he was going to make his move. She would feel bad if she messed up his plans, so she forced herself to drive straight to the Green Corporation. Green Corporation headquarters. Chloe was a very punctual person, so she usually arrived 5 minutes earlier. Andrew, Bruni, and the others hadn't arrived yet when she entered the meeting room. There were only a few of board of directors, who greeted her politely upon seeing her. Of course, this wasn't because she was one of the heiresses of the Green Corporation. Rather, it was because she was now Jack's wife. This was the crucial factor, and people were all superficial snobs. "Chloe, you're here early," Timothy greeted Chloe as he walked in. Chloe slightly nodded. Then, Evelyn and Brenny also walked in behind Timothy. Later, in followed Liam. His eyes filled with hints of terror when he saw Chloe. He hid very far away from her and sat down right next to Brenny without saying anything. Andrew walked in with his gorgeous secretary at 6:15 p.m. He wore a chocolate-colored casual suit and no longer had on his usual smile, as if something bad had happened. Gentleness flashed past his eyes when he saw Chloe, but the others weren't able to tell. "President Green, we can begin now." The female secretary reminded him quietly. Andrew looked all around. "Is everyone here?" "Yes," replied the female secretary. "Okay, then we'll begin. The focus of our meeting today is to discuss my dear brother, Mr. Liam's neglection of duties on the construction project he managed this time. Liam, tell everyone about it." Andrew slapped the documents onto the table after he spoke. Then, he leaned back on his chair, seemingly very impatient. Liam was a bit nervous, as if he wasn't brave enough to speak. "Liam, what happened?" Evelyn asked as she looked at her son with bits of panic. "Each and every one of you has a set of detailed documents before you. If Vice President Green is too embarrassed to tell us himself, then you can all take a look and judge for yourself." After Andrew spoke, Chloe held up the documents in front of her, slowly opened it, and after she took a look, she immediately gained a basic understanding of the situation. This project was enacted no more than 2 months ago, and the Green Corporation had already invested nearly $700 million. But Andrew recently found out that only around $300 million was actually used on the project, which meant that $400 million disappeared out of the blue. The accounts were very messy, indicating that someone had messed around with the books. Chloe kept her composure after reading it and didn't say anything. Timothy picked up the documents and took a look. Then his expressions gradually became grim. "Liam, what is this?" Timothy asked sternly. "Dad, this has nothing to do with me. I really don't know. I didn't take a cent, and I don't know where the money went either. Could it be that you never invested that much into the project from the beginning?" Liam hurriedly tried to push blame away from himself. "Damn it." Timothy forcefully slapped the documents onto the table. "I signed all the financial audits back then. How could I not know how much money went into the project?" Timothy was infuriated by his son's excuses. "Don't be mad just yet. Let's talk about it after we find out what really happened." Liam wouldn't dare to do such a stupid thing. Evelyn felt bad for her son and was biased, so she immediately consoled Timothy. "Yeah, Dad, don't be mad just yet. It's possible that my brother was tricked by someone. After all, there are a lot of people in our company with wild ambitions, so we might have wrongly accused my brother." After Brenny spoke, she looked at Andrew, not far away, with hostility. Andrew sneered and didn't even bother speaking. "You've taken over this project for quite some time now, so you should be the one to talk about it. Where did this amount of money end up? Could it have grown wings and flown away?" Andrew looked at Liam and snickered. "How would I know? I'm not the only one working on this project. So many people work with me, and there are at least 50 or even 100 people who had their hands on this money, so it's perfectly normal for it to disappear. Bro, you should check the leeches working under me, and not me." Liam attempted to shift all of the blame onto a scapegoat. Evelyn immediately followed. "That's right. There have always been account issues with our construction projects, so this is inevitable. After all, pests are hard to get rid of, and Liam shouldn't be blamed for this. It's true that this happens every time, but after I took over Dad's responsibilities, I've managed to keep the account difference within $5 million. This time, Mr. Liam's project is missing $400 million. I have to ask about it, even if I don't want to. What do you think, Dad? $400 million is far too much. We must investigate into this. We can't just let this go." Timothy wasn't dumb either. And he knew that the Green Corporation wasn't as wealthy as Imperial Star or GK. They still cared about a few $100 million. But Timothy felt like a piece of his flesh had been sliced off upon hearing that $400 million disappeared out of the blue. He wouldn't let this go just because it was his youngest son. And he also instinctively felt like this incident had nothing to do with Liam. Then search however you like. I didn't take any of it. Liam didn't seem to care at all. He arrogantly thought that no matter how powerful Andrew was, the latter wouldn't be able to touch him, as long as his father, mother, and sister protected him. However, he was wrong. Andrew chose not to attack Liam, not because he was worried about other people. Instead, he just never found the right opportunity. Chloe, what do you think about this? Andrew's glance finally landed on Chloe. As he said so, everyone's gaze landed on Chloe. Chloe wore a mature-looking dark blue coat. Her hair dropped down to her shoulders, and she looked like a Korean socialite. Compared to Brenny's big floral dress, she truly looked more low-key luxurious. The board of directors was formed so that everyone could discuss major matters and make decisions together. But in the end, we all want what's best for the company. Since we've uncovered corruption, of course, we need to investigate this thoroughly and hold whoever behind this accountable. Just as Chloe finished speaking, the other members of the board of directors nodded in agreement. Miss Green is right. We all feel the same way. Very well. If that's the case, then I really do think that we should do a thorough investigation. What you do think, Dad? Andrew looked at Timothy again after he spoke. Yes, since everyone feels the same way, then we should investigate this and discuss it after we've found the cause. Timothy thought that this was only the beginning since the investigation would take several days. However, to his surprise, Andrew didn't plan on ending the meeting. He turned around and spoke to his female secretary. Give everyone the second set of documents. Yes, President Green. The female secretary stood up and once again passed around the documents in her hands to all of the board of directors. Upon receiving it, Chloe quickly it read through, her expression remaining as calm as ever. She knew that it was only a matter of time before Andrew completely ruined Liam. Of course, both Evelyn and Timothy's expressions changed after they read the second set of documents. Andrew, is this some mistake? Yeah, Liam would never do anything like this. Somebody must have set him up. Evelyn hurriedly made excuses for Liam. Calm down. Let me finish. When I was investigating in this matter, I thought from all angles, and therefore will not suspect anyone only based on one or two pieces of evidence. The truth is, Liam didn't take $400 million. He only took a portion of that money. After Andrew spoke, he opened up the second set of documents before him and read, 2 weeks ago, Mr. Liam bought a white jade bodhisattva at the Lanyu auction. Then, he gifted it to his female companion for that night, Ms. Chloe, who works under Imperial Star. There are media reports about this and a video recording of the scene to prove the validity of this information. Then, last Tuesday, Mr. Liam treated his friends to a night of fun at Sky Universe, squandering $1.2 million. This is understandable. It's only $1 million or so, which isn't much. But here's the important part. Last Friday, he flew to Las Vegas with a bunch of wealthy heirs and lost $48 million after one night of gambling. Then, he spent another $1.2 million to spend the night with a Russian celebrity. These spendings have totaled up to over $60 million. The entire conference room went into an uproar after Andrew spoke. Liam, did this really happen? Timothy frowned at his youngest son angrily. Dad, Before he could even try to explain himself, Andrew then added, we can find and track entry and exit records, as well as border control in Las Vegas. Of course, he didn't pay for his nights on the town with his own credit card. Instead, our corporation's finance department transferred these funds into a mule account, which was then transferred into his account. This is a classic hacker move, even though it's very difficult to track, but I do apologize. I have a friend who is a top-notch hacker, and he figured out where the money went. So Liam, my dear little brother, I have some questions for you. It's fine for you to spend $60 million, but where did you hide the rest of the $300 million or so? Give it up and I'll forgive you. No, I didn't! Liam kept shaking his head. How dare you deny it, Liam? How dare you? Never in Timothy's dreams would he have thought that his son would do anything like this. Buying presents for female celebrities, having sex with foreign stars, spending hundreds of millions at the casino. Timothy had never been so lavish throughout his entire life, not even to Evelyn, whom he loved dearly. Dad, don't listen to their nonsense. I did spend the $60 million, but I didn't pocket the other $300 million. I really didn't. I don't know where the money is either. Flustered, Liam forgot to think before blurting this out. Chloe immediately asked, So you admit that you took the $60 million? All the board members looked at Andrew with resentment and disdain. Evelyn's expression was as grim as can be. She reminded him, Liam, think before you speak. Don't talk nonsense. Liam could no longer endure the pressure. He fell down to his knees, right in front of Timothy. Dad, I'm sorry, I really did spend that money, but I only took $60 million. My friends pressured me into it. I didn't used to be like that. I'm sorry, but I really had no idea where the $300 million went. I really don't. I didn't do anything. Do you think anyone will believe what you say anymore? My little brother, a fault confessed is half redressed. If you surrender the $300 million now, we can still forgive you. Andrew smiled gently. At this moment, Chloe was certain that Liam did not know where the $300 million went. This time, Andrew played him well. You little crap, tell us where you hid rest of the money and hand it over. Timothy kicked Liam. Evelyn was heartbroken, and she immediately ran up to hold Liam. Liam, tell me what happened. How can you be so silly? Mom, I really don't know where the $300 million went. I only took $60 million. I was tricked. They said that the hackers transferred the funds to a Swiss bank account, and no one could track them down. I didn't know that this would happen. I know it was my fault. Little brother, don't be scared. I told you. The Green family can compensate for the $60 million. We'll just pretend that was your pocket money. But you cannot be forgiven for moving the $400 million in construction funds. Do you have any idea how much money that is? Indeed, the Green family didn't have hundreds of millions lying around for them to spend. Therefore, compared to Justin, Andrew barely spent any money, let alone squander everything he had. His car was no more than a Maserati, worth a little over $2 million, unlike Justin and the others, who owned countless Ferraris. A family money-squandering scoundrel like Liam might be able to get away with spending millions, or even tens of millions. However, pocketing $400 million in construction funds was indeed a big problem. Timothy, I think Liam's a little overwhelmed. Why don't we talk about this at home? Evelyn was unwilling to put any more pressure on Liam, so she suggested that they go home. However, Andrew was not about to allow for that to happen. He smiled. Director Evelyn, how can you be so silly? This is a public matter. Why would we discuss it at home? There are dozens of board members here. If he doesn't provide us with an explanation, how are we supposed to convince others? Have you considered what it would do to my father's or my reputation? What about the integrity of the Green Corporation? Andrew's words were indeed aggressive. Chloe could tell that he had meticulously planned out everything, planning to completely overthrow that idiot Liam. Liam, hurry up and tell us where the money went. Even Brenny began believing that Liam pocketed the money. Evelyn immediately slapped Brenny on the face. What are you bullshitting about? Didn't you hear your brother say that he didn't know where that money went? Why would you add to the mess? Brenny covered her swollen cheek, afraid to utter another word. Chloe, on the other hand, didn't say anything. What about you, Chloe? What do you think? Do you believe Liam? Andrew smiled as he asked Chloe. Chloe replied word for word. I never believe in anyone, and rely solely on the truth. I see on this document that all the funds were transferred after Mr. Liam signed. If we compare these signatures, we would be able to determine if he signed them or if they were forged. Perfect! Andrew then clapped and then turned around to his assistant. Here, bring us the third set of documents. Evelyn's heart sank upon hearing that there was a third set of documents, because this time it was obvious that Andrew came prepared. When everyone saw the third set of documents, they immediately understood what happened. No matter how powerful hackers were, they still didn't have the ability to transfer funds directly out of the finance department. Only after the corporation representative agreed to transfer funds would the finance department be able to do so. Then, hackers would take the opportunity to snatch the money along the way and transfer it into a shell account before finally withdrawing it. Truth be told, this wasn't a smart move. Under what circumstances did Liam sign those papers? Liam was dumbfounded as well. He remembered that he was fooling around with one of the female assistants at the corporation one day. The two of them later discussed this, and because that female assistant had been working at the corporation for a while, she knew about these things. Liam had been thinking of ways to show his rich friends that he was a generous man, since they kept making fun of him for being stingy. However, he never thought that something like this would happen. He didn't think that $60 million was a lot. At most, his mother could fill in the hole for him. However, to his surprise, Andrew made him take responsibility for the other $300 or so million that disappeared as well. He couldn't even defend himself. Dad, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I shouldn't have listened to my personal assistant. It was her idea. Timothy looked at him icily. Oh, she's Liam's personal assistant, who had been working for the corporation for 3 years. She's quite talented but resigned 3 days ago. I checked, and she already left the country. We don't know what happened, but I think she ran away. Ridiculous. Liam, how dare you? Timothy's heart almost exploded upon hearing that his son and a female assistant worked together to dupe the corporation out of such a large amount of money. The latter even ran away. Liam, how can you be so stupid? Why didn't you discuss it with me first? Evelyn was both angry and hateful that her son was tricked, but she couldn't voice those emotions. Little brother, $60 million isn't a lot, but the total amount of $400 million is. It's not just our money. A part of it is the shareholders. If you don't fill in the void and someone blows this up to the public, you might have to face charges and jail time. Think about it. You are still young. Andrew kept scaring Liam in an attempt to make him break down mentally. Indeed, Liam was a chicken who couldn't withstand threats like that. Mom, it's all my fault. Please help me. I did spend $60 million. You must have saved up quite a lot of side money over the years. Can you pay them for me? I don't want to go to jail. Nonsense. What do you think you're saying? Evelyn's face almost turned green. No one, aside from Brenny and Liam, knew about the fact that she had been saving money on the side, not even Timothy. She was beyond embarrassed upon seeing her secret revealed, just like that. Timothy looked at Evelyn with a complicated expression on his face. He seemed to be disappointed with her. Timothy, don't listen to this kid. He's agitated and is talking nonsense. Why would I have money on the side? Evelyn explained. So, what now? Liam, do you want to tell us where the money went, or go to jail? Andrew continued pushing Liam into a corner. Chloe looked at everything indifferently. Timothy's fury, Evelyn's derangement, Brenny's confusion, and Liam's begging. She suddenly thought of a phrase, "What goes around comes around." Back then, the Green family was arrogant as could be. Because Evelyn successfully became a part of their family, she constantly ridiculed and insulted her mother in front of media outlets. Liam and Brenny were born with superiority complexes, and they thought of themselves as priceless, while Chloe was just a lowly weed in comparison. Today, they finally fell, deep and hard. Of course, this was all thanks to Andrew's meticulous planning. Chloe guessed right. She knew that Liam's appointment of vice presidency was nothing but Andrew's trap. Kudos to Timothy for assuming that his young son was mature and experienced enough to wield that much power. His old age had, obviously, slowed down his brain. I didn't take $400 million. I told you already. I only took $60 million. Why won't any of you believe me? Liam stood up, pointed at everyone in the room, and began to throw a tantrum. It seemed that he had completely lost his cool. Son, don't get agitated. Let's talk this out. Evelyn was heartbroken for her son. Why would you guys force me like that, huh? Why are you all forcing me? I didn't take too much. I only spent $60 million. I'm the young master of the Green family. So what if I spent some money? In the past, Dad kept telling me not to waste money, so he wouldn't give me any. When I hung out with my friends, they were always laughing at me for being stingy. I've had enough of it. If you want to sue me, then sue me. Let me rot in jail. Life like this isn't worth living anyway. I don't feel like a man, so you might as well let me die. Oh, and you, Andrew. I know you don't like me. You and Chloe both hate me and want to see me fail. Great. Call the cops. I don't care anymore. Haha, really. I'm not scared of you anymore. Liam's eyes were bloodshot as he yelled emotionally. It seemed like he was just sending the helve after the hatchet now. Okay. If that's what this situation has come to, then I'll have to call my friends at the Procuratorate. You may be my brother, but business is business. Then, Andrew took out his phone and began dialing. Evelyn immediately stopped him. President Green, please don't call yet. Director, please don't make my life harder. As the president of the Green Corporation, I can't play favorites. I have to be accountable towards the company. Please don't call. I will pay that money in lieu of Liam, Evelyn said, tears swimming in her eyes. It's $400 million, not $40 million. Are you sure, Director Evelyn? Andrew smiled. I'll find a way. Give me 3 days, Evelyn said with much difficulty. Chloe had never seen Evelyn like this. It seemed that no matter how evil a woman was, she would still do anything for and give anything to her child. Although providing $400 million at a time like this will help Liam out of trouble, she will lose Timothy's trust. After all, keeping money on the side was a cardinal sin between married couples. Plus, $400 million wasn't a small amount. Once she gave this money to the company, she probably wouldn't have any savings left over. Andrew was sure ruthless, forcing them to give up the rook in order to save the king. It was one of the most brutal moves in chess. He forced Evelyn into protecting her son, basically bleeding herself out. In addition, she lost Timothy's trust. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. His goal wasn't to put Liam in jail. His ultimate target was actually Evelyn, if that's the case. Fine, I'm a reasonable man. I hope Director Evelyn is a woman of her words. $400 million in 3 days, okay? Andrew said slowly. I'll keep my promise. Mom, where do we get $400 million? Are you crazy? Why would you agree to that? Brenny lost her cool. She knew how much savings her mother had, so she became anxious for her. $400 million was an impossible figure. Shut up. Evelyn coldly glanced at Brenny. Timothy looked at Evelyn with a complicated expression filled with disappointment and distrust. Liam calmed down immediately upon hearing that his mother would help him out. Mom, why would you agree to pay $400 million? I only spent $60 million. Liam was still struggling over the amount. Let's talk about it at home. Evelyn took a deep breath in and stood up to leave. Let's call it a day. I will make sure to resolve this incident in 3 days. Then, Andrew ended the meeting. Timothy, Evelyn, Brenny, and Liam left the company in a hurry. Chloe also headed downstairs. Chloe, what do you want? Chloe turned around. Are you happy today? Kind of. Haha. I knew you would enjoy the show. What do you think of my plan? Pretty ruthless, Chloe commented. Not being ruthless to the enemies is the equivalence of being ruthless to myself. Fine. Everything you say makes sense, You got Liam to take the blame for everything. Haha. Do you want to know where the rest of the 300 million or so went? Nope. Tsk, tsk. You sure don't save face for me? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come on, let's celebrate my treat. Shouldn't we keep it on the down low? Aren't you afraid that they'll find out? So, what if they do? Can't I have lunch with my sister? Plus, Evelyn is in quite a pickle, trying to come up with 400 million in 3 days. She doesn't have the time to stalk us. You sure have foresight. You knew that although she didn't have $400 million, she was still going to help her son. You're really good at digging holes for people to jump in. So, little sis, are you complimenting me, or complimenting me? Andrew was elated, and he looked at Chloe gently. Take it as a compliment. Then Chloe turned on her heel and began walking away. Hey, aren't you going to stay for dinner? I'm going home to spend time with my husband. You're such an ungrateful little girl. Andrew watched as her lean figure slowly disappeared. One day, she'll be by his side, eating 3 meals a day with him, right? His eyes narrowed as he quietly schemed in his head. Chloe called Jack on her way back home. Upon finding out that he was working overtime, she immediately headed towards GK. However, to her surprise, she bumped into Bella outside GK's entrance. Her white Audi Q5 parked right beside her. Chloe immediately saw the bento box in her hand. Chloe, you're here? Bella smiled and greeted her. Chloe nodded. Then she looked at the bento box in Bella's hand. The latter immediately took the hint and explained, I just came from Mrs. Dawson's house. She said that Jack's been working really hard lately and keeps staying overtime. She asked me to bring over some midnight snacks for him. Why are you the one delivering the snacks, though? Oh, because I visit Mrs. Dawson very often. On my way back, she asked me to bring some. You won't overthink it, right? Of course not. I just thought that you're a really busy person. I feel bad that you have to run errands like this. Don't mention it. I treat Mrs. Dawson like family. Then, the two of them talked and laughed as they entered GK headquarters. Hi, young madam. Good evening, young madam. As they went in, the employees all greeted her, and Chloe nodded at them in response. Bella asked with a smile on her face, They all know you? Yeah, I come a lot. Oh, that's good. They all seem to like you very much. Bella smiled dryly. No, they don't like me. They treat me that way because Jack likes me, Chloe responded openly. Surprised by Chloe's direct remarks, Bella froze for a second before smiling. You have a point. Jack was shocked to see them come in at the same time. Before he had the chance to say anything, Chloe opened her mouth. I saw Miss Hall outside, so we came up together. Jack, Mrs. Dawson told me to bring you some. She made you some osmanthus cake, the ones we loved to eat growing up. She made these herself, Bella said as she placed the bento box on Jack's desk. However, Jack didn't even glance at it, because all of his attention was on Chloe. Honey, have you eaten? Nope, I was waiting to have dinner with you. Exhausted, Chloe sat down on the couch. Come here, let me take a look at you, Jack said, lovingly. Chloe slowly stood up and walked up to him. He put a hand around her waist. Give me 10 more minutes, and let's go get some food. Deal? Deal. Chloe nodded obediently. Bella suddenly felt awkward standing there. I'm going to go now. See you later. Okay, bye. Chloe didn't want to falsely invite Bella to join them for dinner, because she never liked her to begin with. Therefore, she immediately waved goodbye at her. Jack said goodbye as well, forcing Bella to leave unwillingly. Before she left, she reminded him, Jack, remember to eat the osmanthus cake. It took her a long time to make these for you. Tell my mom not to make them anymore, and I haven't had osmanthus cake in years, Jack said, enunciating each word. What do you like to eat then? I'll let Mrs. Dawson know. No, it's okay. Thank you for your gesture, Jack straight up declined. In the end, Bella left, feeling lonely as she did. No one, not even Justin, could stand it when the Dawson couple flaunted their love, let alone Bella. After getting in the car, she sat inside it for a long time. She was jealous of Chloe. When she was in the room, Jack couldn't see anyone else. Why? She wasn't that pretty, and not that likable. After Bella left, Jack picked Chloe up and put her on his legs. "Honey, Thomas' stuff is ready." Chloe bit down on her lips. She seemed to be struggling from within. "Why? Are you sad to hear that he's leaving?" Jack gently asked, held her in his arms and asked, "No, it's his decision, and I don't want to interfere. Where is he going, and when?" "New Zealand. There's a good university in Wellington, and he'll be studying a major that's similar to his current one. The visa's ready too, so he'll be leaving in 3 days." "That soon?" Chloe froze. "I called him today. It was his decision." "Okay, I understand. Let's go back to your mother's for dinner. You should spend as much time as you can with him before he leaves." "Okay." Chloe nodded. 10 minutes later, after Jack finished signing the rest of the documents, they got ready to leave his office. "Honey, aren't you going to eat the osmanthus cake your mother made you?" She looked at the delicate bento box on his desk. "If you like them, you can eat them." "I don't want any," Chloe immediately declined. "I don't like them either. She keeps pushing her ideas onto me. I've never liked this stuff. I don't know why she would make me these all of a sudden." Then, Jack picked up the bento box, and the two headed out. "Boss, are you going home?" "Yeah, you can have this. It's a midnight snack." "Thank you, boss." Mark was more energetic than ever since he came back from vacation. He was more eager to work, and Jack was willing to teach him things because Mark had shown that he was smart and reliable. After leaving GK, they drove to Sky Blessing Court. Thomas had already dropped out from school and was packing at home. Sandra didn't want her son to leave, but she didn't stop him, since she thought traveling was a good way for him to get some distraction. Plus, he would only be studying abroad for a year or two, so he wouldn't be gone for too long. "Why didn't you tell me you guys were coming back? Let me go and make some more dishes." "Mom, it's okay. We'll just have a bite of whatever's ready. I'm not that hungry." "Okay, I'll make a soup." Then, Sandra turned to go into the kitchen. Just then, Thomas came downstairs. "Sis, brother-in-law." "How's packing?" Chloe asked. "I'm almost done. I brought back my stuff from school too." Then, Thomas took out a set of car keys and handed them to Jack. "Brother-in-law, you should take these. Thank you for giving me a car, but since I won't be in the country, I don't need these anymore." "Keep it. You can keep driving it after you come back," Jack said gently. That's not a good idea." "It's okay. Don't be so polite to your brother-in-law. Take the keys. It's not like you're not coming back anymore," Chloe said, as her heart ached. "Okay then." Thomas nodded. "Once you get there, remember to call us. Call Mom as much as you can. We have to keep in touch. I know. Don't walk alone in the dark, and don't make friends with sketchy people. After all, you'll be in a foreign country," Chloe tirelessly reminded her brother. "Call me if you need money. Don't cut corners and not feed yourself properly." "Sis, I know. Oh, and you have a weak stomach, so don't eat too much seafood. Although seafood is cheap in New Zealand. If you eat too much, you might suffer from chronic diseases. Remember to drink lots of warm water. Sis, I'm a grown SS man, not a kid anymore." Thomas smiled. Chloe covered her mouth and began sobbing. She really didn't want Thomas to leave. "Honey, what are you doing?" Heartbroken, Jack put his arm around Chloe. "Sis, don't be sad. I'm going to school, not to be tortured. I'll miss you and Mom, and I'll take good care of myself. Don't worry about me." Thomas's eyes turned red upon seeing his sister cry. Sandra walked out of the kitchen to see them like that, and she began crying as well. "Don't be like that, you two. I'm really sad too. It's a good thing that he's going to school. Don't overseas students come back to be successful? Why are you crying? If Uncle James knew that Thomas was going abroad to study, he would be happy for him," Sandra said as she wailed. In the end, the three of them cried as they hugged each other. Jack didn't know what to say. He felt bad seeing them like this. He was especially heartbroken seeing Chloe cry like that. The Green Mansion. It was late, but all the lights in the mansion were still on. Tell me, how do you plan to gather 400 million in 3 days? Where can you get that kind of money? Timothy was sitting on the couch, holding a teacup in his hand. He interrogated Evelyn with a stern expression on his face. Timothy, I don't have that much, but I couldn't stand seeing our son go to prison. He's your son as well. Don't change the subject. Tell me, how much have you saved up over all these years? Timothy, Evelyn wanted to coyishly brush past the subject. Answer me. I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to leave ourselves with a plan B. If something were to happen down the road, at least we won't end up on the streets, Evelyn explained quietly. So? How much did you save up? Liam and Brenny sat beside their mother, not daring to make a sound. Lily went to stay at her mother's, so it was just the 4 of them at home, making the conversation easier. Not that much, just a little over 200 million, Evelyn said quietly. Ha ha ha, just a little over 200 million. Evelyn, I've really underestimated you. You've sure got your ways. Timothy sneered. Timothy, the 200 million isn't all in cash. I made some money financing and investing in the stock market as well as real estate. It's not just the Green family's money. So, you have more than 200 million. What about the rest of the 100 or so million? Timothy asked, word for word. Timothy, Liam is your son too. You have to help him. Can you help us with the rest? Evelyn reached out to grab Timothy's hand, but he slapped it away. Don't even think about it. Do you really think I'd wipe his butt after this? Why didn't he think of his old man before doing what he did, huh? How old is he? Where is his brain? Why would he do something like this? Do you know how embarrassed I was in front of the board of directors today? Timothy was absolutely furious. Dad, I didn't do it on purpose, Shut up. I'll deal with you later. After pointing and cursing at Liam, Timothy looked at Evelyn icily. I'm not giving you any money. He should just go to jail. How can you do that? He brought this onto himself. All these years we spoiled him to no end. Look what came of him. He's in his 20s, yet Imperial Star's Justin is in his 20s, and GK's Jack is in his 20s as well. Why is he so different from them? Right. I almost forgot. Timothy, can you ask Chloe to ask Jack to lend us 100 million? Are you crazy? Are you asking me to borrow money from them? Isn't she your daughter? Oh, now you recognize her as my daughter? Weren't you the one who said she was the offspring of a betch, and that she might not even be my child? The truth was, Timothy's refusal to acknowledge Chloe and her mother had everything to do with Evelyn. She brainwashed him in bed and placed obstacles in the way. She was scared that another person would appear to share Timothy's inheritance money. Now that something bad happened, she remembered Chloe. Back then I was angry at Sandra. Timothy, you can't stand there and do nothing. You know how ambitious that animal Andrew is. You're not even his birth father. Do you think he'll put in all his effort to manage the Green Corporation? Are you willing to hand everything over to him? Tears swam in Evelyn's eyes as she begged him. She was very emotional, trying to get Timothy's sympathy. So what if I'm not his birth father? He's still better than this money-squandering good-for-nothing. Timothy really was angry. Timothy, if you don't help us, the 3 of us won't be able to survive this. Daddy, please. Help my brother. You can't just watch. I will definitely marry a rich man and put our family before anything. I will listen to you in the future and marry whoever you want me to. Brenny kneeled down onto the ground and begged her father. She may be brainless, but she still loved her little brother and didn't want to see him go to jail. Now you think of me? What were you doing before? Dad, I've really learned my lesson this time. Andrew framed me. I really don't know where the 300 million went. As soon as Liam finished his sentence, Timothy smashed an ashtray on his head. Let me tell you, that's why you're an idiot. You were framed, but you kept denying it, rather than avoid it. With your brain, of course, you couldn't take 400 million, but you deserved to be accused and framed. Dad, Liam cried and wailed, not sure what he was supposed to do. Timothy, do you think Chloe and Andrew paired up to frame Liam this time? Evelyn suddenly thought of this. Timothy's expression dimmed upon hearing this. This isn't the time to discuss this. You still need to think of a way to produce $400 million. Timothy, don't tell me you're actually refusing to help us. You won't be that cruel, right? Evelyn asked, as tears fell from her eyes. Throughout these years, Evelyn's gentleness had been like an opioid that Timothy was addicted to. This time was no exception. Even if Timothy was furious, Liam was still his son, his only biological son. After a long silence, Timothy finally said, I can provide you with the rest of the money, but Liam has to resign and leave the Green Corporation. Why? Evelyn was flustered. Isn't it obvious? Andrews targeted him, and he'll be forced to take more blame in the future. If he continues working at the Green Corporation, I can't guarantee that he won't make any more mistakes. I was wondering why Andrew would be so generous, making Liam vice president. He planned it all along, Timothy said slowly. Evelyn seemed to be suddenly enlightened. I didn't pay much attention to it back then, but he was plotting against us even back then. So, is he working with Chloe? I don't know about Chloe, but nonetheless, as the chairman of the board, I have to provide an explanation to the board members. Once we pay the money back and Liam resigns from the Green Corporation, we'll be safe again. Dad, I'll do what you say. Liam obediently nodded his head. Now you know to listen to me? What were you doing earlier? Timothy spat, still angry. Liam looked down, afraid to say anything else. Upon seeing that his father had agreed to help, Brenny immediately crawled up from the floor. She massaged his shoulders. Dad, I knew you would help us. You love us, right? Don't go around causing trouble anymore. Hurry up and go on some setup dates and get married. Andrew is full-fledged. Soon, we won't be able to compete against him anymore. I don't want to drag this out any longer. We need to quickly end this war. Timothy, you want to... Before Evelyn finished her question, Timothy nodded. Yeah. He didn't use his words, but his intention was obvious. He wanted to declare war against Andrew and kick him out of the board of directors. I'll find a time to convince Chloe. As long as we go from Sandra's angle, she'll easily agree. With Jack's help, it'll be easier for us to win. Even now, Timothy still wanted to take advantage of Chloe. The four of them began plotting at home. Andrew, on the other hand, sat in the study of his private mansion, monitoring everything from his screen. He smiled as he sipped on red wine. That old man, old age has made him stupid. I can't believe he's still trying to get rid of me. I guess he hasn't learned his lesson yet, Timothy mumbled to himself. You want Chloe to help you as well? Are you dreaming? He laughed satisfyingly. Andrew placed bugs all over the Green family mansion, including Liam and Brenny's cell phones. Chloe was right. It was a cakewalk for Andrew to deal with people like them. It only depended on whether he wanted to. Just then, Emery came out from behind, wearing a bathrobe. Andrew didn't try to hide anything and kept watching the surveillance footage. Haha, are they still plotting against you? Yeah, it's been their biggest dream. All these years, Andrew smiled. I'm curious, doesn't the old man feel anything towards you over all these years? After all, you were brought into the Green family at a very young age, Emery asked as she embraced Andrew's neck from behind. Every time she spent the night at his mansion, she always had the illusion that he loved her. At least he loved her while they were in bed. However, after the throes of passion, that feeling would slowly disappear, leaving her hot and bothered. To her, Andrew was a forever mystery. She couldn't understand him, nor could she let him go. She was even going to go further her career in the U.S. and never come back. But as soon as he called her, she went to sign with GK. All to satisfy Chloe's wishes. She threw away her future and career just to make Andrew happy. He's a very selfish man. Even though I've been by his side for 20-something years, I'm not related to him, so he'll still toss me aside like garbage. But that's a good thing. At least I won't feel bad when I take them on. They won't be able to play the family card on me. Then, Andrew tilted his glass and drank all the red wine. Emery's face was glued to Andrew's chin, intimately nuzzling his well-formed jaw. What do you plan to do after getting rid of them? What will you do to Chloe? Kick her out of the board of directors in the Green Corporation? Emery quietly asked. Andrew reached out to throw Emery's hands off his neck. Then, he turned around to look at her, with a spurious smile on his face. Emery, you seem to be very interested in Chloe. Yes, very interested. Emery smiled sweetly. Emery, you're a smart woman. We've been together for a long time, so you know what to do and what not to do. Don't touch my bottom line and don't probe me. Oh, and don't go harassing Chloe again. Nothing good will come of it for you. Then, Andrew got up to leave. Andrew, I didn't do it on purpose. I just think you. How I treat her has nothing to do with you. It's not like you're my wife. Don't poke your nose in my business. Don't try to guess what I'm thinking, and don't do things that will embarrass everyone, including yourself. If you like being with me, then we'll keep having fun. If you don't like being with me, then you can find yourself a boyfriend. I'd be okay with that. Then, Andrew placed his wine glass onto the wine rank, making a loud clang. It was obvious that he was unhappy with Emery. Emery was a little scared when Andrew acted that way. The entire world saw Andrew as a gentle, humorous man who treated his employees well and rarely showed his temper. However, only Emery knew who he really was. He was the most ill-tempered person that ever existed. However, he was good at faking. That's why most people didn't know this side of him. Knowing that Thomas was leaving soon, Chloe was in a bad mood and seemed distracted at work. Chloe, are you okay? Department Director Nina asked. I'm fine. You don't look fine. Have you not had enough rest recently? Director Nina asked, worried about her. Ever since Chloe was transferred to the neurology department, a huge weight had been lifted off of Director Nina's shoulders. She would delegate most things to Chloe during meetings, and the latter seemed capable of handling everything. Director Nina liked Chloe and was impressed by her talent and hard work. She seemed to see the younger version of herself in Chloe. Something's been going on at home, and I haven't been in a good mood. Do you want a few days off? No, it's okay. The department's busy, and I don't need time off. Ever since she took a week off to go to the Maldives, Chloe really didn't have the heart to ask Department Director Nina or Hospital Director Richard for more days off. Since the hospital was busy, it wasn't good for her to run off to have fun all the time. She wasn't who she used to be either. She used to be a nurse, so her job wasn't as demanding. Now, she had to be responsible for her patients and her colleagues, and couldn't only think about what made herself happy. Most of Southside's employees knew that although Chloe married rich, she still lived like an ordinary person. She was neither flashy nor boastful, and contributed greatly to Southside. Most people liked her very much. Okay then, let me know if you need some personal time. I'll ask others to take your place for a couple of days. I will. Thank you, Director Nina. After a morning of consults, Chloe went to the cafeteria for lunch with low spirits. She bumped into Hannah outside the cafeteria. Dr. Green, Ms. Hannah, I haven't eaten yet. Let's talk while having lunch. Okay. Chloe nodded. After taking some food, they sat down in a corner of the cafeteria. How's Nico doing? Pretty good. Doctor said that he's recovering well and has high spirits. He'll be discharged in 3 or 4 days. I found a new place for you guys to live at. You shouldn't go back to where you used to live. It's not safe for you and Nico. Plus, he's still recovering, and your old place is dark and dingy. I rented a 60-square-meter apartment unit in the Northern New District. It's really close to 14th High School. I also went through connections and talked to the principal there, so Nico can go to school there. Dr. Green, I have nothing to say towards your kindness. I will never be able to pay you back for it. I will remember everything you've done for us. I came here today to tell you that I've made up my mind and want to donate my liver to Cody. Chloe looked at her in pleasant surprise. Miss Hannah, you've made your decision? Yes, but I have a request. Tell me. Chloe thought that Hannah would ask for money. After all, they were poor, and their livelihoods could not be guaranteed. Don't tell Cody that I'm donating my liver to him. What? Why not? After Cody recovered, Chloe wanted to tell Cody that Hannah donated her liver to him. Perhaps it would touch him, and they might be able to work things out. However, Chloe didn't understand why Hannah asked her not to tell Cody about this. Because I owe him too much. I don't want him to forgive me because I donated an organ to him. As a mother, I haven't done enough for him. You're right, I was too selfish. They're both my sons. So, why did I only love Nico? That's unfair to Cody. I used to be ignorant and was willing to hurt him and ask him for money. I am partially responsible for his depression. Ms. Hannah, don't blame me for what I said that day. At the time, I was really angry. Cody and Nico are both good kids. I really hope that you guys can live happily ever after and works things out as a family. I know what you mean. You're not related to us, but not only did you pay for Nico's surgery, moreover, you're also trying to help reunite our family, asking for nothing in return. After careful consideration, I've decided to donate my liver to him first, cure his illness, and then slowly make things up for him. Okay, I understand, and will respect your wishes. Chloe was elated that Hannah was willing to help Cody. The truth was, she wasn't confident that Hannah would agree to it. After all, people were all selfish, and it was truly a lot to ask her to donate an organ to her estranged son. Thankfully, she agreed. When you have time this afternoon, you can get a pre-op checkup. Cody's been hospitalized already. He's staying in the VIP room on the top floor. Okay. Hannah nodded. Dawson Manor. Upon hearing that Mrs. Dawson injured her ankle, Peter was worried, and therefore flew back from Hawaii. When he arrived home that night, he saw Bella, who he hadn't seen in years. Mr. Dawson? She smiled. Bella? Peter asked uncertainly. Yup, Mr. Dawson. Why didn't you call beforehand that you were coming home? Bella was making dumplings with the maid, her hands covered in flour. Ever since she came back to the country, she barely went home. Most of the time, she spent her days playing golf, shopping, playing mahjong, drinking tea, and arranging flowers with Mrs. Dawson. The good thing was, Bella had a good temper, so she wasn't annoyed by Mrs. Dawson's constant nagging. Ah, it's okay. The company sent a driver to pick me up. Where is she? She's applying a face mask upstairs, and she will be down in a second. When did you come back? I saw you last time when I went to Italy with your dad. It's been 5 or 6 years, hasn't it? Peter exclaimed. Yeah. I was only in my early 20s back then. I was still young and innocent. Time sure passes by fast. But Mr. Dawson, you're still young and handsome like you used to be. Bella smiled cutely. You sure know how to flatter me. Peter laughed. Mrs. Dawson's been talking about you. She's going to be exhilarated that you're back, Bella said with a smile on her face. As soon as she finished her sentence, Mrs. Dawson came downstairs in a nightgown. Hey, look who's here. Sir, are you lost? Is this your home, huh? Mrs. Dawson said sourly. How old are you? Is it fun to bicker all the time? Peter asked helplessly. It is. I thought you were high and mighty and didn't want to live with me, so you ran off to hang out with your cousins. Why? Did they get sick of you, so you had to come home? Your words are really overwhelming. Peter felt like his wife's vicious tongue had hurt too many people. I've always been like this. You've known me for so long. You're funny. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman with me now? Upon seeing their unhappy conversation, Bella immediately smiled. Mrs. and Mr. Dawson, dinner's ready. I made shrimp dumplings. They're delicious. Bella, You're the best. Mrs. Dawson beamed as she strutted downstairs. Peter didn't say anything else. After the maid took his luggage upstairs, the three of them sat down in the dining room. You're not leaving the country anymore, right, Bella? Peter asked. No, I'm not leaving. Have you thought about what you want to do? Do you want to come and work at GK? Peter was very close to Mayor Hall, so he treated Bella politely. That's a good idea. You can go help Jack, Mrs. Dawson interjected. Mr. and Mrs. Dawson, thank you for the kind offer. But I can't. I didn't study finance. I'm a painter, so I won't be of much help to him. I plan to open up a high-end art school and teach children how to draw and paint. It'll be a good way to pass time. Bella, you're a really warm-hearted child. Mrs. Dawson was close to being infatuated by Bella. She praised everything Bella said. Peter nodded as well. That's a good idea. After all, you've been studying art for years, so you're putting that knowledge into use. Your father will be proud of you. Yeah, Daddy's really supportive of my decision, and he has been helping me look for a place to rent. Hey, Bella, have you called Jack? Ask him if he wants to come back for dinner. I shouldn't. He usually has dinner with Chloe. Ever since her awkward encounter with Chloe last time, when she went to drop food off for Jack, she had had some misgivings. She also stopped looking for Jack. This was because she realized that Chloe wasn't an easy opponent. What are you scared of, huh? So what if Chloe's with him? Who cares? Is she the sun? Does the world have to revolve around her? Take out your phone. You, call him and tell him that you're back. Our son will come back for sure, Mrs. Dawson said as she pointed at Peter domineeringly. I'm a little tired. Let's call them over another day. No, you have to call now. And don't tell Chloe to come. I get pissed off whenever I see her. Ever since she fell down outside Chloe's old house, Mrs. Dawson detested her even more. She treated Chloe like her mortal enemy, a prick in her eye. You're just making our son's life harder. Isn't he doing the same thing to me? He knows how much I hate her, but he still married her to piss me off. Didn't I tell you? Her stupid family caused my injuries this time. Thank God I'm healthy, or else I would have died. Do you know how vicious Chloe was? She didn't even help me up when I fell down and even made fun of me. Thank God Bella arrived on time to take me to the hospital. I will hate that little low-life forever, Mrs. Dawson said nonstop. I'm full. You guys enjoy. Bella, I'll be upstairs. Hey, are you mad that I'm talking smack about your son? What kind of man are you? Mrs. Dawson was still unwilling to let go. Peter ignored her, got up, and headed upstairs. He obviously didn't want to listen to her drone on and on. Mrs. Dawson? Never mind. Mr. Dawson just got off a long-distance flight. He must be exhausted. Let him rest first. We can ask Jack to eat dinner with us any other night. Fine. Since it's you who's asking, I'll let him be, Mrs. Dawson said unreasonably. Bella, did your parents start setting you up on dates? No, I'm not in that much of a hurry. I don't want a date. A little shy, Bella said. Upon seeing her reaction, Mrs. Dawson immediately grabbed her hand and asked, Bella, if Jack gets divorced, will you marry him? Bella froze upon hearing this question. Mrs. Dawson, what are you talking about? Don't joke around. Why would Jack get a divorce? He loves Chloe so much. Bella smiled bitterly. Nothing is impossible. Let me tell you, men are all the same. Over time, they will get tired of the women they've been with. All cats sneak around, and my son's attraction to Chloe won't prevail forever. Their relationship will break down as soon as a misunderstanding erupts between them. I don't like them being together, and I think that they're bound to get a divorce one day, sooner rather than later. I really like you, Bella. I really want you to be my daughter-in-law. Mrs. Dawson, I don't think I'm lucky enough. Jack doesn't seem to like me. Who said that? He liked you so much. When he was young. You two got along so well that year you spent with our family. Mrs. Dawson always tried to use the stories of their childhood to persuade her. The truth was, Jack didn't interact with her much at all when Bella spent the year with them when they were young. Jack was an introvert and didn't like to speak, so he didn't pay any attention to Bella at all. Back then, he still lived in his world all alone, all the way until grade 10, when he finally met the girl that would brighten up his whole world. However, women had always been blind when it came to love. Not even Bella could fight off the temptation. Even though she kept refusing verbally when she heard Mrs. Dawson, she was actually fairly happy deep down. If Jack really did get a divorce, then this truly would be a good thing for her. After Victoria got pregnant, the Blake family was filled with joy as they began to prepare for the couple's wedding. The wedding was set to be January 1st, New Year's Day, and they would host 500 tables of guests. The Blake family has been in the city for several decades. They were a very distinguished, well-respected, and prestigious family, and they had many relatives working in their family business. They had plenty of wealthy friends and business partners. So, when the news of Victoria and Brenton's marriage got out, it immediately took up the front page headlines of the entertainment section. Follow-up reports continued for several days, so much so that not even Victoria was brave enough to leave their home. Aside from working during the day, Brenton rarely went out at night, as he spent most of the time at home with Victoria. Max, on the hand, wasn't a reliable friend. He either took vacations abroad or spent time picking up girls at home. Justin was now left alone. He felt as if all his friends had left him. So after he got off work, he began going back to his family mansion more often. On this day, when he went back to eat at home, only Justin's mother and Grandpa were there. Justin, "What is it, Grandpa? An old comrade of mine is coming to visit us with her granddaughter. You should arrange for a day off from work to hang out with us." "Huh? I don't like to be involved in business social gatherings," Justin directly refused. "This isn't for business. This is old friends catching up. Then, Grandpa, just order your lieutenant to handle this. As long as you give the order, I'm sure your people will execute it very well. No, it's a rare occasion that I'm getting time off from work, and I don't want to involve my job. This is a private meeting. How about this? You'll help me pick them up at the airport and bring them back here. Then we'll eat together, and you'll take us around town in the afternoon. Don't you have a vacation village by Beauty Lake on the west side of the city? We can fish and enjoy a BBQ there." His grandpa seemed to have quite a high interest. "Justin, your grandpa's asking you to hang out with them? You shouldn't refuse," Justin's mother said with a smile. But, Justin really didn't want to, but he also didn't want to disappoint his grandpa. He could only nod in the end. "Fine then. Great, then it's set. I'll send you the flight number later, and their names." "Don't forget." "I know." Justin felt depressed. He wouldn't have come to eat if he knew this would happen. Who knew that his grandpa would think of something like this? After they ate, Mrs. Cooper Mysterious pulled her son aside. "Justin, your grandpa has really put a lot of thought into this. Do you know why his old comrade is bringing his granddaughter along? Does he want to introduce her to me?" "That's right. Justin, Mom, I really don't like setup dates. This isn't a setup date. What if you like her?" "I won't, Mom. I don't want her even if she looks like a goddess." Justin sounded very determined. "This is still because of that woman from the Green family?" Mrs. Cooper asked, as she meaningfully looked at her son. "Mom, don't blab about the truth. What can I say to you? Outsiders keep saying that you're a playboy, who has countless girlfriends and is surrounded by rumors nonstop. But I know you were just having your fun and don't actually like any of them. You've been stubborn ever since you were a child. You have to have whatever you like. It's a good thing. It means you're loyal, but it's also a bad thing. Son, you can't steal what isn't yours. We must have moral standards. Mom, I haven't troubled her at all, and when I met her, I didn't know that she was married. I absurdly confessed to her once and was rejected, and I never spoke of it ever again. My wish is actually very simple now. I'd be very happy, as long as I can see her occasionally. I don't plan on taking action. I will never humiliate the Cooper family." "That's good." Mrs. Cooper's expression improved when she heard what her son said. The next morning, Justin woke up at 6 a.m., and the driver drove him to pick up his grandfather's guests at the airport in a Bentley. At the VIP exit, an old, skinny man and a young woman in her early 20s came out. The old man wore a gray tunic suit and looked very upright and serious. The girl was very lively. She wore a leather jacket, paired with a short skirt, black stockings, and tall boots. She looked very stylish with a head of curls, and she appeared as sweet as a doll. Justin walked up to the old man. "Grandpa Grant?" "Yes, I am Christopher Grant." The elder looked very honorable. "Hello, Grandpa Grant. I am Justin Cooper. You're the grandson of our old team leader. What a fine-looking man." "Not bad, not bad," the old man complimented Justin. The girl behind him immediately interrupted. "Ah, so you're Justin. I know you. I hear that you've been dating Gianna recently, aren't you?" The girl laughed as she gossiped. The old man turned around. "Tracy, don't be rude." Then he introduced her to Justin. "This is my granddaughter, Tracy Grant." Justin slightly nodded, and then he led the two of them into the car heading straight back to the Cooper Manor. On the way, the girl spoke to Justin non-stop in the back seat. "I hear that a local heir has become the sugar daddy of Chloe. Is it true?" "Justin, are you really dating Gianna? Or is it just for show? Did you sleep with Annie? Did you ditch Annie because you began dating Gianna? Is that why she signed with GK? Just to piss you off? Oh, and you have a really pretty voice. I saw the live broadcast of you singing Just Once at GK's 30-year anniversary celebration. Was it for Gianna?" "Justin." This girl's mouth moved like a machine gun. She kept asking Justin questions, leaving the latter feeling cornered. "Your questions are sharper than the reporters. How am I supposed to answer them?" Justin felt helpless. "That's fine. Just answer them one by one." "Justin, Tracy, don't be rude." The old man had a headache as well. It truly was a wrong decision to take this gossipy little granddaughter with him on vacation. At the Cooper mansion, their grandfathers immediately hit it off when they saw each other. Then, Justin found out that his grandpa was the team leader of a troop during the Korean War, and this old man was his old comrade, who had fought with him through life and death. He was a year older than Justin's grandpa, but he deeply respected Grandpa Cooper. He was also the chief of a southern military district, and his status was just a little lower than Grandpa Cooper's. He had quite a lot of children, and they all worked for the military. Their family had quite a background. Tracy was the youngest daughter of his youngest son, so the entire family spoiled her to no end. It might be because everyone spoiled her that she had no filter at all. "Justin, take Tracy out. Young people should have more things in common to talk about." Grandpa Cooper took the initiative. Even though Justin didn't want to, he still nodded. "Let's go." He turned around and left the mansion with Tracy. "Justin, take me to Imperial Star. I like Gianna so much. She is my favorite female celebrities." "I don't like Zoe. Even though she's really pretty, she also seems fake." "Oh, right. The internet said that she went abroad to study and left the entertainment industry. Is that true? Why isn't there any news about her anymore? You shouldn't ask about these things. It doesn't have anything to do with you." Justin didn't seem to like talking to this girl. "Are you scared that I'll tell others?" "I won't. Don't worry. I'm very principled." The girl spoke solemnly. "How old are you?" Justin glanced at Tracy as he held a cigarette in his mouth. The girl held up 2 fingers. "I'm 20 years old." "Then why aren't you in school? Why are you here? Northern is really cold this time of the year." "Haha. I'm studying in Singapore, and there are tons of breaks there. I come back quite often. I rarely get to see snow in the south, and even if it snows, the snow melts as soon as it hits the ground. My grandpa said that winters here go on for as long as 5 months, and it snows frequently, so I wanted to check it out." "What's there to see? It's boring." Justin leaned back onto his Lamborghini, not sure what to talk to her about. They really didn't have anything in common. "Take me to Imperial Star, please. I hear that you're the president of Imperial Star, and all the celebrities have to listen to you." The girl was clearly a star chaser. "You won't see any celebrities at this hour. They're all shooting films or performing. There's no point in going." "Oh, is that so? Then Then, what do you do for fun around here? Take me out, or we can go and get some food or something, the girl said excitedly. Justin woke up too early this morning, so he didn't have much energy. We'll have breakfast soon. We shouldn't run around. No, I want to eat out and feel the true side of living like a local. The girl was very persistent, and Justin developed a headache from the noise she made. He decided that he might as well take her out to eat. Oddly enough, they ended up at Ajin's Ramen outside Second High's back door. Is this ramen place really good? Tracy asked as she looked at the small sign outside. It's all right, Justin insincerely replied, and walked in first. Sir, 2 bowls of ramen, 1 big, 1 small, said Justin. No, sir. 2 big bowls, thanks. You can eat that much? Justin looked at the girl in disbelief. You can eat whatever I can't finish. Justin. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. She was a shocker. She was planning on giving her food to him if she couldn't finish. Did she think he was a garbage can? We need to make one thing clear. I will never eat your leftovers, Justin warned her in all seriousness. Ha ha ha. What are you so nervous about? I'm joking with you. I can eat a lot. A big bowl is fine. Then the 2 of them sat down by the table. It just happened to be the time that school started in the morning, and plenty of students walked in one by one through the back door of Second High. Justin stared blankly as he looked at them. If he studied here all those years ago, he would probably still fall for Chloe, right? When Tracy saw how entranced he was by the students, she suddenly asked, Are you into high school girls? Justin looked at her helplessly. You're overthinking. No, you chose to eat here, so there must be a backstory. Tell me, did an ex-girlfriend of yours like to eat here? No, Justin denied it right off the bat. Then a girl that you have a crush on likes to eat the ramen here. Justin, see, I guessed right. Uh-huh. The girl you like graduated from this school? Tracy asked suddenly. How did you know? Just by looking at you. You took me to ramen shop near a school in the morning. I won't just naively think of how tasty this place must be. I knew that this place probably has some special meaning to you, and Grandpa said that you enlisted in the army at a very young age, so I don't think you went to high school. That's why I guessed that the girl you like must have graduated from here. Fine. Justin slightly sighed and no longer said anything else. So, you don't actually like Gianna, right? Tracy asked again. Why do you have so many questions? Am I an encyclopedia to you? Justin was losing his patience. I was only asking, what's wrong with that? The girl looked as if she has been wrongly accused. Just then, she noticed a change in Justin's expression. His gaze fell onto the door of the restaurant, and he didn't even blink. She turned around to see an Audi R8 slowly park outside the ramen shop. A girl with delicate features got out of the car. She was wearing jeans, kitten heels, and a short black trench coat. Boss, a small bowl of ramen, Chloe said as she walked in. Sure thing. Chloe saw Justin just as she walked in, and she nodded to say hi. Then she sat on a table off to the side. She originally planned to eat with Jack, but he received a work call and hurried to the construction site to take care of things. So, she drove over herself and planned to go to work after she finished eating. However, she never expected that she would see Justin here this early, with a girl beside him. Justin's expression changed dramatically as soon as Chloe came in. Hey, it can't be this dramatic, is it her? Asked Tracy. Just then, the boss brought over their 2 bowls of ramen. Justin pushed 1 bowl in front of her and said impolitely, Don't say anything. Just eat your ramen. Tracy pouted, but no longer said anything else. The 2 of them quietly ate ramen. Chloe, on the other hand, had been pretty depressed lately. Thomas was about to fly to the another city at 3 a.m. tomorrow morning, where he would then transfer flights and head to New Zealand. He would be tens of thousands of miles away, and she didn't know when he would be back. Chloe was somewhat absent-minded as she ate, looking fairly desolate. Even though Justin tried to focus his attention on his ramen, he couldn't help but to raise his head and look at her. When Chloe finished her bowl of ramen and was about to leave, Justin couldn't help but walk up to her. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. You look terrible." "Oh, maybe I've been too busy with work lately," Chloe calmly said. "Then take care of yourself." "I will." Chloe nodded. "Chloe," he spoke again. "Yes? My birthday is next Friday, so I will be hosting a cocktail party at my private mansion at 6 p.m. Can you come?" Justin hesitated for quite a while, but he still wanted to invite Chloe. He would be incredibly happy if he could see her on the day of his birthday. "I'll have to see." Chloe didn't immediately refuse, but she didn't agree either. Justin watched as the Audi R8 drove away. Then, he finally recovered. He sat back down and went back to eating his ramen. "Is she the girl you like? What does it have to do with you?" Justin asked impolitely in return. "I'm just curious. Shut up and eat your ramen." Justin was grumpy. Tracy no longer said anything else. It was nearly noon when the two of them returned to the Cooper mansion. Justin showed her around town before they finally went back. Grandpa Cooper seemed very enthusiastic. "Tracy, how was Justin?" "He is an egomaniac. And super short-tempered. He kept scolding me," Tracy honestly commented. The two elders laughed out loud at the girl's honesty. "It's a good thing. At least he's not fake." "I don't like men who live with masks over their faces," the girl added. "If that's the case, would you like to be my granddaughter-in-law?" Grandpa Cooper was very straightforward. "Grandpa..." Justin seemed very upset with his grandpa's jokes. "No thanks." "Grandpa Cooper, I can't." "What? You don't like Justin?" asked Grandpa Cooper. "No, he is too old for me. I don't want to find someone so old. I like younger boys. Like Cody." "Cody?" Her response left these two old men dumbfounded. "When did you get a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me?" asked Grandpa Grant in all seriousness. Justin helplessly helped her explain. "Cody is a celebrity." The two old men finally realized what she just said. Grandpa Cooper was trying to get Justin to date Tracy. Even though Justin was almost 8 years older than she was, their family backgrounds were quite similar. The two elders were in agreement about the arranged marriage, but unfortunately, their grandchildren didn't think the same way. Even though Tracy began developing feelings for Justin, as soon as she saw how gentle he was with that woman when they were eating ramen, she immediately decided to give up. She knew that it would be tiring, being in love with a man whose heart was already occupied by someone else. At GK headquarters, it was already 10 a.m. when Jack arrived at this office. At lunch, just as he was about to head out to eat after a meeting, he saw Bella. "You're here to see me?" Jack asked her. "Yes. Do you mind having lunch with me?" Bella invited with a smile. She was skilled in conversation, and if Jack said that he minded, he would seem too petty. If he didn't mind, then he would have to have lunch with her. "Let's go. I'm about to head downstairs as well." Jack didn't refuse and went downstairs with Bella. Inside the Western restaurant below GK, both of them ordered steak set meals. Then, Bella took out a blueprint and passed it to Jack. "What is this?" "I'm planning to open a drawing school, and I came across this when I was picking out the location. This is a retail space in one of GK's new buildings, and 7 floors in this building are empty. Since it hasn't been rented out yet, and the location is quite nice, I wanted to ask you if you could rent it to me." "You want to open a school?" "Yes. I've been back in the country for quite a while now, so I can't just live off of my parents. Truth be told, studying art for all these years, I originally wanted to open up a studio, but you know what it's like here. Not a lot of people understand art, so I wouldn't have much business. I might as well go all the way and open up a school. That way I can teach children. It seems like a good way to go." "Oh," Jack lightly nodded. "Can you rent this place to me?" "I'll definitely pay you a lot in rent," laughed Bella. "Just use it. We were going to rent it out anyways. As for the rent, just pay what you normally would and sign a contract with the administration department. I don't normally handle these things. Okay, thank you. Bella nodded in gratitude. Jack then looked down and sent messages with Chloe. He looked very focused. He completely forgot about Bella, who was sitting awkwardly across from him. So while Jack was recording a voice message to Chloe, she purposely said, "Jack, your father just came back from the country. He wants you back home for dinner tonight." Chloe just happened to hear this. She typed a message out to Jack. "You're with Bella?" "Yes. She came to see me to rent a space under GK. Why does she need to discuss this with you? Can't she just talk to the administration about it?" Chloe was unhappy. "I don't know either." Wait and see how I interrogate you when you get home." "Honey, it's not my fault." "Did I say that it was your fault? Why are you confessing already?" Chloe asked domineeringly. Jack. Bella refused to give up when she saw him ignoring her, so she called out his name 2 more times. "Yes?" Jack finally looked up. "Your father came back. I know, I'll contact him later." "Oh, okay." Bella nodded. After they finished eating, Jack paid the bill and went straight back to his office. Bella drove off to have afternoon tea with a few other socialites. However, to her surprise, she ran into Andrew. "Hi, Miss Hall?" Andrew greeted her. Young Master Green. The other socialites greeted him as well. Andrew got along quite well with others inside this circle, and everyone, both male and female, liked hanging out with him. Except for Justin and Jack, that is. "Young Master Green," Bella greeted him back. "I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've gotten even prettier." "Thanks." Bella smiled gracefully. "Are you free tonight? I booked a spot at Phoenix Terrace. Would you like to have dinner together?" Andrew took the initiative and asked her out. "I'm sorry, I already have plans tonight." "Oh, if that's the case. Another day then." "Okay. Please, enjoy. It's my treat." Andrew gentlemanly paid the bill after he spoke and left the restaurant. After he left, the other socialites immediately began gossiping. "Is Andrew courting you, Bella?" "Yeah. Young Master Green loves beautiful women. You're so gorgeous. He must have feelings for you. Plus, he even asked you to dance during your dad's cocktail party. I also heard that he hasn't been seeing anyone after he broke up with Emery." "Bella, he really might be interested in you. You guys are overthinking things. I don't think he feels that way about me." Bella smiled. "That can't be. We all saw it in him," said one socialite. "Of course he does. It's so obvious. He asked you out to dinner and danced with you. No man will pay excessive attention to you for no reason, right?" "I wouldn't be so sure. I hear that there is a public land bid soon, and the Green Corporation is one of the competitors. Maybe he wants to cozy up to me so my father will pay attention to him," Bella slowly said, as she took a small sip of coffee. "Hey, you have a point." Bella was never delusional enough to think that men treated her well only because they liked her. Even though she's very beautiful and charming, it still depended on what kind of man the other person was. Andrew was a playboy, but he wasn't constantly chasing after beautiful women, so there was no reason for her to believe that he was attracted to her all of a sudden. Therefore, she believed that Andrew had an ulterior motive in approaching her. Chloe went straight to Sky Blessing Court after she got off from work. Jack called her, and she put up a fight and didn't pick up. When Jack saw that no one was home when he got back, he knew that she was at her mom's house. So, he drove to Sky Blessing Court. Since Thomas was leaving tomorrow, Sandra cooked quite a lot of dishes. Everyone was reluctant to see him go. Jack personally arranged for Thomas's school, tuition, along with accommodation. Out of 10 universities, he picked a school that he thought was most suitable for Thomas. "Brother-in-law, you are here. Your sister is here, right?" "She is. She just arrived, and she's in the kitchen with my mom." "Okay." Jack walked in and took out 2 cards from his pockets, handing them both to Thomas. One of these is a phone card that you can make international calls on. After you arrive, change your SIM card into this one, and you'll be able to use it as soon as possible. The other is a Union Pay card that can be used all around the world. You can use it abroad, and there are $1 million inside. Use this for now, and the finance department will send you more every month. Don't feel pressured. Spend however much you'd like. Brother-in-law, I know that you're super wealthy, but you're too capricious. How will I be able to spend $1 million? Plus, you're sending more each month. I can't take it. This is too much. Just take it. If you can't spend it all, give it back to me once you get back. Thomas knew that Jack didn't have a lot to say. Instead, he expressed everything in his actions. If he gave you something, you should just take it without another word. This was the way that he handled things. Sis already gave me money, brother-in-law. The money your sister gave you is hers to give, and this is mine. Take it. There's nothing wrong with having more money. I know that you're not someone who shows off, so you won't get into any trouble, Jack said. Okay, thanks, brother-in-law. Thomas carefully put away the 2 cards. Then he looked at Jack and said, Brother-in-law, once I leave, I don't know when I'm coming back, and since the distance between there and here is really long, I don't think I'll be traveling back and forth very often. My mom is fine. She often goes out with those aunties, but that workaholic sister of mine only listens to you. You have to take good care of her. Don't worry, I will. Oh, and you guys should hurry up and have a baby. I really want to be an uncle, Thomas urged. Okay, Jack nodded and promised. Just then, Chloe walked out of the kitchen and placed a dish onto the dining table. She glanced at Jack and asked, President Dawson, what did you eat for lunch today? Steak. Whoa, not bad. Did you have any red wine? No, that's not right. There's steak, there's the beauty. How can there not be red wine? Chloe said sourly. He knew she felt jealous because she overheard Bella when they were talking on Snap over lunch. Then he said, Honey, let's talk about private matters at home. Don't talk about it here. This is my home as well. What can't we talk about? Plus, I'm not going back tonight. I want to stay here. Okay, fine. Then I'll stay here as well. You can't stay here. This is my home. Sis. Brother-in-law bought this place, Thomas reminded her. Shut up. Are you my brother or his? Chloe scolded Thomas on purpose. Thomas, honey, you're right. You're always right. Thomas's attitude remained very positive. Don't use that against me. You want to muddle through again, don't you? I don't. Anyways, I'm not going back. Thomas is leaving tomorrow, so I'll move back here for a while. You should reflect on what you did. Honey, don't be upset. Jack immediately felt nervous when he heard that Chloe wanted to live at her mother's place for a while. I'm not upset, Chloe replied angrily. I just assured Thomas that we're going to try hard to have a baby together. If you move away, how can I fulfill his wish of becoming an uncle? Jack smiled teasingly. So you married me just to have babies with me? Chloe demanded, pretending to be angry. Before Jack had the chance to say anything, Thomas took his side. Sis, be reasonable. My brother-in-law treats you so well. Don't pick bones with him. Shut up. Let him speak. Chloe glared at Jack. Honey. Jack looked like he had been wronged. The less he said right now, the better. If he really pissed her off, then she might really refuse to go home. Just then, Sandra walked out. Dinner's ready. Thanks, Auntie. Jack respected Sandra. Although she used to be prejudiced towards him and had a bad temper, Jack was still thankful for her, since she raised Chloe for more than 20 years. Don't thank me. You don't have to be so polite. Sit down and eat. Sandra took out all the dishes one by one, and the 4 of them sat around the dining table. Jack did a lot to help Thomas go abroad this time. Auntie, it's what I'm supposed to do. Nonsense. No one is entitled to accept help from others. Even if we're family, we still have to be sensible towards each other. Thanks to you, we're living in this big house, and I only have 2 wishes left in life. 1, that Chloe lives happily, and 2, that Thomas lives worry-free. As long as you guys both live good lives, I won't have anything else to worry about. Sandra said as she ate. Don't worry, Mom. We're not children anymore. Chloe smiled. Thomas, be a good kid when you get there, and don't get yourself in trouble. Mom, I don't get in trouble here either. Don't worry about me. If I need help, I'll call my brother-in-law. Jack nodded. Chloe glanced at Thomas. Her brother seemed to like Jack very much. It should be a given, though, since he treated Thomas like his own brother. He already brought up the topic of buying a new car for Thomas twice. If Chloe didn't stop Jack, Thomas would probably be driving a Porsche by now. After dinner, Chloe was reluctant to leave. Jack wasn't in a hurry either. He sipped on tea in the living room as he waited for her. In the end, Sandra couldn't take it anymore. Go home. Look at the time. Your brother's flight is at 3 a.m. Jack's arranged for a driver to take him to the airport. Why are you still here? Mom, let me stay a little longer. There's no point. You guys both have work tomorrow. Hurry up and go to bed. Your brother's going abroad to study, not to be tortured. Then, before Chloe could respond, Sandra pushed her out of her house, leaving her no choice but to quietly get in Jack's car. Chloe's facial expression was still grim after they got onto the car. She wasn't in a good mood. Honey, don't be sad. Jack was heartbroken by how depressed Chloe was. Chloe wasn't actually angry at Jack and didn't take his lunch with Bella to heart. Therefore, she leaned on Jack's chest and said quietly, Honey, I really don't want him to go. What should I do? Chloe was used to being his sister. She took care of Thomas all these years, even if she had to tighten her own belt. Occasionally chatting and eating with Thomas had become a part of her life. She never thought that one day he would leave this city and travel across the world to live somewhere else. Therefore, she couldn't accept what was happening, just like how she couldn't accept that Amelia was already dead. People all experience farewells and reunions. No one can escape from them. No one. Jack held Chloe and gently consoled her. I know. I'm just a little sad. Then, Chloe cried in his arms for a little while longer, before they reluctantly went back to their home. Chloe didn't sleep that night. She kept tossing and turning, thinking about Thomas. At 3 a.m., she looked at the time on her phone and went downstairs to get some water. She looked out the window and into the night sky. Her brother was already on the plane to New Zealand, located thousands of miles away. Thomas, I hope that you'll become a man by the time you come back, Chloe muttered. 3 days passed by quickly, and during her lunch break, Chloe went to attend the second board of directors meeting at the Green Corporation. Evelyn showed them a transfer record, proving that the $400 million was now back in the Greens Corporation's account and allowing the board members to sigh in relief. Then, unsurprisingly, Liam resigned, while his father, Timothy, put on a show and apologized to the members about his inability to raise his son. After the meeting, Andrew went up to Chloe. What do you want? Aren't you curious as to what my next move is? That's your business. What does it have to do with me? Chloe never saw herself as Andrew's comrade. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.